mwaka gumu. Kale bizinensi eno okuyimirira wano okuyimba si kyangu.
Abaagala twese ebitete 10
abavubuka obubaka bwe mbawa bagamba kimu nti banyiikire okukola n'obutanyooma mirimu.
Another fantastic 400 ml drink, Fun Fruity. Enjoy the bubbling goodness.
Insurance Tips
is brought to you by
ICEA Group.
What is an insurance claim? It's basically a request from the insured to the insurance company for compensation based on the terms of the insurance policy. A claim can only be triggered when the risk or peril insured against occurs. For example, if you had insured your vehicle against theft and it was stolen, you would claim for compensation.
To make it in this financial jungle, you need an ally. Welcome to the new ICEA Group, your one-stop shop for all your insurance, pensions, and investment solutions.
NTV, turning on your world.
Saagala kisanja kirala olala otuna alangiridde nti siwa kwesimbawo ku ky'omukulembeze wa UPC nate David Pulkola agamba ekifo akyagala. Paalamenti ereeta etteeka ku bazungu abaagala okutwala abaana okubafuula abaabwe. Eruuka ku ddwaliro abakazi abamu bazaalira wansi wa miti, abalwadde n'ebisolo bakozesa amazzi ge gamu. Ate abakazi ba FDC basomoozezza gavumenti bagenda kuyamba amalwaliro abakazi gye bafiira nga bazaala. NTV Akawungeezi obalenye okutwegattako olwaleero olwa 4 omwezi ogwokusatu. Nze Frank Walisimbi. Katusooke ne Ola Rotun omukulembeze wa Uganda People's Congress UPC ategeeza nga bw'atagenda kuddamu kwesimbawo okukulembera kibiina kino kisobozesa abalala abalina obusobozi okutwala ekibiina mu maaso. Otunu bino abiranze wabula ennaku zibulayo ntono ekibiina kino kituuze tabamiruka waakyo. Ye David Pulkola ajunguludde obukulembeze bw'omukulu ono n'ategeeza nga bw'agenda okwesimbawo avuganye n'abalala baagala okukulembera ekibiina kino ki UPC.
Otuno abadde mu bukulembeze bw'ekibiina kya UPC okumala emyaka 5. Ono talinze kusindikirizibwa era olwaleero ategeezezza kitayagala kisanja kirala.
I want my colleagues in the party to know that I do not plan to seek a second mandate as party leader.
Kyokka wadde agenda kuva mu bukulembeze bw'ekibiina ategeeza nga ebyobufuzi bw'atabinyuse.
I plan to dedicate my energies, my political energies and time to the central project of effecting democratic change in our country.
Otuno agamba nti kino akikoze okuwa abantu abalala baagala okukulembera ekibiina omukisa okwesowolayo basobole okukitwala mu maaso.
I am not Museveni. I don't cling on to mandates and to power.
Obufuzi bw'otuno mu UPC bubaddemu okusomozebwa kw'amaanyi era nga mu kiseera kino ekibiina kyetemyemu. Mu basinze okumuwakanya mwe muli mutabani w'omugenzi Dr. Paul Obote ng'ono ye Jim Akena, ssaako David Pulkola ng'ono yaliko minisita mu gavumenti ya President Museveni era nga yakulirako ekitongole ekikeeta ebweru w'eggwanga ekya ESO. Pulukolo ayogedde ku kyotunu okuva mu bukulembeze.
Whether he liked it or he didn't like it, he had to go. And the delegates conference, members of National Council were preparing to march to Kampala to reclaim their party in case he tried to stick on.
Takomya Pulukolo alutegeezezza nti obukulembeze bwa UPC abwegwanyiza.
Actually, I'm one of the front runners for that position of president of Uganda People's Congress. That is my mother party, and we cannot allow it to die.
Wadde Otuno ayogedde ku nteekateeka za ttaamiruka wa UPC, kimanyiddwa nti ensonga zino ziri mu kkooti era ng'enteekateeka z'ekibiina ku nsonga eno zikyateereddwako envumbo.
Is that it is logical that the legal suit be withdrawn before any discussion, the context of dialogue can take place naturally.
Let us have something signed between their group and all our other groups, and then that makes the case simple.
Major Edward Lulangalanga yatwala Otuno mu kkooti ng'amulanga okudibaga ekibiina.
NTV Akawungeezi olwo bannabyabufuzi abatali bamu betwogeddeko nabo ku kusalawo kwa Otuno ono abamu ne batubuulira nti omukulu ono waakoze ekinene okudibaga ekibiina ko abalala nti kunyola kwa maanyi Otuno obutaddamu kukulemberako UPC.
Nendoza okusomooza kubaddewo nti ne banne babadde mu UPC babadde mfu ky'okwongera okumuwagira okulaba nga atwala UPC mu maaso babadde beefunyiridde nnyo okubeera ku gundi ku nsonga y'okuba nga bali ku bukulembeze bwa UPC bwokka.
I wish he had not stood for the presidency of UPC. His performance as party president of UPC was deplorable.
Mu kiseera kino nga tuyayaanira enfuga y'ebibiina ebingi wayinza okubawo obuzibu obutali bumu na bumu naye ansa yabyo sikulekulira.
Olaro Otuno has been working alone, handling the party as his handbag, and he was aware that members of the party could no longer vote him. That's why he is no longer seeking for re-election. But
he's doing that not in good faith because of the so many wars he has ever seen within the party UPC itself.
Nkakasa nti wadde avuddewo engeri gy'abadde nti abadde mu nteeseganya nnyingi nnyo ez'okulaba nga tufuna ebyokulonda ebirungi ne bw'aba avudde kuba pulezidenti wa UPC tumusaba asigale ng'ali active nnyo nga wabeerawo mu nteeseganya zino okulaba nga eggwanga lyaffe lifuna okulonda okw'amazima n'obwenkanya.
It's on record that he has had quite controversial times ever since he became the president of UPC, and the most controversial where he will be remembered in Uganda is being a presidential candidate who refuses to vote for himself.
NTV Akawungeezi be bamu ku bannabyabufuzi abo betwogeddeko nabo ku kirango Otuno kyakoze nti takomawo ku bukulembeze bw'ekibiina ki UPC. Kaakati tugenderera okubuuza ku nsonga eyo y'emu, olowooza Otuno obutadda ku bukulembeze bwa UPC kiriko engeri gikiyinza okunafuya oba okutwala mu maaso ekibiina? Osobola okugenda ku Facebook n'otuwa ekirowoozo kyo. Mawulire amalala olwaleero ababadde batwala abaana okubayamba naddala abo abanaku mu nkola emanyiddwa ng'eya adoption banditeekebwako etteeka gye bujjako awo. Waliwo ennongoosereza mu tteeka ly'abaana ezikubaganyizibwako ebirowoozo mu paalamenti nga zino zigendera okukugira naddala abazungu abadde batwala abaana ne babafuula abaabwe olwo abaana gye baava ne bataddamu kulabwako.
Omwana ono Stuart Bukenya yatwalibwa mu Amerika nga kigambibwa nti bazadde be abasangibwa emukono bakkiriza okuwaayo omwana waabwe atwalibwa abazungu bamulabirire oluvannyuma okujingirira ebiwandiiko nti kitaawe yafa. Oluvannyuma bakabatema nti Stuart yatwalibwa tagenda kudda.
Yandibaddewo kubanga munayo wadde abo tebasomye bakomyeko we bakomye naye ng'era we bali bakozi.
Yakkiriza nti tumubike. Kakati bwakkiriza kuyambwa tuteeka kwoleka mazima.
Nze saamanya.
Okugyawo omuwaatwa guno n'okuzzaamu essuubi eri bannannyini baana ng'abazadde ba Stuart ennongoosereza mu bbago ly'abaana eriri mu paalamenti lireese obukwakkulizo ku bazungu abatwala abaana nga babajja mu b'eŋŋanda zaabwe era nga tewali ssuubi nti baliddamu okubalabako.
Tosobola mugoberera naye kati mu proposal yaffe tugamba buli ayagala okutwala omwana okusobola okumulabirira alina okusooka kulekawo details. Wajja kubeerawo provision mu regulations okusobola okugenda okulaba omwana nga bw'abeera eyo ebweru situation gy'alimu afiling reports.
singa liisibwa paalamenti omwana abaatwaliddwa baweze emyaka egyesalirawo waddembe okulondako obutuuze bw'ayagala sinakindi okusalawo okukomawo ku butaka.
Kati omwana ayinza okusalawo okubeera ne dual citizenship eyeeri gye bamututte ne wano mu Uganda. Ayinza okusalawo okugamba nti kale njagala kudda Uganda gye naviira.
Ebbago lye limu lyakuteeka obukwakkulizo mu bifo mwe bakuŋŋaanyiza abaana batalina mwasirizi kubanga abazungu nga bayita mu kkooti bye bakozesa okutwala abaana saako n'okubakukusa.
Foster homes zetuzudde eziri mu Uganda ziriwo okuprosesinga abaana okubatwala ebweru. N'olwekyo lino etteeka ligenda amanya okuwa minisita amaanyi.
Ebbago lino lyaleetebwa omubaka Bernard Atiku ow'essaza lya Aivu ng'ayambibwako ebitongole eby'obwannakyewa eby'enjawulo ebikola ku nsonga z'abaana, kyokka ne minisita akola ku nsonga z'abaana n'aleeta ebbago lye limu ekyaleetawo okukontana. Jingo Francis, NTV, Akawungeezi.
Weewaawo eddwaliro lyeruuka embeera gye lirimu si eyo gy'ogamba nti eri wadde. Twasanze abakazi mu ddwaliro lino bazaalira wansi wa miti nga abalwadde abalala amazzi bagagabana nanti. Abazira kisa basabye gavumenti esitukiremu ku nsonga eno oba si ekyo egende eddwaliro eriggalewo.
Eddwaliro lino lyazimbibwa nga liri ku mutendera gwa Health Center 3 wabula gye lyeyongera lyateekebwa ku mutendera gwa Health Center 4 oluvannyuma lw'okuzimbawo theatre. Embeera eddwaliro lino gye lirimu yennyamiza anti n'ebiswa byazimbamu. Ebizimbe birabika bubi nga n'emunda waabyo awamu wawomoggoka. Nayikondo y'eddwaliro abantu abeetooloddewo be bagikozesa era nga n'amazzi bagagabana n'abalwadde. Olw'eddwaliro lino obutabako kikomera n'ente ziyingira munda mu ddwaliro ne zinywa ku mazzi wamu n'abantu nga n'abasibe amazzi bagajja ku nayikondo eno. Embeera eno etadde ab'ebyobulamu mu disitulikiti eno ku bunkenke olw'okutya endwadde eziyinza okumerukawo. Dr. Peter Wayiswa ng'ono musomesa ku Yunivasite y'e Makerere asabye gavumenti ekole ekisoboka okulaba ng'eddwaliro lino liddaabirizibwa oba si ekyo eriggale.
Agasinga geetaaga okulongoosa abasawo boona kugamba tibabaayo obulungi ate disitulikiti ezira ambulance ne theatre yaibwe yona weeriwo tekola maternity ward yo yayaka yaya emaze kumpi myaka 2.
Okusinziira ku akulira ebyobulamu mu disitulikiti eno Enoka kwikiriza abakyala tebalina we bazaaliranga kati bazaalira mu miti.
Abakazi abazaala bazaalira mu miti, bazaalira mu karumu akali squeezed, infection control nzibu ino.
Ono agamba nti gavumenti eriko ensimbi ze yabawa kyokka nga zikyali ntono okusinziira ku mutendera eddwaliro lino lyeguliko.
Gavumenti yakatuwaayo obukayire 10 kati tibusobola kumala maternity eri ku standard ya district hospital.
Wadde gavumenti egezezzaako okuzimba n'okuddaabiriza amalwaliro mangi gakyali mu mbeera mbi.
Abakyala ba Forum for Democratic Change FDC bakubye ebituli mu lunaku lw'abakyala olwa buli 8 March nga bagamba tebalaba nnyo mugaso gwa lunaku luno okukuzibwa naddala mu Uganda. Bagamba nti abakyala bangi abafa nga bazaala so nga gavumenti erina obusobozi okukomya kino. Baagala ssente zigenda okukozesebwa okujaguza olunaku luno olw'abakyala zigulwemu ebyetaagisa bitwalibwe mu malwaliro agali mu bwetaavu. Bo basuubiza okubaako bye bagula babitwale mu ddwaliro ery'e
Okusinziira ku bakyala b'FDC, abakyala 19 buli lunaku, 248 buli mwezi, 5,706 buli mwaka bwe bafa nga bazaala. Eno ensonga etanudde abakyala bano abakulembeddwamu ssentebe waabwe Ingrid Turinawe okugamba nti tewali ssanyu lye balaba lirina kusikiriza bannayuganda kujaguza lunaku lw'abakyala.
Kati kifuuse kyakatemba nti buli mwaka tulina okwambala t-shirt za Museveni, tulina okwambala gomesi za yero nga tugende wali mu kisaawe okumuyimbira n'okumuzinira nti kubanga atuleetedde eddembe. Teri ddembe Museveni gy'atuleetedde nga tufa.
Bano bagamba nti gavumenti yadde erina obusobozi okukendeeza omuwendo guno oba ogumalirawo ddala yeesuddeyo gwa Nagamba era bawadde embalirira eyeetaagisa okutaasa abakyala abafiira mu ssanya nga ya nusu 200 buli mukyala omuli okugula ekirita, makansi, amakerenda agaziyiza okuyiwa omusaayi ssaako ne kasirinje.
Nga tugatamu ssente zino gavumenti zeeremeddwa okuteekawo zibeera nusu 1,200. nga tubaze glove ya nusu 5, akajirita ka nusu 10, empiso ya nusu 10, n'akakato kano akadagala ke bakukuba empiso ng'omaze okuzaala n'akamala kukagula wano mu famasi wano wansi ka nusu 5.
Bagamba nti ssente nnyingi ezigenda okusasanyizibwa mu kuteeka emikolo gy'olunaku luno zisaanye zitekebwe mu malwaliro olwo abakyala basobole okufuna ebyetaago ebinaabayamba okuzaala watali kutataganyizibwa. Ng'ayogera ku bakyala mu by'obufuzi, tulinawe alaze obwennyamivu olw'abakyala bafuuse abetutumu kyokka ne balemera mu bifo okumala emyaka mu kifo ky'okweyongerayo waggulu okulembera eggwanga.
Kadaga abadde member wa parliament kwa affirmative action entebe ey'okutusonsolera abakyala agibaddeko ebisanja bimeka 4 naye talowonzanga nti kati afuuse munene ayina esente n'ebirala kagenda avuganye ku ntebe y'omusajja zisobole okufuna omukyala omulala ng'akola ki ng'ayingirawo.
Abakyala b'FDC bagamba nti ensimbi ze bagenda okukuŋŋaanya mu kifo ky'okugenda mu bikujjuko bino bagenda kuzikozesa okugula ebikozesebwa abakyala mu kuzaala babitondere eddwaliro ly'e Bugiri. Patrick Mukasa, NTV, Akawungeezi.
NTV Akawungeezi. Abakulu mu poliisi n'amagye batubulidde nga bwe waliwo amasomero ga ddarasa mu bitundu by'e Busia agakozesebwa abayeekera ba ADF okutendeka abantu wadde nga gerimbise mu kusomesa abaana. Ekikwekweto kyakoleddwa amagye ne poliisi abantu 10 ne babayoola. Wabula oluvannyuma lw'okwekenneenya abakwate basigaza akasatu mu bana bano balinze okunnyonnyola ensonga.
Ekikwekweto kino kyatandise ku makya g'olunaku lw'eggulo nga baatandikidde ku muzikiti gw'abasalafu guno n'essomero lya Tawhidi mu kabuga k'e Busia we balowooza okuba abatendeka abantu abaagala okwegatta ku bayeekera ba ADF.
Bashiri yabadde akulembera essomero naye mwamukwata juzi.
Kati oluvannyuma lw'omukwata ani yasigalawo ng'omukulembeze kati terina deputy headmaster
tetumanyi nteekateeka zaawo kale.
Balabiddwako nga bafuuza buli kanyomero omubadde n'okudduka emisinde okusobola okutaayiza abo be balowooza okutoloka. Abalala balaajanya okusonyiyibwa nti babalanga bwemage tebalina kye bamanyi ku bigenda mu maaso.
What is the name of your son?
Saka Ibrahim Natiti.
Which class is he?
Agenda mu university. Kama Katonda abawe emikisa baana bange. Mukama Katonda abongereza.
Bwe batuuse ku ssomero lino omusomesa waawo n'atandika okwogera ebitakwatagana era okukakana naye bamulagidde alinnye kabangali ya poliisi abannyonnyola ebisingawo.
Nsomesa ekibiina ekisooka, ekyokubiri, ekyokusatu.
Wano ku muzikiti gwa Malikazi gwe babadde basinze okwekengera olutuusewo buli abaddewo tebadde kutaliza bonna ne babayoola. Poliisi etutegeezezza nti bakutte 134 wabula ne basigaza akasatu mu bana be basuubira okuba nti be bakozi b'ebikolobero.
Tuzingako omuzikiti gwonna era tulina bye tufunyeeko n'akasomero akamu akayitibwa Tawhid.
I think they monitored our movement yesterday as we are coming to Busia and he has given them to do what?
Bagamba nti batemezeddwako nti Osman Maleto wa ADF omukwaba abaayokya abaana b'Ekicwamba yabadde atendeka abantu bano. Kinajjukirwa nti emmundu ezabbibwa ku basirikale bwa poliisi abattibwa e Bugiri gye buvuddeko nazo zaasangibwa mu ssomero ly'amadarasa.
Omuliro gukutte edduuka y'ebitabo ya Aristoc mu Kampala ebintu bingi ne bisaanawo wabula poliisi etuuse mangu n'etaasa omuliro guno ogubadde gugenda okukwata amaduuka amalala. Tubaddewo Kampala Road nga bigenda mu maaso.
Ngibwa nti waggulu awo babadde balina holding gye bookyerawo then amasanyalaze ne gasparkinga ne gavaako omuliro kubadde balina renovation gye bali mu kukola waggulu awo. Waya z'ekizimbe kino zonna ziri exposed ziri wabweru nga bw'okiraba kyonna kati kuvaako omuliro ne gusaasaanira ekizimbe kyonna. We bagezezaako okuguzikiza omukka ne gusaasaana paka eri emmanju ku bbata. Kati bagenze okugiraawo nga balaba omukka guvaayo.
omuliro gona kine gukwata ne guba kati akyeekyo we tukubidde poliisi nejja negezaako guzikiza.
And the property was also rescued as our normal duties of protecting life and property, and we have done it. So currently there is no fire.
Mu mawulire agavudde mu bitundu ebirala eby'eggwanga Butambala omusajja asse musajja munne eyamutudde mu kifuba gwagamba nti yamusanze lubona ne mukyala we nga omukwano gubatembi. Ono omusiguze yamukubye ennyondo yo emitiya n'abantu babiri bafiiridde mu kabenje.
Omusajja Butambala Bomali Mukasa ng'akola gwa bukinjaaji mu kabuga k'Ekibibi yakubye omusiguze abadde ne mukyala we ennyondo emutiddewo bwamukutte lubona. Afudde ye Sande Kikomeko ng'ono abadde akolera mu kitongole ekikozi ky'oluguudo. Bomali bw'atuusiddwa ku poliisi ategeezezza ng'obusungu bwe bumutumye okukuba omusiguze kyokka tagenderedde kumutta.
Ngendo nasanga oluggi nga teruliko sitafuli nga sirusibe nensindika ngenda okulaba n'omukyala wange.
Ye omukyala avuddeko Kalumanywera agamba yali yayawukana ne Bono.
N'olwokuba nti ye nagaana okumudya ate abasajja balankola ki mbaagala lwaki ekintu zange yakitereka yenga ye.
Bomali wakugulako ogw'obutemu. Ate UNPG olutuula lwa kkooti enkulu egenda okuwulira emisango egy'amaanyi lugguddwawo. Emisango gya Naggomola 40 gye gigenda okuwulirwa. Ku gino kuliko 15 egy'okujjula ebitannajja, 12 nga gyakubbisa mmundu, 11 gya butemu, kuliko n'ogw'okukwata omukazi gumu. Era ng'emisango gino gyonna gisuubirwa okumalirizibwawo okuwulirwa mu bbanga lya mwezi gumu. Omulamuzi Helen Obura yaguddewo olutuula lwa kkooti luno. Emitiana abantu babiri bafiiridde mu kabenje n'omu n'addusibwa mu ddwaliro ng'ataawa. Emmotoka mu babadde batambulira bwe wabye n'eyingira ekyuma ekibeera ebbali w'oluguudo. Abamu ku babaddewo ng'akabenje kano kagwa bagamba nti emmotoka ebadde ku misinde mingi. Emiramu nno gitwaliddwa ku ddwaliro ekkulu Emitiana.
Eddakiika zino ziweze 17 eziyise ku ssaawa emu. NTV Akawungeezi ekyagenda mu maaso. Bino bye bimu ku bye tulina mu kitundu ekyokubiri. Mu nsi n'ebyewuunyisa ogenda kulaba omusajja eyagaana okuwasa agamba motoka zimusingira abakazi. Ate mu mboozi ey'okwekulaakulanya tudda n'ekyama ekiri mu mata g'embuzi.
Olugero lwa leero lukutuusibwako Movit okwekakasa ku lunaku lwonna.
Aganaalya n'agataalye gonna ku nte. Ababeera mu Baagiro bonna amaaso gababeera ku nte ebaagibwa. Mu bo mubaamu abanaafuna ku nnyama n'abakoma ku kulabako. Olugero olwo lutegeeza nti ffenna tuba n'ebigendererwa mu bulamu naye ababituukako babeera batono ddala.
Neka tukozesa mu bitabo gye ne mu bitabo so. Nange
Movit okwekakasa ku lunaku lwonna.
On Sunday, March 8th, come celebrate International Women's Day at the Airtel Inspiring Women Concert featuring Tiwa Savage, flying in all the way from Lagos, Nigeria.
Hey everyone, it's Tiwa Savage. Make sure you come out and celebrate International Women's Day with me March 8th in Kati Kati, Kampala. I will be there performing alongside Uganda's top divas, and you know we women, we run the world.
Regular tickets are 20,000 and VIP tickets are 50,000. And they'll go on sale from March 1st. Airtel Inspiring Women Concert is brought to you by Talent Africa, Reach a Hand Uganda, 91.3 Capital FM, and Airtel. Focus on Africa. Our top stories.
Congratulations, you're the 2014 BBC African Footballer of the Year. Merci beaucoup.
This is the underwater hotel room.
This is Victoria with the BBC Minute, 60 seconds of
To
Tonight on NTV with
OLX, everything sells.
We are here
to present you the magnetic...
Magnificent, darling, magnificent.
This whole killing thing, it's really getting on my nerves.
How do your hits?
I'm not gonna have you do my killing for me.
Tonight on NTV.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells. Kiki kyolowooza ne Samona?
Kiki kyolowooza ku ssaawa emu n'eddakiika 21 nalese mbuuziza nti olala otuna obutadda ku bukulembeze bwa UPC kiriko engeri gye kiyinza okunafuya oba okutwala ekibiina mu maaso. Kantandike ne Andre, kituufu nnyo kubanga bonna abali mu UPC temuli ayinza kukulembera kibiina, so naawagira olala otunu yandisigaddewo. Stephen Nsubuga webale ekirowoozo nakyeyu n'ekibiina kyagwa dda. Bukenya agenda alime katusembyeyo Vincent bambi awumule ebiseera byebyo kati n'ebirala biweebale nnyo byoyongeddeko. N'omulala wano amuwadde amagezi ag'okulima emmwanyi. Mwongere okubaganya y'ebirowoozo ku Facebook. Ebimu biyitawo wansi awo mpola mpola, ebirala tujja kubiddira mu maaso awo gye bujjako.
Samona Hair Relaxer ne Samona Hair Food asangibwa wonna. Jukira endabika yo kyekitiibwa kyo.
NTV Akawungeezi mu kanyomero kaffe ak'ensi n'ebyewuunyisa olwo omuvubuka wa myaka 28 wano ebyokuwasa akyabiganye. Agamba teri kintu kyasinga kwagala mu nsi nga mmotoka gwe tugenda okulaba.
Omuvubuka ono Nathaniel mmotoka yeeno gye yatuuma Chase yagitamira bwenge. Tava weeri emubeera ku lusegere era buli kaseera aba agiyooyoota. Kituufu buli omu abaako ekintu ky'ayagala okuzaama. Kyokka Nathaniel mu kwagala mmotoka yeeno ate ye ayiseewo. Eby'okugyagala ng'emmotoka yabivaako dda nga kati yagifuula muganzi we.
Love you, baby.
Mwana mulenzi ono yatuuse n'okubikulira kitaawe ekyama bwe yamugambye nti talina mukazi yenna ku nsi kuno gwe yeegomba okuggyako mmotoka yeeno era yatandika n'okwegatta nayo mu ngeri y'abantu abaagalana.
How does that work? How can you have sex with a car?
We have a favorite song. It's Can't Fight This Feeling by REO Speedwagon.
Nathaniel agulira mmotoka eno obulabo bw'amazaalibwa agitwalako out ng'enjogera y'ennaku zino bweri. So nga ate era akulukusa ne ku maziga singa amala akaseera akawanvu nga tagiri kumpi oba okugirabako.
Otyo eyo yensi n'ebyewuunyisa mu mboozi yaffe kati ey'okwekulaakulanya eyalima Lunda Gaggawala. Olalo tulina Zakaria Kigozi ono mutuuze Kayunge yalunda embuzi enzungu. Embuzi zino era zikamamu n'amata. Katwongere okunyonyoka ensonga eno.
Obwegendezako n'obukugu obuli ku ddundiro ly'embuzi lino tebugambika. Era bino byerekerawo nga wakatuuka wano. Mu kifo kino tewali mugenyi akkirizibwa kuyingira mu kisibo kya mbuzi nga tasoose kwenyika mu ddagala lino. Embuzi zino za bika bibiri okuli ekika kya Sanen ne Tonjibang. Ekisibo kino kirimu embuzi 5 nga 25 ku zo ze zikamwamu amata. Okusinziira ku Theo Grotti nga yenanyini ekifo kino ebika by'embuzi bino bye bikyasinza obwangu okulunda.
Well, many people think that you need
newankubadde nga abantu bangi batannyo okutandika obulunzi nga beekwasa obutaba na ntandikwa oba kiyite capital, kino kye kyandisembeyo okulowoozebwako.
Bino bye bimu ku bye weetaaga okulunda embuzi nga zino enzungu ezivaamu amata.
Very first thing you need is really knowledge. You really need to know what you are doing. You need to know everything.
Ekintu ekisookera ddala omuntu alina kusooka kunoonya magezi ku ekyo ky'ayagala okwenyigiramu. Ekirala ekikulu kwewaayo n'obumalirivu mu ekyo ky'osazeewo okwenyigiramu. Bw'otandika obulunzi olina okwewaayo okwenyigiramu kubanga bw'olekera abakozi bokka toyinza kutuuka ku ky'oyagala.
Zakariya Kagumba nga yali mu mitambo gy'ekisibo kino agamba nti embuzi ekika kino teziboola mbeera ya budde.
Lwakuba ekirungi ekiri ku mbuzi nti embuzi kisolo kitonotono tekyetaaga kifo kinene nnyo nga nte. Nti mu kifo kino omuli embuzi zino nga 30 ate toyinza teekamu nte 30.
Buli muntu mu mbeera gy'alimu embuzi ekika kino asobola okuzirunda.
Okutuuka ebbanga lyefunirako eggwako kitwalira emyezi nga 8. Embuzi bwe giwakisanga nto eyinza ofuna obuzibu mu kuzaala nti amagumba ago ag'emabega gaba tegannagazibwa bulungi. So omuntu weewaka netuuka ng'ebadde nto eremerera okuzaala ne weekanga nga ate olina girongoosa bulongoosa.
Ng'oggyeko zikubira mu biyumba mwe zibeera omulunzi aweewa amagezi okufuna ekifo nga kino mwe zibeera ne zizannya ne zikola duyiro ne ziba nga nnamu bulungi. Ate bwe kituuka ku ndabirira yazo era naawo ziteekwa okukwatibwa ng'ekyatika.
Embuzi zino omuntu oba onaazikuza obulungi zetaaga okuba nga ziri emmere ey'enjawulo. Tugambe ebisagazi, gwatamala, emalubale, kalyandra. Ebyo byonna bikoze embuzi. Abaana bano tetubakkiriza kuyonkera ku nnywanto za maama waazo. Kubanga buli gye zikoma okuyonkerako zitusumbuwa okuzimanyiiza okunywera ku nnywanto. Oluvannyuma lw'ebbanga lya nnaku 14 tukola tutya akaana tutandika okukawa tutandika oka introducinga ku mata g'ente kubanga amata g'embuzi gano ate tugeetaaga olw'ebintu ebyenjawulo bye tugakolamu.
Newankubadde amata g'embuzi si gattutu mu nnyo mu Bannayuganda ate mwattu gakira ku g'ente mu kuba n'ekiriisa.
Amata g'embuzi gali mu mangu kugamba omuntu oba oganywedde oyanguyira mango kitwandise ogwa digestinga mu mubiri obutolu digestion system egakuba mango olw'ensonga nti protein particles eziri mu mata g'embuzi neneko okompeyaringa ne protein particles eziri mu mata ki g'ente nti omuntu yenna awoza wenywa amata g'ente gampisa bubi.
Abagalina kye baba bagatundira ku ssente eza waggulu okusinga ku g'ente.
Omuntu oyinza okugamba liita 2 bisemu siringi 6. Okay, ziba ssente nyingi naye nze sijja gatunda butunzi nga mata. Nze njagala ngakolemu bye ngakolamu tukola cheese nsobola ate okufunamu ssente ezisinga mu 6 ke nanditunze liita.
Kagumba agamba abantu balina kyusa ndowooza yaabwe embi gye balina ku mata gano kubanga ga mugaso nnyo abantu bana baba bagategedde.
Akatale weekali akamata amata g'embuzi baganoonya lwakuba kibi nnyo nti abantu baffe abasinga omugambo amata g'embuzi agamba tekisoboka tebaganywa oyagala kunkola.
Ng'oggyeko okugatunda bano era amata gano bakolamu omuzigo omuzungu oguyitibwa cheese nagwo ogwettanirwa ennyo abantu. Ivan Kimuli Kigozi, NTV.
Limalunda gaggawala emboozi bwetyo bwetambudde. Tugenda kufuna akatale k'ensimbi n'oluvannyuma tujja kudda n'ebiri mu by'emizannyo tovaawo.
Akatale k'ensimbi kakutuusibwako
ICEA Group. To make it in this financial jungle, you need an ally. Welcome to the new ICEA Group. your one-stop shop for all your insurance, pensions, and investment solutions.
This is for the magicians, the ones who make sure you and I are fresh and clean all day long. Magic that appeals to our senses. Magic that makes a big job easy and fun. Feel the magic of all day fresh clean.
Must watch with
OLX. Everything sells.
Oh,
You are Colleen Gibson, right?
I know this looks really bad.
That's Dick.
Yeah.
He's, this whole killing thing, it's really getting on my nerves.
Yeah, I'll do your hits.
I'm not gonna have you do my killing for me.
I'll do anything. Come on, it's...
So where'd you learn to shoot like that?
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX. Everything sells.
Mu byemizannyo ttiimu y'eggwanga eya handball yandigenda mu Ethiopia ng'abazannyi tebawera. 12 ku bazannyi baayo balemereddwa okufuna ebiwandiiko ebibakkiriza okufuluma Uganda. Ttiimu eteekateeka okusimbula ku Lwomukaaga ekiro okugenda mu Addis Ababa okwetaba mu mpaka za All Africa Games Qualifiers.
Abakulembeze b'ekibiina ekifuga omuzannyo gwa handball mu ggwanga bagamba nti basobeddwa olw'abazannyi baabwe bwe basuubira okusibirako olukoba mu mpaka za handball w'amawanga okubanga n'okutuusa kati tebannafuna paasipooti zaabwe. Bano basuubira okusimbula ku Lwomukaaga luno ogenda mu ggwanga lya Ethiopia okwetaba mu mpaka z'okusunsulamu amawanga aganeetaba mu mpaka za All Africa Games ez'omwaka guno. Abazannyi 12 ku abo 24 be bategese okutwala mu mpaka zino tebannakakasa oba banaasobola okufuna ebiwandiiko ebibeetaagisa okufuluma mu ggwanga. Omutendesi Bernard Opoka agamba nti bw'oggyeko ekyokubeeraliikiriza nti abazannyi baabwe ab'amaanyi tebaagende era embeera eno etaataaganyizza nnyo okutendekebwa kw'abazannyi.
Buli lukya bagamba abazannyi babeetaaga ku ministry ne bagenda ku ministry kati abamu babeera ku ministry bayinza okumalayo olunaku lulamba ne bamisinga training of which kikosa nnyo ttiimu. Ebintu ebimu basobola okuba nga tebasobola bituukiriza bikola lwa nsonga nti balingiriza passport zaabwe.
Mu kiseera kye kimu era abatendesi beeraliikirivu nti bayinza obutaweza muwendo gw'abazannyi bebaagala okutwala olwa kampuni ezaali zibasuubiza ensimbi okubayiwayo. Naye nga bwe bagamba nti n'aganaafa bagatemera essubi na bano bagenda mu maaso n'okwetegekera empaka zino era nga balina essuubi nti singa banaabala ne batuuka mu Ethiopia abaayo baakubamalirako ekiruyi.
Tusuubira okuzannya ate tujja kusinkana ttiimu zonna tujja kuyitako.
Uganda yakuttunkana amawanga nga Tanzania, Rwanda, Kenya ne Eritrea wamu n'abategesi aba Ethiopia. Ttiimu eneewangula empaka zino yegenda okukiikirira Zone 5 mu mpaka za All Africa Games ezigenda okubeera mu Congo Brazzaville omwezi gw'Ekkumi. Sam Mpoza, NTV Akawungeezi.
Mu birala Premier League y'Ebungereza eddamu olwaleero ttiimu zirwanira bifo ate endala zifuba kulaba nga tezisalwako. Empiira giwerako egigenda okuzanyibwa naye nga gwa Manchester United ne Newcastle gwe gusinze okutunuulirwa. Arsenal egenda kuzanya ne QPR.
Abazannyi ba Manchester babadde n'obuvune abasinga basuubira okukuba omupiira gwa leero oluvannyuma lw'okusooka. Phil Jones ne Luke Shaw basuubira okuzannya omupiira wiiki ewedde olw'obuvune bwe baafuna Manchester United ng'ezannya ne Sunderland. Wabula Michael Carrick wadde nga yawonye kisuubirwa nti ayinza obutazannya mupiira gwa leero olw'okuba nti tannatuuka ku mutindo gwetaagisa. United eruubirwa kujja Arsenal mu kifo kyokusatu. Yo Arsenal egenda kuzanya QPR. Waliwo essuubi nti Francis Konkweleni eyafuna obuvune ku nnyindo wiiki ewedde yandisama mupiira gwa leero. Ate ye Jack Wilshere, Matthew Debuchy, Matthew Flamini ne Abou Diaby abo si bakusamba nga bakyalina obuvune. Omuwutanyi wa QPR Sandro yawonye obuvune era nga yandisamba mu kya Joe Barton ali ku kibonerezo kya kadi emmyufu. Mu mipiira emirala Manchester City ekyaza Leicester ate Chelsea ekyaza West Ham nga Spurs yakuzanya ne Swansea.
Otebya emizannyo bye bifundikidde tetugenda kusukkawo obudde bubuno butandise okwewerekera ebulayo eddakiika 25 essaawa ziwera 2. Kampala sibyayo kya nnyo ebbugumu tubadde ku degrees zibadde 3. Eryo ebbugumu libeera lingi nnyo naye obudde ekisuubiro enkya bujja kubeera bukkakkamu. Amawulire amalala gajja ku ssaawa 3. Nze Frank Alisimbi musire bulungi.
NTV, turning on your world.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Ariel claims better stain removal in one wash. We've come to see if it's true.
Follow me, and let me explain how this works. Many food greasy stains are difficult to remove because they stick to fibers, like glue.
But why is this important?
Aha, let me show you. We'll use a mixture of butter, baby food, and other stains. Now I'll show you how new Ariel with grease cutting technology removes tough food stains better than the competition.
So the claim is true. Try it yourself.
Ariel removes stains better in one wash.
Think you have nothing to sell? Look around your home. You'll find something you don't use anymore that you can sell on OLX.
Simply download the OLX app, take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Today's highlight.
Max Martinez, he was in town. Actually, he was at the inn.
What?
Do your dirty job once and for all. That's why you were born, to do evil. Oh, great! Now the party is complete!
Today's highlight. This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
Good evening, my favorite people. Thank you so much for tuning in to Log In. My name is Robin Christie, so make sure you sit back, relax, you're in for a treat. In the world of hair and makeup, guess what? A new beauty salon just opened up on Kampala Boulevard, and we went for a makeover. I was made up to look like a princess, and there were other people like Cindy Sanyu who also attended. I don't want to say much, just take a look at this.
Yeah, the Sandman boy, I go dead. DJ a random day. Yeah, them know what me say. Hey, what's up? This is Cindy, baby, and I'm logged in right now with Robin Christie right here on NTV. Stay right there.
Hair and makeup are a girl's best friend. That's why many flocked to the launch of Della Attractions, a new beauty center on Kampala Boulevard. Today, I've been invited by these guys of Della Attractions, which is the new beauty parlor that's just opened upstairs, and they've called me for a makeover.
You got me from to take a long journey. I cannot take it without you.
Take a keen look at how I look before my makeup. So let's see how I look after this. Many were getting their hair, nails and makeup done while enjoying some good music and chilled drinks. Well guys, as you can see, my face has completely changed, yes, from before and after. This is the after. When every customer was satisfied by their makeover, they had a photo opportunity to keep the memories. Look who graced this launch. Cindy Sanyu herself, who was dressed to kill, and with a makeover, she left a happy customer.
I am a typical Ugandan. I like fresh things. I'm always looking out for new stuff. And then also a friend of mine told me about it, said, can you come over and check it out? So I thought I should go and try it out, and I am absolutely loving it. I think they did my nails really perfectly and the makeup as well, so yeah.
The event had mainly ladies, but a few men who care about their looks also dropped in for a shape-up. NTV has launched a new TV series dubbed Studio 256, and it's all about singing. If you love singing, check this out.
Yeah, frontline always. I wanna run in a character. Yeah, me want me chat.
The Uganda film and TV industry is revolving, and it is evident with the new concepts that are being created.
Straight through to December, we make you remember. You don't need to check your calendar.
Recently, NTV launched another TV series dubbed Studio 256, which is a musical that follows the process of becoming a professional musician. This series is really amazing. I think it's something different. How has the experience been, and what do you think about this production?
New, bone and marrow. It is very fresh, very, very fresh. And everything that you'll be seeing on TV is as is.
How do you feel being part of Studio 256?
I think this is one of the greatest moments of my life. It's one of the greatest moments of my life.
It involves a lot of singing, and for those that are music lovers, will enjoy every bit of it. So don't miss it every Thursday at 7:30.
Look at me, I will never pass for a perfect bride.
Give a little time to me, I'll burn this out. We'll play hide and seek to burn this around.
Everywhere I'm looking now, I'm surrounded by your embrace. Baby, I can feel your hello.
Beautiful ladies that are part of Studio 256. Anita, how are you doing?
Good, Robin. I'm very fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. When did you start acting, and what your character is?
Well, my character is Maya, this very rich, no-nonsense girl.
People watched you on the show for the first episode, and how does it feel to, be part of this?
It feels so amazing. It's a great chance. It's a great opportunity, and I cannot thank NTV so much for this.
Guess who graced us with their presence? The one and only Bebeku, who believes in new talent, always believing, and I love that. Bebeku, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm so happy to see you here, supporting NTV, of course, and supporting new talent. What do you think about Studio 256? Because you've watched a bit of it. Please tell us what you think.
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank the proprietors of this, Studio 256, because it's one of the other ways that I think the country needs. Not every musician in the country needs to go through a hustle. I think they have created a way that children from all angles, be it big families or the smallest family, if you have talent, this is the right place where you can, expose yourself, and all of a sudden you become a star.
Hi, I'm Anita Fabiola.
And I'm Esther John. I'm Gabriela Gajanta. And you're watching Login with Robin Kirsty.
We are Studio 256, and you are watching Login. Ever since I met a girl, I had a chance to be the guy. Yo, what's up? You're watching Login with Robin Kirsty and Bebeku. You cannot miss out. Stay right there.
Let's take a quick coffee break. We'll be right back.
NTV, turning on your world.
OLX Tunda. Think you have nothing to sell? Look around your home. You'll find something you don't use anymore that you can sell on OLX.
Simply download the OLX app, take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Lead singer of SNS band Akawungeezi recently launched her new video 911 and they entertained us with some great music. Check this out.
People, are you ready? Are you ready? Call 911 pan the celly. Are you ready? May I watch things like a telly? Are you ready? Tell them. Imagine everybody step on the floor, bring it, back it.
Singer Akawungeezi, who plays with SNS band, recently launched her new music video 911 at Indulge. The band SNS first played a number of old school songs that started the evening off in a great mood. It was then time for Caro to premiere her video, which was full of energy and she looked like she had a blast.
People, are you ready? Are you ready? Call 911 pan the celly. Are you ready? May I watch things like a telly? Are you ready? Tell them. Imagine everybody step on the floor, bring it, back it, drop it down, no too sexy, wax, so whine it down, no wine, 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 drop, 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 just see that on it and right up on it.
Hello guys and welcome to Login right now. We are at Indulge in Monyonyo, where the beautiful Akawungeezi is launching her new video 911. How are you feeling?
I'm okay. I'm excited. It was nice. I'm happy. It's done and I'm happy about it.
You seem excited in the video too. How was the making of it?
It was very nice. I had my friends around. It was very, very nice. I know it's hard, but I love what I do. I just take it in, enjoy it, and live with it. I just enjoy the whole thing. I just love the whole combination. I just love it.
And please, support her.
This is Caro. Keep it locked on Login. Thank you very much. I sign out. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. I batch on this, so dance to the floor. Hey, the music is low. Holding on, taxi one low. Hey, you, the music is low. Turn ambulance and I say good show. Call 911. It's back this high. Call 911. Come on, I'm connected. Call 911. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Call 911. It's back this high.
The Login crew recently checked out a grand opening of a new bar. If you remember the old Alfredo's, it is now called Nirvana Bar, and it is a beach bar, meaning it's all about sand on the ground. Check this out, you know what I'm talking about. Ugandans definitely qualify as party animals because no new party spot opens up unnoticed. Many came to witness the grand opening of the new beach bar Nirvana, which was former Alfredo. Our very own Pretty Katende showcased her styles through the night using beautiful and flawless models. The models reflected the fashion of Pretty's house of fashion and left the crowd wanting more. The place was filled of sand and definitely felt like a beach indoors. Let's take another quick break, but when we do come back, it's a day in the life of Mr. Nyimpini Mavonda.
Turning on your world.
This is for the magicians, the ones who make sure you and I are fresh and clean all day long. Magic that appeals to our senses. Magic that makes a big job easy and fun. Feel the magic of All Day Fresh Clean.
This is your girl Tiwa Savage, and for the first time I will be in Uganda performing at the Social Media Awards.
That's right. Vote for your nominees now at socialmediaawards.ug, taking place 7th March at Golf Course Hotel. Download the Tickety app, search for Social Media Awards and buy a ticket via mobile money. Or visit Smile Telecom and Sylvia Awards at Garden City, Smile and Kinaya at Acacia Mall, or Blue Flamingo offices in Tenda. In partnership with Rwanda Air, Smart Telecom, NTV, Smile Telecom, African Woman and Talent Africa.
Ariel claims better stain removal in one wash. We've come to see if it's true.
Follow me, and let me explain how this works. Many food greasy stains are difficult to remove because they stick to fibers, like glue.
But why is this important?
Aha, let me show you. We'll use a mixture of butter, baby food, and other stains. Now I'll show you how a new Ariel with grease cutting technology removes stuffed food stains better than the competition.
So the claim is true. Try it yourself.
Ariel removes stains better in one wash.
Must watch with OLX. Everything sells.
Oh.
You are Colleen Gibson, right?
I know this looks really bad.
That's Dick.
Yeah.
He's, this whole killing thing, it's really getting on my nerves.
Yeah, I'll do your hits.
I'm not gonna have you do my killing for me.
I do anything. Come on, it's...
So where'd you learn to shoot like that?
Take a photo of the item you want to sell. Post it on OLX for free. Meet the buyer and tunda. OLX. Everything sells.
As the Login crew, we want to get you up close and personal with all your favorite celebrities. That's why we introduced a new segment called A Day in the Life of. This week, we have a day in the life of Mr. Nyempini Mabunda, who is the Managing Director of Uganda Breweries Limited. You want to know how the rich and famous live? Check this out. Have you ever wondered how the rich and famous spend their days? Well, in this episode of A Day in the Life, we bring to you Mr. Nyempini Mabunda, the Managing Director of Uganda Breweries Limited. So we decided, let's see how the rich men do it. Yes, his program starts with gym, and right now he's already at gym. I couldn't wake up that early. So come on, follow me. Wow, I didn't think I would catch up, but you know what?
I'm impressed.
I woke up, I'm awake.
I'm impressed, I'm impressed.
Health comes first, so our first stop was the gym. Because UBO sponsors golf, MD felt it necessary to get his golf skills up, so off we went to the golf club. I then joined Mr. Nyempini at his residence for breakfast, and it was as delicious as it looked. In the Mabunda household, it is Daddy's role to do the grocery shopping, and I had to follow him just to see if he knew his way around the supermarket.
Lovely brains here. Like, this is the pinnacle.
I have to say, I was impressed because he had a technique. The best thing about hanging out with rich people is the dining. Lunch was at the Serena, and we were joined by Nyempini's beautiful wife, Mosime. As you can see, it was delicious. For a managing director, even on his day off, he makes time to go and visit his distributors as well as some local outlets.
This is where we help our customers make money and we also make money. It's quite fresh stock. I always look, because quality is very important to us, to make sure that consumers are drinking stock of quality. So I always look at the manufacture date and the best before to make sure that, one, they manage the stock very well in terms of rotation, but number two, we have the freshest stock. Kafundas. We go to like modern big bars. So anything from, it could be in Munyonyo or Liquid Silk or Sheraton and Serena. But you can also go to like very small outlet where people are consuming and enjoying our brands. That's back to the basics. And like there's over 40,000 of outlets like these. So we've got branding in here. You see now, I like it when I come to places like this and I see people drinking our brands, like Tusker is on the table. Good afternoon. How are you? My name is Nyimpini. Rose, very nice to meet you. I'm from Uganda Breweries. Yes, very good. How's business?
Fine.
Is it?
Okay.
Okay, so he's got Alvaro as well. Yeah, you see things like this, I always want to understand, because for example, the label is off, it's not good quality. Okay, very good. So I always check the age of the product. Oh, this is very fresh, eh? This was made on the 18th of February. So if you drink this now, it's like, tastes very, very good.
Now this is a dedicated boss.
But this is very, very good brand. Sir, I would like you to enjoy UG.
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, come on.
Yeah, the camera can't even see it.
Yes.
After the long day that we had, it was time to relax with a few of his friends who are also CEOs and managing directors. As they say, likes attract likes.
A selection of the world's finest luxury drinks. We call them reserve because they tend to cost anything from $50 and above, equivalent. And we have a combination of a reserve vodka, which is Ciroc. This one is actually been headlined by P. Diddy worldwide. This is our gin. It's a very special gin called Tanqueray 10. It's also luxury. Gold level reserve. There's no better way to celebrate than with this. And you can see that it's quite bling, it's gold, it's all about celebration. Platinum label we only introduced in the world 2 years ago. Very proud of this one. It's actually a private blend that the Walker family used to enjoy by themselves, and it was never used to be shared until we discovered. Hello, welcome. I'm just giving an orientation of what we're enjoying tonight.
What I'm going to drink tonight.
So this is like, it used to be the Walker family, Alexandra Walker and Sons. The blend they only used to make for private dinners when they're hosting people. It was never commercialized, but we discovered a secret recipe about 3 years ago and we commercialized it. It's a fantastic 18-year-old whiskey. You should try it. So tonight it's all about luxury drinking.
Okay.
You know, and you do this when you're hosting your good friends. Who are the people I have here with me that I would like to, they can introduce myself, you know.
Thanks for having us here to invite your boy time, man time.
Indeed, it's the boys' night tonight.
It's the
you
boys'
know,
night.
yeah.
Me, I'm
we are big boys, and then you are allowed an inside view of what's happening, an exclusive, yeah.
Dinner and drinks were on the menu, and only the best Uganda brewery spirits were served. We dined like the rich and famous. What a wonderful day it was.
We'll leave you to have fun with your
Oh yeah, as soon as you leave, the after party begins. Yeah. Enjoy. Ta.
Well, guys, as you have seen, it's been a wonderful day with Mr. Nyimpini. A lot of activities, and now we see how the rich and famous do it. Only Logan can get you that exclusive, all right? So keep it locked right here. My name is Robin Kisti, and it has been a day in the life of Mr. Nyimpini Mabunda, the Uganda Brewers Limited Managing Director. You guys are lovely for watching us every week. If you like what I'm wearing, I'm dressed by Celebrity Styles. Unfortunately, that's all we had for you this week, but make sure you tune in next week and keep following us on our Facebook and Twitter page. That's NTV Login. And of course, for me, on all my social media pages, it is Baby Kisti. From the Login team, we love you for watching. Have a good night.
NTV, turning on your world.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Today's highlight.
Max Martinez, he was in town. Actually, he was at the inn.
What? Do your dirty job once and for all. That's why you were born, to do evil.
Oh, great! Now the party is complete!
Today's highlight. This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
I want her to be named after my mother. Isabel, like my mom.
Isabel, I'm going to make you very happy.
The person feels sick.
Oh, sick.
The person is sleepy. The woman is...
Are you pregnant, Thais? Are you serious? You're pregnant?
I'm pregnant, Benny.
Thais.
Oh, Benny.
We should have started dating a long time ago.
It's not the amount of time that matters, but the quality of the time spent, right?
The time will be happy. It will be the happiest time of our lives.
Don't worry, Mrs. Wanda. I'll let her know. Okay.
So, Gustavo, what did she want?
Veronica wants to talk to you about Isabel. She says it's urgent.
Oh, my St. Francis. Do you think Veronica may have given up on the adoption?
Vamos deixar que entrem, que invadam o seu lar. Pedir que quebrem, que acabem com seu bem-estar. Vamos pedir que quebrem o que eu construí pra mim. Que joguem lixo, que destruam meu jardim. Eu quero o mesmo inferno, a mesma cela de prisão. A falta de futuro. Eu quero a mesma humilhação. A falta de futuro. Vamos deixar que entrem, que invadam meu quintal. Que suje a casa e rasgue as roupas do varal. Vamos pedir que quebrem sua sala de jantar. Que quebrem os móveis e queimem tudo que restar. Eu quero o mesmo inferno, a mesma cela de prisão. A falta de futuro. Eu quero a mesma humilhação. A falta de futuro. Vamos deixar que entre como uma interrogação. Até os inocentes aqui já não tem perdão. Vamos pedir que quebrem, destruir qualquer certeza. Até o que é mesmo belo aqui já não tem beleza.
mother's cradle.
You may take her. From today on, Isabel is your daughter. Please, Rose, take her away from me.
Veronica, calm down. You may still keep her for 6 months to breastfeed your daughter.
I'll collect milk for her every day. You may ask someone to come and get it. I know it will be hard, but I need you to. I need you to. Take her. Now. Before I'm too attached to her.
Veronica, calm down. Are you afraid you'll suffer when you have to give her up in 6 months? Is that it?
Today I saw an inmate having to give her son away. I will not stand that pain. I prefer you to take her away right now. I'd rather part ways now. It will be worse later.
If you change your mind, if you want to see your daughter, just let me know. I'll bring her whenever you want.
Here, take it. I never want to see her again. I'll never want to see her again. Take her, Rose. Take her. Take her now. I'm begging you. Please take her.
You stay in peace. Stay in peace, Veronica. Hello, guard.
Calm down. Come here. Come here. Whoa. Come here. Come. Come here.
It's so cute. How did
It's
it
really
get in
cute.
here?
I don't know. I'll take it outside. Let's go. Come.
Só você pra dar à minha vida a direção, o tom, a cor me fez voltar a ver a luz, estrela no deserto a me guiar, farol no mar.
Such a nice day out, and you're in there. Go on, man. Go. Go. Follow your path.
Eu indo embora, quanta loucura por tão pouca aventura. Agora entendo que andei perdido. O que é que eu faço pra você me perdoar?
Alcino? 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 Alcino!
Marty.
I'll call an ambulance.
No, Marty. No ambulance. Do something else.
Ernestina?
Excuse me. Mr. Gustavo, Mrs. Mari is on the phone. She wants to talk to you. She sounds desperate.
Mari? Hello, Mari, what is it? I'm on my way there.
I'll just get my purse. Gustavo, wait. I have to ask you once more, Gustavo. Forgive Alcino. I know that you still carry a deep hatred in your heart for the prank that Alcino pulled on you. But just let it go, Gustavo. Forgive your friend.
I'm so happy that you're here, Alcino. Gustavo is here.
Brother, I'm glad that you came.
He's very sick, Mari.
I'm going to call for an ambulance.
No, Mari. I don't want to die in an ambulance. It's my time. I was only waiting for you to come, Gustavo. To say goodbye to my brother.
You should quit this habit of playing with serious stuff. It was funny when we were 15. Now it isn't anymore. I didn't come here to say goodbye to anyone, brother. You're going to the hospital and you're going to be fine. How many times have you recovered already? Why would this be different now?
I'm fine, Gustavo. I only need one thing. Forgive me, Gustavo. You know, that prank. I just wanted to save you from the miserable life you had, I swear.
You succeeded, Alcino. I became a new man thanks to you. I met Rose. I saw pleasure in life again, brother. If today I'm happier than I've been before, I owe it to you.
So you mean that you forgive me, Gustavo?
I should ask for your forgiveness, Alcino. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for taking so long to realize you wanted me to be happy, brother. Thank you for helping me get my life back again. For giving up Rose for me.
I didn't do anything you wouldn't have done for me, Gustavo. Please. You and Rose be happy. Enjoy your lives. Do everything I didn't have time to do.
Alcino! Alcino!
No. Alcino.
Go in peace, Alcino.
Oh, no.
Go in peace. Calm down, Mari. Calm down.
I don't know if I want to go. I don't know if I can handle it.
But Gustavo, this was the last wish Alcino asked Mari. He really wanted you to be present.
You're not going to cry over Alcino's death, Gustavo, but to celebrate the life he lived.
I know, Domenico. I feel bad for having taken so long to forgive him. My God, I was harsh, you know? I was miserable. He was always asking for my forgiveness, and I kept feeding him my hatred. He even went to jail because of my blindness. You know, the time I think of the precious time I've lost hating him. I could have used it to enjoy our friendship. He's gone.
Yes, but he left us a very beautiful lesson, Gustavo. He knew the whole time that he was going to die, but until his very last moment, he didn't lose his joy, his hopes, and the will to see everyone happy.
So the best thing you can do for Alcino is to be happy, Gustavo. To be happy. Let's go. Come on, Mari's waiting.
NTV, turning on your world.
Another day begins in this financial jungle. It's man eat man. Listen, the sound of bustling business, the sound of a new member in the family. It's a real jungle out here. To make it in this financial jungle, you need an ally who's bigger, better, and stronger, whose power, presence, and influence is felt across the region. Welcome to the new ICEA Group, your one-stop shop for all your insurance, pensions, and investment solutions.
Some would have us follow a set of rules. Try to fit in. But we say we are our own choices. Some that we must work harder to get ahead. We'll also work smart. We'll have regrets. Who doesn't? But we aren't afraid to try. Do your thing. It's so you and so club. We are explorers, adventurers, dreamers. We are the Mavericks. And this is our time. Club. Tastefully different.
Not for sale for persons under 18.
Yo, bro, I don't get my chick, man. When I SMS her, she wants me to WhatsApp. When I WhatsApp, she wants me to call.
I know you're my big bro, but you gotta change, man.
What? Change my girl?
No, man. Change your pack to Chavi Set.
Get 40 MB data, 40 minutes of talk time, and 40 SMSs with Chavise for just 1,500 Uganda shillings.
Yeah! You lose.
Airtel.
The 5th Annual Uganda International Education Fair 2015 is here. Embrace your future. Come meet delegates from world-class universities and colleges in Uganda, UK, USA, Canada, India, Malaysia, Italy, Russia. Free consultation and on-spot admissions at Hotel Africana on the 13th and 14th of March 2015 from 9 to 5 p.m. Come with your result slips and transcripts for on-spot admissions. Entrance is absolutely free. Organized by WR Education Placement Consultants. Come with a friend. See you there.
Think you have nothing to sell? Look around your home. You'll find something you don't use anymore that you can sell on OLX.
Simply download the OLX app, take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
I'll throw Alcino's ashes in the ocean just like he asked.
The ocean my friend loves so much.
Alcino really loved life. The ocean, this town.
That's why I'll do it the way he wanted.
He asked us all to be together at this moment.
every one of us is like a book that keeps our individual stories, beginning, middle, and end. Our body is only a house where the soul dwells, and death is our soul's very last flight. It leaves when it doesn't fit the house anymore, as if it wanted to start a new story, a new book.
Well, I invited everyone here because I wanted us to toast to Alcino. Only God knows how much I'm going to miss him. All of us will. So I wanted us to celebrate how lucky we were for having had a man like him taking part in all of our lives. Alcino died the same way he always lived, happy. The short time for which I could have his love, I was the happiest woman on earth as well. Because he loved to see happiness overflowing from people's eyes. Alcino isn't dead, he'll never die. Because there's a part of him in every one of us. I hope that we can follow his example, living every day of our lives as if it was a divine gift. To feel happy only for being alive. Let's toast to Alcino.
To Alcino.
To life.
Hold on. Mari.
Calm down.
Mari, can you hear me?
Mari. Give her some
Mari,
space.
you all right? Mari,
Somebody get a...
call the hospital. Call the hospital, Rose.
Calm down.
So, do you have any news?
How is Mari?
The doctor is still taking a look at her.
Oh, darling, you're a doctor. Go inside and see what's happening to her, please.
I'm going to try.
Oh.
Mari.
What is it, Mari? Tell us, Mari. Mari, we'll be by your side, whatever it is, tell us.
Guys, I'm pregnant. Alcino left me a child. He kept his promise, Rose, that he'd be with me forever.
This is so beautiful.
To Alcino and Mari's child.
Yay! This child is the best thing that could have ever happened, Mari.
Alcino is still alive, guys.
It's the best gift he could have given me. He'll be with me for the rest of my life.
And now Alcino will be close to us forever, Mari.
In our memories and inside our hearts as well.
If you need help changing diapers, Mari, Alice has made me a professional.
Yeah. How is it possible that someone this little can produce so much poop? I don't know how to handle it.
Isn't the bath ready, guys? She's impatient.
I know the water's too hot. You gotta pour some more water in the
Come
kettle.
on, quick.
Pour the water.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what are you two doing? Oh, you're a couple of clowns, I'll tell you.
Calm down, Alice. It's okay.
Can't you even fill a bath with water?
Sorry.
What's all this mess?
Oh, wait. Let me handle it, Eurydice. She's all yours.
Didn't you say you could take care of her?
Okay, Pedro, look, we're leaving now. If you need us, call us, okay?
Go on.
Let's go, guys.
Yes,
Come on,
bye-bye,
let's go.
Pedro.
Yeah, I'm going as well. I've got piano class now.
Have a good day, guys. Good luck.
All right, see ya.
Bye,
Bye-bye,
Bye, Alice. Bye.
Hey. Pedro, I think I'll give you an intensive nanny course so you can learn. What, Pedro? Are you okay?
Erica, I can't believe I'll never see Alcino again.
Oh.
I liked him so much, before I knew he was my
Yes.
dad.
He did seem to be a very nice person. He loved life, he was outgoing, he was funny, ironic, and handsome, like his son.
I must follow the advice he gave me at the boat, really. Be happy. And Erica, I think I'm ready again to be with someone. Do you want to be that someone? Will you marry me?
I really want to. Well, so I've always been someone with a savoir-faire.
Thais Elena Fashion. It's the brand of the moment. Look.
Special, good eye for fashion, right? I would say.
Wait.
Hello?
Sorry.
Hello?
Ed, come on. What's happening, guys?
Everyone's
Who is
here.
It? Who?
Lillian Borges.
The first celebrity was blocked at the door. Oh, God.
Really?
And then, well, it's a sort of thing
I'll talk
that
to you
I
later.
wasn't,
Thais? Oh, I'm sorry. Speak.
You're here. I'm so happy. Did you see how successful my store is? Full of celebrities, of socialites.
Congratulations, you finally got to the top.
Thais, isn't Benny launching his pancakery right now as well?
My God, you're right. Attention, everyone. Listen, today we're also having the launch of my husband Benny's pancakery. And I would like to say that all of you are invited because it'll be for free. Pancakes for everyone. It's great. I propose a toast. 1, 2, 3, and Thais, Elena.
I want to speak. I want to speak. Let me talk. I have something to say to everybody. I'd like to thank everyone that helped me out. Of course, to Tanya and her puppies, of course, and Thais, and who I love a lot. Okay. And I'm going to cut. I'll launch it. Yeah. Out of the way.
Hey, hang on, everyone. Benny is giving a speech. Okay, hey.
Hey.
I tell you, these miserable, starving people.
That's right. And they're all rich, right? Nice cars. They all have mansions, all right? Now fancy clothes as well, right?
Right.
And now no cash at all. That's it. Empty fridge.
Look at those two. I'll tell you, it's a mockery. Benny, for God's sake, Tiao and Fiasco are your assistants again. Can't you see this isn't going to work?
Thais, I know that Tiao and Fiasco are useless. And in fact, I know they're only good at assisting. They're my assistants. Now, they're my friends as well, you know, Thais. I can't leave them alone, can I, poor
Benny,
things?
my baby, you're such a good man.
NTV, turning on your world.
Galaxy International School Uganda is a co-educational Cambridge school with 2 campuses, located in Laboa, Kampala, and newly opened campus in Jinja. There is a boarding section for both boys and girls at both campuses, which provides a secure, comfortable, and hygienic atmosphere. We also have diverse club and sport activities for our students. Galaxy is now in Jinja with highly experienced, trained Ugandan and expatriate staff. Admission is ongoing at both campuses.
On Sunday, March 8th, come celebrate International Women's Day at the Airtel Inspiring Women Concert featuring Tiwa Savage, flying in all the way from Lagos, Nigeria.
Hey everyone, it's Tiwa Savage. Make sure you come out and celebrate International Women's Day with me March 8th in Katikati, Kampala. I will be there performing alongside Uganda's top divas, and you know we women, we run the world.
Regular tickets are 20,000 and VIP tickets are 50,000. And they'll go on sale from March 1st. Airtel Inspiring Women Concert is brought to you by Talent Africa, Reach a Hand Uganda, 91.3 Capital FM, and Airtel.
Think you have nothing to sell? Look around your home. You'll find something you don't use anymore that you can sell on OLX.
Simply download the OLX app, take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Are you stressed about school fees? Is your child's education and future secured? Somesa Plus Savings Plan will ensure your life while guaranteeing your child's education. Somesa Plus ensures that your child becomes somebody someday. For more information, call 0414-332-870.
News Updates is brought to you by
Sadolin, color your world.
Presidency no more. Olara Otunu says he will not seek another term at the Uganda People's Congress Party. More trouble at the UPC? What legacy does Olara Otunu leave behind? Tightening the noose. Tougher law on adoption in the offing. And on the farm this week, minting money from goat milk and cheese.
Keep the walls inside your house free of stains with vinyl silk emulsion from Sadolin. Sadolin, color your world. Trusted and admired for generations.
Mr. Severo? At the Queen of England's ball?
He and Mrs. Akawungeezi. That's how they found out about the gambling house they opened in London.
Those two will never change, huh? How about you? How's everything at Aroma's?
Very well. I'll never be able to thank you enough for giving me your share at the company, you know?
You don't have to thank me. I did what I thought was fair.
And here? How's everything here?
The worst part of being between these walls is that my only companion is repentance, Juvenile.
You're not alone, Veronica. And never will be, because I will not let you be alone.
I'd like to ask you one more favor. I want you to give this letter to Rose. It's a letter I wrote to my daughter. She may read it, it's not a problem. But I'd like her to give it to Isabel when she thinks she's old enough to understand everything I wrote. Thank you for everything. My brother.
Who could it be now? I'll answer it, Ernestina. Juvenile, come in.
Thanks.
Wow, what a surprise. Look, I'm sorry, I was on my way out. I didn't imagine I would see you tonight. Aren't you going to Lolo and Valdemar's wedding?
Yeah, I'm going. But I had to talk to you first, Rose, and it had to be in private. I'm coming from the prison. I visited Veronica. She asked me to give you this letter.
For Isabel.
It's for her daughter. She said you could read it and give it to the girl, but only when she's old enough to understand what it says. She said you'll know when that time comes.
My little Isabel. I can't follow your steps until you become a woman.
Because I made so many mistakes and now I'm paying for them. I'm serving a long sentence behind the bars of a prison. But losing my freedom isn't my greatest punishment. It's being away from you. Not being able to give you love. A love that overtook my heart. Since the moment when I found out I was carrying you. Maybe, after I have served my sentence, I'll feel I have a right to look for you and have you in my arms again, my daughter.
Maybe on that day, I'll even deserve to be called Mom by you. Kisses, my daughter, Veronica.
Friends, I'd like to say a few words. Very few, I assure you. Because if I were to say everything that I feel for Lolo, you wouldn't leave this room anytime soon. Lolo, when I first met you, I didn't know yet, but I was being born again. Thanks to you, Lolo. I could remember what life is all about. I want to make you happy, Lolo. as happy as you make me feel.
When Valdemar arrived, I noticed he could only be an airplane pilot. Do you know why? Because by his side, I've always felt I was in the clouds. I love you, Valdemar.
I love you, Lolo.
Woo! All right.
Attention, let's toast to the bride and groom.
Congratulations.
Amazing.
How can it be so beautiful, my love?
They say that from up there, the moon conducts the emotions of men, and it has the power of awakening passion.
Or of making hearts feel even more in love.
That's impossible in my case. More in love with you, darling, I can't be.
Gustavo. There's something I have to tell you now.
What is it?
You're going to be a father.
What? Are you pregnant?
I am. You already have 5 children, now you'll have one more.
Not one more, Rose. This is the first, my love. The first fruit from our love, Rose. You're pregnant. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh my God. I'm the happiest man on earth. You've made me complete, Rose. It's crazy.
NTV, turning on your world.
This is for the magicians, the ones who make sure you and I are fresh and clean all day long. Magic that appeals to our senses. Magic that makes a big job easy and fun. Feel the magic of All Day Fresh Clean.
Mama used to tell me that it's knowledge and experience that makes one's life better. And I now have both. So my life is good, really good. And I owe it all to Mama. To thank her for everything that I am, I found some friendly people with know-how and experience to help make her life better. Which they did with know-how, quality products, and excellent service. You too should meet my friends, Davis and Shirtliff. They have the know-how and experience to make your life better too. Davis and Shirtliff, improving people's lives.
The Pinnacle Current Account from DFCU offers you a wealth of benefits personalized for you. It's the account that offers you a dedicated relationship manager, access to exclusive banking suites and counters, unsecured personal loans of up to 100 million at discounted rates, unsecured overdraft facilities, life insurance for you and your family, internet and mobile banking, savings and investment options with higher returns, extended banking hours, great discounts at our alliance partners, and so much more. You can enjoy all this for a single monthly maintenance fee. So, sign up for Pinnacle Banking. Call 0800 222 000, toll free, or visit your nearest DFCU branch. Terms and conditions apply. DFCU, with pleasure.
Must watch with OLX. Everything sells.
Oh,
You are Colleen Gibson, right?
I know this looks really bad.
That's Dick.
Yeah.
He's, this whole killing thing, it's really getting on my nerves.
Yeah, I'll do your hits.
I'm not gonna have you do my killing for me.
I do anything. Come on, it's.
So where'd you learn to shoot like that?
Take a photo of the item you want to sell. Post it on OLX for free. Meet the buyer and tunda. OLX. Everything sells.
Sit down, kids. Please, sit down, Dad.
Oh, Mom, what is this news that you have to give us?
The news is... Tell them.
They're going to have... You tell them.
Tell them.
Tell them.
What got into them? They're looking so silly all of a sudden. Wow.
Yeah, guys, spill it out. Come on.
Rose, do you want to kill us with suspense?
Well, so you get ready because pretty soon you're going to have another baby in the house.
One more? But why?
Oh, Mom, are you pregnant?
I am, darling.
Oh, Mom! It's so cool! Mom will have a baby!
Yeah, and it's Uncle Gustavo's.
And I'll be a grandpa one more time. Oh my God, I wasn't expecting this. Congratulations.
Aw.
Congratulations, Gustavo.
Congratulations.
Oh, my darlings.
How about Miguel? Does he know he'll be a grandfather?
I called him to give him the news. He was radiant.
That's great, my darling. He deserves to take part in this joy, right?
And the kids deserve to have two cool granddads like you and Miguel.
And this is just our first child, right, love? After you found out that I love kids and this house is huge, we can put many children
Dear God
in here.
in heaven.
Well, love, let's go to Aromas. Let's go because I have a statement to make, a decision I've made.
Oh my God!
Well then, please, sit down. So, due to this new life, to this family I've built, to whom I want to give all my affection, all my time, I've made a very important decision. I intend to step down from Aroma's presidency.
But...
What?
But you're stepping down?
But Gustavo...
Calm down. I'm not abandoning the company. I'll just be an advisor, a counselor for important matters. I can also travel abroad to seek new essences anyway. I will never abandon this company. It's the company I built with so much drive with my friend Alcino. But now, with this new life, I see that I can focus on my personal life and not be too busy for it. Well, therefore, I want to appoint David to combine the positions of perfumer and new president of Aromas.
Congratulations.
Great. And as vice president, I appoint you, Mari.
Thank you.
Nuno is now production director. And you, Juvenile, are general manager at the stores. And I appoint Pedro, now David's assistant, our future perfumer. Well, congratulations to all, and I wish us luck in the new phase of our lives.
Congratulations to your new life.
Yes, my son. We are very proud of you. You finally found out a higher purpose for your existence. That is, to be all together by the side of who we love.
Dad and Mom, I love you a lot. Really.
We're all so very lucky.
Great, yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, pal, excuse me. Do you really have to touch her all the time?
Almeida, that's what he does, right? It's normal.
He could just explain it and then you do the pose. Is it that hard? He speaks and then you do.
Excuse me, can you give me a minute? Listen, Almeida, are you crazy now? Is that it? Listen, Almeida, he's going to think you're my bodyguard
Yes,
and
but-
not my friend.
Well, I want him to know that there's someone here to protect you, huh? And I don't want to be your bodyguard, Gloria. I want to be your boyfriend.
Stop that. Look, we'll talk later, okay? Yeah,
Okay,
relax.
listen. Later.
I'm sorry.
So how was the photo shoot?
Oh, it was perfect.
It's good to see your dream coming true, darling.
Now go get changed so we can leave. Tarcissio's gig is about to start. Let's go.
I'll be right back.
Go on.
I'm so nervous, teacher. Just look at my hand.
You've struggled a lot. You have so much talent. I believe in you. It will be okay. Give me a hug. Let's go. Let's go. Go.
Look, there he is, everyone. Oh, my son. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you for having believed in me.
My love.
Oh.
I'm so happy. You've made it. Your dream has come true.
Congratulations for your brother. Are you still mad at me?
It doesn't matter, Macau.
It matters a lot to me.
Congratulations, man.
Oh, my darling. That was wonderful.
Buenas noches, buenas noches. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is with great pleasure that we, my darling Genoveva, and I, we are here.
To present you the the magnetic,
Magnificent, darling, magnificent.
yes, dear, the magnificent Heaven's Gate Ball Party Show. Tonight, you're going to see a Golden Alcohol Award.
Album, darling, album, Golden Album.
Sure, yes, sure. The Golden Album will be awarded to Pericles and the Weirdos.
Let us applaud. Pericles, please. And now, gracias, darling, gracias. And now, the time has come. The owner of the label will award the prize to the group Pericles and the Weirdos. Applause!
Pericles, congratulations on your great success. You deserve it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Tina, please. wanted to ask permission to sing a song that isn't part of my repertoire, but I would like to pay a homage to a couple that is very important to me and for everyone here.
Eu esperei tempo demais e não sei por que razão eu fugi, não fui capaz de pedir o teu perdão, de pedir o teu perdão. Todo o vinho que eu bebi encharcou meu coração, nem assim eu consegui me livrar dessa amar é perdoar.
Vamos deixar que entrem, que invadam o seu lar. Pedir que quebrem, que acabem com seu bem-estar. Vamos pedir que quebrem o que eu construí pra mim. Que joguem lixo, que destruam meu jardim. Eu quero o mesmo inferno, a mesma cela de prisão. A falta de futuro. Eu quero a mesma humilhação. A falta de futuro. Vamos deixar que entrem, que invadam meu quintal. Que suje a casa e rasgue as roupas do varal. Vamos pedir que quebrem sua sala de jantar. Que quebrem os móveis e queimem tudo que restar. Eu quero o mesmo inferno, a mesma cela de prisão. A falta de futuro. Eu quero a mesma humilhação. A falta de futuro. Vamos deixar que entre como uma interrogação. Até os inocentes aqui já não tem perdão. Vamos pedir que quebrem, destruir qualquer certeza. Até o que é mesmo belo aqui já não tem beleza.
Cat's Cradle.
NTV, turning on your world.
Program Guide
Is brought to you by
OLX, everything sells. Program Guide. Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Nganyirwa nnyo kinene nali sirina wadde 10 n'ebyo byonna bivudde kwani ku Museveni. Sente zazifuna bulungi era tewala ntawanya mu kkubo. Sente yange tifa kujjako nkugitwaliwo omuyindi nampa lisiiti kati ebiseera bituuka nga ngenda ngajjayo amabaati era gaago mumba mugiraba kubanga omwana muzimbidde era mu sente zino nange yo nezimbidde era mu sente zino sina kyenjogera ntoba kiki Katonda yaduwa Museveni waffe sina kyemwogerako.
Insurance Tips
is brought to you by
ICEA Group.
What is an insurance claim? It's basically a request from the insured to the insurance company for compensation based on the terms of the insurance policy. A claim can only be triggered when the risk or peril insured against occurs. For example, if you had insured your vehicle against theft and it was stolen, you would claim for compensation.
To make it in this financial jungle, you need an ally. Welcome to the new ICEA Group, your one-stop shop for all your insurance, pensions, and investment solutions.
LifeMac Furniture makes your life better. Look executive and classy with our leather sofas in all forms of design. Our world-class furniture will make your living room stand out and make a mark to your visitors. Inclusive kitchen, dining, and office furniture, all with an exceptional look. We truly care about your comfort from the time you park in our secure and spacey parking lot. You can find us on Pioneer House, Ginger Road. For immediate assistance, please call us.
NTV, turning on your world.
Presidency no more. Olaro Tunu says he will not seek another term at the Uganda People's Congress Party. We are glad you are watching NTV Tonight. Welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us for another edition, coming to you live on air and online. Here are the headlines as we begin. More trouble at the UPC. What legacy does Olaro Tunu leave behind? Tightening the noose, tougher law on adoption in the offing. And on the farm this week, minting money from goat milk and cheese.
This is NTV Tonight.
Once again, thank you for joining us. A warm welcome to NTV Tonight. I am Josephine Karunji. Now, the president of the Uganda People's Congress Party, Olaro Tunu, has said he will not seek another term in office when the current one ends on 13th March. Olaro Tunu's statement comes ahead of the party's National Delegates Conference, where elections for new office bearers will be held on a date that is yet to be announced. He says he wants to give other potential leaders the chance to drive the party to greater heights. Solomon Seranja starts us off.
Olaro Tunu has been at the helm of Uganda's second oldest party, the Uganda People's Congress, for 5 years. But before his term ends, he has made his intentions clear.
I want my colleagues in the party to know that I do not plan to seek a second mandate as party leader.
Otunu could soon be out of the chair, but he's not quitting politics.
I plan to dedicate my energies, my political energies and time to the central project of effecting democratic change in our country.
Otunu's reasoning is that he needs to free the platform to allow other potential leaders to stir the party and the nation.
I'm not Museveni. I don't cling on to mandates and to power. I've held so many positions in my life I've relinquished all of them voluntarily and moved on to do other things.
Already, some party members are warming up for the seat.
Actually, I'm one of the front runners for that position of President of Uganda People's Congress. That is my mother party, and we cannot allow it to die.
Otunu's reign at UPC, which ends on the 13th of March 2015, has been dotted with negative criticism, which has left the party divided. His leadership has been widely opposed by key members, including Leader Municipality Legislator Jimmy Akena and David Pulkol, the party's former Secretary for Policy and National Mobilization.
Whether he liked it or he didn't like it, he had to go. And the delegates conference, members of National Council were preparing to march to Kampala to reclaim their party in case he tried to stick on.
Even though Otunu has called for the National Council meeting and a delegates conference, his voice can only go so far, considering the fact that there is a court injunction halting any party activities until the case is disposed of.
It is logical that the legal suit be withdrawn before any discussion in the context of dialogue can take place, naturally.
Withdrawing the case before a consent, before an agreement has been reached, no. But therefore, meetings must start tomorrow. Let us have something signed between their group and all our other groups. And then that makes the case simple.
In 2012, the party's former national chairman, Major Edward Rurangaranga, took Otunu to court for allegedly running the party without functioning structures. Solomon Serwanja, NTV.
Now, Lara Otunu's surprise pronouncement has caused a debate among politicians on the next course for the party. Otunu assumed office in 2010, and whereas his reign has been characterized by infighting, he's hailed for establishing strong party structures. Shilan Huchide reports.
UPC party president Olaro Otunu has brought the curtain down to a tumultuous spell at the helm of a party whose founder's image, President Milton Obote, still looms large. Yet his decision to relinquish the position underpins a practice of nobility in a country where those who hold the reins bequeath power to themselves.
We can't accept a situation in which money comes into an institution and is taken out and divided among individuals.
UPC party vice president Joseph Bosa says the novelty of Otunu's approach to politics ruffled feathers at Uganda House, the headquarters of the party.
He was trying to establish systems. You are going to be in trouble.
Bosa recalls, before Otunu came to office, he found a party which lacked institutional order.
The party headquarters was like a cattle market.
A politician with a gift of the gab, Otunu had scaled the lofty heights of the UN, rising to the top as UN Undersecretary. However, though his consummate diplomacy skills could open doors in the UN corridors, Otunu failed to gain gravitas in the rough and tumble of Uganda's toxic politics.
From the time he was voted in as the party president, he has been fought, and up to now, they are fighting for him.
People in his own party did not accept him as their own leader. They didn't offer much in terms of supporting him as a leader. They only kept on actually trying to pull him down.
Even as he prepares to give way, the Obote personality cult could continue to influence the political bearing of the party. Otunu replaced Mary Obote, the wife to former President Milton Obote. In the delegates conference held in March 2010, Otunu defeated the son of the founding leader of UPC, James Akena. Since then, Akena and Otunu have not warmed up to each other. Fears are abound that UPC could suffer the KANU party syndrome in neighboring Kenya, where post-independence parties gradually collapse after the founding leaders have left power. Coupled with financial strains and the lack of a level playing field, many opposition parties continue to walk a tightrope.
A cross-section of political analysts believe that UPC as a party has lived beyond its sell date. So how fast and how soon can this party organize itself to front a formidable and credible presidential candidate?
I don't think we can mobilize a candidate to stand as UPC presidential candidate. within this short time. We don't actually have resources as a party.
Sheila Nduchire, NTV.
Well, thank you, Sheila. Meanwhile, MPs say Otunu's move will affect the drive and efforts to demand for effective electoral reforms. Others say that his decision to opt out of a second term was driven by pressure from within the party, as many members have openly opposed his style of leadership.
I think that is a progressive step for all those aspiring for a fully fledged multi-party political dispensation are really taken aback, and I think it should be part of our culture that you don't just resign, as has been the trend of recent.
Olaro Tunu has been working alone, handling the party as his handbag, and he was aware that members of the party could no longer vote him. That's why he is no longer seeking for re-election. But
this is a matter of UPC, and I think we should leave it to UPC.
I wish he had not stood for the presidency of UPC. His performance as party president of UPC was deplorable. But I think he has realized it. And by his refusing to stand again, he may retrieve some of the pride he had completely lost.
He has been in the struggle with us. He has made his contributions, but it is very unfortunate that he's throwing in the toilet at this time, because we all needed to be together to push forward this country for a change.
It's on record that he has had quite controversial times ever since he became the president of UPC. And the most controversial where he will be remembered in Uganda is being a presidential candidate who refuses to vote for himself.
Now, foreigners seeking to adopt Ugandan children may have to contend with stricter regulations if Parliament passes the Children's Amendment Bill now before the House. The amendment that has been sought for nearly 10 years also provides guidelines on the citizenship of such children, where they live and how they will relate with their parents if alive. The proposals are contained in a private member's bill tabled by Aivu MP Bernard Atiku.
In April last year, NTV serialized a special report of how a family resident in Mukono district, Festo Matova and his wife Hasifa Nakiwala, lost contact with their son Stuart Bukenya. The boy was adopted by an American family under controversial circumstances. Since 2009, the couple has been in tears after they were informed that their son would never return and that his name had been changed to Cyrus Hoji.
Yandibaddewo kubanga mnayo wadde abo tebasomye bakomyeko bakomye naye ngera bwe bali bakozi yakkiriza ntumubike kakati bwakkiriza kuyambwa kuteeka kwoleka mazima.
In a bid to prevent such cases and help a family whose children are adopted, Parliament is considering amending the Children's Statute under the Children's Amendment Bill now before the House. If the bill is passed into law, parents or guardians will have visiting rights to such adopted children and also have a say in determining their citizenship.
The lacuna is in the provision for adoption orders. Now, those adoption orders are being circumvented.
The law will also have stringent provisions on foster homes, which are normally contacted by foreigners seeking to adopt children.
That majority of children are being placed in homes whose standard of care is unknown and which are not being monitored by the government.
These provisions are contained in a private member's bill tabled by Aivu County MP Bernard Atiku.
Uganda has no law to establish safeguards to ensure that inter-country adoption takes place in the best interest of the child. Up to 77% of these adoptions are meant to be finalized outside Uganda.
But Atiku's bill has a legal challenge to overcome after outgoing Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, Mary Karolo Krut, tabled a similar amendment bill in Parliament.
And actually, this is what we lawyers call a test case to Parliament. This is the first of its kind in Parliament, that we are having two bills sent to the committee. The matter of procedure has to be settled. And the agreement is going to bring forth which bill is going to be our lead bill.
On the legal basis, with objective reality. This is what we are going to follow. And after getting a lead bill, how do we incorporate all the other aspects of the other bills, all those issues in this bill?
We are seeing people taking our children and nobody seems to be caring. The ones who should be controlling are actually facilitating.
Jingo Francis, NTV, Parliament.
Well, thank you, Jingo. Let's now take a short break, but still ahead on this bulletin. Lack of political will and rigid bureaucracy undermine East African regional trade. And Newsnight with Maurice Mutsha and Andrew Mwenda.
Today in History is brought to you by GEMS Cambridge International School, Kampala. GEMS Cambridge International School, Kampala provides a high-quality standard of education in a supportive, friendly learning environment. The school is open for tours and enrolments.
More than an ordinary kitchen, more luxury, true value, a perfect measure of quality and fine line, enriching your home life. At Hwansang, we present a full line of choice for you. Visit Hwansang showroom in Ntinda industrial area. Hwansang makes a difference.
Dream big dreams, you're never too young. Dream another dream, it's never too late. Sing like no one's there, dance without a care, and share your screen and let it be. Sing.
Dude, you should totally do a video.
Why don't we shoot it with this?
Yeah, and we can shoot it from all angles. Email it to me and I make a ballistic video.
From YEC to Benin, the world is tuned in.
You can go farther, you can go farther, and that's power to you. And that's power to you. And that's power to you. You can go farther.
Uganda, now you can confidently connect to the world. Vodafone, power to you.
Energizing life every day. Total.
This is NTV Tonight.
Welcome back. The rundown conditions at Luka Hospital are forcing expectant mothers to abandon treatment there and give birth under trees. And in Zorongo district, born-again or Pentecostal Christians have launched a new church called the Prayer Mountain of All Nations, to which believers from Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania flock. Details of these stories follow.
Dr. Peter Waiswa, a lecturer in the Makerere School of Public Health, has asked the government to urgently consider rehabilitating Luka Hospital or close it because it is in a deplorable state. The medical camp at which the hospital was discussed was organized by Chief Tabingwa Nabwana of Luka district. The hospital building is run down with gaping holes in the ceiling and dirty beds, some with no mattresses.
It is neglected because 2 years ago the maternity theatre burnt and 2 years later it is not being rebuilt.
The district health officer for Luka, Dr. Enoch Kwikiriza, says women here give birth under trees and many of those who are admitted at the hospital end up contracting infections.
Infection control nzibwino.
Kwikiriza said the hospital has no fence and the borehole serves the community instead of the patients. Prisoners collect water from the borehole while animals also drink from the same source. Meanwhile, Eastern Uganda has now its own prayer mountain, located in Buki sub-county in Sironko district. This is the second in the country after one in Seguku on Entebbe Road. Arms raised high, voices even higher, the believers worshipped the Lord. Some were in groups while others opted for individual trees. The choir on the makeshift stage sets the pace for them. And it is Eastern Uganda, so the Kadodi also comes in handy. These born-again Christians are excited because they just got their own prayer mountain.
It's for kyeyawudde ky'abantu bonna muntu osobola okujja n'ofuna akadde akalungi ak'okufumiitiriza ku bulungi bwa Katonda.
Bishop Alex Ben Nabukode from Chosen Church of Christ says they have come here after fasting to thank the Lord. Nabukode started what is now called the Prayer Mountain of All Nations. Believers already have a strong attachment to the mountain, hoping for a miracle, also believing that the mountain will save future generations.
Makerere University has dismissed media reports indicating that at least 600 students graduated without fulfilling the requirements for an award of degrees of Makerere University. A statement signed by the University Vice-Chancellor, Professor John Dumba Sentamu, says the university did not award fake degrees. The statement further says that the students who allegedly altered marks did not graduate. It also says the verification of transcripts is normal after graduation, as it dismissed the allegations that 13,000 transcripts were being withheld. Dumba said the restructuring of academic problems is normal, but added that no program had been scrapped. Now, in many parts of Uganda, the consumption of goat milk is frowned upon, but a Canadian national, Theo Groot, is working to change that perception by demonstrating that goats can give you more than meat. Each litre of goat milk goes for 6,000 shillings, more than double the price of cow milk. In this episode of On the Farm, Sylvia Hanga visits Groot's farm in Wakiso district.
All visitors to the Anam Kara Education Farm have to disinfect their shoes before touring the sprawling goat farm. The farm belongs to Theo Groot, who explains what it takes to rear goats.
Many people think they can run a farm from a distance. I call them Nokia farmers. They give a call, how is the farm doing? Ah, fine, I'll come. You see, being a farmer means you have to be on the spot. You have to live on the farm.
He adds that these goats indigenous in South Africa can be reared anywhere in Uganda.
Well, the cooler regions like the west and around Mount Elgin are, in the terms of climate, more suitable. But I mean, here we are near Uganda, near Kampala, and still you can keep those goats very well.
The farm manager says there are 50 goats on the farm, but from two types of the animal.
The white ones are the Sanan, and the brown ones, they are the token bags.
The farm has a teat dummy which is used as a learning aid for those being trained on how to milk the goats.
We don't pull the teats because it's an old way of milking animals. Why? It causes friction between your fingers and the teeth. So the animal will be feeling pain.
At about 7:30 every morning, the lactating goats are led into a compartment where they are milked as they eat. Before milking, a warm cloth is used to clean the teats.
The dangers of not using a warm cloth could be that you can easily infect your milk, yeah? And of course, chances that you get less milk from your goat are also there.
Each goat produces at least 2 liters of milk daily. A liter of goat's milk goes for 6,000 shillings on the local market, largely due to high demand, since goat's milk is nutritious. Some of the milk is also used to make goat cheese, which is also highly sought after. And for that reason, the kids are fed on cow milk, which is cheaper, but has the needed food values.
They keep growing on cow's milk until they are 4 months.
Each kid feeds on at least 1 liter of warm milk a day. After milking the goats, iodine solution is used to wipe the teats, to disinfect them and prevent flies from causing contamination.
Immediately when you finish milking the goat, the outlet is still open.
The goats are fed on dairy meal, which contains maize and sunflower cake. The sound and concentration tells how sweet the feed is for the goats. Chigozi, the farm manager, explains that proper sanitation must be maintained on the farm in order to safeguard the animals from diseases.
If you have a well-built floor, you'll be able to clean your stables very well.
On one side of the shelter, a variety of grass types are chopped with a machine before giving it to the goats and cows.
A goat is supposed to eat 4 kilograms of grass a day.
When it's warm, the goats are taken out to the exercise paddock.
In the feed trough, the lower part of it is filled with dairy meal, which is a little bit dry and also sweet for the goats. And they'll start with that in order for them to have more appetite, and then later they'll embark on the grass that is mixed using a machine, and of course there are different types of grass blended together here.
The farm is also used as an education center where children and adults can learn how to look after goats and other domestic animals. Sudil Biarhanga, NTV.
Well, thank you, Sudil. Let's now join Maurice Michel and Andrew Munda for Newsnight.
Let's discuss the big one, the dropping of Maria Chwanuka and the appointment of Matia Kasaija. Your initial reactions is that you're happy and excited for Matia Kasaija, but many would be disappointed that Maria Chwanuka seemed to bring the private sector on board in the Ministry of Finance, and maybe that's what failed her because that's what failed her because she probably did not understand the politics at play when you're in government.
I think that the president gave her the right job. He appointed her
presidential advisor
on Bretton Woods institutions, because really she has these World Bank ideas. I like Maria Chwanuka, and I think she has been the most honest Minister of Finance ever appointed in the history of Uganda, you can even say, because you can never trace even 0.00001% corruption on her. Honest, above board on every single thing. But she had one single problem. Maria, I think, was not willing to make decisions, and where the decisions are required have a philosophy to economic development, which is shaped by her previous work with these Bretton Woods institutions, was antithetical, A, to the vision of the president, B, to the needs of Uganda as a developing country. You see, in these poor countries, Maurice, you need a Minister of Finance who understands that the only way you can stimulate and sustain economic growth over a long period of time and achieve structural transformation is to have strategic state involvement in the economy to support the development of private enterprise. For her, she thought everything should be left to the market and seek ye first the free market and the rest will be added on to you. That was her philosophy. So I was one of the people who used to go to visit her in her office, and they tried to work with her on a few things with the president, and me and her always in these meetings disagreed. I could hardly find any area of agreement, and that was very disappointing for me. But I thought that emanated from her philosophy that the things should be left to market. Another thing, she was not a good decision maker. Let me tell you, the best Minister of Finance Uganda has had was a lady called Saida Bomba. Saida was a decision maker. You took a proposal to her, she analyzed it and said yes to it or not to it, and therefore you could proceed. You go and ask Richard Biarugaba at NSSF how many development proposals they have taken to Maria, which she did not approve or reject and are still lying idle at her desk 3 years later. I'll give you one example. Serena Hotel. NSSF owns shares in Serena Kampala. Yes. So because Serena Kampala has a huge debt, they don't earn any dividends, and they have had shares there for a very long time. And NSSF complained, and the Serena people offered them a good deal. They said, okay, let us transfer your shares in Serena Uganda to the Serena Group headquarters. The group is highly profitable. True. So you will be able to have a small share, but you will be earned dividends, and the value of those shares will even multiply. A proposal was sent to her in, I think, 2012. Up to now, as I speak, it is on her desk. It has never been approved. The development of Lubowa, the development of Temangalo, all these projects, she just seated on them. She was refusing NSSF to buy shares in Umeme, the most profitable company in Uganda that is attracting equity funds worth $1.5 trillion. Uganda's GDP is $25 billion. $1.5 trillion. These are equity funds managing that size of funds. All of them were lining up to buy shares in Umeme. She was saying NSSF should not buy. The government of Uganda has guaranteed Umeme 19% rate of return on the dollar. Maurice, 19%. NSSF gives me 7%, maximum 10%. If you have 19% rate of return on the dollar, that is 32% rate of return on the Uganda shilling. And you are saying that this business, NSSF should not buy shares there. So I felt that she was too far removed from the realities of Uganda. She can make a very good Minister of Finance for Hong Kong, maybe Dubai, but even Dubai, there's too much state involvement. Maybe a country like Luxembourg, but in Uganda, no, she was in the wrong place.
Now, let's discuss this. This seemed, and many have looked at it, as a 2016 cabinet election, 2016 general elections cabinet, an election that will deliver Museveni a win in 2016 election. He seems to have done the math, region, politics, religion, and of course rewarding a couple of people who have done his work.
Well, the very good things that the president did, if you look at towards an election, is not to destabilize the status quo. There are very many people who had tried to fight. Remember Daudi Megereko, who is the Minister of Lands, accusing him of being very close to Mbabazi, tried to fight Ephraim Kamun, to the Minister for Water and Environment, accusing him of being close to Mbabazi. You realize all these accusations against ministers who are being accused of being, Museveni did not listen to them. And the only person who was accused of being pro-Mbabazi, who has been removed, who is Attorney General, Peter Nyombe. Peter Nyombe knows why he has been removed. Because there are many things the president has been asking him to do. And he has not been doing. So if he has anybody to blame, in fact, Museveni was so patient with that man. I tell you, if I know a man who is very patient in Uganda, that man is Yoweri Museveni. He was so patient with Peter Nyombe. It is unbelievable that Peter Nyombe survived the last one.
So is this the cabinet that would deliver him 2016 election? Because I think he seems to have done the regional balance.
I should tell you that 2016 is already done. This cabinet was just to consolidate, but it's not a kind of war cabinet that is going out there to campaign. Because if you look what is there in the opposition do not even have an agenda. They do not even have an organization. They don't have money unless something dramatic happens that we did not expect. We are not holding so many other factors constant. You know, anything in between, politics is very fluid, anything can come up. But holding all those factors constant, as things stand today, the opposition is in such a shambolic state that I believe voter turnout will be below 50%, and Museveni will win a handsome 75% of 45% voter turnout.
Right. I thought it would be wrong to end this without talking about the move in Ministry of Works, where you had the promotion of Byabagambi and the removal of Biandara.
I want to tell you about that. Why do you think Biandara was not fine? Remember, first of all, a lot of these changes, me and you had discussed them off air, because I feared to say these things. Me being an old man, I could read the president's mind. I feared to say it on air because
then he wouldn't actually do it.
He would not make these changes because he does not like to be predicted. I had told you that, you see, Peter Nyombe comes from Luweru. Saida Bumba comes from Luweru. This Kidu Makuya comes from around Nakaseke, Luweru area. That seems the older Luweru. All of them come from there. Biandala comes from that older Luweru. The President Museveni, having launched and fought his war from Luweru there, he cannot every day be sacking ministers from that place. because the people of Luoro may think he has a vendetta against them.
And one of their daughters is no longer in cabinet. She's moved to the NRM secretariat.
Exactly. So Museveni has to be very sensitive. And in Biandala survived being dropped out of cabinet because of those considerations. But because he had made a lot of a mess of Katosi and there are many other accusations against Biandala, the president had. First of all, Biandala had been sidelined before he was removed practically.
Because
the president had appointed Byabagambi to handle practically every
Minister of Works. He was the de facto minister.
Yes. Remember, I had told you that Byabagambi will be promoted to full minister because he's already participating at role.
Yes.
But Biandala won't be dropped. He'll be transferred somewhere. The person to be dropped was going to be Peter Nyombi because Peter Nyombi had made a mess of himself.
All right, Andrew, we must really come to an end. And that was this special edition of Newsnight from Kigali, Rwanda.
Maurice Muchia and Andrew Mwende there concluding their discussion on the recent cabinet reshuffle. Let's now take a short break. Malcolm Sime will join us for the latest in business.
Actually, UPC has never been more united than it is today under my leadership. Notwithstanding the noise that is being made by some of our friends. In fact, we shall test this very soon, because we are going to National Council and Delegates Conference. Let them put before the Delegates Conference their vision for UPC. Let them put before the Delegates Conference their vision for this country.
Ariel claims better stain removal in one wash. We've come to see if it's true.
Follow me, and let me explain how this works. Many food greasy stains are difficult to remove because they stick to fibers, like glue.
But why is this important?
Aha, let me show you. We'll use a mixture of butter, baby food, and other stains. Now I'll show you how a new Ariel with grease cutting technology removes stuffed food stains better than the competition.
So the claim is true. Try it yourself.
Ariel removes stains better in one wash.
Son, I hope you are using the right paint. You know children can be messy and the walls can get dirty.
Dad, it's fine. I've got this under control. Keep the walls inside your house free of stains with vinyl silk emulsion from Sadolin.
Still, what paint are you using? I hope you're using Sadolin.
Sadolin, color your world. Trusted and admired for generations.
You're welcome to NTV Business. My name is Malcolm Sime. The lack of full political will and rigid bureaucracy continues to undermine the free flow of goods within the East African region. According to the Executive Director of the Ugandan Manufacturers Association, sugar is a case in point, with Ugandan sugar still having problems entering Kenya despite states' promises to resolve the issue.
Every 2 months, these men, East Africa's presidents, meet to push the integration process. They pass decrees like the one on free entry of Uganda's sugar into Kenya. In fact, this meeting, mid last year, met to resolve this issue for good. But alas, the sugar issue has not gone away.
We thought that last time you were talking about or referring to had solved the issue once and for all. Unfortunately, just about 2 to 3 weeks ago, we heard that our colleagues from Kenya Sugar Board or something like that, are saying we are not going to allow in any more sugar from any other partner state.
By the actions of the presidents, it is understood that there is political will. So who is to blame when an issue like that on sugar persists?
Bureaucracy is always supported by politics. If, for instance, our dear president here doesn't want something to happen, Will it happen? I don't think it will. Political will plays the biggest role in as far as all what we do is concerned.
And thus persist non-tariff barriers despite the signing of the protocols.
Recently, for example, we had, towards the end of last year, we had 100 trucks stuck at the ports, and for no real serious reason, because the single customs territory, as you're possibly aware, we now have URA at the port of Mombasa. Now, once URA had cleared and said, look, these goods can proceed for warehousing in Uganda, and then the Kenya Revenue Authority said no.
Mistrust and perhaps resistance to change still as East Africa talk about barriers when it should be purely business, despite the gestures of the heads of state. Samuel Setumba, NTV Business.
Thank you, Sam. And that's it from Kenya, where also officials say that the sugar market remains controlled until COMESA ministers make a decision. Denmark says that its 336 billion shillings assistance towards Uganda's feeder road development program must include the local community labor force. Danish Ambassador Dan Fredrickson joined Ministry of Works officials on the inspection of key community roads and brigades built within the Bugesu sub-region.
Once broken bridges and feeder roads in some parts of the mountainous Bugesu sub-region are now being restored through a low-cost technology involving the local communities.
We get transport and transport them to where we want. We get market at a very good price.
Denmark's Ambassador Dan Fredrickson says that part of its $120 million low-cost sealing technology on roads and bridges is aimed at improving productivity of local communities.
The purpose of construction of the bridges and the roads that we are here to launch today makes it easier for farmers to deliver farm produce to wider markets and to access agricultural inputs.
The Ministry of Works and Transport is also hopeful that this type of method that directly involves communities and locally sourced materials would balance the country's road infrastructure.
ate n'ekirala aliwo naabo abakkiriza kukola wano nkimanyi bali bawooleza sente naye ekirungi kyokozesa emikono kiri ekintu kimu kyokka.
The Mount Elgon-based Labour Training Center is now targeted for enhancing of local skills on road construction projects.
Only supported by light equipment for activities where you require the equipment. For instance, compaction, we have rollers, either pedestrian rollers or other slightly heavier rollers. But the other operations of excavation, of the gravel, of the ground itself, shaping the road, putting the drainages, all that is done by labor.
And from the markets today, the shilling slipped further against the dollar, touching lows of 2,923 and 2,933, buying and selling respectively. There's increased demand for dollars against hard currencies. Limited inflows is still blamed for the current depreciation.
Financial Report is brought to you by ICEA Group. To make it in this financial jungle, you need an ally. Welcome to the new ICEA Group, your one-stop shop for all your insurance, pensions and investment solutions.
On to Telkom now, and MTN Group Limited, Africa's largest wireless carrier, said full-year profit gained 8.9% as data revenue growth and the recovery in South Africa helped offset lower than expected sales in Nigeria, its biggest market. Overall, the company's sales increased 6.4% to $12.4 billion, and we have more in this report.
subscriber numbers are forecast to reach 240.9 million in 2015 across MTN's 22 markets in Africa and the Middle East, an increase of 17.5 million customers. The company said the group continued to benefit from encouraging growth in non-voice revenue, driven by various data initiatives, including mobile money. MTN has been exploring acquisitions as it seeks to increase smartphone penetration and boost revenue from data, including mobile banking, outside South Africa, where it trails crosstown rival Vodacom Limited in terms of subscriber numbers. Company is facing price competition and regulatory pressure in its biggest markets. The shares gained as much as 2.8%, the biggest intraday jump since February 12th, and traded 1.8% higher at 212.18 rand as of midday in Johannesburg. MTN will pay a final dividend of 8 rand a share, compared with 6.65 rand in 2013.
That's it on NTV Business for now. And coming up, just a short break, Joel Kamari is here with the very latest from the world of sports.
This is for the magicians, the ones who make sure you and I are fresh and clean all day long. Magic that appeals to our senses. Magic that makes a big job easy and fun. Feel the magic of All Day Fresh Clean.
After a dry night in Pampers, babies can achieve so many things. Introducing new and improved Pampers for a dry and comfortable night's sleep, thanks to our new stretchy sides and with super gel that absorbs and locks in wetness better than other diapers, so your baby starts the day dry, making every morning one to be proud of. New Baby Dry Pampers, wishing you love, sleep and play.
Think you have nothing to sell? Look around your home. You'll find something you don't use anymore that you can sell on OLX.
Simply download the OLX app, take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
On Sunday, March 8th, come celebrate International Women's Day at the Airtel Inspiring Women Concert featuring Tiwa Savage, flying in all the way from Lagos, Nigeria.
Hey everyone, it's Tiwa Savage. Make sure you come out and celebrate International Women's Day with me March 8th in Katikati, Kampala. I will be there performing alongside Uganda's top divas, and you know we women, we run the world.
Regular tickets are 20,000 and VIP tickets are 50,000. And they'll go on sale from March 1st. Airtel Inspiring Women Concert is brought to you by Talent Africa, Reach a Hand Uganda, 91.3 Capital FM, and Airtel.
NTV Sport is brought to you by
This is NTV Sport. A warm welcome. We start with an update from the courts of law. Now tonight, Justice Yasin Nyanzi has stayed an interim order barring Azam Media from telecasting Uganda Premier League matches. Now, of course, the temporary injunction has been extended to March 13th. This means that their Azam TV cameras will be tucked away for 3 more match days in the Uganda Premier League. Matches in the Top Flight League continues this Friday. URA FC will play host to Lueza FC at the Meta Stadium in Lugazi. Now, Express FC will host Simba FC at Wankulukuku as Sadlin Paints make a trip to Nambole to play Kira Young. SC Villa leads the 16-team league with 39 points, one more than second-placed Vipers FC. Let's talk handball now, because Team Uganda is tonight looking over its shoulder even before a ball is thrown at the 2015 All-Africa Games qualifying tournament. The Zone 5 qualifier throws off this weekend in Ethiopia, but as Samposa reports, Uganda could be without up to a dozen players.
I'm come from Europe, and in Europe, if I need a passport, I can go actually in the airport, and within 15 minutes I have a passport. Here, we started this 2 months ago. To try and get the passports, and still we are not having the passports. And we know this is the national teams who are going to Ethiopia to represent Uganda, and then we have some government officials who cannot do the stamp or the signature or whatever, or telling us what they need to make sure we are getting these passports, and that's just too bad, you know. We as I told you, we are the national team, and we are representing Uganda. And if we have some people in Uganda who's not trying to fight with us, it's very difficult for the players to fight for Uganda, because how shall we go if we are missing a half team? This is 6 players maybe from one team and 6 players from the other team. We cannot play.
Sad state of affairs indeed. Now tonight, the national under-23 side has won its second friendly match by a single goal. Now the Cobs are bracing themselves for the return leg of their All-Africa Games qualifier against Mozambique. Now the team used Martin Kiz's 10th minute penalty to see off Sadlin Paints 1-0 at Damwaters in Jinja. It was the second time on the bounce that the Cobs were winning a match with that scoreline. On Monday, the team used Yunus Sentamu's second half tap-in to overcome a stubborn Maroons FC side. Now the failure to score many goals will worry Cobs coach Micho Sredojevic. Now the Serbian has stressed that goals will be of utmost importance in Saturday's return leg at Nachivubo Stadium. Uganda and Mozambique played out a goalless first leg, setting things up nicely for Saturday's tie. Now tonight the clock is ticking to the inaugural East Africa Strongman Challenge. Noah Sendi and Vince Mwai will be tasked with giving Ugandans something to smile about in the competition. Alfredo Dong watched the 2 athletes work up a sweat and now reports.
Easy.
Go. That's 1. 2. Push. 3. Good.
I'm hoping to do well in the deadlift because I've been training for it for the past 2 weeks. The squats, I guarantee that I'll do well as well. Farmers walk, I will, but the car pulling and the rest, I didn't practice that. I didn't practice the sakari, equipment.
I'm sure I'm going to be the winner on this competition because I'm good for all the exercise. I'm good in squat, I'm good in deadlift, farmers walk, dumbbell press.
Now, on the international scene, a string of matches will kick off in the next 45 minutes or so. Leaders Chelsea are away to West Ham, while Manchester City host lowly Leicester. Now, there will be a London derby pitting Arsenal against QPR. Last night, there was a welcome win for Aston Villa boss Tim Sherwood, as well as Southampton. Christian Benteke's penalty in time added on ended a run of 7 successive defeats for Aston Villa as they emerged 2-1 winners over West Brom in the Premier League clash last night. Benteke, who also scored the winner from the penalty spot in the corresponding fixture last term, though that was a 7-goal thriller, restored the hosts' 1-goal advantage after Saido Berahino had levelled for the visitors following Gabriel Agbonlaho's early strike. Villa's win, their first in 13 league matches, is the first since beating bottom side Leicester 3 months ago and sees them climb out of the bottom 3 with a 3-point advantage over QPR and Burnley. Southampton climbed to 5th place in the Premier League after Sadio Mane's late strike clinched a 1-0 win against Crystal Palace. Senegal winger Mane netted with 7 minutes remaining at St Mary's to move Ronald Koeman's side above Liverpool and to within 1 point of 4th-placed Manchester United, who play their game in hand against Newcastle today. With the race to qualify for the Champions League hotting up, this was an essential victory for Saints, who had gone 3 games without a win or a goal. And that winds up NTV Sport. Thanks for watching.
And that's all the news we had for you tonight. Thank you for watching. Good night.
NTV, turning on your world.
Hello? Hello? Who's saying these channels? You are violating my human rights. Yes, hello? Hello? Yes, you're talking about the next meeting? Hello? I'm hearing you. Yes, I'm coming for the meeting, but I'm still very busy. Let me call you back.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Tomorrow night.
Doing in your office?
I participated actively in killing.
Why? Just a product of abduction and
Tomorrow night.
This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
Thanks.
For what? For bathing in the waterfall? You're the one who took me there, right?
No. But for letting me remember, experience true happiness in such a way that only you, Solano, was able to. Never mind, cowboy.
That this girl is really having conversations with Akawungeezi, and he dictates these words.
So all we have to do now is just wait for him to come up with other words, so that this sentence has a meaning, right?
And what is this message that Akawungeezi is trying to give through the girl? I don't know.
I will be defeated in this battle. I know I will. But I will not go alone. I will not. I'm now in a fight. And I will take someone with me. Good night. And until next time.
Destiny River.
You need something stronger for what I have to say, Manu.
Okay, go for it.
Perfect.
Could you please tell me what you have to say?
Max Martinez, he was in town. Actually, he was at the inn.
What?
And more precisely in your mother and Victor's room.
Tell me, Rudy, what happened?
Relax. No disaster occurred there.
You swear? Is there anything you're not telling me?
I swear, calm down. No tragedy occurred, your mother's fine, and so is Victor. But like I said, no tragedy occurred yet. Here.
Yet?
Sit down, Manu. Solano broke into the room when Max was there with Amelia and Victor. It seems Max has lost his mind.
What do you mean?
Well, according to Solano, he calmly swore he'll take revenge against all he considers his enemies who are responsible for his downfall and disgrace.
God forbid.
Hey. Excuse me, Chief. Hi, Saphira. I'm sorry for bothering you. Max went to the inn, Chief, and he broke into Amelia and Victor's room.
Did Max hurt anyone? I don't believe it. Did he shoot Victor again?
No, thank God. He didn't. He just went there to talk. But he made overt threats, and the two...
I'm sorry. I have no right to judge you. I'm sorry.
Have you ever considered, even though for a second, why I support my mother and Victor's relationship? On impulse? Because I'm crazy, illogical? Because I'd rather have an unorthodox and broken family? Wrong. I support my mother and Victor's relationship because this relationship is the only possible way I see to help my mother not go crazy. Not go crazy with guilt and regrets for having married a man like Max Martinez, a criminal.
You're right. I would like to apologize. Please forgive me. I went too far and I talked too much, right? Can you forgive me? I'm sorry.
Rudy, please stay with me. It's been hard to live alone in this house, with my own ghost haunting me night after night.
You're right. You're too young to face all of this alone. Anyway, I'm a slacker. I've got a lot of nerve and a big mouth.
But at least it's another voice that I'll hear. Someone to be with me. And my fears.
You won't be afraid anymore. Forget about loneliness, Manu. I'm here.
What a warm welcome. Here, let me kiss you. Let me kiss you.
Father, we were counting the days for your return.
Oh, my dear, me too. I was yearning to see you guys because I have a big surprise. And I doubt you will ever guess it.
Really?
Not even if you had 10,000 years to guess.
We also have a big surprise for you, Daddy.
What? What are you talking about?
Turn around
What
quick.
is it? What's going on here?
Welcome home, Daddy Emilio.
Oh, my God. What is it?
I'm so sorry, Father. I can't keep a secret.
Oh, good God. You want me to have a heart attack, guys? You want to be orphans again, huh? Well, I was able to do it. I have 8 kids. I did it, children. It's not only a dream of mine, huh? Now it's official. You are my 8 kids. And you know, in order not to have any doubts, I brought this. The birth certificates of each one of you drawn up in the office in Juruana. So let's see, the first one is Maria Teresa Aquino.
My father's name. Emilio Suarez de Aquino. Oh, Father. I mean, my father. For real?
No,
Tell me I'm not dreaming.
you're not. Come on. Oh, my pretty, pretty daughter. The next one is Pedro Luis de Aquino. Here we are, Pedrino.
Thank you, Father. Thank you so much, Father. Thank you for not giving up on me.
Never. I would never give up on my son. Okay? Son.
Oh, Father. I can't believe you managed to adopt all of them. 8 kids. God is wonderful indeed.
Yes, and you, Mrs. Dora, you'll have to do what you've promised, right? I managed to adopt the 8 kids, and you promised to help me take care of all of them. She's going to be your mother, kids, all right?
I hope your boss upstairs won't listen to me, but you gave me the biggest reason to be happy.
Oh, my God. No,
I'm the
please.
happiest woman in the world, Father.
Oh, Lord, please, this is not what it seems to be, all right? Tommy the Aquino. It's all here, boy. Mwah, mwah. All right, let's see the other ones now. Here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Want some?
No, thanks. I'll jump in the shower.
And you're just passing by me like that?
You think I'll comment on your dirty shorts? You really think so?
I know you're crazy for me. Shall we continue from where we left off? And keep going for the rest of our lives?
This is a very peculiar way to propose to a woman.
Hey, I don't like that word.
Propose to a woman.
Wait a minute. You give me alcohol, then try to get me to marry you?
Listen to me. You're a slacker. You got a lot of nerve. And you're very conceited. You know that?
I'll be delicious.
Really? No, come back here.
How are you doing, dear? Hi, Bruno. 31, 32.
How are you, Father?
I'm good.
What are you working on?
I'm organizing the Karoo words that Madalena's been writing down as Apoena, the Indian, told her to. She said when we have 33 words, we'd have a sentence. We have 33, right?
So you have the complete sentence?
Well, I don't know. A message, she says, but I can't make anything of it. What message do the Indians want to send through Madalena? I just don't know.
And I'm as curious as you are.
I know, but look at this.
Gosh, it won't be easy to discover the meaning of it.
You know
that.
Well, it may be impossible to us, but not to Estella.
Yeah.
The lost warrior, the one with wings, will come during daylight. Using his hands, he'll cut the vine of life, thus breaking the dark pact. Oh God.
The lost warrior with wings will cut the vine of life.
Wait, gosh, I'm completely lost here.
I am too, but I'm sure we'll understand at the right time. The dark pact that's stated here, it's Laru's curse. This is about the end of the curse. It has to be, because if Antonia and Apoena wanted to forward this message, it means the curse will end. I can't get the whole meaning, but I don't know when, but Laru's curse is coming to an end, Solano.
That's right, honey. Chalapao. In the heart of Tocantins, that's where we're headed.
But what do you mean?
Well, that's where we can find the raw material for your golden grass jewels. We're going to do both things. We'll work and we'll have fun. Manu, can you please get the bag for me?
Sure. But, Victor, hold on a second. What do you mean by that just out of the blue?
Yep.
Out of the blue, but exciting, right?
When are you guys leaving?
Tomorrow, before morning comes.
Tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
You've gone crazy.
Yeah, I've gone crazy, dear. I'm crazy in love with you.
Oh, love from the heavens. What a romantic scene.
But not a bit practical, because the greater the height, the greater the fall.
Max.
You came to take me, Max?
Please, Max, don't do anything stupid.
Manuela, were you looking for me? Dad.
He will shoot nobody. End of the line, Martinez. You're under arrest.
On what charges?
The list goes on, but for now we'll have this one. Attempted murder against Victor, Mrs. Martinez, and Manuela. Sergeant, do your job.
You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you.
Shut up, you tramp. I can afford to pay dozens of lawyers, much more than those you watch on your TV shows, you know?
If you can't afford an attorney, the state will provide one at no charge, Maximiliano Martinez. Shall we go now?
Oh, I almost forgot. Someone called from the real estate office. The property was sold.
So we can fulfill Grandpa Manolo's last will, Neka.
Didn't I ask you to not do the deal, Mother?
But I didn't. And it's sold. The inn will belong to someone else, and the circus will belong to us. Again, it's simple like that.
An achievement made by a defeat does not count, Mother.
Good heavens, guys. You feel bad because I brought a message to Pimpinella?
To me?
What do you mean, Pimpinella?
Yes, the message was meant for you. From Nambu.
Nambu? Mrs. Terry, you will keep your inn. And you, my brother Neka, you will have your circus. The property sold was not yours. It was mine.
Huh?
Sergeant, pull over here, please.
But Chief, are we not taking the prisoner to the station?
We will, but we're going on foot. I think Max will enjoy taking a walk, while he can still do that, huh?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we walk the rest of the way there, Max, so you'll breathe a little fresh air, right?
Oh, you're not going to humiliate me like that, are you? There's an old saying from my hometown, after the jaguar's dead, everyone wants to mess with its tail. That's what the cowards do.
Right, but this jaguar is pretty much alive. If I hear a peep out of you, you'll walk across this town till you drop dead. Let's go.
Done. It's official. My property in Nambu was sold.
So, Pimpinella, you really had a property to sell?
Yes, I did, Mrs. Terry. A small house, but very nice. I couldn't sell it or rent it, I mean. I was wanted by the police.
But now you've sold it?
I did, I sold it. But Neka, how could you build a circus with no money? Well, you can't do anything international, but you can still do something very nice, okay? As soon as I get the money, I'll give it to you so you can do that.
No way.
No?
Would you, like to be my partner, brother?
Me? Are you asking me to be your partner in the circus?
Why, I think this is a fantastic idea. Don't you think, Terry?
Oh, it couldn't be better. And Grandpa Manolo, our belovedest Trapulia, agrees.
You couldn't be sure of that, Mommy.
What did I tell you? We'd see this day, Circe. You see?
Yeah, Father. I can't even believe my eyes.
What a pitiful scene, huh? And I thought things could have been very different for you, Maximiliano Martinez.
Father, I am your father. Things could have been different, all right. If only you have honored and respected your father the way I honored and respected mine. But you got married, right? You'll have children, and then they'll remind you of me.
This conversation is nice, but we've got to go, Max. Let's go.
Come on, honey. Let's go inside. Let's go to our home. Let's go.
You'll stay here, Max Martinez, and I hope for a long time.
Geraldo, I believe we can still make a deal, huh?
That?
What?
Silence. Complete solitude. The two of us. I've waited so long for this moment.
Me too.
No guilt, no fears. I love you.
I love you too. So much.
NTV, turning on your world.
This is for the magicians, the ones who make sure you and I are fresh and clean all day long. Magic that appeals to our senses. Magic that makes a big job easy and fun. Feel the magic of All Day Fresh Clean.
The United Nations Regional Service Center in Tebe invites you to Job Fair on Saturday, 7th March from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. at Imperial Royale Hotel, Kampala. Learn about who we are and what we do. Get to know the jobs we offer. Hear about the skills and profiles we are looking for. Ask questions about the application process. Meet the managers and employees. To register, please go to tinyurl.com/RSCE Job Fair.
As we grow, we want to grow with our clients with just the right products and services to meet your banking needs. To serve you better, we have opened 4 new branches in the areas of Nansana Branch, Jovu Complex above Kenjoy Supermarket, Isbat Branch at the Ligogo Bypass, Owino Branch at Ham Shopping Grounds, and the Kabalagala Branch at John Rich Supermarket. With a network of 33 branches, out of which 17 are open 7 days a week, banking has never been this convenient. GTB, achieve more.
I'm going in. Cover me.
Gundinawe, is that any way to cover?
When you have to cover something, cover it the right way. Only Roofing's iron sheets have double coating that give them a much longer life and are made with Japanese technology for best quality right here in Uganda. With Roofing's iron sheets, we've got you covered. Roofing's, strength of a nation.
Think you have nothing to sell? Look around your home. You'll find something you don't use anymore that you can sell on OLX.
Simply download the OLX app, take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Should have seen how happy Neko was.
Hmm?
He looked like a child.
Yeah, he was happy, and poor Mrs. Terry was relieved.
Yeah. What a mother wouldn't do, right?
No, sir. What love wouldn't do.
What are we going to do when the circus goes on the road again? I'll spend a long time on the road. Did you think about that?
I don't want to think about that. Because at the same time, I know it'll be the happiest day of my life and the saddest day too, so I avoid thinking about that because I'll wind up separated from you, Glorinia. We'll be separated, I mean, so I promise that every 3 months I'll come back because I want to be with you because you're important to me.
NECA, who says our relationship will last? Who says I want to see you every 3 months?
Well, I've been thinking about that. There's nothing I can do
What do you mean?
but go along with you.
Please, just give me a chance. Please, I swear that I will.
I'm going with you, NECA. I'm going with you.
But will you quit the police force?
I love you, NECA. I love you, darling. I'll go with you wherever you go, because I'm not going to lose you.
I love you. You know that? I love you.
A few months later.
I was looking for you. Well, you're always on the porch. The bride is coming downstairs.
Solano, have you noticed that the leaves just fell? The atmosphere is heavy, restless. Can you feel that breeze?
A breeze like any other one, don't you think?
Come see this. Come. Come on. Put your hand on the soil. Do you feel that?
No. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right.
Laura wants to take our son, Solano. I feel it. I'm so afraid.
Look, a child is always a sign of life. You'll see this ranch will be blooming by the time our son is born. When he walks around here.
You don't exist, you know that?
I do exist. And I'm right in front of you. With the woman of my life.
Woman of your life?
You will see, Estella. Our love will defeat this curse.
Bless this couple. And I wish this couple much, much, much happiness. Because this is not a formal ceremony. Feel comfortable.
Huh?
Do it.
Can I kiss her?
Do it or another one will.
So, Mr. Martinez, where to?
Home. I'll get my horse. And that way, I'll be as ready as ever. I'm going to finish the job I started more than 40 years ago.
She's fine, okay, Solano? Panting, but it's like that in the end of pregnancy.
You know that for a fact? How did he get it so fast? Okay, keep me posted.
Anything wrong?
Max was released from jail. The defense attorney managed to release him on probation.
Why are you surprised, Solano? Max Martinez has the best defense. It's the only one able to guarantee freedom to a criminal no matter how bad he is. Money.
Oh, thank you, Gabriel, for having escorted me home. It was very kind of you.
After so many years living on the streets, I had to regain some of my manners.
That part of your life must have been very hard for you, huh?
The worst part was not knowing who I was. A man without a past, Beatrice.
Without a past, you'd have no future, right? But, Gabriel, at least you can be proud of your past, all right? But I can't.
Don't say such a thing. You've always been a generous, righteous woman. You've never treated anyone bad in your life, on the contrary.
He was very painful not having been able to raise Solano.
Now, if you just think for a while, you'll see that I did. I did pretty bad things in my past.
No, don't be dwelling in the past, Gabriel. You are a good man. Gabriel, a great man. Antonina was a very lucky woman. Here's what we'll do. Let's forget about sorrows, all right? Would you like to have a drink to continue celebrating Aspasia and Genesio's wedding?
All right. Just one glass. My Antonina wouldn't approve if I get home late.
Deal. Just one glass, and you'll get back to Antonina. Let's go.
Oh, what a nice view, eh? The Madam and the Communist. Good heavens.
I don't have the slightest idea of what that means.
Oh, my God.
Can I help?
But what are you doing out of bed, huh? Children must be in bed at this time.
Oh, Dad, don't be mad. If I were not awake, I wouldn't be able to help you understand. This note from Akawungeezi.
From whom?
It's from my friend Akawungeezi.
Well, that's it. I mean, do you think, Mrs. Terry, that with the help of Madalena, that you could decode this? Because according to Estella, this is related to the end of the curse.
To the end of the curse?
Yes.
Well, I don't know, Father, but I'll try. Come here, dear. Give me your hands. The dark pact stated in the sentence means the curse. Break the dark pact. It means breaking the curse.
And the lost warrior with wings who will cut the vine of life.
The vine of life. The vine that feeds life. The umbilical cord.
Umbilical cord?
Yes. The vine that feeds life means the umbilical cord.
Umbilical cord.
Yeah. And the free man, it says here, means a newborn. A baby who will be born. And when the umbilical cord is clamped...
Estella's baby.
Oh my God, that's it. Estella's baby, the last of the Cruz, is that right? When he's born, the curse will be over.
But only if the vine is clamped. By the warrior with wings who was lost.
A winged warrior can only be an angel.
Or someone who carries the name of an angel.
The angel Gabriel, guys.
Gabriel, of course. He's the lost warrior.
Yes, Gabriel must assist Estella's delivery. He must clamp the baby's umbilical cord. And if he does that, he will be breaking the dark pact, and the Karoo Indians' curse will be extinct forever.
Yes, so my God, Solano needs to know about this immediately.
Come on.
Let's talk to Solano. Come on, quick. Let's go. I wonder where he might be now.
Today I'll take revenge against this traitor.
come on, quick. The baby is about to be born. Please find Gabriel. The child will need a doctor.
Okay, hold on.
Go.
You damn communist!
It could be a worse time for Gabriel to disappear.
Gabriel must assist this delivery. Only him and no one else, or the prophecy won't be fulfilled.
Prophecy?
Somebody help me! Terry, come here and help me correct the breech birth position.
Oh, Father Emilio, what are we going to do now?
We'll pray. We'll pray, Sister Mariquita. We'll pray with all our faith. So that Solana will find the angel Gabriel, or else everything will be lost.
Oh.
God Almighty.
So, my comrade, I give you freedom of choice. Would you rather die with dignity throwing yourself down there? Or would you rather die by the hand of your executioner pushing you down? Huh?
I've never given up, and I won't give up now, Max Martinez. Do your dirty job once and for all. That's why you were born, to do evil. But listen to me one more time. Antonina always loved me. She always loved me.
Come on.
Oh, great! Now the party is complete! Come on! Ah!
No, Grandpa. Please, save my child now. No. Save your great-grandson.
Oh, right on time, thank God.
My baby.
And so you're here to share and witness this very happy moment. In just a few months, there'll be someone else also sitting at this table.
Are you serious?
Wait a minute, Janana. Janana, I can't believe that.
Will I have a brother? My brother, Teresina. My love. This is great.
Small child who has broken LaRue's curse. May you provide continuity to our people. And may the Karoo spirits protect and bless you. Aikie.
I baptize you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Stop it, Solano. This is not a Catholic baptism.
All right. So teach me. What do I have to do?
Go get his umbilical cord. Now throw it to the fire. And now you can bury it. Sharinti Kaya. Kayati. Yotihe Yabene.
And what does that mean?
From earth we come, to earth we shall return. Welcome to the world, Benny.
Come with me, son. Welcome to the world, son. Welcome to the world. I love the name Benny. I am the sun, you are the star, and he is the river.
Like the Araguaia River, where everything began.
Where our history began, and his history too. Well, I don't know if you remember the night we spent by the river.
You think it happened on that day?
I don't think I'm sure. How do you think you convinced me to accept the name River?
With great pleasure and joy that I invite you to the final presentation this afternoon of Pimpinella, the Clone!
Where's Magdalena? Where did this girl go?
So, Mrs. Amelia, for the love of God, you said you had something very important to say. Well, I'm itching with curiosity.
In fact, Solano, I'd like to give you something. Please, Victor. Well, it's a gift from Manuela, Fred, and I for Benny. Oh, you see that, son? A gift from Aunt Amelia.
Is this what I'm thinking?
Yes, Alana. The documents of the ranch which Max was holding.
You don't have to pay anymore. The ranch is permanently yours. And I hope, Solano, that your son, when he's a grown man, continues the wonderful work you've been doing with the settlers.
Grandma Mariquita.
Huh?
Did you hear that? The ranch belongs to us. It's ours again. It's ours.
Solano, oh, put me down. Oh, oh. Amelia, thank you very much. From now on, we'll always be happy. Right, Antonina?
Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to give you all a present. And particularly to Gabriel.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me back my past.
Tell me, cowboy, why do you want to talk to me? In private.
Manu, you traveled to study and we didn't have time to say goodbye. So I kept thinking. I was worried you might be upset with me.
No, of course not. I was really upset when I first saw you and Estella. That was hard. But then, thanks to the distance, I understood our history had been written. We were going separate ways, on different roads.
I had the same feeling you did, and Manu, I loved you so much. So much. I believed you were the woman of my life. But my love for Estella was stronger than me.
I know. I think I always knew, but we never wanted to see it, right?
Look, I'd like to thank you. This is ridiculous what I'm about to say, but I'm serious. I'd like to thank you for everything. For all those things that happened, I want to say thank you. For everything I learned from you.
I also have so much to thank you for, Solano. So much. But let's not turn this conversation into a farewell speech. I'm happy, you're happy, you have a beautiful and healthy child, and he got rid of a curse, right? And I haven't carried your son yet.
That's right. So, listen to me, girl. I've been talking to Estella. And I'd like to ask you to be Benny's godmother.
Here comes Daddy, see?
Hello.
That was how I first saw you. So handsome on your horse, and I fell in love with you.
And pretty soon our Benny will be riding his horse. And winning hearts, right, boy?
Don't say that, Solano. He's just a little boy.
Don't worry. I have something to protect him forever. Something to protect him from any danger. This is for your protection, son. It will protect you.
Solo el viento, solo tú, solo el calor de tu pelo negro cuando me miras. Solo necesito que me digas de lo que siento muy locura, que tú lo sientes cuando me miras. Agua de una fuente misteriosa, bebieron mis labios de tu boca y de tu boca.
Destiny River.
NTV, turning on your world.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
On
On Sunday, March 8th, come celebrate International Women's Day at the Airtel Inspiring Women Concert featuring Tiwa Savage, flying in all the way from Lagos, Nigeria.
Hey everyone, it's Tiwa Savage. Make sure you come out and celebrate International Women's Day with me March 8th in Katikati, Kampala. I will be there performing alongside Uganda's top divas, and you know we women, we run the world.
Regular tickets are 20,000 and VIP tickets are 50,000, and they'll go on sale from March 1st. Airtel Inspiring Women Concert is brought to you by Talent Africa, Reach a Hand Uganda, 91.3 Capital FM, and Airtel.
Tomorrow night.
Doing in your office?
I participated actively in killing.
Why? Just a product of abduction and
Tomorrow night.
This is NTV.
The following program is rated M and is only suitable for mature audiences. Parental guidance advised.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. P, and I want to welcome you to your favorite show, Men. This is the one show that keeps you up and awake on Wednesday night, even though it comes a bit late. Now, tonight we're going to be talking about the influence fathers have on their children. When should it begin and when should it end? Now, tonight we have two fathers in the house who are here, a young father and a not so young father.
Defamation. Okay.
This is Zaki. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Peter.
Good to have you here. And Isaac, you're not a stranger to the show. Good to have you here. So, I'll start with you, Isaac, because you've got a wealth of experience. I actually think I'm the most experienced in terms of children here. So, yeah, I'll speak with authority.
Children or fatherhood? Those two are very different.
They're very different.
Childrenhood is true.
But now, are we a product of our upbringing?
Yes, that's the answer. I can tell you, we're a product of our, because the environment molds us into what we become. The environment is the cooking pot of what finally is served to the world. Mm-hmm. So how your parents bring you up, the ethos, ethics, and the conditioning they give you while you're growing is what forms the basis of your reasoning. Mm-hmm. And that is what finally makes you. So Isaac is really a product of Isaac's parents and the close community that Isaac. Of course, there is conditioning at schools and where you work and all that, but that is incremental.
Okay, but now, Isaac, you are an accomplished lawyer, stroke banker, all put together in one. Are you then
here only lawyer? The banker part is
on the side. So, are you then saying that what you are today was because of the influence, and I would like to speak more in terms of the father bit, of your father?
I could say that, yes. But again, when I was growing, there was no one father. All my uncles were my fathers. All big neighbors of my father's age were my fathers. So I had a multiple fathers. But my Samson Osinde, who unfortunately passed away in 1996, was the basis of what I remember about what I became finally. He's the guy I remember talking to me, taking me to school the first time I went to school, teaching me the things I should do, telling me to avoid certain things, and bringing me up to speed on what a man should be. So to a great extent, probably above 80%, I could say it was my father's upbringing that created the Isaac that you know.
Okay, great stuff. Do you have any lawyers in your family coming up?
Maybe my children will be lawyers. But
Yeah, that's
my
what I'm
brothers-
saying. No, but I mean, in terms of children, are you influencing any of your children to go that way?
My daughter, who is now in Absunsa, wants to become a pilot. My son, who is now in P7, wants to become a lawyer.
Yeah.
And I have a girl who wants to become a model. And there's one who is actually a model in P2.
Okay. You mean primary two?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Great
she's
stuff.
already living the life of a model.
Of a model. Oh, okay, high flying.
Blame it on TV, the Kardashians and all those shows.
No, those are not models.
No,
Oh.
but they follow.
They fall in that. Now, Mr. Zake, you're an IT expert. Okay, you're the guys who would be termed as geeks. Okay.
Yes.
And much more.
And much more. Yes. Now, what you are today, is it been predominantly? Are you a product of your upbringing, if I may ask?
Certainly. The first thing that you mentioned is computers, and that is a direct influence, from my parents, in that specific context. So I do believe that a large percentage of your character is a function of who raises you and how they raise you.
Yeah.
But there's a limit to that. I believe that the role of a father is to set specific principles through, in terms of how you conduct yourself. But at some stage, you are a adult, 16, 18, you're in a position to do and say
Make
exactly
your own
what...
decisions.
Yeah. So from that perspective, going on, it's on you, so you can't necessarily put... what I find people do is that they'll attribute their success to their upbringing, and sometimes some of their challenges. But I think, especially with your challenges or the difficulties that you face, at some time it's on you as a person at some level, and you can't necessarily put that on your upbringing.
I kind of agree with you, because, predominantly what we do, and Joseph, I'd like to hear from you, because, you speak highly of your dad in terms of his influence on you. I even know at one point he was trying to get you a wife. It wasn't very successful, though. But it's... Oh, I know. Trust me, I know. But now...
Okay, for information, he hasn't tried only once.
Okay, you see? Yes. Now, a lot of people, just as we've heard our learned friend here mention, a lot of people attribute their success to their parents. Say, my parents were a strong influence and all that. But then, does it mean then, if I fail in life, it's their fault?
Okay, to situate this debate the way he likes to say, there has been this debate over a lifetime about whether we're a product of nature or nurture. Yeah. So nature being described as the inherent potential that we have, that you cannot take away from your parents, what they gave you, because it is genetic. Yeah. But nurture is also the actualization of that potential, your environment. Yeah, introducing or being in a dynamic that lets you actualize that potential. Yeah, you could inherently have a voice that you inherited from your father or your parents that can sing. Now, if they are pushing you to be a doctor full time, they have not introduced that dynamic where you can actually actualize that potential. So, in the end, in both situations, our parents or our father is always there, because they give you the nature, but they're also partly responsible for the nurture or the environment where you are. But also the environment shapes us in very many ways, because you'll find people that have lived multifaceted life as opposed to those that have lived, they have gone
through the motions.
Through the motions, you're born, food is given to you every day, you go to a good school, you get a good job, you get a good wife. Nothing has happened to you, but then there are also people that have struggled through life, and as a result, you find them, they can deal with situations or challenging situations much better than others. So,
Chris, you grew up without a dad, technically. Do you...
Technically?
Technically.
What does the technically add
It-
to that statement?
well, because he did have a father figure, but he didn't have his father there in the picture. So that's why I mean technically. Do you think you missed out on something?
I take this particular area quite seriously because I definitely missed having my dad around. And you know, you look back and in some cases you're thinking maybe I wouldn't have gone that way if my dad was around or that sort of thing. But the circumstances did not allow for that to happen. And you find that one of the reasons why I'm very passionate about family is because I know what it's like not to have a father around. He's around, he's alive, but you don't see him as often. The social dynamics aren't allowing for it. Solomon in the Proverbs said something. He said, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he grows up, he will not depart from it. And you find that the father, like Zake was saying, the father, in more ways than not, is actually the one who sort of shapes the way, trains you in the way you should go. I lived in the same house with my dad till I was 10. And believe you me, I still act like my father, laugh like my father, scratch my nose like my father. So there's still things that I picked from him, even not having lived with him in the teenage and that sort of thing, where I have very good memory of my time. Even if I hadn't seen him, I still picked quite a lot from him. Someone could say it's genetic, but I doubt. I remember when I was very young, my dad saying to me, do not add salt to already cooked food. It's not healthy. I find it very difficult to do that. He told me how to use a toothpick. So sometimes when I'm misusing a toothpick, I can hear his voice, right? I think someone quoted a Roman Catholic father, Reverend Father, who said that you give me a child at 3, by 7, I can guarantee you there'll be a Catholic for life. Because it's possible to train someone in a way they ought to go. Mannerisms, saying thank you, being polite, discipline, knowing when to enter conversation, lots of stuff that actually fathers handle, So I think that is very important. But then also we cannot ignore the fact that the nature part, the environment, bad company corrupts good morals, birds of a feather flock together. So the thing is that you could be well trained, and at the very center of your heart and your personality, your persona, you are a certain way. But if you keep, say, friends of a certain type, you're going to be doing stuff they do, which may not agree with the principles that you were brought up in.
That's why I stay away from Colin.
Yeah, yeah. But I think that also, when all is said, you can never replace the love of a father. It's not the same as the love of a mother.
But question, I'll give you there's a case study from Kenya. Twins. They grew up in the same house. They were taken to the same schools. They had a very tough upbringing. Their father was a perpetual drunkard, and all he used to do was just come home, grab money in the house. If there's no money in the house, he'd beat up their mother. The mother used to sell vegetables in the market to take these kids to school. Currently, one of them is exactly like his dad. He's a drunkard. He's a lowlife. That's what he is. And when he was interviewed, he blames it on his father. And he says, you know what, this is what my father showed me. This is what I grew up knowing. This is all I know. His brother, on the other hand, is an extremely successful businessman. And these brothers don't see eye to eye. And that's why they're a very interesting case study. However, he also credits his father with his success.
Yes.
Because he said every day he would look at his dad. He would stay up at night, he would study, and he would say, you know what, I'm not going to be like this.
Peter, the answer to that, it's the internal.
The question.
Yeah, it's about the internal locus of control.
So it's not your father?
No. It's your locus of control. Some people, it's external, who say, look, I blame it on, my problem is because of everyone around me. and others have an internal locus of control, say, I am the master of my own destiny.
Now, we do have to go into a break, then we will come to you. Okay. We're here at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel, and we're talking about the influence of fathers on their children. We want to hear from you. Send us an SMS on 6565. Go to our Facebook page. There are over 34,000 people having discussions there. It is NTV Men. Like it and also engage in it. Or follow us on Twitter. It's NTV_men. We'll be right back after the break.
NTV, turning on your world.
Yo, bro, I don't get my chick, man. When I SMS her, she wants me to WhatsApp. When I WhatsApp, she wants me to call.
I know you're my big bro, but you gotta change, man.
What? Change my girl?
No, man. Change your pack to Chabi Set.
Get 40 MB data, 40 minutes of talk time, and 40 SMSs with Chavise for just 1,500 Uganda shillings.
Yeah! You lose.
Airtel.
Welcome back from the break. In case you just joined us, we're here at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel on your favorite show, man. And we're talking about the influence of fathers on their children. Where does it begin and where should it end? Joseph.
Yeah, like he was saying, naturally our minds work two ways. We either get attracted or we get repelled. Yeah, and it could be the same thing that is giving this same reaction, you know. It's one father, one is being attracted to his ways, another one is
being repelled.
Yeah, repelling. Someone is saying, I don't want to be like that. So that drives them. Someone just, another mind just does the easy thing to be like the other one. So you also, it's not only when fathers were failures, you could also see very successful people, or you've read about very successful people, but because of the way they became successful, they were, as in, they trampled everything in their way to become successful. And then one of the children is just repelled. They say, I don't want to be like my father. It doesn't matter how successful they are. I don't want to be like my father. So that's
not the life I choose.
Yeah, that's not the life I choose. They get repelled as opposed, and then there's one who wants to continue with the family business. So I think it is the mind and.
But I want to go back to what I think that all of this is around, which is what Chris was talking about. That when you come down to the way our families are set up, or the way families are set up, they're set up in such a way that the father, whether you're religious or not, the father will determine the spiritual temperature of the household because he's the head. He will determine if we are a house that swears. He will determine, you know, and I know all of you will say, you've said this once, we don't do that. You know, there are conversations like that.
There's a culture.
We don't do that. And it is those conversations where someone says, we don't do that. In doing that, the father frames how their house, because every household is a part of a society, but in that household, the father creates the environment in which, so you find the fathers who are encouraging people. So they say, you know, we encourage our children, we'll talk to them, we'll do that. Because traditionally what happened is a lot of fathers were not outwardly allowed to express emotion, or they were supposed to be tough and tough exteriors. Even when they felt something, they would tell the mother, and the mother would come and say, you know, he's not difficult, he's, and I, knowing, you know, in the teenagers, you know, your mother saying your father is not difficult, it's just the way how he knows to love people. And now we're seeing a change in the way fathers are relating to their children. They're more engaged, they're more positive, they're more encouraging, because they're realizing that the father has a chance, because he protects, he's seen as a protector, as a guardian, as some sort of counsel, a senior counsel. Because when you're growing up, you look up to your father. You eat your food, you eat your vegetables so you can be big and strong like your father. Eventually, as you're growing up, your father is supposed to be very smart. Eventually, at a certain point, the mathematics you know as a father is not as much as your son needs to know to do his exams. But even then, he will always come to you. You have to not know the answer before he goes and asks someone else, because daddy knows all. And I think that is important in framing the environment in which we raise our children. Because what then does, it creates the bedrock for values and inspiration and ambition and inculcating all these things that we want our children to become.
Yeah, but now, if I may to use Bobby Wine's words, isn't that now textbook, what it should be? And I'll tell you, a lot of our fathers were like that, the old school guys. But right now, a lot has changed. And I actually have this feeling that maybe we need to go back to the old school way of doing things, where Dad says, you know what, this is the direction we're taking, and this is it. Like you're saying, he says, this is what we do, this is the way we speak. Even there's certain things, the other day I saw a very interesting thing in the supermarket. There's this child, I'll give him around 4 years old, he's yanking at his mom's dress and telling her, give me my money, give me my money. And she's telling him, no, I'm not going to give you money. She said, and if you continue doing that, I'll beat you. And he's told her, no, you're not, just give me my money. And I was saying to myself, I don't know, who of us here would even think about doing that when you're 4? Because there's certain things you knew, if you dare do them, it's an instant death, you know. And I think that's the parenting we need to go back to.
Peter, I think you were abused as a child.
With a straight face.
No, seriously. And I think you need to
First of
stop
all, let's
holding that
agree.
up as
Do
a
you
standard.
support that kid Peter is
Yeah,
describing?
yeah, so that kid, what that kid is doing is right.
Now, if you don't support
listen.
that kid, what is the alternative?
No, here's the point.
Because there are things you
The
don't do in
solution
the 60s and
is
70s.
not,
You couldn't.
is not to beat your kid to pulp.
But you
I
can
didn't say to
threaten.
but
No, but Peter,
there must be a level.
Peter, on this show, you're on record to so many times advocate for, like corporal punishment.
Yes, manhandle the child.
I'll tell you why. I'll
Because
tell
it's
you
a
why.
product.
Yes.
The good Peter you see
No, it is not just Peter. For me, I share his sentiments. I had a dad whose temperament gauge started at almost peace time.
That's the minimum. On any given day, at his happiest, he was almost pissed.
Yeah, that's how I learned that you can't whistle while you're angry, because when he came in whistling, you knew you could ask for everything. I'm not complaining. I wouldn't be here if that guy hadn't beat me.
Exactly.
But some of the kids that I'm seeing, I think we are taking this parenting thing too far. But
Wait.
okay,
Let's agree, beating is biblical.
Yes.
Most of the people
yes.
claim they are Christians.
Wait, we can't stand out
But
here and speak
not-
on national TV and say beating is biblical.
no,
Okay,
punishment. You have to
The
understand
thing is
how
a
to
rod.
punish.
The
Bible
father,
says
the
the
father has to
to get
punish.
the best effects.
Yes.
To get the best effect. Now, if that is what gets the best effect, I'm not
Now
not
you
saying
have
just
a good name
beat.
for it, spanking, whatever.
Yeah,
And they're not saying that talk to your children.
If you
Talk
like,
to them, beat the child.
guys, you know, while we're laughing about this, there are countless people whose psyche or whose understanding and dealing with situations has been gravely affected by the way this corporal punishment thing is meted out to them. Let me finish. Just like Joseph said, that there's some people who are attracted to it, who become like the thing, and some people who are so repulsed by it.
But they will never become
right?
it. They will never
So,
have anything to do
so
with it.
you find that there are people, because they were beaten so bad, they've actually upped the game. Their dads were using belts, these guys are using electric cables, right? And
There's
there
a difference between corporal punishment and disciplining.
Exactly.
Disciplining is to try to reorient the mind back to,
Yes.
and you must use
Yes.
some tool.
Yes.
It could be a push, it could be a threat.
Isaac, here's the problem.
And the Pope yesterday was on record. The Pope
No. Isaac, here's the thing. We've talked about this thing.
Pope, you guys watch news.
We've talked about this before when we had
the official Pope, not the one.
The police.
The police lady here. Now the thing is that there is actually a good reason why the government of Uganda has a law that abolished corporal punishment, because there is a lot more abuse. Let me tell you what happens. If you're spanking a child, for example, it's very important for you not to be angry. One of the rules about it, one of the rules about it is don't listen.
That's why you're sleeping, you must be
Can
awake.
I make my point? Here's the thing. You do not spank a child when you're angry, Because the point is not to release your anger on them, to vent your anger on them. The point is to correct. So one of the things you're advised to do, for example, like in our parents' age, those who did it well, in my view, were the type who said, I'm going to give you a spanking for that. We've talked about this for so long. You go and get your own stick. Do you know why they always said that? It helps them to cool down. Do you know what some of the guys are doing now, the likes of you, Peter? They say, you kid, I am... So you get your belt and throw everything at the child because you're angry.
We can flip that coin. There is overdoing it on this side. But why are we talking about overdoing it on the other side? Leaving children just to be.
And you say, oh, don't do this.
Because you don't touch children.
Listen, I'll tell you what. I am a firm believer, first of all, in discipline. Because I know if you don't discipline a child when they are young, you've ruined that person.
So if you're not spanking your kid every day, they're indisciplined.
I did not say spanking every day. And I'll tell you.
So what's the point?
Can I be honest with you guys? Chris, and I'm going to say this out of love, because I love you and we're bros and what. Really, honestly, all it takes is one good spanking.
Exactly,
and
that's
the child
my
is
point.
set for life.
Yes.
The threat
they know
that there exists, not one hospitalizing.
Yes, as a deterrent.
Yes, it's as a deterrent.
I was in Buganda Road Primary School. I was spanked for literally every day. My backside stopped feeling anything. There's a point where a kid becomes callous. Because all you do to me is
why were they spanking?
I was apparently a naughty, stubborn kid.
Apparently, he's not yet come to terms.
No, they were not listening to me.
Guilty.
I actually had issues.
You were not following rules, and they were not listening
That's
to you.
what
we keep talking about communication here. Even punishment is communication. Exactly. The thing is, if you're doing something and the other person is not getting it, there's a problem. You're doing it for nothing.
Yeah, there's a problem.
So for you are just being beaten. You're not getting the point because they were not telling you why it was happening. For you, just you are going to do this.
Lie down.
And I move even on. At a national level, there are sentencing guidelines. Judges must read them. When a problem has occurred, you don't just sit and say, I can't spank you. I can't punch. There are some guidelines for homes. Let's not do this. If we do this, this is the punishment. Now, if you tell a kid, don't do this, this is the punishment. They do. Then you skip the punishment. The next time they will become callous.
There has to be.
You have to keep.
It has to be established again, and I keep saying this. It is speaking purely out of love and purely as a person who is opposed.
Today you're talking of love so much.
Because as a father, I have sons, and I know the kind of child that I was. And I know what kind of genes that they carry. I know how great the task is going to be. Because sometimes it will hurt me more to punish them than to hurt them. But I know that I will come to a point where I will cross that.
And Chris, you could be lucky to have these kids that are not as wayward as he's expecting is to be. Some kids are just
too much.
There has to be something has to be done like that child. And if you do, and if you let that, if you do not, because what the father does, aside from the things he does directly with you, what he teaches you, or the image that he shows is to create an environment. The decisions he makes, for example, where he takes you, where he wants to stay as a family, all those things, when he creates that environment, all that forms a part of you.
Have I created an impression that I believe in discipline?
No.
This man,
it's the method.
He's the one who is always quoting the Bible.
I agree with.
And the spanking comes from the scripture of spare the rod.
Okay, now
we are saying how
now if we're talking Bible, I can help explain something. Train up a child in the way they should go. It's actually when you read the original, it's about according to their bent, according to their personality. You have to look at a child. Say, for example, there's some children.
If he's a thief, you train him to steal property.
No. You're misquoting me.
There's
some children who are hardwired a certain way, or maybe if someone is an extrovert, you cannot beat that out of them. The thing is, work with them in the way they are.
I'm the one who needs to be beaten. You're saying there is no one that ever needs to be beaten.
No, guys, we need to go into a break right now. But Chris, one of the things I need you to think about, because we want to come back and also talk about, because there are good fathers, there are bad fathers, that's a fact. We need to now talk about bad fathers. But one of the things which I think you got off tangent is, I believe in discipline. discipline, and even if
By the so do I, Peter.
and I believe in strict discipline, and I'll tell you why.
Not
as a growing up, just as Joseph had said, I know myself. And even generally us guys as kids, if we were not disciplined, it would have been a different story. Now we're here at the
MTV wouldn't be
existing. We're going into a break. We'll be right back after this.
The confessions.
NTV, turning on your world.
This is for the magicians, the ones who make sure you and I are fresh and clean all day long. Magic that appeals to our senses. Magic that makes a big job easy and fun. Feel the magic of All Day Fresh Clean.
No more waiting for your client to view their ads only when there's a TV screen. Your ads can be mobile and extremely affordable. Advertise for as little as 15,000 shillings on NTV Mobi and be seen everywhere. If you don't have an ad, our epic graphics team is waiting to put an ad together for you. At NTV, there's no such thing as a small business. Be part of the experience. Call now. NTV Mobi. Advertising redefined. Welcome back from the break. In case you've just joined us, we're at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel and we're talking about a father's role in his children's lives. Where does it begin and where does it end? We need to hear from you. It's your show. Go to our Facebook page, like it, it's NTV Men. 34,000 people plus talking there. Engage in the discussions. Or follow us on Twitter, it's NTV_men. Mr. Zaki, the floor is yours.
You know, realistically,
it's getting warm in here.
You know, realistically, being a father is a new experience, you know, because one, you're working with what you've observed before. But in this day and age, I think it's ludicrous to apply only one channel of discipline and apply it, you know,
and over-apply it
across the board. You know, we're fortunate enough to live in a day and age where you have various sources of information. You know, if you come from a larger family, you know, in as much as your dad might have been chaparing you, maybe somebody else spoke to you, and that message reached you in the same way that Chiboko did. You know, more so because you knew that the Chiboko was an option. So what I subscribe to, I had a discussion around my daughter once, and the decision was to give her the naughty corner. I don't agree with that. You know, I think it's ineffective. I think that it's you know, and I also agree with the need for controlled discipline via the stick or the rod. However, what I sincerely believe is that in this day and age we've grown a lot. You know, we can't claim that, you know, I'm going to use Chiboko only, or, you know, I'm going to use the naughty corner only. I think it's a combination of things, really. Yeah. And over and above that, sorry, Peter.
Sorry, go ahead.
Over and above that, if you're always caning your kid, it's actually your fault. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
With regards to what you were saying about, you know, leading the child in a specific path.
According to what they are.
Yeah, you know, I sincerely believe
you
that.
Punish them slowly. If they are fast, you punish them.
You are intentionally misrepresenting.
You remember what you asked? Let me give you an example. My daughter is slightly above 13, and she was spending most of her time at the neighbors because they had a touch screen phone.
Yeah.
And that's what she wanted. So in order to discipline her, I didn't beat her and tell her, don't go out. I came to my office, picked money, and sent somebody to Dubai. Somebody was traveling. And he brought a very brand new phone. I set it up for her, WhatsApp, everything, and I gave it to her as a gift. And she started staying at home.
Now, guys, there are bad fathers. That's a fact. You know what? As I mentioned to you, Colin, this is what Bobby Wine would call textbook. We all know what it should be. But is it like that? No, it's not. There are bad fathers. If I'm a bad father, should I then just stay away from my children?
No, you should not watch this show. That's just
What is the definition
You see,
of
you
a
see,
bad
bad
father?
father
The
is
one
the
who
one.
doesn't pay school fees on time, the one who drinks,
The bad father is
the one who
one
appears in the papers.
A bad influence on.
The bad father is the one who does violence instead of disciplining the child. I think, which was
the ones who abandon their roles as a parent.
Yeah, that's one way, but some
Because then
overparent also. It can, I mean, that
Because
can be bad also.
the reason where I'm going with this is we know a father influences the child, whether positively or negatively. And here I am. I'm a drunkard. I'm a very violent guy. I come home. I beat up my wife. And I know. I mean, when I'm doing these things, it's not like I'm in a trance. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, you drive too fast?
That's not a bad thing.
Road hog.
Yeah, that's not a. Just don't curse when the kids are in the car. It's a simple.
You guys introduced the what?
Yeah, that's when I will get. We know who the road hog is amongst us here. He drives like he doesn't see people. But
he did wave to you.
No, he almost ran me over.
Ah, okay.
Now, in this case, should I then just be responsible enough and just stay away from my children?
But you can't, because the role of the parent is to bring up their kids. It is a legal role.
Yes, but I'm doing it wrong. So I can say, let me provide for my kids,
Then
but stay away
who
from
will be the alternative
Who
father?
will teach them?
So I just continue with my
Who will
vices?
teach them to be decent citizens?
Because
you see,
you must
there
have
is
a process
role.
of
Yes.
handing over. You say, you guys, now I have failed. So are there people out there who
Peter,
can?
I think, no, like Zake said, and I totally agree, the thing is that none of us ever goes to any university to train you on being a father.
Just
right?
watch it
If
around.
there is any man who has served a child, will tell you it's a growing and learning experience. Do you know what that means? It's loaded with mistakes. You make mistakes, some are colossal, some are minor, some things you get right.
Some things you will never outlive.
That's
You
what
make- you
being
make
a man
mistakes
is
that you
about.
can't. Yeah.
So some things you get wrong. Sometimes you mess up so badly. But the thing is that because we all mess up, you just pick up the pieces and go at it again. You can never
That's if you
abscond
survive
from a
the
role
kid.
of being a father. You never abscond from it because you see, you stop being a father when you're in your grave.
And talking about these things you keep referring to as textbook.
Yes. And now, you know where I was going with this before he started throwing stones? Chris.
No.
Yes.
Okay, he called you stupid now. He called you stupid. Now you're calling him mad.
No,
I did call him that.
I think today the bench is sufficiently scratched.
Peter, on a serious note.
You see, on a serious note, where I was going with that, and I'm glad you said that, because Chris, whether we again, as Colin always says, there's you and there's us. The harsh reality is
No, there's us and then there's you. You wild animal.
The harsh reality, and I'm
Not just an animal.
Your dad allowed you to call people wild animals?
Imagine. There are a lot of fathers who have absconded from their duty as fathers.
Yes.
And Mr. Zaki here can tell us, you don't have to be necessarily married to the mother of your child for you to be in their life.
It's a full-on scratch mode.
No,
Let's out his personal life.
And I'll tell you why. It's important that people understand that. Because the reason why I was asking where I was going is, it's very easy for me as a father to say, hey, you know what? I can't handle.
Talk about child neglect.
We've spoken about the role of the father in the house.
And right where we've reached now, I need you to put that in.
No. All of us here. I mean, I don't know where you stand, obviously, but all of us here agree that as a man, for you, and you see, I think that people don't give it the weight it deserves. For you to be adequately respected by your peers, you've got to own your responsibilities.
True.
And you know, at the risk of cursing and saying, you know, you've got to carry your bag of, yes, you've got to. So you can't come here. You are not even allowed to come out here on national television and say to people, you know, you can be out there and be bad and be a player and people will respect you. No, because there is no place for those people in the society that we're building. There isn't a place for them.
So, now I can take that as your parting shot.
No.
Okay.
What's wrong with you though? No.
Let a man take a breath, you know.
Yeah,
okay, fine. Mr. Zaki, your parting shot.
What I would say, I stick to the perspective that you know, it's a learning experience, you know, and you've got to keep going at it. Having said that, I understand that there's the ideal situation, what you call textbook, and there are, I don't know, there are categories of parents. There are parents who are physically present, but in every other way absent. You know, there are parents who don't get to spend as much time as they should with their kids for whatever reasons. Maybe a separation, maybe work, you know. But the short of the long is it's about your commitment to, you know, the decision you made to have a child. And, you know, you just keep going at it until hopefully you bring a responsible citizen into...
You're pointing at him, responsible citizen?
Yeah, he's Colin is pretty responsible, you know.
Okay. Nah, man. You should brand the whole country. He's good at his work. So maybe the responsibility was the training.
Well, he says it like it is, so there's value in that.
Fantastic. Joseph, your parting shot.
The thing is, it is very simple. A father is going to influence their child, whether they are present, absent, good, or bad. So you, the father, should decide how you want to influence that child. Because whichever way it is, you're going to pass on genes, number one, and whatever you do, because you're the father of this child, even if you're absent, the child is going to be, where's my father? So you're influencing that in some way, good or bad. Whether you're a good father or a bad father, either way, you're influencing that child. So the decision is yours at the end of the day to decide how you influence this child.
First of all, I would like to say this is a very important topic because right now the nation is in mourning where a son of a reverend managed to kill the entire family, less one person. Now, is there any lesson we can learn from that? Can we say that this man who was a reverend didn't train their kids? So there could be a problem. That just shows that there can be a problem if you do not bring up your kids well or if you let other people bring up your kids. So the man's role, and I'm unhappy that we just coined it around father because there are families that don't have fathers and the mothers are the fathers. And there are families that have mothers and fathers, but where the fathers are actually the mothers. It's important, as he said, that when you decide to have a kid or kids, you better be ready for them. You plan for them, work for them. There are people who work up to 11 in the night claiming they are working for their families, and then they end up putting that money in a huge car or something that doesn't help the kids. You should create an opportunity for your kids. Take them to good schools, be involved in their homework, be involved with their friends, get to know. Buy them the things that, because today's world is very different. Those days our toys were balls made out of banana fibers. But today's toys are very expensive toys. And you have to let your kids have, if you want to make them more responsible people, because the intelligence of these days is a bit more artificial than the natural ones we grew up. So we have to recognize the environment we live in, try to create the environment which will help your kids to understand what sort of people they can be and contribute positively to the national debate of having a nation. Because the different types of kids in the country, they keep claiming the kids are the future or leaders of tomorrow. So each of us has to contribute to that future of our country. So a father's role is key, a mother's role is key.
Chris?
First of all, I think that my message to every man who's listening here is when you become a father, you've not studied it anywhere.
I know every kid is different.
You know,
yeah.
So we learn on the job. Some of our fathers could have made mistakes. We are making sometimes the same mistakes. But the thing is that we need to learn from our mistakes, pick up the pieces, and move on. If something went wrong in your fathering role, and you realize it, I mean, just don't beat yourself up too hard and up and go. Because speaking from the perspective of a child who didn't have a father at a certain point, a critical point in my life, I would have given anything to have my father in whatever state. Right? So as I speak right now, my relationship with my father is a really good one, at least, you know, based on what I think, because the pieces were picked. It doesn't matter at what stage. Pick up the pieces and move on. The second thing I'd like to say is as fathers, I believe that we're not just meant to either show kids, give them money, throw at them school fees, food, and whatever, which is just financial. We need to help them develop intellectually. That means we need time to talk to them and challenge their thinking. We need to help them to grow physically, support them if it's sports or something like that, to build their bodies and that sort of thing. So, we need to help them with valuing and building relationships. That relationships with older people, how to respect, like Jose was saying, respecting others, dealing with authority, dealing with others, and also their spiritual side of life. So you actually find that a father is actually touching on all those areas. And if you're not there, something goes amiss. So you find some warped person just because you're not present. So like Zake said, let's be the type of fathers who are there, present.
Great stuff. Colin, your parting shot.
I just want to close.
Father of one, eh?
Hey,
two.
Is a double, man.
You've taken away the other one.
Are you adopting my son?
One times one is equal to
two.
Okay.
An
One times one
a
is
really
two.
old
In
person
Colin's
once said to me that that we don't inherit the earth from our parents. We borrow it and hold it in trust for our children. And
that's deep.
Yeah, the legacy you create.
Yes, and in many, many ways, fatherhood is what you're giving to the next generation. It's what you're giving to your children genetically. You give them good genes, you give them healthy genes, they're going to give them an advantage. You give them the good environment, as Jose is saying, you're giving them an advantage. You give them the technology that's appropriate to learn, to give them that age, you're giving them an advantage. You help them in sports and you support them to form long-lasting relationships. You're giving them more rounded personalities, which is about creating advantages. But why is it important? Because fathers speak into their children's lives. You've heard of girls who have daddy issues, or, people who say, if your father speaks into your life, they speak life, or they speak prosperity, or they speak success or ambition, they will create the environment that you will then become as individuals to take on the world. I think that there's a great responsibility that fathers have to shape the world that their children will come into, either by taking stands or positions against things that they think are not safe for that environment. So for example, in our home, we don't do this. So the things that we will not allow to happen in our home means I'm creating an environment. So when my child grows up, they are rounded enough. When they go out and take on the world, they will be ready for it.
Yeah.
But I will also prepare them. I will teach them, I will guide them, I will counsel them, and I will discipline them. Because of that, I think that the father's role then is summed up into almost like speaking life, and life in all its entirety into the next generation. When a person or a man chooses to abdicate that responsibility in that, because now we know how big it is, it's not a choice. Because if you don't, the world will teach that person whatever they need to learn. They will survive. They will be crippled, they'll be what, but they'll be a broken individual, but they will survive. And that's what you have given to the world. So for me, at that point, is where you now have the conversation of, it's not an option. You've got to try.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Wow, this is truly
That-
2015.
that submission needs
I
a
am blown
clap.
away.
Yeah.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that
Yeah,
makes me feel.
absolutely.
And he did not spoil it at the last moment.
Yeah.
Did you practice
Now,
that?
we're
Where's
here at
the
the church
script?
in Kampala. We've been talking about a father's influence on their children. I know we've not exhausted it. I still have some unsettled issues with Chris, which we will take on another episode. We hope you've had a
Part
great time
2 of
and learned a
fatherhood.
lot. Have a good night and take good care of yourselves. And fathers, speak life into your children because it's in your hands. Have a good night.
One more depending on a prep, and we all look away. People pretending everywhere. It's just another day. There's bullets flying through the air, and they still carry on. We watch it happen over there, and then just turn it off. We must stand together. There's no giving in.
a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Program Guide is brought to you by
OLX, everything sells.
Program Guide.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Tomorrow night.
Doing in your office? I participated actively in killing.
Why? Just a product of abduction and
Tomorrow night.
And the change of government won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week? I say they're shortly. Me, I'd be looking to sell. At what price? More. Much, much more. I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
This is NTV.
The following program is rated M and is only suitable for mature audiences. Parental guidance advised.
jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, I hate to go.
A crossing guard? A crossing guard?
Did you find out about her?
I almost trusted you. You're not gonna believe this, but I didn't mean to kill Dick. I just wanted to scare him a little. I didn't even know the gun was loaded.
Sweetie, is that water hot enough for you?
Oh, it's fine, thank you.
Stupid. I told her gun's only effective if loaded. See you later, sweetie.
Okie dokie. I never kept bullets in the gun, honest. Whoops. Can't believe I accidentally killed Dick. Sure, we had our problems, but come on, what couple doesn't? Dick was basically a pretty nice guy. Sometimes.
You wanna know another thing I love about this little filly?
Not really.
I love the way she screams for me to call her puddle britches while we're in the sack.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, come on, it's cute. Cute. So cute I could just chew you right up.
Please, I just had cocktail weenies. Before you threw me right out back to this lady's room.
So, Tina, can I come back to your place?
How drunk do you think I am?
Guess not.
Hello? Dick? Hello? Jeez, what am I gonna do with you? Oops. Hello, 911. I just shot my boyfriend, but it was an accident, and I really don't think that jail time is a good idea. That's not right. Hello, is this 911? Oh, hi. Hey, listen, a stranger just broke into my house and got my purse and took my gun out of my purse and shot my boyfriend and hid him in the basement. No, that's not gonna work.
Hello?
Hi, Mom, I have to talk to you.
Well, I have to talk to you, too.
Okay, but Mom, what I have to tell you is very important.
Well, Colleen, mine is important, too.
Is that Colleen?
Of course it's Colleen. I just said, well, Colleen.
Tell her to watch out for dust mites.
Mom, I have to tell you something very important about Dick.
Listen, sweetie, I just sent you some clippings for magazines, you know, different hairstyles. Some of them would look just darling on you. Oh, and some, you know, diets, too.
Tell her about the dust mites.
Sweetie, have you heard from Peter recently?
No, Mother, no, I haven't heard from Peter because he married my former best friend, Pamela Grinder. Do you remember?
Well, maybe if you wore your hair differently.
All right, well, thanks for the advice. Bye.
Oh, okay. I think she's mad.
This day was really going down the tubes, and it all started with a visit to my local alcoholic psychic, Madame Huguenot.
You have to believe.
Oh, I believe.
I see a man, a husband.
A boyfriend?
Yes, that's it. And, well, he's going on a trip. A very long trip.
No.
Yes. He's very secretive. He does not tell you everything. He's going to Rome. Ah.
Oh, no, I think you're mistaken. Dick hates pasta.
Mistaken? Madame Huguenot is never mistaken. And your husband...
Boyfriend.
Whatever he is, he's not going alone. He's taking a young woman. A crossing guard.
A crossing guard? Oh, no, I seriously doubt that Dick would
Yes, a crossing guard. I call them the sirens of the school system with their long legs and their bright blue eyes and the way they wave those stop signs around. Oh, stop, stop, stop.
Madame Huguenot?
A few days ago, he got into a mishap with a car.
Yes! Yes, a fender bender in the parking lot. Oh, do you see the other man, the handsome man in the black car?
I'll handle this. What in the hell were you doing? Obeying the law? What were you doing? I was backing out. You were driving like a maniac.
Wow, cool car.
Pauline, mind your own business. You were the one driving like a maniac. Oh, yeah? Why don't we get the cops here and see? There's no need to get the cops here. Come on, it's a little fender bender.
Oh, no, look, your light thingy's all crushed.
Colleen, do you understand that mind your own business means shut up? Look, why don't we leave her out of it? She's innocent. She's cute, too. Stop trying to change the subject. There's no subject, buddy. I'm getting in my car, and I'm leaving. It's nice meeting you.
Hope I run into you again.
I see your husband and the crossing guard having an affair. They're running off to Rome together, capiche? If you went home right this second, you would see him standing at the doorway with the bags all packed, waiting to leave you. I could just mark my words. Go.
Hey, that so-and-so was taking my clothes. I suppose the crossing guard was my size, too. I could kill him again. Hello?
Oh, I know who this is. You very mean lady. You're never going to speak to my boyfriend again.
Who's that you're ringing up, Daniel?
This woman I met yesterday.
Hope to run into you again. Danny, I've got something to tell you. Jared, he's...
Donnie, why don't you join me in the yard? Some of the boys have a game of football going. Okay. See you, sis. Hey, Danny!
Would you be so kind as to favor us with one of your beautiful songs?
Not today, Mike.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, Mike. You know, I don't sing anymore.
Back to your game, boys. Did you rub Dick Rasmussen yet?
He ran into me.
What?
I was trailing him. You know, I was trying to get a good shot at him, and he backed into my car not more than 20 minutes ago.
Well, did you rub him?
No, I didn't have an opportunity to. He was with the woman.
Name of the wee man, Danny. I asked you to pop this guy over a week ago. I need this to happen. I need it to happen now.
I know. I'll do it. I'll X him tomorrow.
Danny, I transferred you from the accounting department to the hitman department, what, 2 years ago?
Yes.
So in that time, how many people do you think you've actually killed?
Technically?
Sure, technically.
I don't know.
I'll tell you, none. Brianne, nada, nothing, zilch. In 2 years, you haven't doled out so much as a black eye. Frankly, I'm disappointed. I expected more from an American.
Senator Duff. What about him? He's dead.
Senator Dove died of a heart attack.
Yes, he had a heart attack while I was hiding in his closet waiting to kill him.
Not a true rub.
Are you saying I'm yellow?
I'm not saying you're any color. I'm saying maybe your heart isn't in it. I'm saying maybe you should get back to accounting where you don't actually have to kill people.
I can kill people as good as the next guy.
Hey, Danny, care to favor us with one of your beautiful songs today?
I haven't sang in 2 years.
Come on, Patrick. You know our Danny hasn't sang since Mary broke his heart. Ah, yes. The Mary incident.
Oh, Danny boy, I love you so.
Could we please forget about the Mary incident?
Jesus, don't bite the head off us. He was just saying how you could be one of the great singers of our time. Aye.
You don't know what you're talking. All the great singers are Italian. There's Frank, Dino, Tony.
That's just your opinion.
It's also my opinion you should shut your gob. All the great singers are Italian.
Just like the mobsters.
You watch it, Tommy.
I'm Patrick.
I'm sorry. You watch it, Patrick.
What did I do?
Not you, Patrick. Patrick.
If the Irish can't sing, then what about Bing Crosby?
Ah, forget Bing Crosby. The man talked his way through every song.
And what about John McCormick?
Yeah, our Danny can sing as good as him. Sure. He should be up there on the stage singing.
Yeah, I'm not a singer. I'm a hitman. And I'm gonna kill Dick Rasmussen. I'm gonna implement my new plan tomorrow.
What's that?
I'm gonna get to him through his girlfriend.
Whoop-de-doo. Sounds like quite a plan.
Oh, you're not gonna press charges, are you?
What a coincidence. You and your boyfriend ran into me at Target.
It's an ex-boyfriend, actually.
Ex-boyfriend?
Yeah. Things really weren't working out very well.
You are Colleen Gibson, right?
Yes?
The artist.
Yes?
I'm Daniel Gallagher. I'm an art dealer. I just thought I'd stop by and take a look at some of your stuff.
Oh.
Can we go to your studio?
Oh, I don't have a studio.
Or do you paint down in your basement?
Well, yes. But we can't go down there.
Why not?
Just because it's messy and there's rats. But, I'll tell you what, I have some other paintings in the garage, if you'd like to see those.
Sure, sure.
Welcome to the Colleen Gibson collection.
This is nice.
So, I call this one Red.
I see.
This is Green.
Makes sense. Let me guess. Blue.
Yes? How'd you know?
Ah, lucky guess. You have a very distinctive style.
Well, yes, but as you can see, I'm sort of running low on ideas.
Yeah? Why don't you buy a 64 box of Crayolas? I know art, and these are, well, they're pretty great. They're truly neat, and they're great. They're really great.
Blue is my favorite one.
Mine too. There's a lot of blue in there.
Guess I kind of did it in my blue period. You know, like Picasso had a blue period.
You know, I love his stuff too.
Yeah.
Well, how much do you want for this one?
I don't know. I've never sold a painting. Well, $200.
Sounds about right. I have one more thing to ask you.
What's that?
Out.
Out.
Out. I want to ask you out, seeing as your boyfriend is an ex and all.
Well, it's just that, you know, the breakup is still so new. I'm just sort of getting used to it.
Well, you have 2 hours to get used to it. I'll be back around 6. I got some errands to attend to. Okay? See ya.
Who is it?
It's me.
Who?
It's me, Colin.
Oh, okay. Hey, sorry.
How you doing?
I'm okay.
Good.
Hey. Where'd you get that painting?
Just bought it.
That sure is blue.
It is, isn't it? I didn't want to leave it out in the car in this neighborhood, so.
That would look really good over the new sofa Molly just got. How much do you want for that?
You want to buy it?
Sure.
Nah, I think I'm going to keep it. Sentimental reason.
I'll give you $500 for that.
500?
Yep. There is a lot of blue in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to hang on to it, you know.
Oh, come on, Dan. Think of it as my retirement gift.
Retirement gift? What, are you retiring?
Yeah. Going back to get my genealogy degree. A lot less dangerous than all this mafia business.
You know, Colin, we're not in the mafia. We're Irish. Hey, you know what? Just take the painting. It's fine. I know where I can get another one just like it, so.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Well, what do you know? I'm an art dealer after all, huh?
Yeah, I'm an art collector.
Good, that's good.
Molly's gonna love this. She loves blue.
That's great, Colin. You scotch taped him to a chair.
Can you believe I forgot the rope? I used scotch. Look how sticky that is. Yeah. See, I can stick to the wool.
Yeah, it's sticky. Hey, Pee-wee. I'm sorry, we just got caught up in a little gangland small talk. How you doing? Okay, Colin.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Went to mass this morning, right? Had my gun. Then, you remember a couple minutes ago when you came in the door and I got you a painting? Looked again? Gone. Believe that?
You're off the hook, Pee-wee. Just don't do it again, because,
No, wait. A second. Jared said we have to X this guy today.
We don't have a gun.
I know that, but what I can do is I'll find something with which we can bludgeon our good old friend Pee-wee to death with.
terrible, Dick. But your death has really opened me up. Creatively, I mean. Crossing guard. Where in the world did you meet a crossing guard?
You guys are cops, aren't you?
We are, in fact, plainclothes detectives.
I knew it. You've seen my television commercials. Are you trying to find someone? Someone who's lost, or missing, or hiding? Hello, I'm Dick Rasmussen, and I'm a private dick. I find people who don't want to be found. Trying to locate an old lover, friend, husband, wife, child? I'm your man. Think your wife's cheating on you? You're probably right. I'm your man. Call me at 1-200, I'm a dick. That's 1-200, I'm a dick. Remember, that's 1-200, I am a dick.
If we were married, do you think we'd be here?
Well, I got a girlfriend, but I got a big surprise for her. She's not gonna be my girlfriend for long.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you.
The sad thing is I've seen his commercials.
Me too.
And I kind of like it.
Me too.
Hello?
You over him yet?
Is this Daniel Gallagher, art dealer?
You know it. I'll be there in an hour.
Found some murdering devices.
Gotta go.
Okay.
Wow. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Informants. Always have the best stuff. Not for long, though. Okay. Now, everybody's got to be real quiet while I drive.
Dan? Oh. Just want to say that this is your first legit rub, and I'm proud of you. Go get it.
Wait a minute. You got any last requests, Pee-wee? You want a cigarette or something?
Well, I've always liked the way you sang When Irish Eyes Are Smiling. Come on.
I don't sing anymore.
Man. Come on, man.
No,
You gotta do it.
No,
Come on, Danny. Hello, I just asked you. That's what I want. Please.
Okay. This once, okay? When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
Yeah! That was beautiful, Danny. Simply beautiful.
Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, it's getting late. I gotta go. I got a date.
Oh.
And it'd be great if you could play through for me, you know?
Yeah. He was so close, though, Dennis. Bash his head in.
Yeah, you can do it.
Shh. I got some things I gotta do. And, maybe you could tell Jared that I did it.
Break the eighth?
The eighth?
The eighth commandment, thou shalt not lie. That doesn't sit too well with me.
Right. Okay. You'll do it, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see you guys later.
Hey, Danny. Thanks for the song, man.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, Pee-wee.
These are nice.
Thanks.
My set is shit. Now, if you can't, you can't, but if you can, right before I made contact, Let me know if my left arm is straight. You know what? Why would I waste a perfectly good driver on your big skull? You know, Molly don't love blue as much as I love golf.
Wow. It's beautiful. Come here to jog? Fish?
My family, they like to come out here and shoot.
Shoot. Oh. Wow. An armed art dealer.
Yeah.
Hmm.
See that target down there?
Yeah?
I'll show you how it's done.
Okay. Well, that's not that bad.
Want to try?
Oh, no, not really, no.
Have you ever fired a gun before?
Not really, no.
It's simple. You just aim and shoot, that's all.
Kind of like hairspray.
Yeah. Here, give it a try. Go on.
Oh, okay.
So where'd you learn to shoot like that?
I don't know. You know, shooting targets sure can work up an appetite. You know what I could eat right now?
What?
A big red bloody steak.
Okay. I can probably arrange that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So tell me more about Dick. Where is he?
Oh, not Dick. I don't even want to think about him.
I'm just curious, that's all. Like, where you're sending his mail and stuff, you know?
Why do you have so many questions about Dick? What are you, a cop or something?
No. I'm the opposite of a cop.
An art dealer's the opposite of a cop?
No, I just was curious as to why Dick would leave you know? I mean, you seem like a really nice person.
Thank you. That's very flattering.
What do you say we get out of here and start having a little fun?
Oh, more shooting?
No more shooting. Something more romantic. You know what I don't understand about Dick?
Oh, forget Dick. He's gone.
You make it sound like he's dead.
I wish he were. Hey, you know what this party is missing? Music.
Oh, sure, I got some tapes in there.
What's this? It says me.
Oh,
What is it?
it's nothing. It's a secret.
Well, if I had a secret, I'd tell you.
Are you trying to tell me you don't have any secrets?
No, you're changing the subject. We're talking about that tape.
No dice.
I'm not above tickling.
No, please. Okay. I used to fancy myself something of a singer.
Oh, cool. So let's hear it.
No,
Why not?
because it's just not a part of my life anymore. It's just it's a stupid dream, that's all.
Don't say that. What happened?
I had this girlfriend. Really serious girlfriend. Her name was Mary. She thought my singing was silly, so she finally left me for another guy. thought I'd change careers. Try something more manly, you know?
Art?
Yeah, well, mostly I deal in, like, really manly art. And I don't sing.
All right, if that's the way you want to be, but I still want to hear that tape.
No, sorry.
I think singing is very manly.
Really?
Really. So please, can I hear the tape?
Okay. But you have to promise me not to laugh.
I promise. I cross my heart, I hope to die.
Let's hope nothing that drastic has to happen. Oh, man. Here we go.
In Banbridge town, in the county down, one morning last July, from a boy green came a sweet Colleen, and she smiled as she passed me by.
Good. You're really, really good. You shouldn't be an art dealer. You should be a professional singer.
That's really sweet of you to say.
No, I'm not being sweet. I mean it.
It's never gonna happen, but thanks.
Never say never.
Okay. So, I told you one of my secrets. Now, you have to tell me one of your secrets that you don't have.
Well, here's one. I think I'm falling for you. I have another secret. It's a little harder than the I'm falling for you variety.
What is it? Oh.
I know this looks really bad.
That's Dick.
Yeah.
He's,
Were you gonna say dead?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna tell you the whole truth, okay? I killed him, but it wasn't self-defense. Well, I guess self-defense probably really isn't the proper term, but it was an accident.
So you just pointed a gun at him and bang.
Well, it wasn't that simple, really.
That's amazing. It's amazing. It's wow, what a coincidence. I can't.
Why do you say it's a coincidence?
Well, you and Dick, you know, and you killing Dick.
Oh, gosh, when you put it like that, you make it sound so mean.
Well, hey, now, I mean, listen. Dick was a grade A asshole, Colleen.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Of course.
Daniel? Dearest Colleen, sorry to leave so early, but I had some business to take care of. I will be back soon. Daniel. P.S. I took Dick with me.
I look up, your smile fills my heart with glee. Now even a fool can see I'm overcome by love. And there is nothing I will ever hold above. And I hope that I can offer you enough.
I've been keeping track.
Hi, Hurley.
I've been keeping track. This here's the 37th corpse that Jared and the O'Reilly family boys left here in my dump, and it don't make me too proud.
Don't tell me you've accidentally stumbled upon a conscience.
Well, recently, I've been getting the feeling that someone or something's been watching over me, watching everything I do. Maybe it's God.
Look, don't go all nutty on me and the O'Reilly family, okay? We pay you good money to use your dump as our private graveyard.
Yeah, I know. I'm just out loud thinking. Just out loud thinking, that's all. Hey, what variety's this? Is that a snitch? Turncoat? Some three-time loser couldn't come up with the cash?
Private dick.
Oh. Well, that's a first. Why'd you plug a dick?
I don't know. Jared wanted it done.
Don't you ask questions, boy? What if Jared wanted your grandmother done? Would you ask him why?
What are you getting at?
I'm just saying I don't trust Jared any further than I can throw a jukebox, and I can't throw a jukebox too far. Now, why do you figure he wanted a dick killed?
I don't know. I was doing my job.
Maybe I'll think about what you're doing.
Yeah. Okay. I'll think about that. Have a nice day. Oh, Hurley, if you see God around, tell him to have a nice day, too.
Hold your fucking horses.
Hello, Jared.
Oh, it's you.
I did it. I got Dick. You don't believe me? Go ask Dick.
I'd like to. Take me to the dearly departed.
Are you doubting me?
I'm doubting nothing. I'm just saying you and me will go and look at the dead fella, then we'll grab a bite of brunch or something.
Okay, but I want you to know I'm hurt. In here.
Ah, you're hurt. You're hurt in here. I feel your pain. Now, let's you and me go and look at that dead body. Hmm? He's gone to the Saints, all right. Good job.
Thank you. It's about time I got a little respect.
Daniel, don't be so sensitive. You know I love you like a brother. Pay no mind to me. I'm just jaw-wagging.
Okay. Come on, let's get out of here. I gotta dump Dick's car.
Hold on to your pint. Did you check him for dough?
Dough?
Back when I was a head, I used to pull down an extra $100 or so a week just from going through dead guys' wallets. Typical Dick. No green. Some of these guys work their tails off for nothing, you know that? Look at this. One punch away from a free latte. Some guys have no luck. Do you like them lattes?
No.
No, fair play to you. Only you just like that stuff. What else we got? Jesus himself. Engagement ring. Stupid bastard. This guy's a regular crackerjack box. What else we got? Air tickets. He was going somewhere. Rome.
Rome, Georgia?
No, Popey Rome. Come on, get me out of here.
So, why'd you want this Dick fella killed anyway?
I wanted him killed because I wanted him killed. Is that good enough for you, question boy? Come here. Here.
What is this?
It's an envelope, Brains. Inside is the prize. 3 names.
Windsor, Stewart, and Tudor. Who are these people?
There's 3 big-time drug dealers.
Ooh, they're bad.
They're bad. They stiffed me last week. I want them turned into stiffs this week. They hang out in a warehouse by Dock 5 all the time, playing cards. Shouldn't be a difficult hit. I'd like them killed by the end of the week.
I can't. I have things to do.
Like what? You're a hitman. You kill.
Yeah, but... no, sorry.
Danny, let's face it. You seem to have developed a nose for this kind of business. I need you, Danny. I'm not going to take no for an answer.
No.
A year ago, what was your big dream?
Look, what does this have to do?
You wanted to be a great Irish singer. Here's the deal. You make 5 hits for me, and I will install you as the headliner at the Chalet Le Roux.
Chalet Le Roux. No. I don't want to be a singer.
Of course you want to be a singer. See when I said the Chalet Le Roux right there? A wee light went on in your eye that I haven't seen in quite some time. You want to sing.
Okay. I want to sing.
course you do. So make the hits and get the gig. What if I don't? Then I'll have to kill you.
Hey, where you been?
I dumped him.
Dick?
Yeah, Dick.
Where?
Don't worry. Nobody's gonna find him.
That is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. You know, I never meant to kill him. But he really was a jerk. And he was a liar. You'd never lie to me, right, Daniel?
No, I never would.
Jeez, what am I gonna do about Dick?
We are gonna act as if nothing's wrong. Because when the cops come, and they will come, they're gonna come packing questions. Is there a social event or something that you and Dick were planning to go to, like a play or?
Well, I was planning on throwing him a surprise party tonight, but I guess that's right out the window.
No, that's perfect. Go ahead and have it.
But Dick is dead.
I know. Who throws a party for a dead man? Somebody who doesn't know he's dead, right? So go ahead and throw the party. You're right off the suspect list. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, Colleen. I'm going to marry her.
I wish I had some rice to throw at you.
Take a gander at this. Ever seen a rock this big before?
How could some two big gumshoes such as yourself afford such a luxury item?
Haven't been selling your body, have you, Dick?
That big mobster I was telling you about, the tail job, he's got a wife that's willing to pay through the nose for the truth. And, of course, I don't have anything against that. I bought Colleen this ring.
Sounds like real love.
Call it what you want. I call it securing my investment.
Not following you.
Coleen's worth a mint. Or should I say, someday she's going to be worth a mint. Our old man invented the rosy red grapefruit.
Oh, I love those.
And once he kicks, her value goes straight through the roof, and I just want to get in on the ground floor.
NTV, turning on your world.
This is for the magicians, the ones who make sure you and I are fresh and clean all day long. Magic that appeals to our senses. Magic that makes a big job easy and fun. Feel the magic of All Day Fresh Clean.
No more waiting for your client to view their ads only when there's a TV screen. Your ads can be mobile and extremely affordable. Advertise for as little as 15,000 shillings on NTV Mobi and be seen everywhere. If you don't have an ad, our epic graphics team is waiting to put an ad together for you. At NTV, there's no such thing as a small business. Be part of the experience. Call now. NTV Mobi. Advertising redefined.
Hey, cuz. How did I know I'd find you drinking in the middle of the afternoon?
Oh, I don't know, cuz. I guess you're one of those clairvoyants, huh? Hey, how's the hitman business doing?
Would you keep your voice down, please? Look, I got a favor to ask you.
Oh, Mr. Fancy Pants has to ask old Mr. Down and Out for a favor. Oh, this ought to be rich.
Here.
A gun.
And to think those damn nuns wouldn't let you out of the 7th grade.
That's hilarious. Oh, wait a second. Don't tell me you finally went and killed somebody.
Look, I need you to ditch this for me, okay?
Why don't you ditch it? You're the hitman. I just sell sinks for a living, remember?
Don't kid yourself, Rex. You assist a man who sells things, and I can't ditch it because I have a lot to do today.
Well, why don't you have one of your mafia friends ditch it for you?
How many times do I have to tell you we're not the mafia? We're Irish.
Okay, okay. Take it easy. Look, I don't want to get involved with any of this crap.
Maybe this will alleviate some of your fears. Good. Just take the gun and throw it in the lake or something, okay? It's simple. Nothing's gonna happen. Unless you screw it up.
Colleen.
Yeah?
I hate to be a party pooper, but my legs are getting cramped.
All right. You don't have to hide anymore.
Huh. Something must have happened to Dick.
Oh, can we eat the cake?
Oh, sure.
I got it. Hello.
Hi, Danny. You told me to call this number at 9 o'clock.
What?
You said to call at 9 o'clock.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's 9 o'clock and you said to call.
Oh, yeah? Well, screw you too then, Dick. Oh. Boy, you're not gonna believe this. That was Dick. He is at the airport. He's running away with another woman. Guess the surprise party's off.
Wow. Look at the time.
See ya. Night.
Later.
See ya. Gosh. Well, that was really smart.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now the police won't suspect anything when Dick turns up missing.
I know something could go wrong.
No. Nothing's gonna go wrong. Everything is gonna go right. We got away with it.
But I'm a killer.
But you're really good at it.
I am?
Yeah. You should be so proud of yourself. You're a natural. Lots of people can't do what you do.
Really?
Yeah, really.
What's that?
I don't know. Somebody probably forgot something.
Let me get it.
Hurry back.
Okay. Yes?
You Colleen Gibson?
Yes?
O'Halloran.
Murphy,
May I help you?
you're on the wrong side of the fence to be asking questions.
Which side am I on?
The wrong side.
How well do you know Pee Wee Grealish?
Who?
John Grealish.
Nicknamed Pee-wee, due to his immense girth.
I don't know anyone named Pee-wee.
Funny. He knew you.
At least well enough to be beaten to death by one of your paintings.
What?
Just spill your guts about Pee Wee Grealish.
I don't understand.
Pee Wee was beaten to death by your painting.
Perhaps you could shed some light on this interesting scenario.
Painting was blue.
Real blue.
Oh, I sold that painting. I sold it a long time ago at an art fair.
Now we're getting somewhere.
To whom?
Oh, I don't remember.
There's one thing I hate. It's a poor memory.
He was a large man.
With brown hair?
Yes?
Brown eyes?
I believe yes.
Perfectly round head?
Yes, it was a spherical shaped head.
Damn.
That's Pee Wee, all right.
You described him to a T.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. I guess our hunch was wrong.
Oh, that's all right. All right, if that's it. Good night.
You were great. You handled those cops like a real pro. You really led them down the wrong path.
I don't suppose you can tell me why the painting I sold you yesterday ended up in the head of some dead thug?
I sold that painting at my gallery.
Where is your gallery?
It's down by all the other galleries.
I want to go.
Now?
Yeah, I want to go now.
It's closed.
But I assume you have a key?
Yes, I have a key. No.
You're not a gallery owner, are you?
Colleen, I don't want to make you mad.
You have a job that's gonna make me mad.
We have to go somewhere private. Then I'll tell you.
We're in my house. How much more privacy do you need? It's private?
I'm sensing something is wrong.
Yes, something is wrong. You know, I've had a pretty crummy week. First, I accidentally killed my boyfriend because he was cheating on me, and now I find out that you're not an art dealer.
Colleen, I can explain.
Are you a porn star?
No.
Are you a Republican senator?
No.
Are you in the mafia?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, but we're not the mafia. We're Irish.
Are you joking?
Colleen, I'm a hitman. But I swear I have never killed a person in my life.
Oh, that's a good one. You're a hitman who's never killed anyone?
Hey, do you think it's easy for me to admit that I am a hitman who can't kill? It's embarrassing. I hope you see the irony here. I am a hitman, okay? I have never broken the law in my entire life. And you, the innocent artist, just killed her boyfriend.
To compare my murder, which was an act of love.
Wait, of love? Of love? You didn't love Dick. He sure as hell didn't love you, but I do.
Do what?
Love you. Okay? I love you.
You said I love you.
Yes. I love you, I love you, I love you. There, I said it. I love you.
Really?
Colleen, I dumped a body for you. I got rid of a murder weapon. Where I'm from, that's love. I love you. Excuse me. I have to go talk to a wayward relative, okay? What are you doing? Get rid of that thing.
No, listen. I'm beginning to grow attached to it. I think it has special powers.
Just get rid of it or I'll kill you.
All right. It's gonna make Christmas real uncomfortable for the families, huh?
Stop being such a dick.
Asshole.
That was fun. I could do that every night of my life.
That's a nice start. It's probably not gonna happen. I'm in Dutch with my boss.
How Dutch?
Dutch.
What's this?
They're drug dealers, Colleen. Scum of the earth. They sell crack to school children.
Oh. Oh. You're supposed to kill them?
Yes. But I can't do it.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. It's not that hard. It's like jumping off the high board. You just have to decide to do it.
Sure, that's easy for you to say. You're a natural. I can't do it. I take the gun and I point the gun and it makes that horrible exploding sound. And
It's all right. It's all right. You're still a good person.
And Jared, he's my boss and he's my brother-in-law. He threatened to kill me if I don't kill these people.
Jeez. You think he's serious?
I once saw him stab a guy to death with a soup spoon.
We'll just go run away somewhere that Jared won't find us. You know, I have some family money.
Colleen, he's gonna find us wherever we go. Look, I just have to face the fact that I've just got a few days to live. But I'm gonna make them the best few days of your life.
There has to be some way out. I got it.
What?
I'll do your hits.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'll do your hits.
I'm not gonna have you do my killing for me.
I'd do anything for you. Anything. Come on, it's the least I can do for you. Come on. I love you.
Really? Now, when you kill them, you have to make sure they're dead.
Yeah, I know. You told me that already.
And just make sure to put a bullet in their brain.
Yeah, you told me that already, too.
And if anything goes wrong,
Get the hell out. I know. All right, so come on, give me the gun. Give me the gun.
It has a silencer attached.
So I don't wake up the whole neighborhood. All right, I know. I'll see you later.
Colleen,
Yes.
just be careful.
Let's go get some dinner.
What?
I don't know, maybe Chinese or something?
Were they there?
Oh, yeah.
Did you...
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah? Yeah. Come on, let's go. I'm starving.
Whatever you say.
Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down.
Wally Lemon, Katie Pornographer,
in a cabaret. Was I having fun? Until one night she caught me right. Now I'm on the run.
Oh, lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. Oh, I see you every night, Bing, and I'll woo you every day. I'll be your regular mama, and I'll put that gun away.
Oh, lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. Oh, singing songs in a cabaret, was I having fun? Till one night I didn't sing right, now I'm on the run. Oh, lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down.
Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol
down.
Is this where you put Dick?
Yes.
It's fitting. Oh, guys.
What's wrong?
Oh, look at my dress. This is the third good dress I've ruined doing this job. My blood doesn't wash out so easily.
Don't worry about it. We're done. You're done. That's 5. That's a deal I made with Jared.
Good. Now you can headline at the Shillelagh Room and win the WXIU talent contest.
Yes, and we'll be on Easy Street.
I think.
Would you please stop doing that?
I think that day of reckoning I was talking about is coming. I can feel it.
Who is that man?
He's just a crazy old man. Let's go. Let's just go.
He's dirty.
It's gonna come. It's gonna come.
That's it. 5. I'm through. There's number 6. No. Jared, you said after 5 I'm done. I meant after 6. You know, this whole killing thing, it's really getting on my nerves.
Oh, well, that's the way you want to play it. You love Ivy, don't you, Danny?
What are you getting at?
It'd be a shame if anything was to happen to her. Besides, I thought you'd want this one. What with this being the man that stole away the lovely Mary's heart.
You want me to whack the tuner?
Tony, the tuner at Moretti, has been muscling in on my salmon poaching racket, and he has to pay. See, life is fair sometimes, isn't it, Danny? Just do this last hit. Pick up the envelope. Save your sister.
Daniel, I really love you. I just don't know if I can keep on killing for you.
Colleen, just one last hit. And we're through. Jared promised.
All right. What's his name?
Tony the Tuna Moretti.
Did Jared tell you why he wanted him killed?
I don't know why he wants him killed. He just wants him killed.
Well, geez, Daniel, do you ever ask any questions? If they asked you to go kill your own grandmother, you think you'd bother to ask why?
What are you, a questionaholic?
What's that supposed to mean?
Hello.
Danny, this is Jared. Your sister had another one of her accidents. The doctor said she'd be fine, but you'd better come out here.
Okay. I'll be there as soon as I can. Hey, Ivy.
You love me, Danny.
Sure I do.
Then kill Jared.
I don't think that'd be a wise career move on my part.
I want him dead, Danny. He's fooling around behind my back.
He wouldn't do that to you.
Oh, stop taking his side. He treats you like an idiot. Do you really think he's gonna let you headline at the Shillelagh Room?
How do you know he's fooling around on you?
I hired a detective, some clown named Rasmussen, who's apparently skipped town because I can't get a hold of him. Anyway, he mailed me these pictures taken at the Pink Flamingo Motel. That's when I took the sleeping pills.
He's doing a nun?
She's not a real nun. According to Rasmussen, Jared likes to go to this fantasy strip club and pick up these strippers who dress in these kinky costumes.
All right. All right. I'll do it. I'll rub Jared.
Danny, that's the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me.
Would it be fair to say that you're not the best lunch companion right now?
I've been neglecting you, I know it. I'm really sorry. Let's just try to enjoy the rest of our meal, okay?
Daniel?
Mary.
Mary? Yeah, Mary.
Colleen, this is Mary, my old girlfriend.
Yeah, I know. Danny, I'm sure you know the tuner.
Hi, how you doing?
No.
So, do you want to sit down?
Well, we just ate, but... Yeah, sure. What, tuner? Do you want to go to the restroom? You want to use the phone? Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, the tuner. He's going to a dark, secluded part of the restaurant. Yeah. Alone.
Oh. Well, I guess I better powder my nose. So, how are you, Danny?
Great. Fine. How are you?
I can't take it anymore. It's so awful living with a tuner. I never understand a word he says. He's so violent. Unlike you, Danny. You were always so gentle. I guess I made a big mistake when I left you.
Yep, I guess you did.
Yeah. Is there any way I can win you back?
I don't know. I don't know. Man, you know what I mean?
No.
No, just be a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the wrong secluded hallway.
I don't. Sorry, Mary. See, I found a really special gal.
I understand. I guess this is goodbye then. Yeah, I'm moving to Nebraska to find myself. Yeah.
Great, yeah. Did you,
No, I didn't. And I want to go home.
Colleen, there's been a misunderstanding.
There's no misunderstanding. You're leaving and you're never coming back as long as you live. You're not gonna visit me. You're not gonna call me. You're not even gonna think about me.
Colleen, this killing is making you a little bit temperamental.
I'm not temperamental. I'm mad. There's a difference. You asked me to kill your ex-girlfriend's boyfriend. That's not a normal relationship request.
Colleen, that was a coincidence.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just like the rest of them. You're just using me to get what you want. I almost trusted you. Goodbye. Good luck and get out. And Daniel,
Yes.
I hope you do really crummy at the talent show tonight.
Hi. I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but did you know that the Lord Jesus Christ watches your every move?
Yes.
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 You're a brother in the spirit just like me.
42.
Psalm 42 is one of my favorites, too. The deer that...
42. There's 42 dead bodies buried out there in that yard.
You know what? Brother, I think I'm gonna come back tomorrow, if that's all right with you.
42 dead bodies
Let
buried
go
out
of me.
there in that yard.
You need to sober up.
You take me.
No, let go of me.
Take me.
Help!
Take me.
Let go of me, you fat retard.
42 dead bodies.
Sorry to interrupt.
Donnie, what are you doing here?
Well, now I see why you wanted Dick Rasmussen killed.
All right, Donnie. I'll give you $2,000 not to tell Ivy.
No, what you don't understand is you're just my boss, but Ivy's my sister.
Oh, my God!
Put the gun away, Donnie.
No.
Donnie, I order you. Put the gun
You
away.
always told me the one with the gun gave the orders.
Oh, my God, he's gonna kill us!
No, he's not. He doesn't have the guts.
That's what you think.
Look, you can kill him, just don't kill me. I'm pre-med.
Shut up! What is the deal with crossing guards?
They're the sirens of the school system.
You know what your problem is, Jared? You can't see what's right in front of you.
What's right in front of me, Donnie, is a dead man.
I'm talking about love. Ivy loved you.
Who's Ivy?
Shut up! Love is a rare thing, Jared. You ought to hold on to it when you get an opportunity.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about killing you. And her.
Go on. Pull the trigger. You don't have the guts. Go on. Pull the trigger.
I will.
Dare you.
I will.
Do it!
I will.
Go ahead! I knew you didn't have the guts. Who's been making your hits?
We're back.
You remember us?
Of course I remember you.
We got an anonymous tip.
From some guy.
So I guess Daniel did find a way to get back at me.
Excuse me.
Nothing.
Anyway, this tip led us to a junkyard.
A junkyard with 42 bodies in it.
All dead.
One of them was Dick Rasmussen.
A PI.
And just one punch short of a free latte.
Sad, really. And his death, too.
But here's where the story gets weird.
A few days ago, me and Murphy were in a strip bar.
We get horny like everyone else.
And we meet this P.I.
A real clown named Rasmussen.
Said he had a gal.
A gal named Colleen.
A gal he was going to marry.
What?
Of course, we didn't put 2 and 2 together until after 5.
And that's quitting time.
You don't seem real surprised that Dick's dead.
I am surprised. I'm just shocked.
Don't you think it's a little strange that one day some mob goon is killed by your painting and the next day we're digging the body of your fiancée out of a pile of pop cans? And there's even more.
See, we found this punk sink salesman shot to death in the park.
And the slug the lab pulled out of him matched the slug in the P.I.
And we haven't found the gun.
I think it has special powers.
Don't screw it up.
Oh, man.
Two bodies, one gun.
That's why we want to search your house.
Well, you'll need a search warrant.
First place me and Murphy like to check in any suspicious murder case is the basement.
All novice killers hide their victims in the basement.
Some psychological thing like burial.
I think it symbolizes hell.
It's burial. Hey, cool, a guitar. This thing's out of tune. Probably has something to do with this bullet hole in the back.
That would do it. Hey, there's blood on this guitar.
A little vinegar will take that right out.
I'd use dish soap.
Oh, I hear the tea kettle boiling.
That was a door locking, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Ivy? Ivy!
Danny, did you do it? Did you kill him?
Not quite. But I detained him, and, well, when he wakes up, he's gonna be pissed. So, you gotta get out of town. 2 tickets to Rome.
Are you coming with me?
No, I'm going to the talent show to sing my heart out. Then I'm gonna find the woman I love and ask her to marry me.
Goodbye, Daniel Gallagher.
Welcome to the WXIU Talent Show, everybody. I'm Dash Davis, but you know that. Okay, tonight we have a lot of great folks here to entertain us, and I am just standing in the way up here. So let me introduce a bunch of nice young men. Screaming Blood Monkey.
Bye, Daniel Gallagher.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, get your handkerchiefs and your whiskey bottles out, as here is Daniel Gallagher to sing Danny Boy.
The pipes are calling from glen to glen and The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go and I must bide. But come ye back.
This kid is good.
Yeah, he's good. Why don't you take a donut break?
I can't take a break. I'm Dash Davis, the MC.
I think you need a donut.
It's I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. And I shall hear those soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be.
Isn't that Daniel Gallagher?
One of Jared O'Reilly's boys.
What's he doing here?
I don't know. Let's arrest him and ask questions later.
Wait a minute.
What?
It's Danny Boy.
Shall sleep in peace until you come to me, and I shall hear those soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me.
So then I discover that not only does he want me to bump off his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend, he's gonna turn me over to the cops. Probably so he can, you know, live happily ever after with his angel Mary.
Wow, that does suck.
See, I told you.
Until you come to me.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that's a big finish. I better go plug him.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That song is dedicated to the woman I love.
Yeah, Mary.
Colleen Gibson.
Keep your mantle in your pockets, boys. I'm only here for one chicken.
Oh, Danny boy. You can sing, but you sure can't kill. I knew you never made any of those hits. Starting with Dick Rasmussen. Ah, well. Say hello to St. Patrick. Who are you?
I'm Colleen Gibson. And I'm a hitman.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me.
And I'm a very, very dangerous woman.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me.
Beg your pardon.
Pardon me. Pardon me. Jared O'Reilly, you're under arrest.
For the murder of Dick Rasmussen.
I didn't kill Dick Rasmussen.
He did kill Dick Rasmussen. He told me so himself.
Aha. A confession.
No, wait a minute. I killed Dick Rasmussen. I'm a very dangerous hitman.
She didn't kill anyone. She's nothing.
Oh, yeah?
Nothing.
Oh, yeah? I've done it before. What's one more?
What are you so angry about?
Well, for one, there's Mary. That's a nice place to start.
She means nothing to me. Besides, she moved to Nebraska to find herself.
All right. But there's also the anonymous tip the police got about the bodies in the dump.
Sorry to interrupt, but the anonymous tip was from a guy named Hurley.
Okay, so I guessed wrong on that one.
All right, O'Reilly. Down to the station house with you. What happened to your eye?
Well, I was ironing a shirt, and someone telephoned.
I would never turn you in. I love you.
You don't love me.
I do love you. If I didn't love you, would I give you this? It's not a gun. Colleen Gibson, will you marry me?
Should I kill you or marry you?
Marry me. Marry me. I love you. I honestly love you. You said the most important thing in the world is trust. It's what every relationship is made of. You gotta trust me on this. I love you. I love you with all my heart, Colleen. You gotta believe. That's understandable.
The winner is Daniel Gallagher.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's our show. WXIU Dash
I parked out back for the quick getaway.
Colleen, great job. I am so proud of you. You know, you really do have a gift for this whole killing thing.
I know.
Maybe you could direct your talents in other ways, though, you know? Something more artistic, less deadly. How about opening a dress shop?
Nah. I want to vet stolen goods.
People always like a good soap store.
Numbers running.
Flower stall.
Racketeering?
Do you even know what racketeering is?
No, what is it?
I don't know. Anyway, no more killing.
But I'm good at it.
No more killing.
Okay, no more killing. How about extortion?
Love is patient. Love is blind. Love will wait for you tonight. Tonight. At the bitter breaking of the heart. The earth is shaking in the dark. The dark. It's a modern disaster, and it's starting to rain, There's no ever after for a dark unchained. There's something beautiful, something wonderful. All you need to recognize is love is all, love is all, love is all you need. Love is all, love is all, love is all you need. There's something beautiful, something wonderful. All you need to recognize is love is all, is all, love is all, love is all, love is all, love is all you need. Love is all, love is all, love is all you need.
You can talk till your face turns purple, but I got designs on you. You can talk till you talk in circles, but I got designs on you. Can try to wash them off, but you will find they're permanent, permanent. Please don't try to count think that I lack direction, but I got designs on you. You're the target of my affection, and I got designs on you. Can try to laugh them off, but you will find they're serious, serious. Lots of little symbols that are so mysterious, mysterious. Got designs on you. I'm impatient. I've got other concerns. Can't you see our matching patterns? Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-da, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-ba-da, 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 ba-ba. Got designs on you. I'm impatient. I've got other concerns. Can't you see our matching patterns? You can talk till your face turns purple, but I got designs on you. You can talk till you talk in circles, but I got designs on you. Can't try to wash them off, but you will find they're permanent, permanent. Please don't try to count them, they are indeterminate, permanent. Got designs on you. I've got designs on you. I've got designs on you. And I have got designs on you.
NTV, turning on your world.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer, and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
You can bring everybody in parliament as long as they can wake up and vote for their NRM.
As long as the voters exercise their rights to elect their leaders, there was no need for term limits in Uganda.
I know him. I know how he operates. I know how he thinks.
There are ways you can go around these obstacles.
Why should I conduct myself as if I am a Muyai?
It's absolutely true. I admired President Museveni.
Is the ICC a fascistic code targeting African leaders?
You cannot tell me that the whole trouble Kenya had revolved about only 2 individuals.
The money is not in the budget of this financial year.
You can't beat God. You see, God is polygamous also. Look at Jeremiah chapter 31.
The security of this country will largely depend on the contribution that the people make.
Explosion at one of Ukraine's most dangerous mines. 198 people escaped after the blast at the Zazyadko mine in Donetsk. There are fears that a new front has begun in eastern Ukraine following several bomb attacks in cities outside separatist control. Authorities say the explosions are, quote, terrorist campaigns aimed at destabilising the region. Paul Brennan is in the city of Kharkiv and filed this report.
In the east of Ukraine, showing support for the government in Kiev can be fatal. This was Kharkiv on February the 22nd. The roadside device killed 4 people, including a police officer. A pro-Russian bombing campaign, which has been targeting Ukrainian activists since last October, had turned deadly. There was another rally on Sunday, but security and anxiety levels are very high.
Putin's Russia is only 40 kilometers from us. We know that. So when people come to our rallies, they know that it's potentially dangerous. Everyone knows.
The campaign of terror is clearly having an effect. Turnout at events such as this has been markedly down in recent weeks as the bombing campaign has escalated. And it's not just Kharkiv. This police video shows a car in the southern city of Mariupol discovered to be packed with explosives. Odessa, too, has been targeted. And the authorities say Russia is behind it all.
We have confession testimony saying who recruited them, where they were trained, and it was on the territory of the Russian Federation. We know the exact people they made contact with in Russia. It was representatives of the Russian security services. Financial support came from the Russian side. Weapons and explosives were provided. This is incontrovertible evidence.
Kharkiv is a complex city. It's led by a pro-Kiev administration, but there is a significant proportion of pro-Russian sympathizers here. More than 700 pro-Russian terrorism suspects have been arrested by the security services in Kharkiv alone.
In this place was the mine.
In January, 14 people were wounded by a bomb blast outside this district courthouse. The intended victims were activists from the right sector group, but the casualties also included ordinary civilians. The intention to spread fear.
We understand that one day there will be explosives that will be trying to kill us. But we don't think that explode will be like here, in such a place, in such a thing.
The hundreds of arrests so far seem to have done little to reassure the public.
We adapt, we learn, but the fate of Israel and the United States awaits us. Those countries which live under continuous threat from terrorism. And this threat will continue while Vladimir Putin remains the president of Russia.
That would mean more bomb attacks like this one are inevitable. Paul Brennan, Al Jazeera, Kharkiv.
Concern is growing for civilians trapped in the Iraqi city of Tikrit on the third day of an offensive against the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The Iraqi military says its forces and their allies are advancing on 4 fronts into Tikrit, which was Saddam Hussein's hometown. They've also retaken the Ujail oil field about 20 kilometres east of the city. Jane Araf has more.
Iraqi troops are moving slowly towards Tikrit. Slowly because they're facing ISIL suicide bombers, snipers, and buildings rigged with explosives. This Iraqi Ministry of Defense video shows the biggest combat operation the Iraqi military has launched since ISIL seized territory last June. It doesn't show the militia component of this fight. Shia volunteers and militias, the most powerful linked to Iran, make up about 20,000 of the 30,000 troops involved here. The government says ISIL fighters are deserting and heading for the mountains. The highway from Tikrit leads to Mosul. Iraq's defense minister acknowledges it will be a tough road ahead.
We are in multiple phases of war. We are in the preparation phase for the real battle. The obstacles are expected, and in fact we have taken much measures to avoid such difficulties.
Around Mosul, the United States continues its airstrikes. But it's on the sidelines in this militia-led battle for Tikrit.
The Iraqi government in this case did not ask for our support in this particular operation. And I think that we need to be watchful.
There are others, though, who are eager to join in. Turkey's defense minister said in Baghdad his country was ready to provide military help.
This is a difficult battle with huge stakes. Iraq needs to take back Tikrit to push on to Mosul. The Shia militias need to show that they can operate in Sunni territory. But even if the battle for Tikrit is won, it doesn't end there. The militias will need to make sure that city residents feel safe enough to come back. Jane Araf, Al Jazeera, Baghdad.
The US and Iran have wrapped up 3 days of negotiations with still no deal on Tehran's nuclear program. The US Secretary of State John Kerry said some progress had been made in talks with his Iranian counterpart, but tough challenges remain. On Tuesday, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urged the US Congress to block any deal that allows Iran to keep its nuclear facilities. The UN's envoy to Yemen says he's disappointed that Shia Houthi rebels have ignored demands made by the UN aimed at resolving the political crisis. The Security Council had called on the Houthis to withdraw from government institutions, release those under house arrest and stop taking unilateral action. Speaking after talks with President Hadi in Aden, Jamal Ben Omar warned that no single group could impose control over the whole country.
I warned the Security Council that radical operatives affiliated to many sides are working towards undermining the ongoing negotiations. I also informed the Security Council that no one side would be able to dominate by the use of force, and any party believing in military might is deluded and is pushing the country into a long-term conflict like that in Libya or in Syria.
A flotilla of ships from Italy has rescued more than 1,000 migrants and refugees off the coast of Libya, but 10 people died when their boat capsized in the southern Mediterranean. It was carrying 130 people when it overturned about 80 kilometres north of Libya. Nadeem Barber reports.
A rescue in the Mediterranean and a reminder of an ongoing tragedy. In just 24 hours, Italy's Coast Guard picked up almost 1,000 people in the Strait of Sicily, but 10 migrants died after their dinghy capsized. Last year, at least 3,500 people died trying to cross the Mediterranean. But still, with violence continuing in states such as Syria, the flow of refugees is actually speeding up.
The first 2 months of this year, we have over 7,000 crossing the sea, despite wintry conditions, despite very rough sea, despite the fact that the waves are sometimes 5 meters high. So you can imagine the desperation that takes people to these boats in order to find safety.
This high-level maritime conference in London has heard pleas for far more search and rescue operations and for legal ways for refugees to reach Europe by sea. But officials from Brussels deny Italy's being left to deal with the crisis on its own.
It's not true that we are not helping Italy. The EU has put more than €500 million into support for the asylum system in Italy, the border management in Italy, and we are coming up with this Triton operation, which is really a sign of solidarity from Europe.
Between October 2013 and October 2014, Italy's search and rescue programme called Mare Nostrum saved an estimated 100,000 lives. The budget was around $10 million per month. But when Italy said it couldn't cope, the EU took over with its own Operation Triton. But it's been receiving a much smaller budget, around $3.2 million a month. And it's focused on border surveillance, not rescues. While the UK government has argued that cutting rescue missions will dissuade migrants from trying to reach Europe, experts say that's simply not true.
There's been far too much talk about pull factors, as if we have, in receiving countries, humane policies and good rescue operations and so on, that we are pulling irregular migrants into those societies, when in fact we know that the principal issue here is one of push factors. It is those issues of war and violence and abuse.
In January and February of this year alone, 370 people died trying to cross the Mediterranean. Italy's just resumed its annual naval exercises near the Libyan coast. But it will take a lot more than that to stop the dangerous boat trips, which end in death for thousands of people every year. Nadeem Barber, Al Jazeera, London.
India's government is investigating how a British TV crew was able to film an interview inside a prison with a rapist and murderer who's on death row. It sparked renewed protests against Mukesh Singh, one of 6 men convicted of gang raping a student on a bus in December 2012. In the interview, he expressed no remorse and said his victim shouldn't have fought back. The film has been banned in India. Indonesia's president says the execution of 11 convicted drug smugglers will go ahead. The prisoners have been transferred to the island where they'll be executed by firing squad. As well as Indonesians, the group includes nationals from Australia, Brazil, France, Nigeria and the Philippines. Diplomatic efforts at the highest level to save them appear to have failed. Mexican police say they've arrested the leader of one of the country's most dangerous drug cartels. Omar Trevino Morales, the alleged head of Los Zetas, was detained in the early hours of Wednesday. The US and Mexican governments had offered bounties worth $5 million for his arrest. Adam Rainey in Mexico City has more.
The arrest of this alleged leader of the Zetas cartel comes just days after authorities here in New Mexico took down Servando Gomez. He was the alleged leader of the Knights Templar. Now, these 2 arrests show that Mexico continues to focus on taking down leaders of these drug trafficking and criminal organizations. What's not clear exactly is what impact that has on ongoing violence in Mexico. We've been speaking with the Drug Enforcement Administration in Washington, and they say it clearly fractures these organized criminal groups and means that over time they are making Mexico safer. But on the ground in these communities where these criminal organizations operate, it doesn't seem to be bringing down levels of violence. Now, this man had a $2 million price on his head from the Mexican government and a $5 million reward from the U.S. government on his head. That shows just how important both governments see him in leading, allegedly, the Zetas organization. But there are clearly going to be many people vying to take control of that cartel now that he's been taken out of power.
5 opposition parties in Lesotho have formed a coalition government after snap elections failed to produce an outright winner. The poll was called to ease tensions after an attempted coup last August. The army was confined to barracks for the election, which observers said was free and fair. The World Health Organization says there have been no new cases of Ebola in Liberia for a week, for the first time since last May. But there were 132 reported in Guinea and Sierra Leone. That's 34 more than the week before. Firefighters are battling wildfires raging for a 4th day at one of South Africa's most popular tourist destinations. Homes and thousands of hectares of vegetation have been destroyed near the Table Mountain National Park in Cape Town, from where Gladys Njoroge reports.
Battling the wildfire and the elements. Some rain has made conditions bearable, but smoke makes visibility almost impossible. Helicopters that are spraying much-needed water risk being grounded.
We're trying everything that we could. All the resources that's currently available, we're using all the resources. Firefighters, helicopters, fixed-wing bombers, everything.
The city of Cape Town says this year's wildfires have been more widespread. Over 1,000 fighters are working round the clock to contain the wildfires across the city. But they are struggling with sporadic flare-ups that spread rapidly to homes. Linda Wolf and her family were evacuated early Wednesday morning. They're seeking refuge at a community church nearby.
We weren't allowed in at all this morning. The smoke was too thick and it was too dangerous. So they closed off the whole area.
There's still a lot of smoke in the area, and it could be days before authorities let them back into their own houses. But it's too late for some.
People have lost homes, they've lost farms and property like this, and the cost of the firefighting operation has been rising. It's nearly $400,000 since Sunday.
It could be days before the fire is completely put out, and the demand for boots on the ground is more than ever before. Gladys Njoroge, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
And in Chile, people living around the Villarrica volcano are returning home. It erupted early on Tuesday, forcing thousands into nearby shelters. Although Chile's president declared an emergency, the volcanic activity calmed within 7 hours. A heavy lava flow is not expected, but the Geographical Service has been monitoring several communities. The top stories here on Al Jazeera. Libya's rival governments are preparing for peace talks in Morocco, but fighting in the country is as fierce as ever. One group of delegates say they were targeted by airstrikes from forces loyal to the UN-recognised government in Tobruk as they set off from Tripoli for the talks in Rabat. The UN Special Envoy has called for an immediate ceasefire, but Libya's deputy UN ambassador says weapons need to be sent to Tobruk.
I say here very clearly that the silence of the International Committee in the face of the terrorist organizations overtaking the cities of Derna and Benghazi has encouraged those organizations and their allies to take over the capital, Tripoli.
The US Justice Department says it won't prosecute a former police officer over the shooting of an unarmed black teenager. Michael Brown was shot by Officer Darren Wilson in Ferguson, Missouri last year, triggering months of violent protests. After a 6-month investigation, the Justice Department has cleared Wilson of civil rights violations. The Attorney General has said he understands why the situation in Ferguson escalated the way it did.
People feel under assault and under siege by those who are charged to serve and to protect them. Now, of course, violence is never justified. But seen in this context, amid a highly toxic environment, defined by mistrust and resentment, stoked by years of bad feelings, and spurred by illegal and misguided practices, it's not difficult to imagine how a single tragic incident set off the city of Ferguson like a powder keg.
There's been a deadly explosion at one of Ukraine's most dangerous coal mines. The Kiev-backed government in Donetsk says 33 miners were killed in the blast at the Zasyadko mine. But the separatist-run Donetsk People's Republic says 23 are dead and 10 are unaccounted for. Lawyers for the Boston Marathon bombing suspect have admitted he did carry out the attack, but they say he was under the influence of his older brother. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev denies 30 charges, including using a weapon of mass destruction. 3 people died in the bombings 2 years ago. That's it from me. Do stay with us here on Al Jazeera. People in Power is coming up next. Bye for now.
A year has passed since a plane full of people flying from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing went missing. Al Jazeera takes a look at one of the world's greatest aviation mysteries through the eyes of the families involved. Malaysia flight MH370, 1 year on.
It's almost 4 years since the Syrian civil war began amid the optimism of the Arab Spring. It's degenerated into a brutal conflict that has killed over 200,000 people and shattered the lives of millions more. It's also seen young Western Muslims traveling to Syria to fight, many joining competing groups such as ISIS and Jabhat al-Nusra, Al-Qaeda's Syrian arm. For this exclusive People in Power report, Najib Khaja went to find out why they're there and the implications for global security.
It's May 2014 in northwest Syria. It's the first of several visits here as I attempt to negotiate access to Al-Qaeda's Syrian arm, Jabhat al-Nusra. It's one of the most powerful jihadist groups fighting the Syrian regime, and I want to understand what is drawing young Western Muslims to join them. An airplane has started to circle around the area again. Nusra and its allies are carving out a new Islamic State here to rival ISIS' self-styled caliphate in the east. And it's under heavy attack from regime aircraft. Senior Nusra members are extremely cautious. They don't use phones or email. It takes 3 days just to pass on a message, and all I can do is wait. I can hear it. Airstrike. It's quite terrifying actually to live in this area. Eventually, in December, after several failed attempts and weeks of scrutiny from Nusra security people, I'm finally being taken to meet the Egyptian-Australian Nusra official, Abu Sulaiman al-Muhajir. A former preacher in Sydney, he's been in Syria for at least 2 years and is on the most wanted list of Western intelligence agencies. It's actually the first time that a high-ranking member of Jabhat al-Nusra is going to talk to a Western journalist. I don't know the destination, the place where I'm going to meet him. I've just been told by one of the Nusra members that I'm driving with to blindfold myself, and they told me to do it because of the security situation. Early on in the civil war, Al-Qaeda's Syrian franchise, Jabhat al-Nusra, emerged as the most powerful and secretive rebel force. But then in mid-2013, in a very public conflict on the jihadi blogosphere, ISIS splintered from Nusra's ranks and mounted a bloody challenge for control of territory and ideology. Abu Sulaiman was a mediator between the two groups as they attempted to reconcile, but afterwards sided with Nusra. I wanted to ask him what al-Nusra was doing in Syria and why they were now in competition with ISIS.
Jabhat al-Nusra is the sole official representative of Al-Qaeda in Syria. Our main efforts may be local, but they are part of a wider international Islamic movement. All Islamic movements around the world want an Islamic state, but the IS group have defined themselves as the exclusive bearers of Islam, delegitimizing the rest of the Muslim community and its efforts. Are they interfering in
Back in Europe, as I was trying to understand this, I sought the help of an expert on ISIS and al-Nusra.
The main difference seems to be the way they treat others. ISIS just wanted to dominate and crushed any competitors. So in that sense, the ISIS model was very successful initially, but I think that Nusra will be the winner in the long run. On the one hand, it wants to be Islamist and it's worried that ISIS has stolen that franchise. On the other hand, they don't want to be brutal. They're trying to say, look, we are more with the people, we're more indigenous, we're willing to work with you, we're more flexible.
But this is still Al-Qaeda, and along with ISIS, the US is targeting them with drone and airstrikes. Last September, America targeted an al-Nusra unit, codenamed the Khorasan Group, that the White House said was dedicated specifically to planning and launching terrorist attacks in the West.
This is not a new war. We all knew the attack was coming and their final justification to invade was arbitrary.
They claim that they are only targeting a group who have been tasked specifically with attacking the West.
Look, there's a clear disparity between what they say they do and what they actually do on the ground. They said they formed the coalition to attack the IS group. Then they went about targeting any group they suspect will not fall in line with US foreign policy, and then serve them in the region, serve their interests.
Who did they target then?
Look, Najib, I'm not going to get into who they did and who they didn't target. That would be breaching security. I'll say this much. They hit Islamic groups from all over Syria, from the borders of Iraq to the borders of Turkey.
I went to investigate the site of the first strikes for myself.
This is the boring areas of Syria, man.
What is it?
The boring areas of Syria.
Why is this place boring?
It's not green enough. If there was no jihadi, I don't think I would ever come here.
I'm sitting here with Amr Degaish, who's a British foreign fighter and a part of Jabhat al-Nusra. And we are on our way to where his friend Khalil Kamara was killed by an American attack.
"22-year-old Amr is the last of 4 young jihadis from Brighton in the south of England who came here secretly in 2013. As well as losing Kamara last year, Amir's 2 teenage brothers, Abdullah and Jafar, were also killed. Amr had been fighting as a freelancer, but he recently put himself on the international terrorist list by swearing allegiance to al-Nusra.
Looks like the hit came from this side, huh?
Yeah.
In the front. Oh, that's Khalid. That's definitely Khalid. I remember that.
How long have you and Khalil been friends?
Since 2009. That's about...
So you were friends from back then, from Brighton?
Yeah.
They say that they targeted people here in Syria because there were an imminent threat of an attack on America.
Well, for sure, this place wasn't. You know, they were just militarily. They were just normal soldiers here.
Has Khalil ever told you that he had plans of going back to Britain or the States, committing attacks?
No, never. It just makes things clear who their real enemy is.
Amr takes me to another bombed-out building 5 minutes down the road, where the leadership of the so-called Khorasan group is alleged to have plotted attacks against the West.
This is the place where the Al-Qaeda veteran Abu Yusuf al-Turki, a renowned sharpshooter, he was killed together with other members of Jabhat al-Nusra.
There is a lot of confusion around who this Khorasan group actually is, or if it even existed at all. But what we do know is that many of those who died were part of a sniper unit that called itself the Wolves, a unit led by al-Turki.
We bombed them on the first day when we bombed ISIS to lay down a marker, and I think that Obama did it for a number of reasons. First, perhaps they were legitimately frightened of it, But secondly, they wanted to let the world know that they're not just bombing ISIS, who had chopped off American heads in Iraq, but they're rolling this into the larger fight against al-Qaeda, terrorism, and the defense, self-defense. So it had a big banner saying, "We're defending the homeland."
Whatever the truth about the Khorasan group, it's young men like Amir who Western intelligence services fear the most. Abu Sulaiman makes the threat clear.
Their choice is simple. Leave our lands, stop interfering in our affairs, or face a perpetual war. They rob our resources, they back tyrants, they force regime change, and they economically enslave our nations.
I mean, why do they see me as a threat? Is it because they have a guilty conscience? Is it because what they have done to the Muslims? It's almost like they're indicating that we should be a threat to them.
Today, Syria is the world's #1 haven for international Islamists. But behind the sensational headlines, the civilian population has been forgotten. Millions of Syrians still face bombs, starvation, and a freezing winter. And vicious mafias have filled the vacuum where the regime once held power.
Now you're going to struggle to walk now, it's really too much.
Aid worker Tawqir Sharif shows me around a refugee camp that has just been devastated by a flash flood.
As you can see, these are the people that are the worst hit. Look how thick the mud is. Can you see how thick the mud is? And most of these houses, most of the tents, I think they've already moved them. But you can see, look, that guy's tent over there is completely flooded.
ما فيها شيء طاول صوبات من حرامات من اسفنجات.
طلع على العادية، طلع على الطفل، طلع ما بتقلب القلب، طلع كيف عم ترجعه مو حرام؟ لا يا قلبي لا يا قلبي لا طلع على الأطفال يا حرام.
كلياتنا عم يسرقوا من بعضهم. روحوا جيبوا لنا عالم ولاد حلال يستلمونا عشان ما ناكل بعضنا اخر شيء. يعني عم يبعثوا لنا من برا اخيو شيء ما بنوصف عم يوصلنا اخيو هيك.
He's talking about many things: corruption, exploitation. They said now the camp managers here, they're like gangsters. They go around with guns, so everybody's afraid of them, so no one speaks out. He was saying, yani we're Muslims, where is the Islam?
It's among this population that the ideological struggle for Syria's future is taking place. ISIS and Nusra are warring over territory, but they are also rivals for popular support.
What does Al-Qaeda want? Firstly, we want to remove Bashar al-Assad and his regime and ensure that he is neither replaced with another dictator, nor that a Russian client government is replaced by a Western client state. The new government must be one which genuinely serves the interests of the people. Now, what does that practically mean here? We want to restore the right of the Muslim people to choose their leaders independently and to establish just governance through an Islamic system that we know as Shura.
Al-Nusra are too varied to let me film freely. But in between my meetings with them, I also spent time with their allies from the Islamic Front rebel coalition, who showed me how, from subsidized grocery shops, pharmacies, and clinics, to this Islamic Front representative giving out bread on the street, they've already replaced the mechanisms of the Syrian state with their own social welfare and judicial system. At this Islamic Front hospital in Idlib, the victims of a barrel bombing had just arrived.
60 people was injured in this attack, and about 15 one was killed. My people are killed by Bashar al-Assad and his regime because they called Bashar al-Assad just one thing: leave, we want to leave. Just leave, we want to leave. And no one answer us.
And I filmed a couple of cases at an Islamic Front Sharia court.
It's stability. Law and order, unfortunately, is what people crave today. And this more brutal kind of Islamist party that can assert its authority over all the other militias is popular because people just want to know who's boss and how to get things done and have some normalcy in their lives.
I asked Abu Sulaiman about human rights under Sharia.
Look, every society needs a penal code. And having said that, I will not be apologetic about any aspect of Islam. In the US, for example, after spending possibly decades in solitary confinement, they will drag a man out of his cell, strap him to a table and pump him with a cocktail of chemicals until he eventually dies. But of course, he can choose his last meal, which somehow makes it all humane. Now, we have our penal code in which punishments are appropriate to the crimes committed and act as a deterrent for others. Islam to us is whole and complete, and that does include corporal and capital punishment.
The Islamic Front rebels I met seemed to agree.
What about people who are not religious in Syria?
نحن جربنا ذلك في السابق ولا نريد محاولة أن نعيش علمانية أخرى. نريد الإسلام. We want Islam.
You think that the Assad rule represents secular law?
Yes.
Alemani law.
يا أبو غيث والله غالي. على راسي. حربي. Circle.
Yes.
My
okay.
village.
The airplane is circling around this village.
Yes.
Bomb?
Yes.
We heard a big blast, a bomb, and they estimated that it was approximately 8 kilometers from here.
Two bombs. It was a new blast.
Around of my village.
Yes.
4 kilos.
Kind of scary. It gets closer all the time, you know.
والله وجبل الزاوي من حي تراب وشبيحة الأسد عيد سوار وتربوا.
Abandoned by the outside world, Syria's Sunni community seems to be solidifying around its religious identity.
So the 20% religious minorities who, of course, don't want anything to do with Islamic rule. But amongst Sunni Arabs, it's a language of justice and virtue that everybody understands.
Back in Syria, I was still trying to understand the ideology that draws young men from abroad to risk everything in this conflict.
What is your role in this revolution?
To fight in the path of Allah, to remove the Bashar regime and to protect the Muslims. The recent revolutions, you know, their aims is to remove the oppression and, you know, hopefully implement Islam and the Islamic justice. But then you find the West, they would see it as a threat to their superpower, because as you can see, the West and, you know, their choice of capitalism causes a lot of injustice. So if people see the light of Islam and the justice of Islam, that would cause the spread of it, and that's something they wouldn't want.
Can you tell me what happened recently with your brother?
Yeah, so his name was Jafar, and he was 17 years old. And we were offered a behind enemy lines operation.
So he's dead now. How did you feel when you heard?
SubhanAllah, I felt with calmness. My legs shook a little bit, but then, you know, the first thoughts I had was, inshallah, Allah accepts him as the best of martyrs. No.
He was really young. Do you think he was mature enough to understand what he was going into?
He was young in age, but not in wisdom, nor in maturity.
You've lost 2 brothers now.
The first feeling that comes is that I'm happy for them, you know, that they were killed in the path of Allah.
As rebels took control of the north, Muslims from all over the world flocked here. Some came to fight, others came to build a new Islamic utopia, and others came to do aid work. While I'm hanging around waiting to meet the Nusra fighters, I meet a Danish relief worker, Alexander, in a refugee camp near the border.
Vi er ved at bygge den nye moské her. Samlingspunktet her, så det er meget vigtigt for dem.
Tomorrow, Alexander is making an extremely dangerous journey to deliver aid to the frontline city of Aleppo.
Det er vores nødhjælpslager. Vi har lidt system i rådet. Der er vores hospitalsudstyr og medicin her. Jeg ved, og jeg er sikker på, at jeg gør en stor forskel for rigtig, rigtig mange mennesker ved hjælp af det, jeg gør. Jeg får ikke nogen løn for det arbejde, jeg udfører her. Jeg gør det her fuldstændig frivilligt. Jeg får min belønning et andet sted forhåbentlig.
I'm traveling with Alexander into Aleppo today because a British jihadi who's fighting here has agreed to talk to me. We are lucky it's cloudy. Government helicopters are smashing the city into rubble, routinely dropping explosives in the form of crude, improvised barrel bombs. But today the cloud cover means they can't see to aim.
The front line is actually right there.
He starts to figure out a way to get past the snipers into the frontline neighborhood of Salahuddin.
Vi kan høre sniperen ligger og skyder nu her. Han har sikkert set noget bevæge sig eller et eller andet, så ligger og skyder efter det.
Civilian families are still living in the midst of the heaviest fighting, because this is the safest place to hide from the bombs. They're so inaccurate, just barrels filled with TNT and shrapnel, that pilots can't be sure of not hitting their own troops.
عجل شوي عجل بس هون شوي
En sniper, der skød efter bilen foran os.
Those still left here are mostly too poor or too sick to flee. And it's impossible to describe how terrifying life is here underneath the bombs. The British jihadi I meet has agreed to talk only if his identity is concealed. He tells me that what he's doing is an act of solidarity with civilians who are suffering. Though he fights for Nusra, he hasn't yet sworn allegiance, but he justifies attacking the West according to geopolitical arguments.
Every time we try to build fair, free, or independent governments anywhere in the world, they're subverted and overthrown by foreign powers for their own interests. Anyone should be able to understand why Al-Qaeda chooses to target the international powers that are responsible for this.
Elsewhere in Aleppo, I asked people what they thought about the US strikes against Nusra.
لأنهم جزء لا يتجزأ من هذه الثورة. جزء لا يتجزأ من هذه الثورة، ونحن نستنكر بشدة الضربات الموجهة إليهم. يعني أحسن ما يقوموا يروحوا يضربوا هالثوار هي يروحوا يضربوا هالنظام المجرم هذا.
America could have removed Assad whenever they wanted to, but they didn't. The bottom line is that Assad is their best option in Syria at the moment, because he serves their interest the best. They don't want popular rule in the Middle East, because Arabs feel for their brothers in Palestine, and because America doesn't want an Islamic group gaining a stronghold or legitimacy in the Middle East, because a strong Islamic nation will never be subservient to foreign interests.
What was already a bitter sectarian conflict seems to have become more polarized since the coalition began targeting Nusra. For many here, this is evidence that the West is now siding with Assad.
أمريكا لم تنصر المستضعفين، أمريكا أبت إلا أن تكون
ضد المسلمين وهذا هو اعتداء على الشعب السوري وعلى ثورته وقيمه وحريته. وجبهة النصرة هي من يقاتل النظام في سوريا. وفي الحقيقة الشعب السوري شعب مظلوم جدا، والله سبحانه وتعالى أرسل له رجالا صدقوا ما عاهدوا الله والحمد لله.
The West has to realise that the Syrian people aren't fighting to establish a carbon copy of a Western secular democracy. They're Muslim people fighting to establish what they want, an independent Islamic government. Call that what you will, but it's not terrorism.
As the Syrian civil war moves into its 5th year, this part of the country is securely in the hands of the Islamists. Whatever the response of the outside world, it's hard to imagine a scenario that doesn't risk further deepening the sectarian divisions or driving more young men into an early grave.
Behind every headline, there's a story. And for every story, different points of view. We consider conflicting opinions through analysis and debate with people who matter. Martin, all roads seem to be leading to the conflict in Ukraine. Why? Understanding how events shape and impact our lives. We look at the bigger picture. We get the inside story. At this time on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
The separatists took control of Gulagorsk. Now they're busy removing bodies of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians.
From around the world.
Some civil society organizations are calling for the resignation of the country's security chiefs over the postponement of the election.
From the heart of the story.
This is a rally in support of the government and its decision to step up its role in the fight against ISIL.
On a scheduled flight from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing, MH370 vanished less than an hour after takeoff. 1 year on, 101 East investigates one of the world's greatest aviation mysteries. 101 East at this time on Al Jazeera.
In everything, there is a detail. To analyze is to understand. To bring clarity and context, Al Jazeera evaluates the facts to bring clear, balanced, and in-depth news to life. Al Jazeera, the news never stops.
When events take unexpected turns.
Over the past year, Moscow has spent more than $7 billion on gold.
And old problems keep coming back.
Greece is still in debt, and that doesn't just disappear.
We unravel the impact of the global economy on all our lives. Counting the cost at this time on Al Jazeera.
This is Al Jazeera.
Hello, welcome to another news hour from Al Jazeera at our headquarters in Doha. I'm Adrian Finnegan. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Libya's national oil company declares itself unoperational after a series of attacks by ISIL-linked fighters. At least 23 miners killed after an explosion in an eastern Ukrainian mine. 10 are still missing. A censorship debate in India as the government bans a controversial film on a 2012 gang rape that triggered mass protests. Plus, how smartwatches are overtaking fitness bands as more and more people turn to wearable tech to keep fit. Begin this news hour in Libya, a country fast descending into chaos. The national oil company has declared itself unoperational after a series of attacks. It's a legal move that protects the company from liability to failing to honour its contracts. The latest attack happened at the Dahra oil field. Fighters claiming allegiance to the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant have been targeting Libya's oil fields over recent days. Battles around the Dahra oil field intensified in recent days. ISIL fighters came under attack from militias loyal to one of the country's two rival governments. The Libyan Dawn Group is backed by the legally installed government in Tripoli. Well, the other government, recognised by the UN, has called for an arms embargo on Libya to be lifted. The Tobruk-based government says that it needs weapons to fight the rise of ISIL. The two rival sides are due to meet for talks in Morocco on Thursday. Al Jazeera's James Bays has more for us now from the UN in New York.
Well, I think the Security Council saw for itself exactly how difficult it's going to be to bring peace to Libya, because moments after we heard the Special Representative Leon talk about those talks taking place in just a matter of hours in Morocco, then this very explosive speech coming from the Libyan representative, that is the representative of the government in Tobruk, because they hold the UN seat. And he was most critical of the other side in Tripoli that he is supposed to, or his colleagues are supposed to be negotiating with in a matter of hours, using words like militia and terrorists. And he didn't only attack those in Tripoli, in the capital. He also had a stinging attack on the UN Secretary-General, Ban Ki-moon. He said a recent report that he'd come up with on Libya was not balanced, and he had an attack on one of the ambassadors, who is one of the permanent 5 members of the Security Council. He didn't name that ambassador, but he said there was one ambassador that was taking sides in all of this and wanted to split the country. So a really explosive speech that we'll have to see what happens and what comments there are in the coming hours. But the speech itself, I think, could undermine those talks that are supposed to take place.
Let's hear now from Oliver Miles, a former British ambassador to Libya. He says the situation in the country is not comparable to the situation in Syria and Iraq, as some have suggested.
In Syria and Iraq, you've got what amounts to an army which has seized large areas of territory. That's not the case in Libya. In Libya, we've seen murderous attacks. We've seen, in the last couple of days, seizure of a couple of oil fields, which I think we're not producing in any case at the moment. It's not comparable, no. The Islamic State or Al-Qaeda presence in Libya is a real worry. It's very negative, but it's not very strong.
In Iraq, the Iraqi army with Iranian-backed Shia militias and local Sunni tribes are trying to retake the town of Tikrit from ISIL. The battle for Saddam Hussein's hometown is crucial to the Iraqi army's strategy to push ISIL out of the country. From Baghdad, Jane Araf reports.
Iraqi troops are moving slowly towards Tikrit. Slowly because they're facing ISIL suicide bombers, snipers, and buildings rigged with explosives. This Iraqi Ministry of Defense video shows the biggest combat operation the Iraqi military has launched since ISIL seized territory last June. It doesn't show the militia component of this fight. Shia volunteers and militias, the most powerful linked to Iran, make up about 20,000 of the 30,000 troops involved here. The government says ISIL fighters are deserting and heading for the mountains. The highway from Tikrit leads to Mosul. Iraq's defense minister acknowledges it will be a tough road ahead.
We are in multiple phases of war. We are in the preparation phase for the real battle. The obstacles are expected, and in fact we have taken much measures to avoid such difficulties.
Around Mosul, the United States continues its airstrikes. But it's on the sidelines in this militia-led battle for Tikrit.
The Iraqi government in this case did not ask for our support in this particular operation. And I think that we need to be watchful.
There are others, though, who are eager to join in. Turkey's defense minister said in Baghdad his country was ready to provide military help.
This is a difficult battle with huge stakes. Iraq needs to take back Tikrit to push on to Mosul. The Shia militias need to show that they can operate in Sunni territory. But even if the battle for Tikrit is won, it doesn't end there. The militias will need to make sure that city residents feel safe enough to come back. Jane Araf, Al Jazeera, Baghdad.
In neighbouring Syria, an explosion has killed at least 20 members of the security forces and 14 rebel fighters. blast appears to have targeted an Air Force intelligence building. It was a joint operation between the al-Nusra Front and other rebel groups. Government fighter jets responded with airstrikes on rebel positions. Syrian activists want the United Nations to pressure the Syrian government and allow aid into besieged districts around the capital Damascus. They say that people are dying from starvation and disease. Zaina Hodder reports now from Beirut in neighboring Lebanon.
These children say they are hungry and they have no food at home. Rebel-controlled Hajar al-Aswad is under siege by Syrian government forces. Local charity organizations are able to provide some help to families, but even those groups find it hard to bring in supplies to this besieged suburb of Damascus. Over the past 2 years, the UN has been able to bring aid to this district, but activists say it has been months since any goods were allowed in.
There's no food at all, and you are hearing the words "I'm hungry" from many people every day. Already 15 people died from starvation. There's no drinking water. The regime is using starvation as a tactic against rebel areas.
Hajar al-Aswad is not the only Damascus district where people are hungry. Yarmouk has also been sealed off from the outside world. Children are dying from starvation. Mohammed al-Assar was just 20 days old. He was the 172nd victim in the past 2 years. People here don't only need food, there is a lack of medicine.
My daughter has asthma, and the other 4 children have similar cases. My 9-year-old daughter falls down every time she tries to walk. There is no medicine here to cure them.
The United Nations says over 200,000 people live in besieged areas where conditions are deteriorating by the day. Many of them are not being reached because of the fighting and the lack of access.
The problems of getting aid, in particularly food aid, into Yarmouk are immense and growing. Since the 6th of December, we've been able to get virtually nothing in, and this is a population which has been living now for years under a siege, a very cruel siege. Part of the problem is that there are clashes in the camp, and part of the problem is that we just don't get clearance from the Syrian authorities. So there are problems, and the 18,000 civilians in Yarmouk are the ones who are paying the highest price.
And they have been appealing for help. UN resolutions have been passed to increase aid access across the front lines in Syria, but UN officials say they have had little impact without political action. Zaina Hodder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
US and Iranian diplomats have wrapped up 3 days of negotiations over Tehran's nuclear program. US Secretary of State John Kerry has been holding talks with his Iranian counterpart, Mohammad Javad Zarif. On Wednesday, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urged the US Congress to block any potential deal. Well, in an interview with Iranian state television, Zarif said the parties were not far from reaching a deal.
There are gaps that need to be filled, serious ones. But that doesn't mean that they are not, we are not capable of moving forward. We have one very serious problem, and that is there is a great deal of pressure that is being imposed by warmongers, by scaremongers, who are trying to prevent a deal by scaremongering tactics, by lying, by demagoguery, and that is an impediment to the necessary atmosphere that is required to reach a deal.
More now from Jackie Rowland, who's in the Swiss town of Montreux.
It's clear that whatever progress is being made in these talks, it's being made really at a glacial pace. Both the Iranian Foreign Minister and the US Secretary of State told reporters that yes, some progress had been made, but the Iranian minister said that a lot of work remained to be done. The US Secretary of State said that significant gaps remained, so it's clear that this really is quite a slow and painful process. The US Secretary of State did talk in a bit more detail to the American State Department reporters who are accompanying him on this diplomatic trip. He said to them that he didn't want a deal at any cost. It had to be the right deal, he said, and a deal that would stand up to international scrutiny. He said any deal would have to involve intrusive access to Iranian facilities, verification measures, and he said it would also increase what's known as the breakout time, and that is the time that theoretically it could take the Iranians to develop enough highly enriched uranium to produce a bomb. But clearly the talks are going to continue. We're having more talks here in Montreux on Thursday between lower level officials from the various Security Council members, Germany, to continue work on this. And the US Secretary of State has said that he will meet his Iranian counterpart again on March the 15th.
Just want to make you aware of some news we're getting out of South Korea this hour. The US envoy to Seoul, Mark Lippert, has been attacked during a lecture that he was giving in Seoul and has been taken to hospital. Reports say that he's been seriously injured after being attacked by an armed assailant, according to official sources. Lippert was bleeding heavily and has been rushed to a nearby hospital. The suspect was immediately arrested. His or her identity and motive still unknown at this point. The condition of Mark Lippert at the moment is unknown. Also, we'll keep an eye across developments from South Korea, and we'll let you know as soon as we have any news to pass on to you. But the US envoy to Seoul, Mark Lippert, some describing him as the US ambassador, attacked Thursday morning during a lecture by an armed assailant. He's bleeding heavily and was taken to hospital. More news, as I said, as and when we have it. Now, a gas explosion at a Ukrainian mine has killed at least 23 miners. 10 others are missing. And as Al Jazeera's John Hendren reports now from Donetsk, Ukraine's prime minister is accusing the rebels of slowing down the rescue effort.
After the blast came the confusion.
Suddenly there was dust everywhere and people were groaning.
Outside the Zazadko mine, too, things were murky.
There was an explosion. It's unknown where the people are, what condition they're in. No one knows so far.
Most of the 230 men who entered the mine were evacuated, some with horrific wounds.
There was a bang, and then it threw me so hard I flew for 3 or 4 meters. Immediately, the heat, the temperature rose. And here are the consequences. And then the temperature became a little lower, and we slowly started crawling out.
For the families of those who didn't make it out, there was weight and worry.
He was supposed to retire next year. Everyone is angry that they say on TV that 32 people died, but nobody tells us anything.
The deadly blast left Ukrainians asking whether politics delayed help for the men trapped underground. Ukrainian Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk says the separatist government that controls the mine denied entry to 60 experienced mine rescue workers he sent, perhaps costing the trapped miners crucial minutes.
I gave instructions to send 6 brigades, each composed of 10 people, but the Russian terrorists did not give an opportunity to the Ukrainian mine rescue brigades to get to the site and to help to pull out people and to save the lives.
The separatist government says those rescuers were not needed.
We are using 135 men for rescue operations inside the mine. These men belong to the Military Mountain Rescue Service of the Donetsk People Republic. If it's necessary, the head of Republic is going to ask for help from the Russian Minister of Emergency Services and the Luhansk People Republic.
Then there's the question of what caused the blast. The separatist government, the Donetsk People's Republic, said a buildup of methane gas appears to blame. This is just the latest in a series of deadly accidents at this site. It's happened often enough that they've developed a tradition of burying the miners here at a cemetery within view of the mine. The incident was reminiscent of November 2007, when a gas-fueled explosion killed more than 100 people. It was the deadliest mine accident in Ukrainian history. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Donetsk, eastern Ukraine.
All right, still to come here on the News Hour. Police in Mexico have arrested the leader of one of the country's most violent drugs gangs. We'll tell you more. Plus, Italy's Coast Guard rescues more than 1,000 migrants trying to make the perilous journey to Europe. And in sport, Bayern Munich go marching on in the German Cup. All the goals coming up a little later. India's Home Minister has ordered an investigation into how a film crew managed to interview a man sentenced in the gang rape and murder of a student. The attack in 2012 prompted widespread protests calling for the protection of women. And a new documentary on the subject is fueling debate, as Gerald Tan reports.
More than 2 years after a fatal gang rape in India sent shockwaves across the world, the case is once again provoking outrage.
We are protesting against the views expressed by the main convict of the Delhi gang rape, Mukesh. He said the crime took place due to the victim's fault because she went outside at night.
A new documentary features conversations with Mukesh Singh, one of 4 men on death row over the rape and torture of a 23-year-old student on a bus. The film, called India's Daughter, has been blocked in India.
Our government condemns the incident of 16 December 2012 in the strongest possible terms and will not allow any attempt by any individual, group or organization to leverage such unfortunate incidents for commercial benefits.
The filmmaker is challenging the ban. She says she received all the necessary permission to conduct the interview, which sheds light on a sensitive issue in India.
I got an insight and an understanding into the way he views women. And that is what is extremely shocking. Not what he did, but what he thinks that led him to do what he did. And it's not just he who thinks that, it's a societal problem.
What is your point of order? There's been intense debate in Parliament and social media about whether convicts should be given a platform for their views. Police say the program risks fueling public anger. The father of the victim, meanwhile, has spoken out against the rapist's comments.
We need to think about what is prompting him to say such things. In a way, he is telling the country that daughters should not be sent to schools and instead be restricted indoors.
In response to national outcry after the 2012 attack, India toughened its anti-rape laws, but many say that the root cause hasn't been addressed. Attitudes remain unchanged, and women in India continue to be blamed for rape. Gerald Tan, Al Jazeera.
Let's get a view on this now from Karin Karlekar from the PEN American Center, a non-governmental organization that advocates freedom of expression and freedom of the press. She joins us now live from New York. So an investigation's been ordered into how this film crew managed to get this interview. His views are so abhorrent. Should a voice have been given to this rapist?
Well, I believe that they should. I mean, I think it's a very extreme form of these views, but these views are prevalent across a wide strata of Indian society. And many of the people in the documentary, other than this particular person, were expressing the same types of views to a greater or lesser degree, including some of his lawyers. So I think it's very important to draw more attention to the fact that these views are still continue to be widely prevalent in parts of Indian society, despite the vast attention that's been brought to the issue in the last few years.
Yeah, given that, though, is there a danger that the airing of his views, particularly where he blames the victim, is there a danger that that will glorify the act of rape, which is indeed the concern of the Indian government?
I mean, I don't think so. On a personal level, from the excerpts that I saw and read of the documentary, there was nothing about the documentary that was glorifying this at all. I mean, when I read and watched the excerpts, I was disgusted, and I would assume that a lot of people would have the same reaction. It was really abhorrent. So I think it's actually the opposite of glorification. It really brought some of these issues to the forefront, but not in a positive way in the slightest.
The Indian government claims that the filmmaker misrepresented her intention for getting access to the rapist. Is there an issue here of how you represent yourself as a journalist or a documentary filmmaker?
Mm-hmm. Well, it is my understanding from everything I've read that she did actually go by the book and get all the necessary permits, you know, both general administrative permits, but also from the jail and consent from the prisoner himself. I think there is an issue for some in the legal community with the fact that this documentary will be aired in the middle of what is an ongoing legal process. This case is currently under appeal, and so I think there's worry from some that, you know, seeing this video could jeopardize, you know, the judge's feelings on the process and could jeopardize the decision on the appeal. But I think in terms of what she did and how she went about it, I don't see any problem with her conduct from what I've read and heard.
Karen, good to talk to you. Many thanks indeed. Karen Carlaker there in New York. More now on that breaking news we told you about a few moments ago. The US ambassador to Seoul has been attacked during a lecture and taken to hospital for treatment. Reports say that he was bleeding heavily. On the line now from Seoul, Mosen Kim, who can tell us a little more about what has happened here. Mosen, what more do we know?
Yes, as you said, U.S. Ambassador to South Korea, Mark Lippert, has been attacked by an armed assailant on his way to a breakfast lecture in the central Seoul this morning. He's been injured on the face, bleeding heavily, and he was immediately taken to a nearby hospital. And the suspect, appearing to be a middle-aged man, has been apprehended immediately at the scene. Other than this, we don't know where he is from and what he wanted. Reportedly, he used a razor blade to attack the ambassador, and he shouted, "No drills for war." Apparently, he was referring to the ongoing South Korea and U.S. military exercise. Because of this exercise, there has been heightened tensions on South Korea and also North Korea, and it appears he was politically motivated. And also, this is the first time that a U.S. ambassador was ever attacked in South Korea.
All right, Mosen, for the moment, many thanks. Mosen Kim there in Seoul. We're waiting for news of the condition of the U.S. ambassador there. We'll let you know as soon as we do, as soon as we get any information on his condition. As I say, he's been taken to hospital for treatment following that breakfast meeting attack. Now, the U.S. Justice Department has cleared former police officer Darren Wilson of civil rights violations over the shooting of an unarmed black teenager. Michael Brown was shot dead in Ferguson, Missouri last August. It triggered months of violent protests, but an investigation has criticized the city and its police force for racial bias. The trial of one of the alleged Boston Marathon bombers is underway, and the suspect's defense team has already admitted that he did carry out. But Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's lawyers say that his older brother Tamerlan was more responsible for what happened in 2013. Tsarnaev is accused of planting the bombs at the finish line, killing 3 people and wounding hundreds of others. Tamerlan was killed in a shootout with police following the attack. Mexican security forces have captured the leader of the Zetas drug cartel, one of the most violent criminal gangs in Mexico. Omar Trevino Morales, who goes by the alias Z42, was arrested in a pre-dawn raid in the northern city of Monterrey. Adam Rainey has more now from Mexico City.
The rest of this alleged leader of the Zetas cartel comes just days after authorities here in New Mexico took down Servando Gomez. He was the alleged leader of the Knights Templar. Now, these 2 arrests show that Mexico continues to focus on taking down leaders of these drug trafficking and criminal organizations. What's not clear exactly is what impact that has on ongoing violence in Mexico. We've been speaking with the Drug Enforcement Administration in Washington, and they say it clearly fractures these organized criminal groups and means that over time they are making Mexico safer. But on the ground in these communities where these criminal organizations operate, it doesn't seem to be bringing down levels of violence. Now, this man had a $2 million price on his head from the Mexican government and a $5 million reward from the U.S. government on his head. That shows just how important both governments see him in leading, allegedly, the Zetas organization. But there are clearly going to be many people vying to take control of that cartel now that he's been taken out of power.
We're approaching the midway point on this news hour. Still to come on the program, vast wealth and extreme poverty side by side. We report from Nigeria's oil-rich Delta region. We'll tell you about the diplomatic face-off over the imminent execution of 11 drug smugglers in Indonesia. Plus,
And I'm Paul Rees in Papua New Guinea, where a sport dominated by men is being used to tackle violence against women.
Hello, the weather is starting to look a little more spring-like across a good part of Europe over the next couple of days, but we do still have some disturbed weather, bits and pieces of snow sliding in. This band of cloud actually will bring some rain, and it will also bring some wintry weather, certainly over the higher ground, but things not too bad behind that. 10 or 11 Celsius there for London and Paris. We'll take that at this time of the year. Some pleasant sunshine coming through, but some snow there over the Alps, and further south, not quite so spring-like here. We've got some snow over the Dinaric Alps, pushing across the Adriatic into the Balkans. Some really heavy rain, more thundery downpours coming into a good part of Italy, even into Greece as well. And as we go on into the weekend, Greece will see that rain turning increasingly heavy in the process. Brighter skies to the north of that. Notice the wintry weather does continue all the way up towards, well, southern areas of Ukraine. Could touch 12 degrees Celsius in London by Friday, so some pleasant weather certainly in store here. London's temperatures comparing with those across parts of North Africa, actually. Algiers, Tunis, 13 degrees in the cloud and rain. A cool northerly wind coming in here then behind our little area of low pressure circulating across central parts of the Mediterranean. Friday looks cooler still, actually. May struggle to get 11 degrees in Tunis with that rain making its way into northern parts of Libya.
March on Al Jazeera.
We look back at a deadly 4-year conflict. With programs, documentaries, news and original web features, Al Jazeera brings you special coverage of the people and issues that matter most in Syria, a broken nation.
In groundbreaking investigative programs, People in Power exposes the use and abuse of power.
101 East explores Asia's diverse cultures, conflicting politics and current affairs.
Al Jazeera will be closely following the early elections for the Israeli Knesset and examining the implications for the country and the region.
Marking International Women's Day, Al Jazeera features a range of programs focusing on the changing landscape of women's worlds.
March on Al Jazeera.
The extraordinary is everywhere. Witness at this time on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, this is the News Hour from Al Jazeera. Adrian Finnegan here in Doha with the top stories this hour. The US envoy to Seoul has been attacked during a lecture, a breakfast lecture he was giving in the South Korean capital. Mark Lippert was reportedly slashed with a razor blade and was seen bleeding heavily. He's now being treated in hospital. The suspect has been arrested, the attack thought to be politically motivated. Libya's national oil company has declared itself unoperational after a series of attacks by fighters linked to ISIL. And that's a legal move that protects the company from liability for failing to fulfill its contracts. The latest attack happened at the Dahra oil field. Mexican security forces have captured the leader of the Zetas drug cartel, one of the most violent criminal gangs in Mexico. Omar Trevino Morales, who goes by the alias Z42, was arrested in a pre-dawn raid in the northern city of Monterrey. In Ukraine, 23 people have died in a blast at a mine in the rebel-held city of Donetsk. 10 others are missing. Ukraine's prime minister says that pro-Russian separatists are slowing down rescue efforts. The mine is close to a front line where rebels and government troops are fighting. Well, a number of bomb attacks in recent months is raising concerns that Russian-backed rebels are opening a new front in Ukraine. Ukraine's government says that it's a terrorist campaign to destabilize the east. From Kharkiv, Paul Brennan explains.
In the east of Ukraine, showing support for the government in Kiev can be fatal. This was Kharkiv on February the 22nd. The roadside device killed 4 people, including a police officer. A pro-Russian bombing campaign, which has been targeting Ukrainian activists since last October, had turned deadly. There was another rally on Sunday, but security and anxiety levels are very high.
Putin's Russia is only 40 kilometers from us. We know that. So when people come to our rallies, they know that it's potentially dangerous. Everyone knows.
The campaign of terror is clearly having an effect. Turnout at events such as this has been markedly down in recent weeks as the bombing campaign has escalated.
And it's not just Kharkiv. This police video shows a car in the southern city of Mariupol, discovered to be packed with explosives. Odessa, too, has been targeted. And the authorities say Russia is behind it all.
We have confession testimony saying who recruited them, where they were trained, and it was on the territory of the Russian Federation. We know the exact people they made contact with in Russia. It was representatives of the Russian security services. Financial support came from the Russian side. Weapons and explosives were provided. This is incontrovertible evidence.
Kharkiv is a complex city. It's led by a pro-Kiev administration, but there is a significant proportion of pro-Russian sympathizers here. More than 700 pro-Russian terrorism suspects have been arrested by the security services in Kharkiv alone.
In this place was the mine.
Yes. In January, 14 people were wounded by a bomb blast outside this district courthouse. The intended victims were activists from the right sector group, but the casualties also included ordinary civilians. The intention to spread fear.
We understand that one day there will be explosives that will be trying to kill us. But we don't think that explode will be like here, in such a place, in such a thing.
The hundreds of arrests so far seem to have done little to reassure the public.
We adapt, we learn, but the fate of Israel and the United States awaits us. Those countries which live under continuous threat from terrorism. And this threat will continue while Vladimir Putin remains the president of Russia.
That would mean more bomb attacks like this one are inevitable. Paul Brennan, Al Jazeera, Kharkiv.
Edward Snowden's lawyer says the American whistleblower, now fugitive, wants to return to the United States. The former spy agency contractor has been in Russia since 2013. He was granted asylum there after leaking details of the US government's mass surveillance programs. Washington says that Snowden will have to face criminal charges if he returns. More now from Rory Challens in Moscow.
The man who's been Edward Snowden's lawyer pretty much since he arrived in Russia was launching his book on Tuesday, and at that book launch he made some interesting comments about what seems to be going on right now behind the scenes, legal discussions that would soon potentially lead to Edward Snowden's return back to the United States. Let's listen to exactly what he had to say.
Of course, I won't keep it secret that he is considering it and wants to return back home. We are now doing everything possible to solve this issue.
Now, it is pretty much inconceivable that if Edward Snowden did go back to the United States, that he wouldn't be put immediately on trial. Of course, he's been a fugitive from US justice for 2 years now. We heard a little bit from the lawyer as well about Edward Snowden's experiences here in Russia. Remember that he came to Moscow by a fairly circuitous roundabout route. He didn't really want to be here. He arrived never having been to Russia before, with no money and not speaking the language. Now, considering all those things, says Anatoly Kucherena, he settled in pretty well, but obviously not well enough to want to spend the rest of his life here, and he would rather go back to the United States, it seems, and face the very real possibility of a lengthy jail term than spend the rest of his life as an international fugitive.
Italy's Coast Guard has rescued more than 1,000 migrants who were trying to cross the Mediterranean to reach Europe. But 10 migrants died when their boat capsized. Nadim Baba reports.
A rescue in the Mediterranean and a reminder of an ongoing tragedy. In just 24 hours, Italy's Coast Guard picked up almost 1,000 people in the Strait of Sicily, but 10 migrants died after their dinghy capsized. Last year, at least 3,500 people died trying to cross the Mediterranean, but still, with violence continuing in states such as Syria, the flow of refugees is actually speeding up.
The first 2 months
of this year, we have over 7,000 crossing the sea despite wintry conditions, despite very rough sea, despite the fact that the waves are sometimes 5 meters high. So you can imagine the desperation that takes people to these boats in order to find safety.
This high-level maritime conference in London has heard pleas for far more search and rescue operations and for legal ways for refugees to reach Europe by sea. But officials from Brussels deny Italy's being left to deal with the crisis on its own.
It's not true that we are not helping Italy. The EU has put more than €500 million into support for the asylum system in Italy, the border management in Italy, and we are coming up with this Triton operation, which is really a sign of solidarity from Europe.
Between October 2013 and October 2014, Italy's search and rescue programme called Mare Nostrum saved an estimated 100,000 lives. The budget was around $10 million per month. But when Italy said it couldn't cope, the EU took over with its own Operation Triton. But it's been receiving a much smaller budget, around $3.2 million a month. And it's focused on border surveillance, not rescues. While the UK government has argued that cutting rescue missions will dissuade migrants from trying to reach Europe, experts say that's simply not true.
There's been far too much talk about pull factors, as if we have, in receiving countries, humane policies and good rescue operations and so on, that we are pulling irregular migrants into those societies, when in fact we know that the principal issue here is one of push factors. It is those issues of war and violence and abuse.
In January and February of this year alone, 370 people died trying to cross the Mediterranean. Italy's just resumed its annual naval exercises near the Libyan coast. But it will take a lot more than that to stop the dangerous boat trips, which end in death for thousands of people every year. Nadeem Barber, Al Jazeera, London.
More now on the breaking news from Seoul this hour, where the US envoy to Seoul has been attacked at a breakfast lecture meeting that he was giving in the South Korean capital. These are the latest pictures that we have of Mark Lippert, who was reportedly slashed with a razor blade, and as you can see, was bleeding heavily after the attack. A middle-aged man reportedly carried out this attack, which is thought to be politically motivated. Mark Lippert now being treated in hospital. The suspect is under arrest. It seems that Mark Lippert is not seriously injured, although he was bleeding heavily following that attack. Now, Australia has proposed a prisoner swap with Indonesia in a last-minute bid to save the lives of 2 convicted drug smugglers. They're among 11 people, mostly foreigners, who've been transferred to an island where they'll face a firing squad. Emeke Amulu reports.
The silence says it all. Families of the 2 men are heading to Indonesia to say their goodbyes. They have the most powerful man in Australia on their side. But even he can't get Indonesia to budge.
When I spoke to President Widodo last week, I made it absolutely crystal clear what Australia's position was, is and always will be. We abhor drug crime, but we abhor the death penalty.
Indonesia's president, Joko Widodo, has said that drugs kill up to 50 young people every day in his country. And that's why the death row prisoners, mostly foreigners, have been moved to the island where they'll be shot to death. Of the group, Andrew Chan and Miran Sukumaran have had the most media attention.
Please don't kill him.
Partly because of a moving campaign by their parents.
Everybody makes mistakes. They did something stupid. They don't deserve to die.
Arrested in their 20s, they're now in their 30s. And they were caught trying to smuggle heroin from Indonesia, a country with one of the toughest drug laws in the world.
We are not trigger happy. We do it for a very big reason.
And a president that's made combating drugs central to his leadership. He says traffickers are destroying his country's future. This will be the second round of executions since he took office. Indonesian prisoners are among the latest group. So are nationals from France, Brazil, the Philippines and Nigeria. Like Chan and Sukumaran, hopes of a second chance for the others are also fading fast. Emiko Moli, Al Jazeera.
The Niger Delta is where almost all of Nigeria's oil comes from, but the region is one of the poorest in the country. President Goodluck Jonathan is from there, and when he was elected, many people had high hopes that their lives would improve. But as Haru Matassa reports now, for them, little has changed.
For hundreds of years, people have used the creeks of the oil-rich Niger Delta for transport. They also support a precious ecosystem, one of the world's largest mangrove forests. We're going to Bile, a village we visited 8 years ago. Back in 2007, the only way to get to Bile was by boat. The community said they were very poor. They wanted the Nigerian government to develop their village with some of the Delta's oil revenue. We haven't seen Opriete Martins in 8 years. She says nothing has changed. Her community of nearly 60,000 people is still poor.
And a hungry man is an angry man. We are angry because we cannot be on top of million, and that million is not reaching us.
Years of oil spills caused by oil companies and illegal tapping by unemployed young people has polluted many of the creeks. The United Nations says the oil spills in the Niger Delta over the past 5 decades will cost $1 billion and take 30 years to clean up.
The water is a dark, grimy color. It's filthy and it smells of oil. People who live here say the pollution is killing the fish.
Ibu Dukoya Dapa has been fishing since he was a boy. He's now 42 years old and worries about what's happening to his home. He takes his boat out every morning, but often doesn't catch enough for his family to eat and sell.
If you go to fishing, you cannot kill any fish. You have suffering. See the river. Spoil.
Village elders say they are tired of asking the government for help. They're tired of asking oil companies to give jobs to young people who are angry they're not benefiting from the oil.
I will not hide it from you that our youth started to manufacture this thing for themselves. The youth said, okay, since you are denying us from this thing, let us manufacture the kerosene and the this thing from ourselves. That's why you see pollution here and there.
The next generation of Bile do what they always do at this time of the day. The main concern is which team will win the match. Their parents worry the cycle of poverty, pollution and crime is what their children have to look forward to if more isn't done to improve lives here. Haru Matassa, Al Jazeera, in the Niger Delta.
Firefighters have now contained a wildfire that's been burning for 4 days in one of South Africa's most popular tourist destinations. Thousands of hectares of vegetation near the Table Mountain National Park in Cape Town have been destroyed, as Gladys Njorage reports.
Battling the wildfire and the elements. Some rain has made conditions bearable, but smoke makes visibility almost impossible. Helicopters that are spraying much-needed water risk being grounded.
We're trying everything that we could. All the resources that's available, that's currently available, we're using all the resources. Firefighters, helicopters, fixed-wing bombers, everything.
The city of Cape Town says this year's wildfires have been more widespread. Over 1,000 fighters are working round the clock to contain the wildfires across the city. But they are struggling with sporadic flare-ups that spread rapidly to homes. Linda Wolf and her family were evacuated early Wednesday morning. They are seeking refuge at a community church nearby.
We weren't allowed in at all this morning. The smoke was too thick and it was too dangerous. So they closed off the whole area.
There's still a lot of smoke in the area, and it could be days before authorities let them back into their own houses. But it's too late for some.
People have lost homes, they've lost farms and property like this, and the cost of the firefighting operation has been rising. It's nearly $400,000 since Sunday.
It could be days before the fire is completely put out, and the demand for boots on the ground is more than ever before. Gladys Njoroge, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
Just ahead in the sport, a French footballer collapses on the pitch during an English Premier League game. Rahul here with the details in just a few moments. Hello again, time now for sport. Here's Rahul.
Adrian, here goes. So we're going to start with football, and Chelsea is still looking good for a first English Premier League title in 5 years. They were slightly nervy 1-0 winners at West Ham on Wednesday. Eden Hazard heading in the only goal of the game. They maintain their 5-point lead over defending champions Manchester City. Well, City, of course, beats bottom club Leicester 2-0 in one of Wednesday's 7 Premier League matches. In fact, 6 of the top 7 were in action. Wins also for Arsenal, Manchester United and Tottenham, and Liverpool, who beat Burnley 2-0. Meanwhile, there were some worrying scenes at White Hart Lane when Swansea striker Bafétimbi Gomis is said to be fine after collapsing on the pitch during his side's match at Tottenham. The French international appeared to fall down in the 6th minute and was taken from the pitch on a stretcher. The club says he suffers from a pre-existing condition that causes fainting but poses no serious health risk. Now, Bayern Munich coach Pep Guardiola says he has no plans to leave Germany, despite speculation in the UK that he could join Manchester City next summer. The Spaniard insists he's happy in Munich, and when his team's scoring goals like this, you can't really blame him. Although he didn't look particularly happy after David Alaba gave Bayern Munich the lead against second-tier Eintracht Braunschweig in the German Cup. And the man who scored the winning goal for Germany in the World Cup final, Mario Götze, got Bayern's second goal of this game, the 2-0 win, sending him through to the German Cup quarter-finals. Well, staying with Cup news, but in Spain, Barcelona through to the final of the Spanish Copa del Rey. They beat Villarreal 3-1 on Wednesday in their semi-final second leg to go through 6-2 on aggregate. 2 goals from Neymar and 1 from Luis Suarez, giving them the win. FIFA President Sepp Blatter says there is urge for tougher sanctions to combat racism in football. Blatter has been attending the Congress of the South American Confederation in Paraguay. He says the continent's biggest problem is racism and discrimination by fans, and says existing penalties aren't going far enough.
One day we should set an example. An example is not just a stadium ban or a financial sanction. No, we should take away points. Take away points or relegate a team. At the moment, we need in our world the courage to do this. Discrimination will stop. But at the moment, we haven't seen it anywhere in the world.
Now, the Greek government has lifted a suspension on the country's domestic football league. An indefinite ban was issued on February 26th after violence in the Athens derby between Panathinaikos and Olympiakos. It was the 3rd time this season that pro football has been shut down, and the newly elected ruling party says it's determined to stamp out crowd violence. The Super League will resume this weekend, but behind closed doors. Now, the sports of rugby league has often had to play second fiddle to its big brother rugby union. But in the heart of the Pacific Ocean, the 13-man code is a way of life. Papua New Guinea is the only country in the world where league is the national sport, and its popularity is being used to make a dent in another national concern, violence against women. Paul Rees reports from Port Moresby.
It doesn't get much sweeter for school kids than to see their teachers making a display of themselves. But these teachers in Papua New Guinea are learning skills that could help tackle a big problem for women in the Pacific. It's all down to the power of rugby league. PNG is the only country in the world where the 13-man version of rugby is the national sport. And until now, it has been dominated by men and male pride, with fights often breaking out on and off the pitch. Boys in the capital Port Moresby learn skills while they're still toddlers. But Papuan girls and women are playing catch-up. From no teams 6 years ago, there are now 64, and the national side will play its first match this year. The woman who fought to make that change believes rugby league gets women respect in a society with one of the world's worst records in domestic violence.
Diverse languages, we have diverse cultures, but one main thing about our Melanesian culture is that women are inferior to men. Rugby league has a huge drive. It is a huge weapon. It tells them that there is a barrier had been broken.
The elite Australian NRL competition has a fanatical following in PNG and has recruited local women to spread the game's positive influence in schools.
If ladies respect themselves and see themselves as they can do whatever the guys are doing and things like that, guys can be able to respect them and things like it's how we see ourselves that determines how people treat us.
Former NRL player Mark Mom says Papuan women are going to have a bigger say in running the sport as well as playing it.
Well, I think that's going to change over years, and I think that passion from female Papua New Guineans is going to be shown through rugby league organisations and programs.
Domestic violence is a chronic problem in Papua New Guinea, but using the national obsession with rugby league to give women more personal confidence and respect is at least a start in tackling it. Paul Rees, Al Jazeera in Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea.
Now, the Cricket World Cup continues as Bangladesh take on Scotland a little later. But earlier, Australia's cricketers produced the highest ever score in World Cup history. The host nation thrashed Afghanistan by 275 runs. That's also the biggest winning margin in World Cup history. Sarah Coates reports.
Back on Australian soil after a painful one-wicket loss against New Zealand, Aussies were out to make amends. Opener Dave Warner merciless against their bowlers, smashing a career-best 178 runs. His partner Steve Smith's knock of 95 was also outstanding, as the pair put on a stand of 260. Then Glenn Maxwell's rapid contribution of 88 off just 39 balls saw the Aussies post a formidable total of 417 for 6. Faced with an incredible task, Afghanistan's batsmen gave it their all. But the Aussie bowlers were just too good as they moved through their order to have them all out for 142, a 275-run win.
It's nice to turn our form around after New Zealand, especially with the bat. I thought the boys played really well to make 400, our highest World Cup score ever. That's very satisfying and really pleasing after the way we batted against New Zealand.
Australia next play Sri Lanka in Sydney. Sarah Coates, Al Jazeera.
That's it, more later.
Rahul, well done. Many thanks indeed. Now, sales of wearable fitness trackers have boomed in the last few years. The technology also offers opportunities to healthcare providers, especially in poor communities. Our technology editor, Tariq Basley, takes a look at what's being called M-Health at the mobile conference that's currently underway in Barcelona.
The makers of wearable fitness and activity trackers have had a good year. They've seen sales in their bands pick up pace, totalling over 70 million this year worldwide. It's been driven by people's desire to improve their health using devices that can count your steps and monitor your heart rate all in real time on the wrist.
The application is really helping you to understand, interpret the data, be motivated and move more.
Insurance companies too have become interested in using the technology to help keep people in good health.
We can monitor ourselves to death, but unless we change behaviour, we make no difference. What we tend to find, some of the drivers for behaviour change are the gamification, the being involved. Another big driver is about you sharing that information with other people with the same condition. So there are a whole range of different behavioural inputs that we want to use to change that behaviour.
An increasing number of smartwatches, also fitted with activity tracking technology, are now coming onto the market. Analysts expect 20 million of them will sell this year. But for many people, such a high-tech and expensive watch will remain a luxury item. Each year, the Mobile World Congress awards a prize for the best mobile innovation for health. But instead of going to a smartwatch or a fitness band, this year it was given to a maternal health project in Morocco. They took these low-cost portable ultrasound machines into 3 remote villages. Pregnant women in the villages were scanned and the ultrasound images were sent over the mobile network to doctors in the city for analysis.
We cut the cost for a woman to get a diagnosis done from $80 to $2 per patient.
We cut the time it took for her to get a diagnosis from 2 weeks to under 24 hours. And we got unskilled ultrasound users to perform excellent ultrasound with just a couple of days of training.
The collection of health data using mobile technology has huge potential. It brings with it also the challenge of ensuring people's privacy, but also making sure that data is put to good use to motivate them to lead healthier lives. Tarek Basley, Al Jazeera at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona.
That'll do it for the news hour. Thanks for watching. I'll be back with a brief update here on Al Jazeera in just a couple of moments. See you then.
Behind every headline, there's a story. And for every story, different points of view. We consider conflicting opinions through analysis and debate with people who matter. Martin, all roads seem to be leading to the conflict in Ukraine. Why? Understanding how events shape and impact our lives. We look at the bigger picture. We get the inside story. At this time on Al Jazeera.
291#. This is no ordinary lesson. These students are using mobile phones to access information which will help them with their studies. The service is called Eneza.
Eneza is popular in urban areas like Nairobi, but it's had the biggest take-up in rural areas like the northeast of Kenya, where children have much more limited access to schools, books, and other educational tools.
The co-founder is 25-year-old Kago Kagichiri.
When I'm developing and seeing on the server that the students at 3:30 in the morning were studying, it feels pretty cool.
Such innovations in education are racing ahead. It's going to be up to political leaders to catch up.
The producers of Mexico's most watched soap opera continue to tackle real women's issues, and the audience is now reacting. Emboldened by the show, a woman frees herself from the horrors of sexual abuse. In a deeply emotional demonstration of the back and forth between reality and fiction, Vicky's real story is played out on set. Episode 2 of Soapbox, at this time on Al Jazeera.
In everything there is a detail. To analyse is to understand. To bring clarity and context, Al Jazeera evaluates the facts to bring clear, balanced and in-depth news to life. Al Jazeera, the news never stops.
Hello again, Adrian Finnegan here in Doha with the top stories this hour on Al Jazeera. We begin with the latest on that breaking news out of Seoul, South Korea, where the US envoy to South Korea has been seriously injured in an attack during a lecture that he was giving in Seoul. Mark Lippert was bleeding heavily after being slashed with a razor blade during a function in the city. The 42-year-old has been taken to hospital. His injury is not thought to be life-threatening. Let's get the latest now from Al Jazeera's Alan Fisher, who joins us from Washington, D.C. What more do we know, Alan?
Well, not a great deal more. The reality is that he was leaving this event when a man approached him, shouted something about military exercises that are currently ongoing between South Korea and the United States. Remember, the United States bases around 28,000 people, 28,000 soldiers on what is the world's most fortified border. He also shouted something about South and North Korea should be unified, and some South Koreans believe that the presence of US troops stops that unification process. Now, you can see the shock on the ambassador's face immediately after the attack. The attacker, who has been identified police as a man named Kim, was immediately overpowered and rushed away from the scene. The ambassador was taken to a local hospital. His condition has been described as not life-threatening, and he's received in the last hour a call from US President Barack Obama, who told him that he was in his thoughts and prayers and wished him a speedy recovery. Now, the ambassador is a very popular figure in South Korea. He's been there for a few months now. His wife gave birth to their son in Korea, in Seoul, and he was given a Korean middle name, so that endeared him a great deal to the locals. This will come as a shock to the people who are in Seoul at the moment. It will come as a shock to the US Embassy there, but will almost certainly lead to a review of the current security procedures for the ambassador, his family, and all US diplomats in Seoul.
Alan, many thanks. Alan Fisher in Washington, D.C. Libya's national oil company has declared itself unoperational after a series of attacks. Now, that's a legal move that protects the company from liability for failing to fulfill its contracts. The latest attack took place at the Dahra oil field. Fighters claiming allegiance to the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant have been targeting Libya's oil fields of late. Battles around the Dahra oil field intensified in recent days as militias loyal to one of the country's two rival governments tried to flush out ISIL fighters. The Libya Dawn group is backed by the legally installed government in Tripoli. In neighbouring Syria, an explosion has killed at least 20 members of the security forces and 14 rebel fighters. The blast appears to have targeted an Air Force intelligence building. It was a joint operation between the Al-Nusra Front and other rebel groups. Government fighter jets responded with airstrikes on rebel positions. The UN's envoy to Yemen says that he's disappointed that Shia Houthi rebels have ignored demands made by the UN aimed at resolving the political crisis. The Security Council had called on the Houthis to withdraw from government institutions, to release those under house arrest and to stop taking unilateral action. Speaking after talks with President Hadi in Aden, Jamal Ben Omar warned that no single group could impose control over Yemen.
I warn the Security Council that radical operatives affiliated to many sides are working towards undermining the ongoing negotiations. I also informed the Security Council that no one side would be able to dominate by the use of force, and any party believing in military might is deluded and is pushing the country into a long-term conflict like that in Libya or in Syria.
In Ukraine, 23 people have died in a blast at a mine in the rebel-held city of Donetsk. 10 others are missing. The mine is close to a front line where rebels and government troops are fighting. Mexican security forces have captured the leader of the Zetas drug cartel, one of the most violent criminal gangs in Mexico. Omar Trevino Morales, who goes by the alias Z42, was arrested in a pre-dawn raid in Monterrey. Those are the headlines. Now on Al Jazeera, Earthrise.
I'm Russell Beard in Uganda, where traditional product is receiving a forest-friendly facelift. In Uganda, over 90% of the population still cook on open fires and rely on burning charcoal and wood for fuel. In the last 20 years alone, this has contributed to almost a third of their trees being cut down. In order to meet demand, unregulated charcoal manufacturers are cutting into forests so fast that at current rates of deforestation, by 2050, there'll be no trees left. I'm Russell Beard in Uganda, where an innovative cooking product promises to reduce deforestation and cut down on harmful emissions. This is Katwe in Kampala. Katwe is an informal housing area in the division of Makindye. We're here to visit local stove manufacturers, Yuga Stove. This is it, yeah.
Thanks, Jason.
Welcome.
Okay, so this sounds like the place. We're looking for Rema Nchezi. She's the CEO, and hopefully she's expecting us.
Hi,
Rema.
Rosa. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello, nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too. It looks like business is booming here.
Yeah, business is booming because in Uganda, basically, for cooking, it's majorly firewood and charcoal. And this is what people need.
So you're talking about a stove that uses charcoal, that uses wood?
Yeah, but at a reduced percentage. With Yuga stove, charcoal stove, it saves almost 50%.
Wow.
Compared if you're using a metallic stove. Because in Uganda, we don't have any other option. Fine, there is electricity, gas, but the cheapest bin of cooking is charcoal. Yeah.
But you're saying that even though this still uses charcoal, it's a saving. There are savings here.
Yeah.
So can you show us around?
Yeah.
Can you get a sense of your business?
That's okay.
Yuga Stove employs over 150 staff. Using locally available materials and simple assembly techniques, current production is around 10,000 units per month.
There's a lot of stoves here.
I know.
Everywhere I look, there's stoves.
Yeah. This is where we do the cladding. You can see
That's the outside bit.
Yeah, the outside bit. It's only using hammers.
I know, I kind of gathered that. There's a lot of hammering. Oh, man.
Yeah.
When you go to bed at night, can you just hear this in your dreams? Yeah.
Definitely I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the music of business, though.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
A traditional clay stove lasts just 6 to 8 weeks, but these stoves can last up to 5 years longer thanks to this metal outer casing.
This is the cladding then?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, at this stage, what we're looking at here is pretty much, this would be a kind of a standard stove. It doesn't look much different than just a kind of tin bucket with a hole in it, so...
There is another stage which is insulating.
The real innovation is the combination of the strength of a conventional metal stove with the insulating properties of a clay liner.
This is where they do the insulation.
It's a bit quieter, thankfully.
Yeah.
I can hear what you're saying now.
This is Niger.
Niger, I'm Russell. Hi, how are you?
What you see here is mica, some bit of clay, water, and cement.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I can see that inside Niger's making a kind of inner sleeve there. This is really the secret of the stove. It's really that insulation, yeah?
Yeah.
You've got very good aim there. I can see that this is very much an acquired skill.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to give you a hand.
On this?
Yeah, I think I could give it a go.
I've got a better one for you. Okay. Just a few minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow, Rema. Where have you brought me? It looks like a cheese cellar. It looks like Stilton cheese, doesn't it?
This is sorry. This is where we dry our liners from.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Russell. What's going on?
We are trying to mold the liner which they put in our stove.
Okay,
Yeah.
Gerard, I'm in your hands.
Yeah.
Tell me how I can help.
Okay. I get this ash. I put into this thing.
Okay.
Then I get the clay.
An important part of Yuga Stove's business model is the employment of local people. Everything is made on site by hand, but the training can be a messy business.
Thank you, Rima. All right, let's do it. I'll come round to you, shall I? I was taking notes. Okay, so you dust it off a little bit in here. Okay. Oh, yeah, that feels good. It's really good, man. It feels like making mud pies when you were a kid, remember? Not much effort.
The thermal properties of this clay liner enable it to absorb and retain heat, which means a little charcoal can go a long way.
Yeah, I get it.
Less charcoal usage means less emissions and less trees cut down.
And so, Gerard, do you live around here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're interested in these stoves because there's a positive environmental effect of using these stoves. Can I ask, is that important for you, that you're working on something which is good for the environment?
When we use this stove, our type of stove, we save the charcoal. Whereby when you are saving the charcoal, trees are saved in the environment. We are eliminating, going in desertification, cutting down trees, deforestation. We are reducing those effects.
And is that important to you, or is it just a job, just like any job?
It's important to me. It's important. It's important to me to care about my environment. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're nearly ready. Hey!
Yeah, you've done it.
Though the environmental benefits from a single stove may be modest, thanks to Yuga Stove's high productivity, the potential savings soon stack up.
Yes, this is where the kiln is.
Yeah, I can smell it. There's some in there now.
It's about 400 in there.
400?
Yeah.
Wow. So how long will it take?
Something like 8 hours.
Okay, so we'll leave them to cook?
Yeah. It's,
And with a new kiln 5 times the size on the way, Rema and her team are ramping up supply to meet demand.
Do you think that people are thinking about the tree cutting?
Yes.
Or is it just a financial thing for these people?
No, it's not. The financial issue cannot be eliminated out, but definitely now people are aware of the global women. When people call in, they always want to get that exact message about the stove. They're like, does this stove serve what percentage? So it's not only that someone wants to buy, but does it serve charcoal? Definitely, if you think of that, it means he's concerned about environment. There is saving on the money, but definitely you would get it that this person is concerned with the environment.
And I mean, what's interesting as well, I guess, is if people are phoning up to say, does this really save charcoal? It doesn't really matter if they're just saying, does it save charcoal because I'm going to spend less money on charcoal? If that's their only motivation, does that matter? Are you really trying to get the message out there? That's what I mean.
Yeah, people know, and they know the message. They now aware of the impact if trees are cut. In Uganda, like, it's now everywhere. Global warming is everywhere. People are now educated about the climate change, and we always have this package in our awareness campaign.
So it's not just about selling stoves for you? Really?
Yeah. Business is business, yes. We are a private company, but at the end of the day, we have to think about the environment.
Environmentally aware or not, with more than a third of the population living on less than $1.25 a day, the true cost of an efficient cook stove is just too much for most people. Including materials and manpower, it would be 5 times that of a normal one. That's where this guy comes in. I've come to the local market to meet John Gwillim of Impact Carbon, a Californian-based non-profit. They're using a smart model to help bring these stoves back within reach.
Aha, okay.
So this is it? This is where we're cooking?
No. Look at this. What is she cooking there, man?
That's matoke.
Wow.
So
it looks like seaweed.
Yeah, those are the banana leaves.
Okay.
They wrap it in the banana leaves before they steam it. You're going to see her unwrapping one right now.
Okay.
It's like a plantain that you take off when it's very green and still hard, and they steam it, and then you mash it afterwards. It takes a lot of time and a lot of charcoal and a lot of energy.
Wow, is that not very hot? It's very hot.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's just straight in there, straight into the pot, steaming vegetables. So this is, I mean, it's a perfect illustration, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got like the stove, the traditional food. We've got charcoal everywhere we look. Is charcoal getting piled onto these massive stoves.
But you feel that heat.
Yeah,
and all that heat is the heat loss from the stove.
Yeah.
So everything that you see around here is an inefficient stove. You have no type of liner in there. And because of that, you're just getting all of this heat loss.
Yeah, no, I can feel it. I mean,
yeah,
our legs are burning, and we're just stood next to them all, but they're all just pumping out the heat in every direction.
Exactly. I mean, look up at the ceiling. Yeah. Look how black it is. Yeah. You can just see this carbon being burned onto the ceiling. There's a lot of health implications. Yeah. Over 4 million people die a year from indoor air pollution, from cooking over these types of sources of things. There's still 3 billion people in the world that cook on biomass. And the respiratory illnesses, the deaths from this are greater than TB and malaria combined. So this is a huge problem. But when you use an efficient stove, that's reduced.
You can see this is a kind of commercial, obviously this is a food market here. So when you look at all of these stoves here, it kind of puts in perspective, and this is just a fraction, isn't it?
It's just a small portion, but if you converted all of these inefficient stoves to efficient stoves, the savings you have just in this market alone would be huge. A project here where we've distributed over 250,000 stoves, so far we've been able to calculate and confirm emissions reductions of over 1 million tons of carbon. So what we're able to do is we're able to quantify these reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, and we're able to go through and calculate usage from all of these different stoves, and we're able to turn them these products called carbon credits, and these are sold on an open market. We then take the returns from those products and we're able to invest them in this project, which allows us to subsidize the products and grow the project so it can reach more people.
By enabling people to buy these efficient stoves who otherwise would not have been able to, Impact Carbon have created new energy savings known as additionalities. It's these additional savings that have a value. They're independently verified and are essential if the carbon credits are to keep their worth so that people actually buy them.
As far as I understand, you're in the business of taking that thing that hasn't happened, all those emissions that haven't hit the atmosphere and all those trees that haven't been cut down, and you're turning them into a product. You're turning them into a tangible product.
Yeah,
How does that work?
It's a market. Unlike a market here where you're buying a product, and the product here is an emission reduction.
Literally, almost like a piece of paper saying, this is the amount of carbon not released into the air because of your product.
Exactly.
And who's going to buy that? Who's going to buy that piece of paper?
People who want to offset their jet emissions for flying around the world, the lights in their building, they're able to become a carbon neutral company.
So people who are in effect creating more than their fair share of carbon. So for someone like me, who I have to do a lot of traveling for my job, I fear that my carbon footprint, the amount that I contribute to the atmosphere, is definitely more than my fair share.
It's high. Airfare is one of them. Yeah. You can calculate your emissions from driving your car, from flying in a plane, from doing the things that you do that emit greenhouse gases, and you can offset it with a project like this here in Uganda. And what we're able to use is leverage this money created from selling carbon credits to make this project more sustainable, allow it to grow, and at the same time allow people to buy these at a reduced cost.
Yuga Stove is one of 5 of Impact Carbon's partnering stove manufacturers and is by far the biggest. Its approach is bold and its trademark colours are loud and proud. These stoves are almost ready to hit the market.
Thank you. Oh, I love that. That's great.
But before they do, Rima's agreed to give me a go at the fun part.
You're good to go now.
All right, let's do it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Right here. And this.
Down here, around the top.
Yeah, I think it's all done.
Yeah? Are you happy?
Yeah, you've done it.
Are you sure?
You've done it, you've done it. So,
It's worthy of the logo.
Yeah, that's our logo. And then it's ready for the market. Yeah, you've done a good job.
Thank you very much. It looks all right, doesn't it?
It does. It's looking beautiful.
That's worthy of the Yuga Stove sticker? Okay, well, so we're going to get it to market.
That's okay.
Okay? Okay. Oh, wait, I've got your hat. Here. Thanks, man. All right, let's do it.
All right.
Since the civil war ended in 2008, Uganda has experienced robust economic growth, but still basic resources like electricity and gas are just too expensive for the average family or simply unavailable. So charcoal remains a lifeblood for Ugandans. The average household usage comprises 20% of their monthly expenditure. It's serious business. If you're going to introduce a new product to this market, not to mention a new way of thinking, you need to go the extra mile.
So it's the last day in Uganda. We've caught up with the Yuga Stove distribution vehicle. We're looking for Jumba and Dennis. I think that's Dennis on the mic. Dennis, can I come aboard?
Yeah.
Uganda Stove Manufacturers Limited. At a subsidized price.
Hey man, so what's the plan today? You're gonna get going and sell some stoves?
Exactly.
All right, I'm on board, man.
Okay.
All right.
We're going to make us some genuine quality energy so we cook stoves.
Got some flyers here as well. Environmental protection is everyone's responsibility. Both environment and pocket friendly. That's what it says on the flyer. So you're trying to raise awareness as well? You're trying to spread the word about the environmental benefits of this kind of stuff?
Exactly.
Yeah. And do you think, oh wow, look at this. Can you make this out? Just follow it. Wow, what was that?
That's charcoal.
That's a charcoal truck. Wow.
This is marketing at its most direct. Last year, Yuga Stoves sold almost 100,000 stoves, but despite these figures, they still have to work hard to make the sales. Even though there are long-term financial savings, old habits die hard, and the upfront cost can still put people off.
I guess we just drive around, we shout a lot about saving the environment and saving people money, and every now and again, pull over and try to sell some stoves. We've got to hold on tight. I don't know what Jimba's saying on the mic, but it's definitely working. It's going up. It's a frenzy. These are 20,000. It's 20,000. But you're saving money and you're saving the environment. You want what? 1.5. He's asking. He wants to say 1.5. He's trying to barter with us.
In all this excitement, at some point, I seem to have forgotten my journalistic impartiality.
He's the boss. Woo! So can I ask you, Sita, why are you here today? Why are you buying a Yuga stove? So you make
Instead of buying charcoal for 2,000, I can use maybe something for 1,000 or 500, that's really big saving.
And I understand that maybe there's a problem with a lot of deforestation.
Cutting off the trees, actually, it's bad. Actually, me personally, it's a profit.
So that's interesting, Dennis. At the end of the day, you know, the environmental benefits of this, it maybe can come second, but the environmental benefits are still there. But for you, it's a financial saving. Great. Well, which one are you going to be buying today?
We're buying a
This one? The small one? Okay. It's very heavy. Be careful. So next one. Another one here. So be careful. Okay. Can I give you one?
It's this lady.
This lady. Oh, enjoy your new stove. Okay, so Dennis, that was pretty exciting. How many stoves do you think we sold there?
Right here we sold 17 pieces.
17?
The small ones.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
And are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I guess every sale that goes out there, that's helping to spread the word, yeah?
Exactly. We have a motto that says environmental protection is everyone's responsibility. So my responsibility is to bring the stove to them. Then their responsibility is to buy the stove and then go and use it.
Hi, I'm Russell. Hi. Hi. Is this yours? What are you cooking here? Can we see?
Just cooking bananas. We call them matoke.
Matoke?
Yeah.
In here?
Yeah.
It's good?
Yeah.
It's tasty? Can you tell me, why did you buy the stove this afternoon?
I was a racho sigiriero.
I understand maybe for some people the stove is very expensive, but maybe there's some help?
Hey, mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala okutusalira ku sigiri ne mugituweera ku 15,000 ng'ate ebadde ya mutwalo gumu n'ekitundu. Ndi musanyufu nnyo.
She's very
happy.
happy.
Nvudde mbeebaza nti mwebale nnyo mwebalire.
That's why she's thanking that. Thank you so much.
I am very intrigued about what you're cooking here. About, what did you call it, matoke? I would love to try it, but also,
Chew, a sound recorder, he's very hungry. Can we taste it? Can we try?
She's saying it doesn't have sauce. Will you take it without the sauce?
Yeah, just plain.
Okay.
Just plain. So it looks like we've just invited ourselves for dinner, but I'm intrigued to try this matoke and to see the stove in action. Come on in. Come and join for eating. Come on. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at this. This is sauce? Okay, so it looks like it's turning into a proper dinner party. So, do you know anything about this, the Yuga stove?
That stove, it is good, can cook food within 30 minutes.
Within 30 minutes?
Yeah.
It's extra quick?
It's ready.
Yeah, okay.
It is very good.
What about this idea that maybe you're cutting down less trees?
Oh, trees.
Yeah, because we saw some guys making charcoal.
It destroys the environment
Yeah.
to catch the trees. Yeah? It destroys the environment. So if you use that stove, they can cut small trees, and so it makes good environment and it gives us clouds, good clouds, rain, like that.
It's all connected, isn't it?
The food is ready.
Oh, thank you so much. Can we try? Okay, so. Okay.
Like this sauce.
Okay, it's good. It's very good. It's good. There's a lot of laughing going on. I just wonder whether like we're married or something now. So, how do you say delicious in Ugandan? Nyo, 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 chibagika. I don't know if my pronunciation is quite right. Chikabuka. By the end of the day, we sold 35 stoves, bringing potential annual carbon emission reductions of more than 90 tons. It's a start, and the environmental message is getting through. But Yuga Stove still has a long road ahead.
There they are. As soon as she sniffed the forest, she started waking up.
Smelling home.
Yeah, they know the smell of the forest. They know where they want to be.
Hello again, Adrian Finnegan here with the headlines on Al Jazeera. The US ambassador to South Korea has been attacked in Seoul. Mark Lippert was slashed with a razor blade during a meeting. The 42-year-old was taken to hospital. His injuries are not life-threatening. And this picture shows the suspected attacker being wrestled to the ground before he was led away by police. He reportedly shouted, "No drills for war," as he attacked the ambassador. The US and South Korea launched joint military exercises this week, increasing tensions with North Korea. Libya's national oil company has declared itself unoperational after a series of attacks. Now that's a legal move that protects the company from liability for failing to fulfill its contracts. The latest attack was at the Dahra oil field. Fighters claiming allegiance to the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant have been targeting Libya's oil fields of late. Battles around the Dahra oil field intensified in recent days as militias loyal to one of the country's two rival governments tried to flush out ISIL fighters. The Libyan Dawn Group is backed by the legally installed government in Tripoli. The other government, which is recognized by the West, has called on the UN Security Council to lift an arms embargo on Libya. The Tobruk-based government says that it needs weapons to fight the rise of ISIL. The two sides in Libya are due to meet for talks in Morocco on Thursday. In neighbouring Syria, an explosion has killed at least 20 members of the security forces and 14 rebel fighters. The blast appears to have targeted an Air Force intelligence building. It was a joint operation between the al-Nusra Front and other rebel groups. Government fighter jets responded with airstrikes on rebel positions. The UN's envoy to Yemen has been meeting with President Abdrabbu Mansour Hadi. Jamal Ben Omar says he's disappointed that Shia Houthi rebels have ignored UN demands aimed at resolving the political crisis. The Security Council has called on the Houthis to withdraw from government institutions, to release those under house arrest and stop taking unilateral action. Ben Omar warned that no single group could impose control over Yemen. In Ukraine, 23 people have died in a blast at a mine in the rebel-held city of Donetsk. 10 others are missing. The mine is close to a front line where rebels and government troops are fighting. Now on Al Jazeera, Inside Story.
Alternative or no alternative, the rift between Israel and the US on Iran deepens after Netanyahu's controversial speech to the US Congress. To what extent would a deal with Iran realign US policy towards the Middle East, and where would it leave Israeli interests? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Sami Zaidan. After much anticipation and controversy, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has finally spoken to the US Congress. Standing a mere 4 kilometers from the White House, Netanyahu spoke very critically of President Obama's proposed nuclear deal with Iran. In his speech, Netanyahu says a deal would change the Middle East for the worse. He says it'll pave the way for a nuclear-armed Iran and ultimately make the world a more dangerous place. Well, critics of Netanyahu say he's actually concerned the deal will make Iran a more respected power in the region, reducing Israel's influence. We'll get to our discussion in just a moment. But first, Paddy Culhane sets up the story for us from Washington, D.C.
This was unprecedented, a leader of a foreign country addressing the U.S. Congress to criticize the foreign policy of their own president. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is here at the invitation of the opposition party and over the objections of U.S. President Barack Obama.
My friends, I'm deeply humbled.
Here to talk about Iran and the ongoing negotiations over its nuclear program.
This deal has two major concessions. One, leaving Iran with a vast nuclear program. And two, lifting the restrictions on that program in about a decade. That's why this deal is so bad. It doesn't block Iran's path to the bomb, it paves Iran's path to the bomb.
Claims the White House disputes, and the president also pushed back personally.
The Prime Minister didn't offer any viable alternatives.
Mr. Netanyahu invoked images of ISIL, North Korea, and the Holocaust, asking Congress to intervene, to stop negotiating and increase sanctions until, in his words, Iran stops threatening to annihilate Israel. More than 50 members of Congress from the president's political party boycotted the speech in protest.
I resented the condescending tone. What you were witnessing today was a very old concept. If you can make the people afraid, you can make them do anything.
He is a rejectionist. There is no agreement that this administration could achieve with Iran that would be good enough for him.
Despite the claims that this was not political or partisan, that is exactly how it's being seen in the U.S. A controversial speech that drew protests both for and against to the Capitol. Many political analysts say this visit was an attempt to give Netanyahu a boost as he heads into his own election. It clearly alienated some members of Congress that he hopes would intervene on his behalf. Still, it's not entirely clear Congress can do anything to stop a deal.
The deal doesn't have to be done as a treaty, so it doesn't have to be given advice and consent by the Senate. The president could do this as an executive agreement.
In the end, it could be that the prime minister got his speech, but the president will have the final say. Paddy Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, for more on this, we're joined by our guests. Let's welcome them into the show. From Washington, D.C., Genevieve Abdo, Fellow for the Middle East Program at the Stimson Center. Genevieve is also a director of the U.S.-Iran Advisory Group. From Jerusalem, Haviv Rettingor, Times of Israel political correspondent. Also from Washington, Phyllis Bennis, director of the New International Project at the Institute for Policy Studies. Good to have you all with us. If I could start with Phyllis, when you look at the alternatives to accommodation, do you think a deal between the US and Iran is inevitable?
I think there has to be a deal. What we heard yesterday from Prime Minister Netanyahu was that the alternative to a deal is no deal, and that means a call for war. Because the only deal that Netanyahu was prepared to accept was something based on Iranian surrender. That's just not going to happen. So I think there's going to have to be accommodation on both sides. That's the nature of diplomacy. When you have diplomatic relations, when you have negotiations, both sides don't get everything they want. They both fight for what they want. In this case, it's not just both, it's many sides. And you get the best deal that you can.
Well, Phyllis, how would you respond,
forgive
me for interrupting, how would you respond to, I think, those who support Netanyahu's line would say that he's urging for a better deal. It's not that he doesn't want a deal, the narrative goes, but he wants a better deal.
Right. Well, that's what he said. He was very careful not to leave it, as he has in the past, to just simply say, there can't be a deal. He knows that's not going to fly. So he said, as you just quoted, we need a better deal. But what's his definition of a better deal? His definition of a better deal is a deal where Iran is not allowed to enrich any uranium, has to demolish its entire infrastructure. That's simply not going to happen. That's a deal that's impossible, and he knows that. So by saying, we want a better deal, we want a deal that we can't have, what he is still saying is, we want no deal, which means we want the right to go to war. He threatened war directly when he said that the Jewish people, and he doesn't speak for me as a Jew, I gotta say, but he doesn't speak for all Jews, but he claims to. He said the Jewish people will not stand by passively. That's a direct threat of war, and that's what this speech aimed to put out.
All right, Haviv Gur, it is a sentiment that was expressed by Obama when he said, simply demanding, I'm quoting here, this is Obama, simply demanding that Iran completely capitulate is not a plan. Do you agree with that perspective, that ultimately there is no solid alternative other than war being presented by Netanyahu to the Obama administration in dealing with Iran?
I mean, it's a very simple answer. Netanyahu addressed that directly. Of course not. Let's start at the beginning. Israel has the right to go to war against Iran. It has that right because Iran is constantly and publicly and explicitly engaged in war against Israel. If Iran created and managed and funded and trained a Hezbollah on the border of France, France would have the right under international law to go to war over that. There's no question that Israel has the right. Israel doesn't want to go to war.
Forgive me for interrupting you, Haviv. Sorry,
but
forgive me for interrupting you. We've heard Iranian officials say exactly the same about Israel by assassinating, allegedly, Iranian scientists, undermining Iranian interests around the world. That couldn't they make the argument that they have the right to go to war? I mean, where does the war rhetoric, we have the right to go to war, doesn't that inevitably lead you to a war rather than trying to figure out a deal?
No, well, I don't think it leads you to a war. I think that Israel does not want a war. A war would be disastrous for Israel. Israel's capabilities are much smaller than American capabilities, for example. And Iran is a very large country. It's the size of Western Europe. This is not some simple equation, oh, we could just go to war with Iran. I don't think any Israeli leader wants war with Iran. What I do think happened in his speech yesterday, Netanyahu, for the first time, did not demand a complete end to enrichment on Iranian soil. There was a major Israeli concession. Never mind that it was hidden in a lot of rhetoric, because that's how you talk in the Middle East. But there was that Israeli concession. I don't think Israel thinks that there's not going to be a deal or that a deal is bad. I think Israel thinks that the way the world is going about creating this deal is extremely bad, not just for Israel. It's terrible for Israel, but it's bad for Saudi Arabia, it's bad for Jordan, it's bad for Egypt. It's bad for anyone who thinks that Iran's forces, active forces engaged in Syria, Iran's active forces engaged in Lebanon, Iran's active forces essentially supporting what's just now happening in Yemen, that's a bad phenomenon. around. And if you don't want all of that to come under an Iranian nuclear umbrella, there needs to be a more strict international arrangement.
Okay, I want to go to Geneva in a second, but I can see Phyllis is shaking her head in disagreement. Go on, Phyllis.
Well, just one brief point, which is about Israel's nuclear arsenal, which nobody talks about. You know, Israeli officials won't talk about it. Israeli journalists are not allowed to talk about it. And the U.S. Congress and President and everyone in power in the U.S. won't talk about it. But others will talk about it because the whole world knows about it. The fact that Israel has
I'm allowed to talk about it.
Okay, good. Then why don't you talk about it? About the 1 to 400 nuclear weapons.
Because it's completely irrelevant. The Egyptians are not threatening to
I don't think
nuclear weapon against Israel's nuclear.
Okay. I think the point has been made here. I want to turn to Geneva and ask: would a deal between Iran and the U.S., aside of the nuclear concern and issue, would it also ultimately legitimize the Iranian role and its interests in the region? Is that the big shift that is perhaps one of the underlying concerns for Netanyahu?
That shift has already happened. I think that that's not necessarily the primary concern. I mean, let's face it. The Iranians, in the aftermath of the Arab uprisings, the Iranians have been definitely advantaged by what's happened. I mean, this is to their advantage. They now basically dominate their affiliates dominate 4 Arab capitals. So the Iranians have benefited greatly from the Arab uprisings. And I think that this is part of the concern, not only for the Israelis, but also for Sunni societies. And I don't really want to talk so much about governments. I think that we need to focus the conversation as much about governments as it is about societies. In my travels extensively throughout the Middle East on a regular basis, Sunni societies are very concerned about Shia supremacy, Iranian supremacy in the Arab world. And I think that what the Israelis are concerned about is that the nuclear issue has been detached from Iran's regional policies. And this is because both sides want a deal. So the Obama administration has...
Sorry, but practically speaking then, what would it mean as sort of a more favorable U.S. position, a U.S. position that legitimizes Iran's role in the region? What, practically speaking, would that mean in the Middle East, in places like Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, and so on and so forth, that Netanyahu was raising to members of the Congress?
Well, I mean, let's face it, Iran's role in Iraq has already been legitimized. You know, there have been 2 successive Shia governments. And so I think that this is part of the issue. But I think that that's not really something that the U.S. can control. It's not something the Israelis can control. It's not something Arab governments can control. Because Iran now has organizations in the Arab world that have risen to power. Yemen is a perfect example of this. So I think that's a moot point. Whether or not Iran's power in the Middle East and Iran's power in the Arab world at this point is sort of moot. I think that what the focus of the conversation should be about is how Iran is going to benefit from a deal other than its role in the Middle East, because that's irrelevant. How it's going to benefit from a deal is that it's going to get sanctions lifted. I mean, that's what Iran is demanding. That's what President Obama has more or less agreed to do. So I think we need to focus on the issues that are related to the negotiations, and that's about sanctions.
All right, sanctions is one element. Israeli intelligence services, though, according to a cable which has been leaked, says, quote, Iran, referring to Iran, says, quote, is not performing the activity necessary to produce weapons. Now, I want to come to Haviv and get your thoughts on the sort of line of thinking that says perhaps the real concern in some Israeli circles is not that Iran is so close to the red line of deploying a nuclear weapon that perhaps Israeli leadership knows that's not true. Their own intelligence services say it. But the real concern is losing the almost exclusive influence on U.S. foreign policy towards the Middle East. It doesn't want another competitor sitting at the table called Iran.
Do you think Iran is going to develop suddenly influence in Washington? I don't think that's something that Israel fears. I don't think it has anything to do, you know, the Saudis have gotten more arms from the United States. They've paid for it with oil, and Israel was largely given to Israel as aid. But nevertheless, in the last 60 years, the Saudis have gotten much more military aid, military hardware and military money than Israel has. I don't think the question is Washington. The question is very simple. It's important to get away from platitudes. It's important to get away with, you know, the Israeli nuclear arsenal. Nobody's worried about the French nuclear arsenal either, and for the same reason, it's not going to be used. The question here is not about the nuclear weapon.
Sorry, just
it
to
is
clarify,
about Mr. Khamenei.
Are you suggesting that Israel is no longer the largest
so
recipient of US aid? I mean, that is factually not correct, isn't it, Mr. Habib?
No, I said specific. I mean, it's on Wikipedia. The Saudis have paid for American military hardware with oil money. They purchased it. It wasn't aid.
That is not the equivalent
But the Saudis
of
have
aid,
vastly
right?
more.
Let's keep things a little clear for
Well, sure,
viewers,
I'm not talking. Right. Okay, I don't think that Iran is going to compete with Israel for the love of the American people or for the love of the American Congress. I don't think that's in the cards. I don't think we're worried about that. I don't think that's relevant. I think what's relevant here is that Iran, as states crumble in this region, Iran, which is one of the more competent and one of the more aggressive regimes in this region, is filling that void. And it's a dangerous void, not because the Iranian people are dangerous, but because the Iranian people are ruled by a man who can't be unelected and who has plans for regional domination, plans that he announces every day of the week. And he talks openly about annihilating Israel. Now, if Israel started talking openly about annihilating Iran, then yes, we should be having a very hard conversation about whether Israel should be contained by the world. And that's something that we need to be having. How does the world contain in Iran?
Okay, let me give Geneva a chance, and then I can see Phyllis wants to get in. Go ahead, Geneva.
There's no evidence. I mean, you can't really, if you know anything about the history of modern Iran, you would know that their rhetoric is often meaningless. Their rhetoric is theater. Their rhetoric is part of their strategy. As someone who's spent 3 years as a correspondent in Iran, I can tell you that their rhetoric should not be taken literally. So don't use that as some sort of argument. You know, there is no evidence.
I'm sorry,
whatsoever.
they don't have an army in Syria?
There is no evidence. There is no evidence.
They don't have militias
whatsoever.
in Iraq. They don't fund and train Hezbollah.
Of course, but what does that have to do with Israel? What does that have to do with annihilating Israel?
Why would you train?
There is no evidence.
Why would you sustain Hezbollah?
Can you please not interrupt me?
Okay, you've made your point, Geneva.
There is no evidence.
You've made your point, Geneva. Let's give Habib a chance. Sorry, go ahead.
Do I get to say something?
I will come to you in a second.
I mean, okay, I'll just say one sentence. We could ignore Hezbollah and Iran's sustaining and training and funding and arming of them. We could ignore all of the actions that we've all talked about in this conversation that Iran is actively pursuing as major national security goals of the Iranian regime. We could ignore all of that. And we could just say there's no evidence that rhetoric means anything. But we just went through the 20th century, not just World War II. There are many regimes that when they spoke about killing somebody, they then went out and killed them. And I happen to live in Israel.
Okay.
So for me, it's maybe a little bit more serious
you've made your point. Let me give
you.
Phyllis a chance to weigh in on this.
You know, I think we have to come back to something we left behind a few minutes ago, and that is the question of Iran's role in the region more broadly. And I think that we do have to recognize Iran is one of the most powerful countries in the region for a host of reasons. If we look at what it took to be a regional power, an indigenous regional power, not a derivative power like Israel that got its support and its weapons from outside, but an indigenous regional power meant you needed oil for wealth, you needed size of land and population, and you need water. Only 2 countries in the region had that. That was Iran and Iraq. The U.S. destroyed Iraq. Iran has emerged as the only indigenous regional power in that sense. And I think that it needs to be taken very seriously. One of the questions that we're not dealing with is what about the civil war, which has become a multifaceted regional and global war in Syria? At the root of the crisis with ISIS is the war in in Syria. And if we are serious about dealing with the war in Syria, we need to have real negotiations. That means Russia and Iran need to be at the table, the main sponsors of one side, and it means that the U.S. and Turkey and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the other countries that are supporting the other side need to be at the table.
All right.
The negotiations with Iran could lead to that kind of a grand bargain. which would be in the interests of all the people in the region in terms of real security, real safety, and a real way of moving forward without being based on nuclear arsenals and war.
All right, I want to pick you up on the grand bargain in a minute, but since we're talking about dangerous rhetoric that can lead to destruction and conflict, it's not only Iran, of course, that's being accused of launching dangerous rhetoric. And last week, you remember, Secretary of State John Kerry urged leaders to wait and see the details of the nuclear deal before passing judgment. And in anticipation of Netanyahu's visit, he also pointed out that this isn't the first time the Israeli Prime Minister has pushed for intervention in a Middle Eastern nation based on rhetoric.
Prime Minister, as you recall, was profoundly forward-leaning and outspoken about the importance of invading Iraq under George W. Bush, and we all know what happened with that decision.
Well, the testimony which Kerry is referring to is almost 13 years old. A lot of what Netanyahu's rhetoric says today, though, is a little bit similar. Let's take a listen into what he said.
Did you ever see The Great Escape, the movie The Great Escape? Remember that movie? You know, where all these guys come out and they have the sand which they distribute through the trousers while they're walking the yards. That's essentially what dictators do. They can create tunnels and labyrinths that you'd never discover that are impervious to radar and other means. They can, when you have an entire country to hide portable centrifuges that are a little bigger than those two cameras, it's not very difficult. You can get away with it, and he has gotten away with it, frankly.
Genevieve, when, I mean, it's very clear there when you listen to statements coming out of the Obama administration that there is a dosage of skepticism now when dealing with what Netanyahu says about the threat posed by Iran and so on. To what extent does that extend to members of the US Congress? Do they think back to those statements we listened to from Netanyahu in 2002, where he talked about how Iraq had these portable centrifuges which they were hiding in tunnels? Or do they, you know, it seems like for some members of Congress, they feel that Netanyahu put on a pretty good show.
Well, I think, like politicians all over the world, members of Congress have very short memories. So what they're focused on is what Netanyahu said yesterday. And I think he did an amazing job, a very convincing job in his performance. I mean, this is why there's so much anger coming from the Obama administration. I think that he made a very convincing case. He developed a lot of momentum here in his speech. And he's been very convincing in terms of making the argument that Iran is a big threat. And there's a lot of momentum for that already. So he's in some ways speaking to the choir. Right. There is a great sense, you know, there's a great ideological split here in Washington between, you know, those who favor the Obama administration's policies and the other side who says Obama is completely naive, he's dealing with the devil, don't believe anything the Iranians say. So Netanyahu is not only speaking to the converted, but he's gained a lot of momentum.
Okay, Ginny, we've got like 3 minutes or maybe less left. I want to give both Haviv and Phyllis a chance before we wrap up the show. And Haviv, what is the Israeli or the Netanyahu strategy do you see at this point? I guess he's pretty much given up on influencing Obama and the Obama administration. Does he see a real chance to perhaps put a brake on US policy through the Congress? And what happens if that doesn't work either?
Well, I mean, I think Netanyahu is already preparing for a Middle East under an Iranian nuclear shadow. I think that Netanyahu is already organizing regional powers. He called in that speech. It was a remarkable thing. The first thing that he wants the world to link to removing sanctions. He wants a few things added to the Obama deal, a few specific things. And the number one thing is that Iran stop its aggression against the Arab neighbors, its Arab neighbors. That's a remarkable thing for the Israeli Prime Minister to bring in his case to Congress in a speech that was very carefully put together. So I think he's already building consciously, almost explicitly, an alliance with Arab powers against Iran because he feels that the P5+1, the world powers led by the United States, may actually let Iran go nuclear. Let me just say one sentence about Netanyahu's
in 10 seconds,
comments
please,
on Iraq
because we've only got a minute left for Phyllis. In 10 seconds, Haviv.
John Kerry voted for that war. German intelligence, British intelligence, Israeli intelligence, everyone thought he had those weapons.
But you made
it's
that
not
point.
the situation today
Phyllis,
because
60 seconds, Phyllis.
we've seen the
and
centrifuges in Iran.
Right now, okay, you've had your 10 seconds. Right now, Tamir Pardo, the current head of the Mossad, has said that the greatest threat to Israel is not Iran. It's the occupation of Palestine. He didn't use those words, but he said the conflict with the Palestinians is a greater threat. I think that's what Netanyahu was carefully trying to make sure nobody paid attention to, that it's not the greatest threat that Israel faces. What we're looking at right now is a scenario where there's the possibility of changing the U.S. uncritical support for Israel by allowing, for the first time, for there to be this understanding in Congress, what has long been the understanding in the American people, that yes, you can criticize Israel, you can talk about ending U.S. military aid to Israel, the 23rd wealthiest country in the world. Why are we paying $3.2 billion a year anyway? All of that can be done without political consequences.
All right, Phyllis, we're going to have to end it there. I'm really sorry, but we are out of time. Let's thank all of our guests, Genevieve Abdo, Phyllis Bennis, and Haviv Gur. And thank you for joining us. If you've got anything you'd like to add, you can go over to our programme page at aljazeera.com. You can post your comments at facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or send us your tweets to @AJ Inside Story. I'm Sami Zaidan. From the whole team here for now, it's goodbye.
There's no downtime at the stream. On air or online, we tackle news and stories that you care about.
There are 160 million girls missing from the face of the earth who've been killed by their parents at birth.
We're not going to have any cessation while women remain absent.
Join the conversation, the stream, at this time on Al Jazeera.
The extraordinary is everywhere. It can be a colour, a place, a time of day or night, a sound, a silence, a moment alone, a moment shared, a moment captured. Witness at this time on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
The separatists took control of Vulagorsk. Now they're busy removing bodies of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians.
From around the world.
Some civil society organizations are calling for the resignation of the country's security chiefs over the postponement of the election.
From the heart of the story.
This is a rally in support of the government and its decision to step up its role in the fight against ISIL.
Hello, Adrian Finnegan here in Doha with the headlines on Al Jazeera. We begin with breaking news from South Korea. The U.S. ambassador to that nation has been attacked in Seoul. Mark Lippert was slashed with a razor blade during a function in the city. Alan Fisher has more.
Mark Lippert, the US ambassador, is a popular figure in Seoul and was leaving this routine breakfast seminar in the city when he was attacked by a man carrying what is thought to be a razor blade. The man shouted something about the military exercises that the South Koreans and the Americans are carrying out at the moment and will continue to carry out until April. He also shouted something about the north and south of Korea being reunited again. He was quickly dragged to the ground and bundled off scene by security and passers-by. The look of shock on the ambassador's face is there for everyone to see. He was bleeding profusely. He was taken to a local hospital. His condition is described as not life-threatening. He's received a call from US President Barack Obama, who says that he's in his thoughts and prayers and wishes him a speedy recovery. You have to remember that there are more than 28,000 US troops based in South Korea along what is the world's most fortified border. Some people see them as a deterrent against northern aggression, and there are some in South Korea who believe they're a barrier to reunification. Now, Mark Lippert himself is a popular figure, as I say. His wife gave birth to their son recently in Seoul, and he gave him a Korean middle name, which endeared him greatly to the locals. But after this incident, no doubt there will be a review of security around the ambassador, his family, and also all US diplomats in Seoul.
The Libyan national oil company has declared itself unoperational after a series of attacks. Now, that's a legal move that protects the company from liability for failing to fulfill its contracts. The latest attack was at the Dara oil field. Fighters claiming allegiance to the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant have been targeting Libya's oil fields of late. Battles around the Dara oil field intensified in recent days as militias loyal to one of the country's two rival governments tried to flush out the ISIL-linked fighters. The Libya Dawn Group is backed by the legally installed government in Tripoli. In Syria, an explosion has killed at least 20 members of the security forces and 14 rebel fighters. The blast in Aleppo appears to have targeted an Air Force intelligence building. It was a joint operation between the Al-Nusra Front and other rebel groups. Government fighter jets responded with airstrikes on rebel positions. The UN's envoy to Yemen says that he's disappointed that Shia Houthi rebels have ignored demands made by the UN aimed at resolving the political crisis. The Security Council had called on the Houthis to withdraw from government institutions, release those under house arrest and stop taking unilateral action. Speaking after talks with President Hadi in Aden, Jamal Ben Omar warned that no single group could impose control over Yemen.
I warned the Security Council that radical operatives affiliated to many sides are working towards undermining the ongoing negotiations. I also informed the Security Council that no one side would be able to dominate by the use of force, and any party believing in military might is deluded and is pushing the country into a long-term conflict like that in Libya or in Syria.
In Ukraine, 23 people have died in a blast at a mine in the rebel-held city of Donetsk. 10 others are missing. The mine is close to a front line where rebels and government troops are fighting. Mexican security forces have captured the leader of the Zetas drug cartel, one of the most violent criminal gangs in Mexico. Omar Trevino Morales, who goes by the alias Z42, was arrested in a pre-dawn raid in the northern city of Monterrey. His detention comes just days after the arrest of the leader of another drug gang, the Knights Templar. The trial of one of the alleged Boston Marathon bombers is underway. The suspect's defense team has already admitted that he did carry out the attack. But Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's lawyers say that his older brother Tamerlan was more responsible for what happened in 2013. Tamerlan was killed in a shootout with police after the attack. The news continues here on Al Jazeera, right after Al Jazeera World, and that's next.
Since its independence from France in 1946, Syria has been rocked by periods of political instability. As the colonial hold of the great powers began to fade, and the region witnessed a wave of Arab nationalism, Syria shifted through a succession of military coups. But in 1970, an ambitious minister of defense seized control. His name was Hafez al-Assad. Rising from a humble background in western Syria, he was to rule the country for 30 years. His was an autocratic, one-party state in which any dissent was ruthlessly suppressed. Following the death of Hafez in 2000, father was succeeded by son. Bashar al-Assad took the reins. A dynasty was born. In 2011, with the region in revolt, the al-Assad regime was challenged. This reckoning had been a long time coming.
أيها الشعب الأبي حبيب العرب سيادة الرئيس جمال عبد الناصر يتحدث إليكم. الحمد لله وبعونه قامت اليوم الجمهورية العربية المتحدة.
In February 1958, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser announced the creation of the United Arab Republic, the political union between Egypt and Syria. Syria's President Shukri al-Quwatli stepped down, the first Arab president to willingly hand over power to another Arab ruler. Idolized by many throughout the Arab world, Nasser was a popular hero. The union was seen as a move to counter the increasing strength of the Communist Party in Syria. Many Syrians had pushed for the merger. At first, Nasser was skeptical. He eventually agreed to the union, but he set tough conditions: the withdrawal of the army from politics, and the dissolution of all political parties. In one stroke, Nasser effectively ended political pluralism in the new country. The Syrians reluctantly agreed to Nasser's conditions. Even those that supported the union with Egypt, such as the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party, had to disband. The Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party had grown from the Ba'ath Party, founded in 1947 in Syria by this man, Michel Aflaq. Ba'athism, meaning Renaissance, was an ideology mixing nationalism, socialism, and pan-Arab aspirations. The ideology called for both the unification of the Arab world into a single state and freedom from colonialism. Supporters of this ideology, known as Ba'athists, had been at the forefront of pushing for unity with Egypt. But Nasser's demand that political parties be dissolved raised concerns.
هذا الأمر يعني خلق انقسامات في حزب البعث العربي الاشتراكي. أولاً أنت حزب تدعو إلى الوحدة والحرية والاشتراكية. الحرية واسطة هذا العقد اللي بالتالي بدونها أنت بتقول على أنه بدونها لا يمكن أن تحدث وحدة ولا يمكن أن تحدث عدالة اجتماعية. فأنت توافق على أن تلغي الحرية في سوريا لتذهب بها إلى حكم لا يوجد فيه حرية، لا يوجد فيه أحزاب، الأحزاب ممنوعة. هذا بالفعل خلق انقسامات في حزب البعث العربي الاشتراكي.
A referendum was held. Nasser was elected president of the United Arab Republic. But in Syria, opposition to the union soon began to grow. Syrians became resentful at the single-party system and what they regarded as Nasser's policies favoring Egypt. Nasser established a 600-member National Assembly. 400 members were Egyptians, only 200 were Syrians. Members were personally appointed by Nasser.
لازم الواحد الحقيقة يقول بأنه الوحدة كانت لا شك أنه أمل عند الشعوب العربية، ونشأ جيل كامل تربى على أدبيات الفكرة القومية العربية، أنه الشعب العربي كله عنده خصائص كثيرة، و يعني من حقه أن يعبر عن هذه المشاعر والروابط في أنه يكون في دولة واحدة. أنا في اعتقادي هذه الفكرة ما فيها شيء غلط. الخطأ وين؟ الخطأ كان في التطبيق لهذه الفكرة. لما جاء للتطبيق أيضا كانت شروط عبد الناصر بعقليته شوي السلطوية، مثلا طلب حل الأحزاب في سوريا. يعني حب الشعب السوري للوحدة وحبه لعبد الناصر، خاصة أداؤه في أزمة ال 56 خلاه يقبل كل هذه التنازلات الكبرى، ولكن ثم ما يعني حتى حزب البعث، نعم، يعني مع أنه يعني قادة حزب البعث أعطوا بعض المواقع مثل أكرم الحراني كنائب رئيس، بس دغري اكتشفوا أنه عمليا عبد الناصر كان يحكم سوريا بنفس الأسلوب اللي كان يحكم في مصر، اللي هو أسلوب سلطوي.
Nasser asserted his commanding control over the political scene in Syria. Ba'ath Party leaders who had championed unity with Egypt began to feel sidelined. They started to realize Nasser had no intention of sharing power. And many Syrians began to resent what they saw as an overbearing attitude among their Egyptian compatriots.
بدمشق الشعب كله كان منساق وراء الوحدة ومنساق وراء عبد الناصر، ولكن مع الأسف عدد من المصريين مو على مستوى التفكير بالوحدة. كانوا يشعروك على أنه أعلى منك مستوى فكري وذهني واجتماعي وتدريب، وخاصة بالجيش في حساسية كبيرة من هالنقطة هي، أنه الضابط المصري هو اللي يفقه والضابط السوري هو يعني عادي. وهالشيء هذا أساء كثير للعلاقة ما بين الضباط السوريين والضباط المصريين.
Nasser became more autocratic. Alert to the risk from Syrian army officers meddling in politics, he imprisoned those who opposed him. Other prominent officers were sent to serve in Egypt, where they could be more closely monitored. Among those stationed in Egypt were 5 Syrian officers who would, in time, come to have a profound influence on Syria's future. Major Mohammed Omran, who had served in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War and had become active in politics. Major Salah Jadid, a member of the Ba'ath Party who had supported the political union of Egypt and Syria. Captain Abd al-Karim al-Jundi, depicted here by an actor. Major Ahmed al-Mir, a loyal Ba'ath Party member. And finally, Captain Hafiz al-Assad, an army officer who joined the Ba'ath Party while still a student activist in the mid-40s. He had graduated from the Homs Military Academy as an Air Force pilot. By 1960, these 5 Syrian officers had formed the core of a secret organization within the army that later became known as the Military Committee. The 5 officers were all members of the Ba'ath Party. As far as we know, their initial meetings were not focused on plotting to seize power. They were more concerned about the demise of the Ba'ath Party after its dissolution in compliance with Nasser's demands. As Ba'athists, they were loyal to Nasser's pan-Arab goals, but they were keen to revive the Ba'ath Party in Syria. 3 of the officers were from the Alawite sect. 2 were from the Ismaili sect, both offshoots of Shia Islam. They all vowed an oath of secrecy.
في زمن الوحدة تشكلت اللجنة العسكرية. تشكلت اللجنة العسكرية، الداعية الأول لها كان العقيد محمد عمراني. أنت عندما تشكل تنظيف في حزب في جيش فأنت يعني أنك أنت غير راضي عن الواقع اللي فيه الدولة، صح ولا لا؟
Other Syrian army officers took matters into their own hands. On September the 28th, 1961, Lieutenant Colonel Abd al-Karim al-Nahlawi, leading a group of officers, staged a coup d'etat in Damascus. The coup spelt the end of the union between Syria and Egypt.
المجتمع السوري في تعددية أكبر. ما استطاع يعني يحاول أن يجد له صورة من صور التعبير عنها. فبقيت القضية قضية وقت حتى فعلا بالنتيجة النهائية يقوم بعض الفئات بالشعب السوري بإنهاء هذه التجربة اللي ممكن أقول لك إنه حتى لما صار الانفصال أنا أعتقد إنه المجتمع السوري كان منقسم. في ناس عندهم لسه يعني شعور وحدوي وكانوا يعتقدوا إنه يمكن إصلاح التجربة الوحدوية من داخلها. البعض الآخر واللي كان منه بعض الناس عسكريين اللي قادوا الانفصال شعروا بأنه ليس هناك أمل ولا بد لسوريا أن تنفصل.
Nasser considered sending troops to overthrow the usurpers, but he lacked sufficient support within the Syrian military. He ordered the arrest of many Syrian soldiers and officers stationed in Egypt. Among those arrested were some of the officers of the secret military committee. They were later deported to Syria. The Syrian officers who carried out the coup were labeled as secessionists. They had broken up the union with Egypt. Nazem al-Qudsi was chosen as president of Syria, the country's first post-union head of state. Al-Qudsi drafted a new constitution for Syria and restored the role of political parties outlawed under Nasser. Despite this, the Ba'athist officers in the secretive military committee fared little better under the new regime. It was wary of the Ba'athists, seeing them as supporters of unity with Egypt. Suspected of harboring loyalties to Nasser, dozens of officers, including the members of the military committee, were dismissed from the army. The 5 former officers continued to meet in secret. This time, their discussions turned to actually taking power in Syria. They planned to overthrow the government of Nazem al-Qudsi. Aware of the need for a wider support base, they made contact with officers in the army who they knew held loyalties to Nasser. The Nasserists in Syria wanted to re-establish unity with Egypt. They saw the Ba'athists' overture as falling in line with their own goals. But the Ba'athists of the military committee had other plans. They enlisted the support of Ba'ath Party founder Michel Aflaq. He consented to their plot to seize power through forceful means. Each had a shared goal: for the Ba'ath Party to seize power in Syria and prevent any reunification with Egypt.
منذ البدايات وهنا لابد من العودة جزئيا إلى فكرة أنه كيف كان للجيش الدور الكبير أو للعسكريين ضمن حزب البعث الدور الكبير. هذا يعود إلى في الحقيقة ثقافة نشأت في سوريا منذ الانقلابات الأولى منذ الأربعينات، حيث بدأت الأحزاب ما يسمى بالأحزاب العقائدية تبرير الوصول إلى الحكم عن طريق انقلاب عسكري. يعني حزب البعث لم يكن استثناء، وبكل أسف ساهم شخصيات تاريخية مثل أكرم الحوراني في مثل هذا التبرير للحزب، ولكن الحزب لم يكن لوحده. الحزب الشيوعي كان عنده نفس التفكير، آخرين الناصريين غيرهم.
Syria was not the only country to experience revolution and upheaval. In neighboring Iraq, on February 8, 1963, members of the Iraqi wing of the Ba'ath Party seized power. The country's Prime Minister Abd al-Karim Qasim was seized. He was given a mock trial over Baghdad radio and then executed. The Ba'athist revolution in Iraq inspired the Syrian wing of the Ba'ath Party. The Iraqi Prime Minister had been known as a strong and ruthless leader. If he could be overthrown, then the Ba'athists in Syria felt confident they could topple their own president and his regime. The 0 hour was set. On March 8, 1963, Damascus woke to the sound of tanks and armored vehicles. The coup was planned and led by the Baathists of the Military Committee. President Nazim al-Qudsi and members of his government were all arrested. Syria's new rulers issued their first statement, full of grandiose rhetoric. O citizens, Arabs everywhere, the voice of virtue announces the word of virtue. On this distinguished day, falsehood is defeated. The will of the army and the people prevails. The reactionaries and separatists have been defeated. Those who drove Syria away from the true path of unity. Those who carried out secession and tried to replace unity with democracy.
البعث بشكل عام عندما دخل الوحدة كان باعتقاده أن يتقاسم السلطة مع عبد الناصر. هم حرموا من السلطة بمناسبة الوحدة ولم تسمح لهم أن يتقاسموا السلطة، وأرادوا أن يستعيدوا السلطة واستعادوا السلطة بغطاء، والغطاء السياسي كان لاستعادة السلطة هو البعث. والشعار الذي كان يبرر أو استخدموه لتبرير هذا العمل هو إعادة بناء الوحدة على أسس سليمة.
The coup was generally bloodless and was met with indifference by most Syrians. The Ba'ath Party in Syria had now seized power, as its counterparts in Iraq had done a month earlier. The members of the military committee, who'd masterminded the coup, reinstated themselves as military officers. Hafez al-Assad, still in his 30s, became the de facto head of the Syrian Air Force. Suspected enemies were purged from the army and fellow Baathists appointed to senior positions.
ده اللي حصل النهارده هو نتيجة تصرفات حزب البعث في سوريا وطرد الناس من الجيش، طرد الضباط وصف الضباط والجنود، نتيجة تصرفات حزب البعث في التسلط، نتيجة تصرفات حزب البعث في انه يدي الوظائف للبعثيين بس ويحرم السوريين، نتيجة تصرفات حزب البعث في انه قسم البلد الى قسمين وعمل تمييز عنصري واعتمد على الطائفية واعتمد على الاقليات، نتيجة تصرفات حزب البعث اللي قسم سوريا الى بعثي وسوري. البعث ليه كل شيء والسوري ليس له أي شيء.
Though Nasser himself criticized the coup, the Baathists had enlisted the support of the Nasserists in Syria. But tensions and divisions were soon to be exposed. The Nasserists still hankered for reunification with Egypt. They quickly realized the Baathists had no intention of following through on this goal. In July 1963, 4 months after the coup, the Nasserists attempted a revolution of their own. With help from the Egyptian intelligence, the Nasserists led an attack on the army headquarters and other key targets. The ensuing battles left hundreds dead. The attempted coup failed.
التحدي كان هو الحقيقة للبعثيين هو أنهم ليس لديهم قاعدة اجتماعية كما ذكرتهم، أخذوا الدولة والسلطة بانقلاب عسكري، هذا طبعا هو انقلاب عسكري بمعنى الحرفي للكلمة، وحتى داخل الجيش لم يكن لديهم يعني قاعدة كبيرة، كانوا هم هذا بيسموه يعني من فوق، أتوا من فوق واستلموا الجيش، فكان عليهم أن يصفوا الجيش، يطهروا الجيش من جميع العناصر التي لا ترغب في سلطتهم طبعا وفعلوها، وأتوا بأكثر من 3000 مدني، عملوا لهم دورات خاصة سريعة منشان يكونوا ضباط ويستلموا الجيش وسرحوا الآخرين.
The first months of the Baathists' rule proved bloody. They conducted a ruthless crackdown on suspected opponents. There were also tensions among the Baathists themselves. A growing split emerged between the civilian Baathists, such as Michel Aflaq, and the party's military committee, led by young officers such as al-Assad. The military officers had commandeered the party, but they now began to abandon its original populist ideology by establishing a military dictatorship.
طبعا ليش اللجنة العسكرية ظلت هي التي تحكم؟ لأنه بالأصل ما في حزب في سوريا. بعد أن حلت القيادة حل القيادة القومية الحزب في سوريا في زمن الوحدة تشرذم الحزب، ما عاد في حزب. فلما صارت 8 آذار ما في حزب، فلملموا بقايا الناس يسووا حزب، وظل الحزب بدون قدرة، بدون طاقة، بس هي يعني هيكل موجود للحكم. واللي بيحكم هو اللجنة العسكرية.
أعتقد أنه فيما بعد يعني حزب البعث تم استغلاله فقط كغلالة، يعني كغطاء للسيطرة على الحكم، لأنه كما نعرف أنه الآن حزب البعث عمليا لا يمارس دوره كحزب، يعني هو ليس كحزب لديه قواعد شعبية تنتخب قياداتها، بقدر ما يتم كلها عبر التعيين من قبل رئيس السلطة التنفيذية الذي هو رئيس الجمهورية والقائد العام والأمين العام للحزب.
The members of the military committee preferred to stay out of the limelight. They looked for someone they could trust and control as head of state. Ba'athist officer Luay Alatasi was chosen. His position was mostly ceremonial, and he resigned 4 months later. The military committee then appointed the Minister of Interior, Amin al-Hafiz, as president. Now, Syria was effectively ruled by a military junta.
"43 Mexican students stopped by police and never seen again." In the second of a 2-part series, Fault Lines investigates the underlying forces at play and considers the consequences for human rights in Mexico. Mexico's disappeared, at this time on Al Jazeera.
From Lebanon, we can cover Lebanon and also cover Syria. What's going on in Lebanon is always related to the political game in the Middle East.
By having our office in Kuala Lumpur, we're part of the Asian story. We're able to bring our viewers an insight into Asia, which other networks simply can't do.
Al Jazeera tells the story of Africans in a way that resonates very well with them. They feel that Al Jazeera is telling their own side of the story, unbiased, undiluted, and reliable.
Besieged by violent crime and drugs. Confronted by racism and integration. Al Jazeera traces the history of first-generation Lebanese Australians, exploring the conflicts and their struggle for acceptance. Once upon a time in Punchbowl, at this time on Al Jazeera.
Hello again from Doha. Adrian Finnegan here with the headlines on Al Jazeera. The US ambassador to South Korea has been attacked in the capital, Seoul. Mark Lippitt was slashed with a razor blade during a meeting. The 42-year-old was taken to hospital. His injuries are not life-threatening. And this picture shows the suspected attacker being wrestled to the ground before he was led away by police. He reportedly shouted, "No drills for war," as he attacked the ambassador. The US and South Korea launched joint military exercises this week, increasing tensions with North Korea. Libya's national oil company has declared itself unoperational after a series of attacks. It's a legal move that protects the company from liability for failing to fulfill its contracts. The latest attack took place at the Dara oil field. Fighters claiming allegiance to the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant have been targeting Libya's oil fields. Battles around the Dahra oil field intensified in recent days as militias loyal to one of the country's two rival governments tried to flush out ISIL fighters. The Libya Dawn group is backed by the legally installed government in Tripoli. The UN's envoy to Yemen says that he's disappointed that Shia Houthi rebels have ignored demands made by the UN aimed at resolving the political crisis. The Security Council had called on the Houthis to withdraw from government institutions, to release those under house arrest and stop taking unilateral action. In Ukraine, 23 people have died in a blast at a mine in the rebel-held city of Donetsk. 10 others are missing. The mine is close to a front line where rebels and government troops are fighting. The trial of one of the alleged Boston Marathon bombers is underway, and the suspect's defense team has already admitted that he did carry out the attack. But Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's lawyer says that his older brother, Tamerlan, was more responsible for what happened in 2013. Tamerlan was killed in a shootout with police after the attack. Tsarnaev faces 30 counts of using a weapon of mass destruction and could face the death penalty if found guilty. Edward Snowden's lawyer says the American whistleblower is ready to come home to the United States, but fears that he won't get a fair trial. Russia granted the former spy agency contractor asylum in 2013 after Snowden leaked details of the US government's mass surveillance programs. Those are the headlines. Now let's get you back to Al Jazeera World.
Syria, 1963. A country ruled by a small cabal of military officers. They sought to restructure the state, economy, and society. Martial law was imposed. Political parties and movements such as the Muslim Brotherhood were banned. Newspapers and magazines were shut down. Syria's new regime was turning increasingly towards authoritarianism, with only one party ruling it, the Ba'ath Party.
حالة الطوارئ انعكست سلبا بكل ناحية. أسباب الانعكاس السلبي تعطيل القانون. ضمن حالة الطوارئ يعني تتخذ السلطة إجراءات لا يجوز لها أن تتخذها بدون حالة الطوارئ، مثل التوقيف، مثل المصادرات، مثل كذا. فنحن أول شيء لما قلنا إنه حالة الطوارئ أعلنت بشكل غير قانوني واستمرت بشكل غير قانوني، وبالتالي كل ما صدر استنادا لحالة الطوارئ باطلا ومعدوما ويجب يعني مقاضاة الدولة عليه. هذا فضمن حالة الطوارئ لما يعطل الدستور بالتالي مبعوث في اجتماعات، تلغى الاجتماعات السياسي، يلغى كل شيء، يصير كل شيء تحت رقابة السلطة الشديدة القوية. يجري الاعتقال العشوائي والكيفي بدون وازع، يجري إحالة الناس إلى ما يسمى محكمة أمن الدولة اللي هي تنبثق عن حالة الطوارئ. يحكم على الناس خارج القانون، محكمة أمن الدولة لا تتقيد بالقانون، يحكم على الناس خارج القانون. فتنعكس المسألة، في ممكن يصادروا أي شيء، ممكن يصادروا يعني صودرت دور كثيرة، صورت يعني أشياء كثيرة صارت استنادا لحالة الطوارئ اللي هي معلن بصورة غير صحيحة.
دغري بلشت بالبطش والقمع من بداية 8 آذار. نفذت أعمال إعدامات بسجن المزة فورية، محاكمة فورية لا تتجاوز ال5 دقائق. الإعدامات كانت تتم، ولذلك من بداية 8 آذار والقمع شغال. فكان الشعب عارف إنه نتيجة من يتكلم أو يتحرك أو يخطط أو ينظم نهايته القتل.
One year after the coup, the Ba'athist authorities had to contend with a new rival, the rising religious political force of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood was to become the most prominent and strongest opposition to the secular regime. In April 1964, in the city of Hama, Brotherhood supporters took to the streets to denounce the Ba'ath Party. They put up roadblocks and attacked Ba'ath Party officers. The state went on high alert. Tanks were brought in to crush the uprising.
The
protest came in the wake of rising tension between Ba'ath Party supporters and Muslim Brotherhood followers. Security forces had clashed with a group of men who'd taken refuge in Al Sultan Mosque in central Hama. The authorities had bombed the mosque with the protesters inside. 40 people had been killed, others were arrested, some were sentenced to death. Protests and strikes took place in several Syrian cities. Demonstrators demanded civil rights, the release of those arrested, and an end to the state of emergency. And this was not to be the last time Hama would rise up in protest.
يعني هي في الحقيقة يعني حتى الإنسان ما يختزل كل الأمر إلى فقط التعاطي، لا شك أنه يعني كان هناك في عدم رضا للحالة الدينية عن استئثار بالسلطة، وبداية بروز دور كبير لأبناء الأقليات في الحكم الجديد. فكان مجموعة من الشباب المتحمس دينيا، كان أحد الشخصيات اللي فيما بعد لعبت دور مروان حديد، قاموا في اعتصام في مسجد السلطان، وهذا فاجأ القادة الشباب من اللجنة العسكرية، فأرادوا التعامل من البداية بحسم مع الموضوع. ولكن بالتأكيد كانت هي رسالة على أنه الحكم الجديد لن يتساهل مع أي ظاهرة من ظواهر المعارضة، سواء كانت سلمية أو مسلحة.
There was tension not only on the streets, but also within the inner circle of power. Mohammed Omran, the military committee's eldest and most senior-ranking member, was not pleased. He had opposed the appointment of Amin al-Hafez as president. It's believed he himself wanted the top position and was angry when someone else was chosen. He is also believed to have opposed the military committee's recourse to violence against its opponents. In this, he clashed with the committee's strongman, Salah Jadid, who saw force as the only way to protect the regime. Ever the pragmatist, Hafiz al-Assad watched the dispute between the two members of the military committee develop. In the end, Omran was to seal his own fate. He revealed to politician Michel Aflaq how the military committee had all along planned to sideline the civilian leaders of the Ba'ath Party when it had seized power in 1963. Al-Assad moved closer to Salah Jadid. They punished Omran for his indiscretion by stripping him of his role in the military committee. He was assigned the job of Syrian ambassador to Spain, effectively cast out from the center of power and sent into exile. Al-Assad was officially promoted to commander of the Air Force. Although Omran was out of the picture, tension within the Ba'athist-led cabal that ruled the country continued to mount. Amin al-Hafez ruled with an iron fist, but he was more a military opportunist than a true ideologue of the Ba'ath Party. A Sunni Muslim, he was viewed externally as Syria's tough president. But the officers in the military committee saw him more as a military figurehead. Al-Hafez wanted to assert his position. He sought to exploit the tensions between the Ba'athists. A contest of power had been developing between two camps. On the one side was Michel Aflaq, a principal founder of the Ba'ath Party, and on the other was the group of military officers now ruling the country. Suspecting an opportunity, Al-Hafez defected to Aflaq's camp. Michel Aflaq was now seen as an enemy to the military committee. Aflaq wanted to confront the men who, in his view, had betrayed the true spirit of the party. Together, Aflaq and Al-Hafez pushed to dissolve the military committee. Amin al-Hafez summoned the exiled officer Mohammed Omran to return to Syria, where he was appointed both Minister of Defense and Military Chief of Staff. Salah Jadid was outraged. He viewed these moves as nothing less than a coup. It demanded, in his words, revolutionary violence.
اتفق كتيبة المظليين مع اللواء 70 اللي كان يقوده عزة جديد. عقيد عزة جديد كان قائد اللواء. فاتفقوا اثنيناتهم أنه يقوموا بهجوم على مقر القصر الجمهوري وبيت أمين الحافظ بشارع الروضة. فعلا سليم حاطوم قام بالهجوم على مقر أمين الحافظ قصر جمهوري وبيته مواجه للقصر كان. وعلقت معركة قوية بين الطرفين، بين حرس أمين الحافظ وبين كتيبة المظليين.
Salah Jadid made his swift, determined move on the 22nd of February 1966. A full-scale assault was launched on the Al-Hafiz residence. Jadid's men showed no mercy. Many officers and soldiers were killed in the bloody battle. Amin himself was injured. Al-Hafiz, Muhammad Omran, and dozens of veteran Baathists were arrested and held in Al-Mazar prison. Michel Aflaq fled Syria, never to return. Yet again, the new regime ruthlessly crushed its enemies. Hafiz al-Assad was outside of the country during the coup, and on his return to Syria, he sided with Salah Jadid. Al-Assad chose well, as again he managed to get promoted. At just 35 years old, he was assigned Minister of Defense. The coup firmly set Salah Jadid as the most powerful man in Syria. He appointed Dr. Nur al-Din al-Attasi as the country's new president.
بعد الانقلاب سنة 66 على أمين الحافظ أرادوا أن يكون بالواجهة رجل سني آخر، فوقع اختيارهم على نور الدين الأتاسي، طبيب وبعثي ويؤمن بحزب البعث عن إيمان. بالنسبة لصلاح جديد يعتبر من أذكى ضباط الجيش السوري، وقد استلم منصبين وما كان يحب يتخلى عنهم. المنصب الأول إدارة شؤون الضباط، كان بإمكانه يستلم قيادة إحدى الفرق العسكرية المقاتلة. ما كانت نظرته هيك، نظرته أنه يجب أن أعرف أي ضابط بالجيش السوري أين يمكن أن يخدم النظام ويخدمني. فكان متمسك بإدارة شؤون الضباط لأنه هو يعين وهو ينقل وهو يسرح وهو يتعاقد. فتمسكه بإدارة شؤون الضباط كانت لآخر نفس. بعد 66 كان صلاح الجديد كان رقم واحد بالنسبة لمراكز القوى في سوريا.
June 1967, the Third Arab-Israeli War erupted. Syria joined Egypt and Jordan in a three-pronged assault on Israel. From the military committee, Ahmed al-Mir was commander of operations. Hafiz al-Assad was minister of defense. The Syrian army was unorganized and ill-prepared. The result was tragedy for the Syrians, who could not withstand the Israeli attacks. Shortly after a ceasefire was agreed, the Israelis captured the strategically vital Golan Heights. The defeat was a crushing embarrassment for the Syrians. After a round of accusations, Ahmed al-Mir was held responsible. As punishment, he was thrown out of the military council. Al-Assad did not escape criticism for his role either. This defeat marked a definite turning point in his relationship with the committee. From then on, he began to act more autonomously. A rift began to appear between al-Assad and his committee comrades.
أحمد المير كان شخصية ما كتير معروفة، لا على المستوى العسكري ولا على المستوى الطائفي، يعني ما كتير كان من الضباط اللامعين. سلم قيادة الجبهة أثناء حرب 67، وفعلا استطاعوا أنه يحرقوه ويحطوا سبب الهزيمة في حرب 67 بقيادة بقائد الجبهة اللي هو أحمد المير.
هزيمة 67 كانت هزيمة كارثية للنظام السوري، وكما كان الحال بالنسبة للنظام المصري تبنوا مقولة أنه لم نهزم هزيمة تامة لأنه كان الهدف إسقاط النظام، بقي النظام، خسرنا الأرض، ممكن استعادة الأرض. في الحقيقة الخلاف كان أعمق من هيك. بدأ حافظ الأسد كان تولى وزارة الدفاع قبل فترة قصيرة، وكان شاب، يعني لما صارت الهزيمة ب 67 كان عمره تصور 37 عام، فكانت صدمة كبيرة له يعني. وحاول أن يقول أنه تدخلات القيادة المدنية في وزارة الدفاع ومحاولة يعني تسيير بعض الأمور هي المسؤولة. الآخرين قالوا العكس، قالوا له أنت وزير الدفاع. وفي القصة المشهورة اللي تذكر أنه هو أمر بانسحاب قبل الوقت ومش عارف إيش وكذا. يعني أنا ما أؤمن بنظرية المؤامرة هنا، أنه باعت جولان وغيرها. يعني كان إذا بتقرأ عن حالة وضع الجيش السوري كان لا يمكن أن يحارب بأي شكل من الأشكال. جزء كبير من هذا الأمر الصراعات الحزبية اللي أخرجت كثير من الضباط المهنيين اللي كانوا يمكن قادرين أنه سوريا فعلا تحارب في تلك الفترة.
Defeat in 1967 led to another conflict, this time between Salah Jadid and Hafiz al-Assad. The conflict escalated day by day as al-Assad's ambitions grew. Still in line for criticism for his performances in 1967, Defense Minister al-Assad tried to pander popularity among the armed forces by offering scholarships and free services. To those he favoured, he lavished promotions in an effort to buy loyalty. His strategy was to create a trusted following that would become his weapon against all opponents.
الإشكالية اللي جرت بين صلاح جديد وحافظ أسد كانت سبب الخلاف هو شيئين. شيء يتعلق بالسياسة الداخلية في البلد. كان صلاح جديد ينتمي إلى التيار الأيديولوجي اليساري المتطرف في طروحاته، كان يؤمن بالتغييرات الكثيرة، الإصلاحات الزراعية الكبيرة، التأميمات اللي بدأت يعني في مراحل أولى. ويعني كان أحيانا له سياسات في الحقيقة قسمت المجتمع السوري بتقسيم المجتمع إلى التقسيمات الماركسية المعروفة، البرجوازي مقابل الطبقة الكادحة البروليتاريا وغيرها وغيرها. وكان معه بعض الزملاء اللي كانوا يطلقوا عليهم ما يسمى باليسارية الطفولية أو اللي تجرب يعني في المجتمع. حافظ الأسد ما كان يؤمن بهذا الأمر. حافظ الأسد كان براغماتي في نظرته، لم يكن كثير أيديولوجي.
Abdel Karim al-Jundi was security and intelligence chief. His security apparatus was used to terrify and control the Syrian people. But in the battle between Jadid and al-Assad, he too was faced with terror. His loyalties lay firmly with Jadid, and seeing al-Assad steadily gain the upper hand gave al-Jundi serious cause for concern. He became paranoid, believing that he would face the same fate of Mohammed Omran and Ahmed al-Mir. On 2nd March 1969, Abdel Karim al-Jundi was found dead in his office. He left a chilling letter foretelling the dark consequences of Hafiz al-Assad's trajectory.
بخلال هذا الصراع انتحر عبد الكريم الجندي. عبد الكريم الجندي هو مشكلته انه هو اصدق واحد فيهم، وكان له دور اساسي في تثبيت الحكم. انتحر للخلاف. هو عرف انه ما عاد في، عرف انه حافظ اسد بده يساوي انقلاب، هو اخذ الجيش وهذا وحافظ، وعارف انه بالنتيجه يعني بالتالي واحده من الثنتين يعني يابع باسمه، فانتحر الحقيقه. انتحر لانه اعتبر انه هو ظلم نفسه، ظلم الناس، وكان مخطئ، لذلك انتحر.
Simmering tensions across Syria's border were about to add to al-Assad's own problems. In neighboring Jordan, a power struggle seethed between the ruling Hashemite kingdom and the Palestinian guerrilla organizations based in Jordan at that time. On September the 15th, 1970, they clashed in a fatal conflict known as Black September. leftist Salah Jadid decided to intervene in support of the Palestinian fighters. He ordered Syrian armoured vehicles to cross the border and engage Jordanian forces. Yet crucially, the Syrian forces were not accompanied by any air support. 4 days into hostilities, and the Royal Jordanian Air Force pounded the Syrian armour into retreat. Hafiz al-Assad had personally overseen the military operation. Failure in Jordan finally gave Salah Jadid a chance to strike. On 30th October 1970, he called for an urgent meeting of the Ba'ath Party Regional Command. Confident he was backed up by a majority of the party leadership, Jadid openly attacked al-Assad. The meeting sprawled in heated debate over 12 grueling days. The resulting decision was to strip al-Assad of his position and expel him from the party. Jadid had made his move. Al-Assad now showed his teeth. Before any of Jadid's orders were followed through, forces loyal to al-Assad sprang into action. Tanks and troops surrounded the committee headquarters. Al-Assad had played his hand, leading to yet another coup. He settled his scores in one swift blow, ordering the arrest of all his opponents. Salah Jadid and President Nur al-Din al-Attasi were thrown behind bars.
أي أحد منهم إن كان خارج السجن فسيشكل خطر على نظامه، ولذلك لا يمكن لأي خصم لحافظ الأسد أن يرحم. إما القتل وإما السجن. ما فيش حل ثالث.
Salah Jadid and Nur al-Din al-Attasi languished in prison over 2 decades. In 1992, al-Attasi was released to receive medical treatment in France. He died a month after arrival. Salah Jadid passed away the following year, still behind bars.
صلاح جديد أخذ عهد على نفسه حافظ الأسد أنه طول ما هو على كرسي الحكم صلاح جديد سيبقى في الزنزانات وفي السجون. وفعلا نفذ وعده رغم تدخل الكثير من رؤساء الدول العربية، منها بومدين ومنها جلالة الملك حسين. توسطوا شخصي وعدة مرات لأنه يطلعوا وعفى الله عما مضى وإقامة جبرية، يعني يكون ببيته، ولا كان يرد على إنسان خوفا من صلاح جديد. صلاح جديد لا يزال حتى تاريخ هلا له مناصرين كثير.
Hafiz al-Assad called the coup the corrective movement. He sought a cleansing purge to rid himself of all opposition, yet one dangerous man was still at large. Mohammed Omran, one of the 5 founding officers of the 1960 military committee. Omran now had ambitions to challenge al-Assad. From a supposedly safe base in Lebanon, he began to rally support from his former colleagues in the army. But before picking up any momentum, Omran was assassinated in his Tripoli home on 4th March 1972. The finger was pointed at al-Assad, though he never admitted involvement.
اغتالوا حافظ أسد. اغتالوا هو كان بلبنان. هو كمان هذاك يعني بذهنه عند إذن إنه خلاص هو كان الشخصية اللي بذهنه إنها الأقوى في النظام بسوريا هو صلاح جديد. لما راح صلاح جديد اعتبر إنه أصبحت فرصته ممكنة، لأنه هو له ضباط في الجيش، فرصته ممكنة بعد صلاح جديد. شايف؟ فبالفعل حاول، لذلك اغتالوا حافظ أسد. لا يقبل أحد من العلويين ذو شخصية إنه يعارضه ويكون موجود حتى، لأنه بيشكل عليه خطر.
This is the story of the Ba'ath Party Military Committee, founded in Cairo to later seize power in Syria. Mohammed Omran, assassinated in 1972. Abdel Karim al-Jundi, committed suicide in 1969. Ahmed Al-Mir, blamed for the 1967 defeat and banished from politics. Salah Jadid died after 25 years behind bars. Hafiz al-Assad, president of Syria.
From political union to state totalitarianism, Al Jazeera World charts the power play that has dominated modern-day Syria, examining the rise of the Ba'ath Party and the ascendancy of the Al-Assad dynasty. What are the historic roots of Syria's ongoing civil war? Al Jazeera World, at this time.
Hello, the weather is starting to look a little more spring-like across a good part of Europe over the next couple of days, but we do still have some disturbed weather, bits and pieces of snow sliding in. This band of cloud actually will bring some rain, and it will also bring some wintry weather, certainly over the higher ground, but things not too bad behind that. 10 or 11 Celsius there for London and Paris. We'll take that at this time of the year. Some pleasant sunshine coming through, but some snow there over the Alps, and further south, not quite so spring-like here. We've got some snow over the Dinaric Alps pushing across the Adriatic into the Balkans. Some really heavy rain, more thundery downpours coming into a good part of Italy, even into Greece as well. And as we go on into the weekend, Greece will see that rain turning increasingly heavy in the process. Brighter skies to the north of that. Notice the wintry weather does continue all the way up towards, well, southern areas of Ukraine. Could touch 12 degrees Celsius in London by Friday, so some pleasant weather certainly in store here. London's temperatures comparing with those across parts of North Africa, actually. Algiers, Tunis, 13 degrees in the cloud and rain. A cool northerly wind coming in here then behind our little area of low pressure circulating across central parts of the Mediterranean. Friday looks cooler still, actually. May struggle to get 11 degrees in Tunis with that rain making its way into northern parts of Libya.
When the village of Wuhan rose up in 2011, no one knew where this remarkable experiment with grassroots democracy in China would lead. In the first of a two-part series, Al Jazeera spends over a year with Wuhan's villagers as they grapple with the challenges of a new political system. Hope, Episode 1 of Wuhan Roads, at this time on Al Jazeera.
We at Al Jazeera are very good at giving a platform to those who might feel that nobody's listening. And as a South African, I'm so proud to be part of that because I obviously love my continent and those are the stories that drive me. Hopefully that touches a part of you and affects you in ways that you didn't think you'd be affected. That, I believe, is what makes Al Jazeera unique.
This is Al Jazeera.
Hello, welcome to the News Hour. In Doha, I'm Adrian Finnegan. Our top stories. The US ambassador to South Korea is injured in a knife attack in Seoul. Libya's national oil company declares itself unoperational after a series of attacks by ISIL-linked fighters. At least 23 miners killed in a mine explosion in eastern Ukraine. 10 are still missing. Plus, a censorship debate in India as the government bans a film featuring a well-known rapist. The United States has condemned an attack on its ambassador to South Korea in the capital Seoul. Mark Lippert was slashed with a knife during a function in the city Alan Fisher has the latest from Washington, D.C.
This was the US ambassador seconds after he was attacked. Bleeding from a cheek wound, the shock on his face is clear to see. Mark Lippert was attending a routine breakfast conference in Seoul. As he was leaving the event, a man rushed forward. He shouted, "No drills for war," referencing current US-South Korean military exercises, and South and North Korea should be reunified. He was quickly overpowered and pushed from the scene. Police would only identify him as a man called Kim. The ambassador was taken to a local hospital. His condition is described as not life-threatening. The US and South Korea are currently carrying out extensive military operations which will continue until next month. They are described as defensive in nature, but they've been branded unprecedentedly provocative in nature by the North Koreans. The US bases more than 28,000 troops in South Korea along the world's most fortified border. It's seen as a deterrent against North Korea, but some in the South also see them as a barrier to a unified Korea. Mark Lippert is a popular figure. His wife gave birth in Seoul and he gave his new son a Korean middle name. He's received a call from US President Barack Obama, who wished him a speedy recovery. But this attack will almost certainly lead to a review of security for him, his family and all US diplomats in South Korea. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Libya's national oil company has declared itself unoperational after a series of attacks. Now, that's a legal move that protects the company from liability in case it fails to fulfill its contracts. This as UN-brokered talks are set to resume in Morocco to try to end the fighting between rival factions in Libya. Osama bin Javed reports.
An attack on Libya's Sarir oil facility last month has left it inoperable. It's one of several oil fields that have been targeted in recent weeks, most of them by fighters linked to the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. They destroyed equipment at Al Dahra oil field on Wednesday. On Monday, Bahi oil field and a pipeline carrying crude to the Sidra port came under attack. And these facilities were also hit last month. At least 14 people were killed at the Mabrouk oil field. In a country plagued by war in recent years, Libya's oil industry is a prime target. Production has fallen from 1.6 million barrels a day before the revolution that overthrew Gaddafi to less than 300,000 barrels a day. There have been so many attacks in recent days that Libya's National Oil Corporation says it won't be fulfilling its contracts. It says it might close all of Libya's fields and ports if the security situation doesn't improve soon. Libya's two rival governments are still in a power struggle. A delegation from one of them, the court-installed Tripoli government, was at this airport when it was targeted in an airstrike.
We are here at Mitiga Airport. As we were going to Rabat for the National Dialogue meeting, unknown warplanes carried out airstrikes, and as you can see behind me, there are plumes of smoke. This is yet another attempt to prevent us from going to the meetings and to sabotage the efforts of the Libyan government.
The airport was hit by forces loyal to the internationally recognized Tobruk government. Talks are resuming in Morocco, but expectations of a solution are low.
We have asked for dialogue since the beginning. Dialogue based on fixed foundations. Recognizing the legitimacy of the parliament is a red line, and that is irreversible. We can't go back to the beginning of the outdated national conference.
In the meantime, the country's oil wealth is going up in smoke. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
Well, Libya's UN-recognized government has called on the Security Council to lift an arms embargo put against the country. The Tobruk-based government says that it needs weapons to fight the rise of ISIL in Libya. The two rival governments are due to meet for those talks in Morocco later on Thursday. James Bays has more now from the United Nations in New York.
The Security Council saw for itself how difficult it'll be to bring peace to Libya. They first heard from the UN's special representative planning fresh talks in Morocco on Thursday. He said everyone needed to be aware what was at stake.
The overall situation on the ground is deteriorating rapidly, and Libya can no longer afford to allow the political crisis and armed conflict that has gripped the country for much of the past year cannot to fester longer.
But moments later, an explosive speech that threatens to undermine those talks. Libya's ambassador, who represents one of the country's two rival governments, the one in Tobruk, declared the other side, based in the capital Tripoli, were, in his words, militia and terrorists.
هذه المآسي لا يمكن أن يرتبط حلها.
The resolution of these tragedies cannot be tied to the outcome of a national dialogue that remains to this day hostage to the will and wishes of militias that survive on crime and enjoy demeaning Libyans and humiliating them.
Libya's been in turmoil for more than 4 years. One of the last Western diplomats in Tripoli was Italy's ambassador, who left a few weeks ago. He says a political solution is urgently needed.
Life is difficult. Many Libyans have left. They are out of the country. In Tripoli, the power cuts are continuous, sometimes for more than 10 hours a day. The economy is not as brilliant, of course, as it was in the past, and people are very worried. The atmosphere in Libya is now an atmosphere of preoccupation.
Here at the UN, there are some, including the Libyan ambassador, the Egyptians, and a number of other Arab countries, who want arms to be sent straight away to the government in Tobruk. But for now, the Security Council is ignoring that call and supporting the efforts of Bernardino Leon to get both rival governments together to form one government of national unity. James Bays, Al Jazeera at the United Nations.
The United Nations envoy to Yemen, Jamal Ben-Omar, is disappointed that Shia Houthi rebels have ignored UN demands to resolve the political crisis. The Security Council wanted the Houthis to withdraw from government institutions, to release those under house arrest, and to stop taking unilateral action. Speaking after talks with President Abdrabbu Mansour Hadi in Aden, Ben-Omar warned that no single group should impose control over Yemen.
I warn the Security Council that radical operatives affiliated to many sides are working towards undermining the ongoing negotiations. I also informed the Security Council that no one side would be able to dominate by the use of force, and any party believing in military might is deluded and is pushing the country into a long-term conflict like that in Libya or in Syria.
The Iraqi army, with Iranian-backed Shia militias and local Sunni tribes, are trying to retake the town of Tikrit from ISIL. The battle for Saddam Hussein's hometown is crucial to the Iraqi army's strategy to push ISIL out of the country. From Baghdad, Jane Araf reports.
Iraqi troops are moving slowly towards Tikrit. Slowly because they're facing ISIL suicide bombers, snipers, and buildings rigged with explosives. This Iraqi Ministry of Defense video shows the biggest combat operation the Iraqi military has launched since ISIL seized territory last June. It doesn't show the militia component of this fight. Shia volunteers and militias, the most powerful linked to Iran, make up about 20,000 of the 30,000 troops involved here. The government says ISIL fighters are deserting and heading for the mountains. The highway from Tikrit leads to Mosul. Iraq's defense minister acknowledges it will be a tough road ahead.
We are in multiple phases of war. We are in the preparation phase for the real battle. The obstacles are expected, and in fact we have taken much measures to avoid such difficulties.
Around Mosul, the United States continues its airstrikes. But it's on the sidelines in this militia-led battle for Tikrit.
The Iraqi government in this case did not ask for our support in this particular operation. And I think that we need to be watchful.
There are others, though, who are eager to join in. Turkey's defense minister said in Baghdad his country was ready to provide military help.
This is a difficult battle with huge stakes. Iraq needs to take back Tikrit to push on to Mosul. The Shia militias need to show that they can operate in Sunni territory. But even if the battle for Tikrit is won, it doesn't end there. The militias will need to make sure that city residents feel safe enough to come back. Jane Araf, Al Jazeera, Baghdad.
In neighbouring Syria, an explosion has killed at least 20 members of the security forces and 14 rebel fighters. Blast appears to have targeted an Air Force intelligence building. It was a joint operation between the al-Nusra Front and other rebel groups. Government fighter jets responded with airstrikes on rebel positions. Well, Syrian activists want the United Nations to pressure the Syrian government and allow aid into besieged districts around the capital, Damascus. They say that people are dying from starvation and disease. Zaina Holler reports now from Beirut in neighbouring Lebanon.
These children say they are hungry and they have no food at home. Rebel-controlled Hajar al-Aswad is under siege by Syrian government forces. Local charity organizations are able to provide some help to families, but even those groups find it hard to bring in supplies to this besieged suburb of Damascus. Over the past 2 years, the UN has been able to bring aid to this district, but activists say it has been months since any goods were allowed in.
There's no food at all, and you are hearing the words "I'm hungry" from many people every day. Already 15 people died from starvation. There's no drinking water. The regime is using starvation as a tactic against rebel areas.
Hajar al-Aswad is not the only Damascus district where people are hungry. Yarmouk has also been sealed off from the outside world. Children are dying from starvation. Mohammed al-Assar was just 20 days old. He was the 172nd victim in the past 2 years. People here don't only need food, there is a lack of medicine.
My daughter has asthma, and the other 4 children have similar cases. My 9-year-old daughter falls down every time she tries to walk. There is no medicine here to cure them.
The United Nations says over 200,000 people live in besieged areas where conditions are deteriorating by the day. Many of them are not being reached because of the fighting and the lack of access.
The problems of getting aid, in particularly food aid, into Yarmouk are immense and growing. Since the 6th of December, we've been able to get virtually nothing in, and this is a population which has been living now for years under a siege, a very cruel siege. Part of the problem is that there are clashes in the camp, and part of the problem is that we just don't get clearance from the Syrian authorities. So there are problems, and the 18,000 civilians in Yarmouk are the ones who are paying the highest price.
And they have been appealing for help. UN resolutions have been passed to increase aid access across the front lines in Syria, but UN officials say they have had little impact without political action. Zaina Holler, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
US and Iranian officials have wrapped up 3 days of negotiations over Tehran's nuclear program. US Secretary of State John Kerry has been holding talks with his Iranian counterpart, Mohammad Javad Zarif. On Wednesday, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urged the US Congress to block any potential deal. A gas explosion at a Ukrainian mine has killed at least 23 miners. 10 others are missing. And as John Hendren reports now from Donetsk, Ukraine's Prime Minister is accusing the rebels of slowing down the rescue effort.
After the blast came the confusion.
Suddenly there was dust everywhere and people were groaning.
Outside the Zazadko mine, too, things were murky.
There was an explosion. It's unknown where the people are, what condition they're in. No one knows so far.
Most of the 230 men who entered the mine were evacuated, some with horrific wounds.
There was a bang, and then it threw me so hard I flew for 3 or 4 meters. Immediately, the heat, the temperature rose. And here are the consequences. And then the temperature became a little lower, and we slowly started crawling out.
For the families of those who didn't make it out, there was weight and worry.
He was supposed to retire next year. Everyone is angry that they say on TV that 32 people died, but nobody tells us anything.
The deadly blast left Ukrainians asking whether politics delayed help for the men trapped underground. Ukrainian Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk says the separatist government that controls the mine denied entry to 60 experienced mine rescue workers he sent, perhaps costing the trapped miners crucial minutes.
I gave instructions to send 6 brigades, each composed of 10 people, but the Russian terrorists did not give an opportunity to the Ukrainian mine rescue brigades to get to the site and to help to pull out people and to save the lives.
The separatist government says those rescuers were not needed.
We are using 135 men for rescue operations inside the mine. These men belong to the Military Mountain Rescue Service of the Donetsk People's Republic. If it's necessary, the head of Republic is going to ask for help from the Russian Minister of Emergency Services and the Luhansk People's Republic.
Then there's the question of what caused the blast. The separatist government, the Donetsk People's Republic, said a buildup of methane gas appears to blame. This is just the latest in a series of deadly accidents at this site. It's happened often enough that they've developed a tradition of burying the miners here at a cemetery within view of the mine. The incident was reminiscent of November 2007, when a gas-fueled explosion killed more than 100 people. It was the deadliest mine accident in Ukrainian history. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Donetsk, eastern Ukraine.
Still to come here on the News Hour, we'll find out what's topping the agenda at China's biggest annual political gathering. Plus, the US Justice Department's findings on a white police officer who fatally shot an unarmed black teenager. And in sport, Bayern Munich go marching on in the German Cup. All the goals coming up. India's Home Minister has ordered an investigation into how a film crew managed to interview a man sentenced to death in the gang rape and murder of a student. The attack in 2012 prompted widespread protests calling for the protection of women. And a new documentary on the subject is fueling debate in the country, as Gerald Tan reports.
More than 2 years after a fatal gang rape in India sent shockwaves across the world, the case is once again provoking outrage.
We are protesting against the views expressed by the main convict of the Delhi gang rape, Mukesh. He said the crime took place due to the victim's fault because she went outside at night.
A new documentary features conversations with Mukesh Singh, one of 4 men on death row over the rape and torture of a 23-year-old student on a bus. In the interview, he goes into explicit detail about the rape and says they would have let her live if she hadn't fought back. The film, called India's Daughter, has been blocked in India.
Our government condemns the incident of 16 December 2012 in the strongest possible terms and will not allow any attempt by any individual, group or organization to leverage such unfortunate incidents for commercial benefits.
The filmmaker is challenging the ban.
I got an insight and an understanding into the way he views women. And that is what is extremely shocking. Not what he did, but what he thinks that led him to do what he did. And it's not just he who thinks that, it's a societal problem.
In response to national outcry after the 2012 attack, India toughened its anti-rape laws. On social media, some people are asking whether the country really needs to hear from an unrepentant rapist. The victim's father disagrees.
We need to think about what is prompting him to say such things. In a way, he is telling the country that daughters should not be sent to schools and instead be restricted indoors.
What is your point of order?
There's been intense debate in Parliament over whether convicts should be given a platform for their views and how the filmmaker got permission to interview him in the first place. But some say all that is moot. The interview is out there and available, and the ban does nothing to address the root problem. Women in India continue to be blamed for rape. Gerald Tan, Al Jazeera.
Well, let's get a view now from Karen Karlekar from the PEN American Center, a non-governmental organization that advocates freedom of expression. She says the documentary should be shown to highlight how some people perceive rape in India.
It's a very extreme form of these views, but these views are prevalent across a wide strata of Indian society, and many of the people in the documentary, other than this particular person, were expressing the same types of views to a greater or lesser degree, including some of his lawyers. So I think it's very important to draw more attention to the fact that these views are still continue to be widely prevalent in parts of Indian society, despite the vast attention that's been brought to the issue in the last few years. When I read and watched the excerpts, I was disgusted, and I would assume that a lot of people would have the same reaction. It was really really abhorrent. So I think it's actually the opposite of glorification. It really brought some of these issues to the forefront, but not in a positive way in the slightest. Well, it is my understanding from everything I've read that she did actually go by the book and get all the necessary permits, both general administrative permits, but also from the jail, and consent from the prisoner himself. I think there is an issue for some in the legal community with the fact that this documentary will be aired in the middle of what is an ongoing legal process. This case is currently under appeal, and so I think there's worry from some that, seeing this video could jeopardize, the judge's feelings on the process and could jeopardize the decision on the appeal. But I think in terms of what she did and how she went about it, I don't see any problem with her conduct from what I've read and heard.
Now to China, where the National People's Congress is holding its annual meeting. 3,000 delegates from across the country are meeting in the Great Hall of the People in Beijing for the start of the 10-day summit. Premier Li Keqiang is likely to announce his government's key economic targets for the next year. Other topics to be discussed include China's slowing economy, pollution, terrorism and corruption. Last year, China's economy grew by 7.4%. That's the slowest rate since 1990. Let's get more now from David Kelly in Beijing. He's the research director at China Policy and visiting professor at Peking University. Good to have you with us, David. It happens every year without fail. It's hardly the most thrilling of political events. What's different this year compared to last?
Well, as you say, these are set pieces, and so they're always, like other meetings, a mixture of very useful facts and spin. Spin is a little bit up this year. The figure we've just heard of a GDP growth rate between 7 and 7.2%, we would say it's a bit high and is inviting us to believe that gravity is not working in the economy at the moment. But behind all of this, much bigger, and behind me, you might be able to see behind me that it's a very foggy Beijing skyline. And fog or smog is really the big backdrop to this, because just 2 days ago, an amazing documentary was released on China's official channels entitled Under the Dome, and produced by an investigative journalist, a woman named Chai Jing, and it showed very alarming facts about the level of smog, about the pollution in general, and sheeting it back home to problems of politics, of governance, rule of law, you name it. And a lot of, an enormous amount of conversation, discussion went on to the internet, onto the popular blogs, microblogs, Twitter-like platforms. And the upshot of that is that people see that this was released at a very, very dramatic time. It was no accident that it appeared before this meeting.
Okay, so democracy, I suppose, a form of in action there, shaping the agenda at this meeting. So they're going to discuss the climate, pollution in China, as well as the economy. What else can we expect over the next 10 days?
Well, behind that is anti-corruption. Another very big framing statement, if you like, was just recently released by the party leader Xi Jinping. Mr. Xi has proposed a new policy mantra called the 4 Comprehensives. I don't have time to recite them, and I'm trying to memorize them, but they involve, first of all, maintaining, comprehensively bringing about prosperity, and then comprehensively reforming the economy, and comprehensively bringing about the rule of law. But the final one is comprehensively disciplining the party. And this is the anti-corruption movement, which is the biggest seen in Chinese history, probably world history. He's been going for 2 years. And again, this lay at the base of the climate problem. Chai Jing's film showed that behind the smoggy skies was non-compliance with laws. Laws are plentiful. China's got wonderful environmental laws, but they're not being enforced. So I think that the government has got something possibly in the bag, to bring out that they are very firm about disciplining the party and therefore bringing about a better life and particularly a better environment.
Fascinating. David, many thanks indeed. David Kelly in Beijing. The US Justice Department has cleared former police officer Darren Wilson of civil rights violations over the shooting of an unarmed black teenager. Michael Brown was shot dead in Ferguson, Missouri last August, and that triggered months of violent protests. But an investigation has criticized the city and its police force for racial bias. Mexican security forces have captured the leader of the Zetas drug cartel, one of the most violent criminal gangs in Mexico. Omar Trevino Morales, who goes by the alias Z42, was arrested in a pre-dawn raid in the northern city of Monterrey. More now from Adam Rainey in Mexico City.
The rest of this alleged leader of the Zetas cartel comes just days after authorities here in New Mexico took down Servando Gomez. He was the alleged leader of the Knights Templar. Now, these two arrests show that Mexico continues to focus on taking down leaders of these drug trafficking and criminal organizations. What's not clear exactly is what impact that has on ongoing violence in Mexico. We've been speaking with the Drug Enforcement Administration in Washington, and they say it clearly fractures these organized criminal groups and means that over time they are making Mexico safer. But on the ground in these communities where these criminal organizations operate, it doesn't seem to be bringing down levels of violence. Now, this man had a $2 million price on his head from the Mexican government and a $5 million reward from the U.S. government on his head. That shows just how important both governments see him in leading, allegedly, the Zetas organization. But there are clearly going to be many people vying to take control of that cartel now that he's been taken out of power.
We'll get a weather update next here on Al Jazeera. Then, there's no clear winner in Lesotho's election, but opposition parties say they're ready to lead. We'll tell you more. Plus, Venezuela marks 2 years since the death of Hugo Chavez. We'll take a look at why the former president is still popular there.
And I'm Paul Rees in Papua New Guinea, where a sport dominated by men is being used to tackle violence against women.
Hello, winter certainly has not done with the US just yet. We have more rain, sleet, freezing rain and heavy snow pushing in across many parts at the moment. This long line of clouds stretching its way out of New Mexico, northern Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, pushing right the way up into the northeastern corner will bring some nasty conditions through the course of Thursday. Extensive band of snow coming through here. Some parts could see as much as 10 centimetres of snow already on the wintry weather that we already have in place here. Temperatures will struggle to reach 3 or 4 degrees Celsius for New York and for DC. Cold enough behind. At least it's dry in Chicago. -9 the top temperature here. Some warmth there for Atlanta as the weather comes in from the south, so relatively mild air bumping into that cold air. That's why we've got our sleet and snow mix coming through. That'll all sweep its way through for Friday. Colder air tucking in behind Atlanta, no higher than around 9 degrees Celsius and falling back to -4 in New York. Wintry weather does continue into central parts of Canada. Western parts of Canada too could also see some of that wintry weather, but fine for the west coast. Down to the southeast around the Panhandle, we've got some cloud and rain. Some of that rain making its way across the Gulf of Mexico into that eastern side of Mexico. The Caribbean also seeing a rash of showers into western areas, but elsewhere it's fine and sunny.
"43 Mexican students stopped by police and never seen again." In the second of a two-part series.
NTV, turning on your world.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
NTV goes mobile.
So you can watch the news and any of your favorite programming from anywhere, anytime on your mobile phone.
You can catch your favorite program and news from the comfort of your office, taxi, car, or your favorite Kafunda anytime. Download NTV Mobi now on Play Store. Terms and conditions apply.
NTV esinga ngatijaguze myaka munana ngonyumira ngatukuwereza webale nakusima.
Morena is a single mother who lives with her 4-year-old son Junior and her mum Lucima. She meets Theo, a cavalry officer, and they fall in love. Morena's fictitious job puts her in a line for auctioning by a group of wealthy and successful men. Morena refuses to accept her fate. She fights with her ill-fated companions, and on top of all this, Morena has to fight to regain Theo's love and trust. Brave woman.
Excellent. Welcome to Heat. My name is Scott. This is Jason. I'm here with Mal also. We're working on Taekwondo today. We're going to work on the elbows and the knees found within this Korean martial art. The martial art's generally over 2,000 years old, a full Olympic sport. The emphasis on our techniques today is going to be more self-defense orientated rather than the sporting elements. You ready, team? Born ready. Okay, let's get into a fighting stance. Right leg in front, left leg behind, guard up, elbows in. We're going to start working on what's called a descending elbow, striking with this part of the elbow here that comes in a circular motion. Relax the hands, up, over and down. So you're hitting with this part of the elbow here in a circular movement. The target is the jaw or the eyebrow, up, over and down. A circular elbow, descending. Okay, so a descending elbow. Beautiful. So let's try that slowly, nice and slow. Twist your body, release the ankle and rotate. Keep going, team, and let's just have a look at your technique. Jason, that is absolutely perfect. Good work. Mal, beautiful. I think your opponent's in trouble. Beautiful. Okay, let's add on. Right leg in front, left leg behind, down, up, ascending. So underneath, so 1, 2. So underneath the chin of your opponent, down and up. Release the hip, rotate, down and up. 5 more. Let's go 5 on this side with Jason. Beautiful. Down and up. Keep going down for the eyebrow, up under the chin. A little bit slower. Just start slowly, team. Just start slowly. We want to warm up nice and slow, no injuries. Good work. All right, let's try the other side. Left leg in front, right leg behind. Circular to start, up, over and down. Aim for either the eyebrow once again or the chin. Keep going. Let's just do 5. Beautiful. So up, relax the shoulder and come down. Looking good, Mal. Imagine your opponent's directly in front of you. They're in your face. They're too close for a punch or a cross, so you're hitting them with your elbows. Good work. Yeah, keep going. You're doing well. Okay, let's add on the elbow coming up, the ascending. It's ascending up. So descend, ascend. So rotate and pivot. Underneath the chin of your opponent. Keep going down and up. Good work. Very vicious technique, but very effective nonetheless. Good for working the obliques and the abs. You'll see how Jason's using his whole body through these techniques. Keep going, doing well, team. Fantastic. All right, right leg in front, left leg behind. This time, we're working on a circular elbow. This time, your back arm, hand out, front arm, circular. Just drive the elbow into the hand. So your guard is here, that way. So you've got a little bit of a slapping sound, and just right down the middle, that way. So your target, you grab their head and drive the elbow into the jaw, or the temple, or the eye. It's entirely up to you. Just circular movement. Notice how I'm releasing the ankle. Good work. So weights onto the back leg. Weights onto the back leg. Transfer your body weight onto the back. Beautiful. Knee soft. Just pivot onto the ball of the foot. Excellent work. Other side. Good stuff. Left leg in front, right leg behind. Arm up, rotate, and away you go. So from here, bang. So it's a horizontal movement. It's not a descending movement. There's a horizontal movement. So just keep it this way and twist at the same time. Twist. Grab the head, drive the elbow into the jaw. Beautiful work. Nice and easy. Let's have a look. Keep going. 5 more. Smile when you do this one. It's a lot more efficient. Your opponent even hates you less. Good stuff. So circular movement. We're doing well. Excellent. Keep at it. Good work. Let's have a look. Okay, just bring your hand down, Jason. So your hand comes in to where the elbow reaches. So it's not up here, but it is down in here that way. And just rotate the body. Just the guards here. And then just turn. Grab the head and strike. Good work. Big smile as you hit your opponent. Bit more flavour. Good work. We're doing well. Okay. Now, from here, we're into right leg in front, left leg behind. Let's work on our lower body techniques. Step with the back leg, front kick with the front, and land with an elbow coming down. Okay, so just adding on. Step with the back, kick with the front, grab their head, elbow coming down, and moving back. So step, kick, down. Rotate the body. So your chest is facing this way when you start. When you finish, it's facing this way. Step, kick, down. So you kick for the groin, grab their head, and drive the elbow into the temple. Keep going, team. Let's have a look. 1, 2, good. As you get more comfortable, you can increase the pace, but just take it nice and slow. Good work. One more time. Step, kick, elbow coming down. Beautiful. Let's try the other side. Left leg in front, right leg behind. This time, we're going to kick a little bit higher. Kick, 1, 2, down. Nice and easy. Only kick high if you can. As I said before, if you're injured, keep it nice and controlled. Okay, and just move back. Step, kick, back, down. Now we're going to move on to upper body combinations, basically. So let's move into a fighting stance. Right leg in front, left leg behind. Guard is up. Let's start with a descending elbow, which we've just seen. Down, and a cross, and a jab. So it's real simple. Down, cross, back arm, front arm, jab. Just make it flow. Descend, cross, jab. Imagine your opponent directly in front of you. Down, cross, and jab. Now a little bit quicker once you get confident with it. Don't speed it up until you're absolutely confident with the techniques that you're doing. Keep going, team. Down, and targeting areas. I want you to start thinking about the targeting areas. So go for the jaw, or the eyebrow, then the mouth, and then the nose. Beautiful work. Doing well. So down, cross, jab. Let's swap over. Let's try the other side. Left leg in front, circular, cross, jab. Notice I want you to try and transfer your body weight at the same time. So side on, 1, 2, 3. So it's defense, attack, and defense. Nice and easy. Circular, cross, and jab. Let's make it flow, team. 1, 2, 3. 3 more. Down, cross, and jab. Beautiful. Keep the elbows soft on the crosses and the jabs. Aim for the eyebrow, and then for the nose, and then the mouth. Excellent work. We're doing well. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Right leg in front, left leg behind. This time we're going to come up. We're going to come up with an ascending elbow, a rising elbow. 1, cross, and jab. 2. So the elbow comes up underneath the opponent's chin. You cross, and then jab. Targeting area, elbow to the chin, to the nose, to the mouth. 1, 2, 3. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3. Ouch. Good stuff. Directly up underneath your opponent. Elbow directly underneath the chin. Beautiful work. And a nice big smile as you clock your opponent. Beautiful work. 1, 2, 3. How are we doing? Good? Excellent. Close quarter combat. That's what it's all about. Let's try the other side. These techniques are particularly useful when your opponent's in your face, when they're a bit closer than normal. Elbow coming up, ascending, cross, and jab. Just relax the shoulders. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Up to the chin, to the nose, to the mouth. Good stuff. 1, 2, 3. A little bit more attitude. Smile when you do it. Let your opponent know you're in control of the situation. 1, 2, 3. Good. Up, cross. Beautiful. Okay, good stuff. Now, new movement. Right leg in front. This time, a side elbow. Okay, so from here, the opponent's directly to your right or your left. Side, elbow strike, cross, jab. Real simple. So you have one opponent here, 2 opponents this time. 1, 2, 3. Very simple. So 1, 2, 3. Cross jab first. Elbow, cross, jab. So it's a circular movement. 1, 2, smack, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Slow motion is good. Excellent work. Keep at it. So 1. Okay, welcome back, team. Now we're going to work on our upper body and our lower body techniques together. Let's work on the elbows that we've just learned and also introduce a knee strike off the back leg. Let's take our positions. Right leg in front, left leg behind, guard is up. The combination is very simple. It's a jab, a cross, an elbow coming down. This time introduce a knee off the back leg. Grab your opponent and drive the knee with the rear leg. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So you're grabbing their shoulders or even their head, it's up to you, and drive the knee directly. As you pull them down, you drive it up. It's very powerful, good for developing your midsection, your core, and your arms and your legs at the same time. So 1, 2, 3, come down, grab, look mean, and drive the knee. Then smile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Step by step. Jab, cross, elbow, hook, hold, drive the knee. Good work. Keep going with it, team. You're doing well. Jab, cross, elbow coming down, grab, and drive the knee. Just slow it down a little bit. Work through it slow motion. Let's have a look. Beautiful. Grab them and drive the knee in. Excellent work. So you're grabbing their shoulders and you're driving the knee either to the kidney or the stomach. The front of the stomach about an inch above the solar plexus. Very effective. Let's try the other side. Left leg in front, same thing. Jab, cross, elbow coming down, grab the shoulders, drive the knee. So it's a descending elbow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can either link your fingers if you want, or you just grab their shoulders. It's entirely up to you. And bring the knee up on a 45-degree angle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Step by step. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Keep at it. Keep working at that. Jab, cross, elbow down, grab, and drive it. Jab, cross, elbow down, grab, and drive it. Beautiful. Once you're a bit more confident, a little bit quicker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jab, cross, elbow down, grab, and drive it up. Other side again. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Left leg in front. Last time. Jab, cross, elbow down, grab, and up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Beautiful work. Okay, let's move on to our next one. Right leg in front, left leg behind. How are you feeling? Good? Excellent. Okay, we're moving on. This time, a descending elbow. All right, with a round kick. 1, 2, 3, step, roundhouse. So let's add on the legs, the kicking. Jab, cross, down, step, round kick off the front leg. So your body is side on. Jab, cross, elbow down, step, kick. You're hitting with the top part of the foot. Jab, cross, elbow, arm up, extend, lean back, and away you go. Let's have a look. Jab, cross, elbow, step, roundhouse. Beautiful. Make sure the supporting leg, keep going. The supporting leg is stable and strong, so you've got plenty of balance. Good stuff. Let's try the other side. Left leg in front, same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just kick really low. Jab, cross, elbow down, arm up, and kick. So each one, try and perfect your technique. Jab, cross, elbow down, here, bang. Top part of the foot or the shin, you choose. Keep at it, team. We're doing well. Good stuff. When we do the elbow, just bring it down into the hand. Good. And kick. Beautiful. We're doing well. Okay, right leg in front. This time, back to our circular elbow. Jab, cross, circular elbow, step, front kick. Very simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back. So head, jaw, step, kick. Back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more time. Nose, mouth, jaw, step, stomach. Good. Okay, other side, left leg in front. Guard up, elbows in, breathe. In the nose and out the mouth. Good work, let's do it. Jab, cross, elbow, step, front kick. Keep your knees soft. Target your opponent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice and slow. Let's do it again. Jab, cross, elbow, step, kick. Good work. So you're aiming to hit with the ball of the foot. Beautiful. Just a bit longer, Jason. Just extend that leg. Jab, cross, elbow, kick. Good work. 2 more. Doing well. Very nice. And last one. So let's make it the best one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good stuff. Okay, let's just lean forward from here and just stretch. Keep your back straight. Stretch the hammies and the lower back. We will be right back very shortly.
NTV, turning on your world.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
obulamu bunyiga naddala ng'otambulira mu nsi y'okutya tewali kyewegasa anti buli kaddo bamukweraliikirira tokwamu ssuubi yadde abakumala neeyo bangi bakwase ye gyali kasita ofuba okumwesiga tali kusuula njagala omume katonda omusabe mirembe n'ennaku yalibeerawo yadde ng'olina abalaba bakuwalana bakwase mukama ojja kumalako njagala omume katonda omusabe mirembe n'ennaku yalibeerawo yadde ng'olina abalaba bakuwalana bakwase mukama ojja kumalako nabo bulaba bewesimisa manya bayitako gy'oli abo bulaba bali mu mirembe babeerako nga ggwe kati fuba kimu kumwesiga ebikuluma n'abiwumuza akola n'ebyo tosuubira mukama mwekwate katonda omusabe mirembe n'ennaku yalibeerawo yadde ng'olina abalaba bakuwalana bakwase mukama ojja kumalako njagala obume katonda omusabe mirembe n'ennaku yalibeerawo yadde ng'olina abalaba bakuwalana bakwase mukama ojja kumalako nze wansumulula enali nasibira wanzijjukira mukama abanwanyisa wabanswaliza wansitula kabaka nakuyimbiranga wewanzijjukira mukama nakuyimusanga wanwanyira entalo njagala obume katonda omusabe mirembe n'ennaku yalibeerawo yadde ng'olina abalaba bakuwalana bakwase mukama ojja kumalako njagala obume katonda omusabe mirembe n'ennaku yalibeerawo yadde ng'olina abalaba bakuwalana bakwase mukama ojja kumalako njagala obume katonda omusabe mirembe n'ennaku yalibeerawo yadde ng'olina abalaba bakuwalana bakwase mukama ojja kumalako njagala obume katonda omusabe mirembe n'ennaku yalibeerawo yadde ng'olina abalaba bakuwalana bakwase mukama ojja kumalako mukama mwesige yatuwa obulamu mukama yatuwa obulamu mukama yatuwa obulamu mukama byonna byonna biva gy'ali
ddala ofaanana otya gwe yatonda eggulu buli kimu kye watonda kyewuunyisa laba ebile kale gye wabiteeka ayisebo ekitiibwa kigwanira ggwe
ekiro obudde nga busibye omwezi ne gwaka nemunye tunula nendaba nga byute esusse gwe abikola ekitiibwa kigwanira ggwe
ogulumizibwe aye yatonda omutukuvu watudde kuna mulonde takoma oyimusibwe osana ekitiibwa nange nkozesa eddoboozi lino okusinza
weewuunyisa sebo weewuunyisa olaba ebitayogera bikuulira
wamulika enjuba mbuuza wateekawa ebiwujjo mwensi gy'omuka gwenzisa kale mazima bibaani bwenyiza okugerageranya kugwe nga mu maanyi g'omusebo ate yegweya mwetondera Tutofa kufanana mukama taliyo Noa wamuwagaza emyaka 45 naye yadde yawangaala yatuuka nakaddiwa n'afa naye gwe oli omusiru atafadde na takaddiwa waliwo nakati woli ate tolivaawo teri mulala waliwo nakati woli wamwana ekitiibwa teri mulala
Twali bangi tulina gye tulaga kaweefube wakkulakulana gamba emikwano mujje tusabeko mukama tuyambe atuwa omukisa abandi bagana abalala mbuza bakomyewo ne balinnya bubuda bubanguye gye balaga nafukamira mukama nyambe ne musaba okuva kusaba najjukako ndi bwe nti abagenda ku bodaboda bambula sijja kulimba gye balaga naye mukama nze yanyamba
Enkome laba kigasa ky'okujetiba ndaba gikumenyera bwerere katugeze ng'olina ekirwadde nga n'abasawo bakulya buli ssente oba kale ebizibu ebitali bimu kuba nange era mbitegeera ono omukyala anoonya mwana ate bali sikulu fizi yetabu n'otabulwa n'osoberwa ebintu by'esa watali mukama nga biwunza yesu yeransa olemeddeko kyo kirungi n'obunabbi bw'ofunye bulungi naye ebizibu biremeddeko kabe kasinge beeyongedde bweyongezi naye abanoonya mukama mu mazima banamulaba singa akafaliso k'okuba ekiseera mukama kye yakugerera kyekino njogera eri abanaku mu byonna njogera eri embuto eŋŋumba njogera eri amaka gatateredde mukama agatereza yesu yeransa yesu yeransa bannange emitima ekimenyesa ebirote yesu yeransa ate nga tayiwa bamwesiga atamanyi kulimba talemwa mbeera ate bakankuma abeebase nze bw'aba nange mukama mba n'amaanyi mangi ndagira ensozi zikakkane ennyanja eyawulamu ebiwonvu bijjule amafuta gakulukute enzigi kaziggulwa mpa omukisa mu bibuga ne mu byalo. Yesu yansa somola Yesu yansa banange emitima egimenyese yote Yesu yansa wende masubya musaona yansa atenga taiwa bamwesiga Yesu yansa somola Yesu yansa banange emitima egimenyese yote Yesu yansa wende masubya musaona yansa atenga taiwa bamwesiga taiwa bamwesiga yamani bolikobera omwavu atalina yadde kinsu taiwa bamwesiga abamulindirira bajjukira n'ab'ekikubagizo gye bali atenga taiwa bamwesiga teriyo mulala ono bonna basinga tewali ebyaffe n'ono tayali. Kiri mutu kimanyibwa nnyini kyona ng'ono gwe njagala mu mutima nina ensonga zange omanyi okwagala kyabbeeyi ono gwe nfiira ne bwe ziba zivuga ziruka munyweza abalala mundeke etaala yange gye nkutte obukonda ono gwe nkuteera nange ono gwe nfiirira nange teri omulala nze gwe nasiima wuno tewali omulala nze kati mmaze okulonda teri omulala ono bonna basinga tewali ebyaffe n'ono tayali era nakulaba okwasooka nalowooza wali onnimba nengezaako okudooginga naye era nkumiitinga obubaluwa bwe wawandiikanga nabusomanga ne mbwokya nakuswazanga n'osirika ne neebuuza nti onanaabatya ondaze nti ky'oyagala okimanyi gwe tolinga bali ate era nakulabirawo lwakwekaza nga ye gwansaana teri omulala nze gwe nasiima wuno tewali omulala nze kati mmaze okulonda teri omulala ono bonna basinga tewali ebyaffe n'ono tayali. Saba Mukama otukwatireko omukwano gwaffe guwangale gye tulagayo wawanvu naye nkusaba olugendo lwaffe olubeere muwaavu nga tewali ssente embeera ng'efuuse lwazi bulungi ne mbubi nga tewali ssuubi nze ndibeera naawe teri omulala nze gwe nasiima teri mulala bange teri mulala nze kati mmaze okulonda nze mmaze okulonda basinga tewali ebyaffe n'ono tayali teri omulala nze gwe nasiima wuno tewali omulala nze kati mmaze okulonda teri omulala bonna basinga tewali ebyaffe n'ono tayali. Teri omulala
Turning on your world.
Take a photo of the item you want to sell, post it on OLX for free, meet the buyer and tunda! OLX, everything sells.
Raina is a single mother who lives with her 4-year-old son Junior and her mum Lucima. She meets Theo, a cavalry officer, and they fall in love. Morena's fictitious job puts her in a line for auctioning by a group of wealthy and successful men. Morena refuses to accept her fate. She fights with her ill-fated companions, and on top of all this, Morena has to fight to regain Theo's love and trust. Brave woman.
NTV, turning on your world.
Saagala kisanja kirala olalo tunalangiridde nti siwa kwesimbawo ku ky'omukulembeze wa UPC nate David Pulkola agamba ekifo akyagala. Paalamenti ereeta etteeka ku bazungu abaagala okutwala abaana okubafuula abaabwe. Eruuka ku ddwaliro abakazi abamu bazaalira wansi wa miti, abalwadde n'ebisolo bakozesa amazzi ge gamu. Ate abakazi ba FDC basomoozezza gavumenti bagenda kuyamba amalwaliro abakazi gye bafiira nga bazaala. NTV akawungeezi obalenye okutwegattako olwaleero olwa 4 omwezi ogwokusatu. Nze Frank Walisimbi. Katusooke ne Ola Rotun, omukulembeze wa Uganda People's Congress UPC, ategeezezza nga bw'atagenda kuddamu kwesimbawo okukulembera kibiina kino kisobozesa abalala abalina obusobozi okutwala ekibiina mu maaso. Otunu bino abiranze wabula ennaku zibulayo ntono ekibiina kino kituuze tabamiruka waakyo. Ye David Pulkola ajungudde obukulembeze bw'omukulu ono n'ategeeza nga bw'agenda okwesimbawo avuganye n'abalala baagala okukulembera ekibiina kino ki UPC.
Otuno abadde mu bukulembeze bw'ekibiina kya UPC okumala emyaka 5. Ono talinze kusindikirizibwa era olwaleero ategeezezza kitayagala kisanja kirala.
I want my colleagues in the party to know that I do not plan to seek a second mandate as party leader.
Kyokka wadde agenda kuva mu bukulembeze bw'ekibiina ategeeza nga ebyobufuzi bw'atabinyuse.
I plan to dedicate my energies, my political energies and time to the central project of effecting democratic change in our country.
Otuno agamba nti kino akikoze okuwa abantu abalala baagala okukulembera ekibiina omukisa okwesobolayo basobole okukitwala mu maaso.
I am not Museveni. I don't cling on to mandates and to power.
Obufuzi bw'otuno mu UPC bubaddemu okusomozebwa kw'amaanyi era nga mu kiseera kino ekibiina kyetemyemu. Mu basinze okumuwakanya mwe muli mutabani w'omugenzi Dr. Palomington Obote ng'ono ye Jim Akena, ssaako David Pulkola ng'ono yaliko minisita mu gavumenti ya President Museveni era nga yakulyako ekitongole ekikeeta ebweru w'eggwanga ekya ESO. Pulkola ayogedde ku ky'otuno okuva mu bukulembeze.
Whether he liked it or he didn't like it, he had to go. And the delegates conference, members of National Council were preparing to march to Kampala to reclaim their party in case he tried to stick on.
Takomya Pulkola ategeezezza nti obukulembeze bwa UPC abwegwanyiza.
Actually, I'm one of the front runners for that position of president of Uganda People's Congress. That is my mother party. and we cannot allow it to die.
Wadde Otuno ayogedde ku nteekateeka za ttamiruka wa UPC, kimanyiddwa nti ensonga zino ziri mu kkooti era ng'enteekateeka z'ekibiina ku nsonga eno zikyateereddwako envumbo.
Is that it is logical that the legal suit be withdrawn before any discussion in the context of dialogue can take place naturally.
Let us have something signed between their group and all our other groups, and then that makes the case simple.
Major Edward Lulangalanga yatwala Otuno mu kkooti nga mulanga okudibaga ekibiina.
NTV Akawungeezi waliwo bannabyabufuzi abatali bamu betwogeddeko nabo ku kusalawo kwa Otuno ono. Abamu ne batubuulira nti omukulu ono wakoze ekinene okudibaga ekibiina, ko abalala nti kunyola kwa maanyi Otuno obutaddamu kukulemberako UPC.
Nendoza okusomooza kubaddewo nti ne banne babadde mu UPC babadde nfu ky'okwongera okumuwagira okulaba nga atwala UPC mu maaso. Babadde beefunyiridde nnyo okubeera ku gundi ku nsonga y'okuba nga bali ku bukulembeze bwa UPC bwokka.
I wish he had not stood for the presidency of UPC. His performance as party president of UPC was deplorable.
Mu kiseera kino nga tuyayaanira enfuga y'ebibiina ebingi wayinza okubawo obuzibu obutali bumu na bumu naye ansa yaabyo si kulekulira.
Olaro Otuno has been working alone, handling the party as his handbag, and he was aware that members of the party could no longer vote him. That's why he is no longer seeking for re-election. But
he's doing that not in good faith because of the so many wars he has ever seen within the party UPC itself.
Nkakasa nti wadde avuddewo engeri gy'abadde nti abadde mu nteeseganya nnyingi nnyo ez'okulaba nga tufuna ebyokulonda ebirungi, ne bw'aba avudde kuba pulezidenti wa UPC tumusaba asigale ng'ali active nnyo nga wabeerawo mu nteeseganya zino okulaba nga eggwanga lyaffe lifuna okulonda okw'amazima n'obwenkanya.
It's on record that he has had quite controversial times ever since he became the president of UPC, and the most controversial where he will be remembered in Uganda is being a presidential candidate who refuses to vote for himself.
NTV Akawungeezi be bamu ku bannabyabufuzi abo betwogeddeko nabo ku kirango Otuno kyakoze nti takomawo ku bukulembeze bw'ekibiina ki UPC. Kaakati tugenderera kubuuza ku nsonga eyo y'emu, olowooza Otuno obutadda ku bukulembeze bwa UPC kiriko engeri gikiyinza okunafuya oba okutwala mu maaso ekibiina? Osobola okugenda ku Facebook n'otuwa ekirowoozo kyo. Mawulire amalala olwaleero ababadde batwala abaana okubayamba naddala abo abanaku mu nkola emanyiddwa ng'eya adoption banditeekebwako etteeka gye bujjako awo. Waliwo ennongoosereza mu tteeka ly'abaana ezikubaganyizibwako ebirowoozo mu paalamenti nga zino zigendera okukugira naddala abazungu abadde batwala abaana ne babafuula abaabwe olwo abaana gye baava ne bataddamu kulabwako.
Omwana ono Stuart Bukenya yatwalibwa mu Amerika nga kigambibwa nti bazadde be abasangibwa emukono bakkiriza okuwaayo omwana waabwe atwalibwa abazungu bamulabirire oluvannyuma okujingirira ebiwandiiko nti kitaawe yafa. Oluvannyuma bakabatema nti Stuart yatwalibwa tagenda kudda.
Yandibaddewo kubanga munayo wadde abo tebasomye bakomyeko we bakomye naye ng'era we bali bakozi.
Yakkiriza nti tumubike. Kakati bwakkiriza kuyambwa kuteeka kwoleka mazima.
Nze saamanya.
Okugyawo omuwaatwa guno n'okuzzaamu essuubi eri bannannyini baana ng'abazadde ba Stuart, ennongoosereza mu bbago ly'abaana eriri mu paalamenti lireese obukwakkulizo ku bazungu abatwala abaana nga babajja mu b'eŋŋanda zaabwe era nga tewali ssuubi nti baliddamu okubalabako.
Tosobola mugoberera. Naye kati mu proposal yaffe tugamba buli ayagala okutwala omwana okusobola okumulabirira alina kusooka kulekawo details. Wajja kubeerawo provision mu regulations okusobola okugenda okulaba omwana nga bw'abeera eyo ebweru situation gy'alimu afilinga reports.
Singa liisibwa paalamenti omwana abaatwaliddwa baweza emyaka egyesalirawo waddembe okulondako obutuuze bw'ayagala sinakindi okusalawo okukomawo ku butaka.
Kati omwana ayinza okusalawo okubeera ne dual citizenship eyeeri gye bamututte ne wano mu Uganda. Ayinza okusalawo okugamba nti kale njagala kudda Uganda gye naviira.
Ebbago lye limu lyakuteeka obukwakkulizo mu bifo mwe bakuŋŋaanyiza abaana batalina mwasirizi kubanga abazungu nga bayita mu kkooti bye bakozesa okutwala abaana saako n'okubakukusa.
foster homes zetuzudde ziri mu Uganda ziriwo processing abaana okubatwala ebweru n'olwekyo lino etteeka ligenda amanya okuwa minisita amaanyi.
Ebbago lino lyaleetebwa omubaka Bernard Atiku ow'essaza lya Aivu ng'ayambibwako ebitongole by'obwannakyewa ebyenjawulo ebikola ku nsonga z'abaana, kyokka ne minisita akola ku nsonga z'abaana n'aleeta ebbago lye limu ekyaleetawo okukontana. Jingo Francis, NTV, Akawungeezi.
Weewaawo eddwaliro ly'eruuka embeera gye lirimu si eyo gy'ogamba nti eri wadde. Twasanze abakazi mu ddwaliro lino bazaalira wansi wa miti nga abalwadde abalala amazzi bagagabana nanti. Abazira kisa basabye gavumenti esitukiremu ku nsonga eno oba ekyo egende eddwaliro eriggalewo.
Eddwaliro lino lyazimbibwa nga liri ku mutendera gwa Health Center 3 wabula gye lyeyongera lyateekebwa ku mutendera gwa Health Center 4 oluvannyuma lw'okuzimbawo theatre. Embeera eddwaliro lino gye lirimu yennyamiza anti n'ebiswa byazimbamu. Ebizimbe birabika bubi nga n'emunda waabyo awamu wawomoggoka. Nayikondo y'eddwaliro abantu abeetooloddewo be bagikozesa era nga n'amazzi bagagabana n'abalwadde. Olw'eddwaliro lino obutabako kikomera n'ente ziyingira munda mu ddwaliro ne zinywa ku mazzi wamu n'abantu nga n'abasibe amazzi bagajja ku nayikondo eno. Embeera eno etadde ab'ebyobulamu mu disitulikiti eno ku bunkenke olw'okutya endwadde eziyinza okumirukawo. Dr. Peter Wayiswanga ono musomesa ku Yunivasite y'e Makerere asabye gavumenti ekole ekisoboka okulaba nga eddwaliro lino liddaabirizibwa oba si ekyo eriggale.
Agasinga geetaaga okulongoosa abasawo boona kugamba tibabaayo obulungi ate disitulikiti ezira ambulance ne theatre yaibwe yona weereriwe tekola maternity ward yo yayaka yaya emaze kumpi myaka 2.
Okusinziira kwakulira ebyobulamu mu disitulikiti eno eno kakwikiriza abakyala tebalina bwe bazaaliranga kati bazaalira mu miti.
Abakazi abazaala bazaalira mu miti, bazaalira mu karumu akali squeezed, infection control nzibwino.
Ono agamba nti gavumenti eriko ensimbi ze yabawa kyokka nga zikyali ntono okusinziira ku mutendera eddwaliro lino lyeguliko.
Gavumenti yakatuwaayo obukayire 10 aye tebusobola kumala maternity eri ku standard ya district hospital.
Wadde gavumenti egezezzaako okuzimba n'okuddaabiriza amalwaliro mangi gakyali mu mbeera mbi.
Abakyala ba Forum for Democratic Change FDC bakubye ebituli mu lunaku lw'abakyala olwa buli 8 March nga bagamba tebalaba nnyo mugaso gwa lunaku luno okukuzibwa naddala mu Uganda. Bagamba nti abakyala bangi abafa nga bazaala so nga gavumenti erina obusobozi okukomya kino. Baagala ssente zigenda okukozesebwa okujaguza olunaku luno olw'abakyala zigulwemu ebyetaagisa bitwalibwe mu malwaliro agali mu bwetaavu. Bo basuubiza okubaako bye bagula babitwale mu ddwaliro ery'e Bugiri.
Okusinziira ku bakyala b'FDC, abakyala 19 buli lunaku, 408 buli mwezi, 1576 buli mwaka bye bafa nga bazaala. Eno ensonga etanudde abakyala bano abakulembeddwa mu ssentebe waabwe Ingrid Tulinawe okugamba nti tewali ssanyu lye balaba lirina kusikiriza bannayuganda kujaguza olunaku lw'abakyala.
Kati kifuuse kyakatemba nti buli mwaka tulina okwambala t-shirt za Museveni, tulina okwambala gomesi za yero nga tugende wali mu kisaawe okumuyimbira n'okumuzinira nti kubanga atuleetedde eddembe. Teri ddembe Museveni gy'atuleetedde nga tufa.
Bano bagamba nti gavumenti yadde ng'erina obusobozi okukendeeza omuwendo guno oba ogumalirawo ddala yeesulireyo gwa Nagamba era bwadde embalirira eyeetagisa okutaasa abakyala abafiira mu ssanya nga ya nusu 200 buli mukyala omuli okugula ekirita, makansi, amakerenda agaziyiza okuyiwa omusaayi ssaako ne kasirinje.
Nga tugattamu ssente zino gavumenti zeeremeddwa okuteekawo zibeera nusu 1,200 nga tubaze glove ya nusu 5, akajirita ka nusu 10, empiso ya nusu 10 n'akakato kano akadagala ke bakukuba empiso ng'omaze okuzaala n'akamala kukagula wano mu famasi wano wansi ka nusu 5.
Bagamba nti ssente nnyingi ezigenda okusasanyizibwa mu kuteeka emikolo gy'olunaku luno zisaanye ziteekebwe mu malwaliro olwo abakyala basobole okufuna ebyetaago ebinaabayamba okuzaala watali kutataganyizibwa. Ng'ayogera ku bakyala mu by'obufuzi, tulinawe alaze obwennyamivu olw'abakyala bafuuse abetutumu kyokka ne balemera mu bifo okumala emyaka mu kifo ky'okweyongerayo waggulu okulembera eggwanga.
Kadaga abadde member wa parliament ku affirmative action entebe ey'okutusonsolera abakyala agibaddeko ebisanja bimeka bina naye talowonzanga nti kati afuuse munene ayina esente n'ebirala kagenda avuganye ku ntebe y'omusajja zisobole okufuna omukyala omulala ng'akola ki ng'ayingirawo.
Abakyala b'FDC bagamba nti ensimbi ze bagenda okukuŋŋaanya mu kifo ky'okugenda mu bikujjuko bino bagenda kuzikozesa okugula ebikozesebwa abakyala mu kuzaala babitondere eddwaliro ly'e Bugiri. Patrick Mukasa, NTV, Akawungeezi.
NTV Akawungeezi. Abakulu mu poliisi n'amagye batubulidde nga bwe waliwo amasomero ga ddarasa mu bitundu by'e Busia agakozesebwa abayeekera ba ADF okutendeka abantu wadde nga gerimbise mu kusomesa abaana. Ekikwekweto kyakoleddwa amagye ne poliisi abantu 10 ne babayoola. Wabula oluvannyuma lw'okwekenneenya abakwate baasigazaako 34 bano balinze okunnyonnyola ensonga.
Ekikwekweto kino kyatandise ku makya g'olunaku lw'eggulo nga baatandikidde ku muzikiti gw'abasalafu guno n'essomero lya Tawhidi mu kabuga k'e Busia we balowooza okuba abatendeka abantu abaagala okwegatta ku bayeekera ba ADF.
Bashiri yabadde akulembera essomero naye mwamukwata juzi.
Kati oluvannyuma lw'omukwata ani yasigalawo ng'omukulembeze kati essomero terina deputy headmaster.
Tetumanyi nteekateeka zaawo kale.
Balabiddwako nga bafuuza buli kanyomero omubadde n'okudduka emisinde okusobola okutaayiza abo be balowooza okutoloka. Abalala balaajanye okusonyiyibwa nti babalanga bwemage tebalina kye bamanyi ku bigenda mu maaso.
What is the name of your son?
Saka Ibrahim Natiti.
Which class is he?
Agenda mu university. Kama Katonda abawe emikisa baana bange. Mukama Katonda abawe.
Bwe batuuse ku ssomero lino omusomesa waawo n'atandika okwogera ebitakwatagana era okukakananga naye bamulagidde alinnye kabangali ya poliisi abannyonnyola ebisingawo.
Nsomesa ekibiina ekisooka, ekyokubiri, ekyokusatu.
Wano ku muzikiti gw'Amalikazi gwe babadde basinze okwekengera olutuusewo buli abaddewo tebadde kutaliza bonna ne babayoola. Poliisi etutegeezezza nti bakutte 134 wabula ne basigazaako 34 be basuubira okuba nti be bakozi b'ebikolobero.
Tuzingako omuzikiti gwonna era tulina bye tufunyeeko n'akasomero akamu akayitibwa Tawhid.
I think they monitored our movement yesterday as we are coming to Busia, and he has given them to do what?
Bagamba nti baatemezeddwako nti Osman Maleto wa ADF omukwaba abaayokya abaana b'Ekicwamba y'abadde atendeka abantu bano. Kinajjukirwa nti emmundu ezabbibwa ku basirikale ba poliisi abattibwa e Bugiri gye buvuddeko nazo zaasangibwa mu ssomero ly'amadarasa.
Omuliro gukutte edduuka y'ebitabo eya Aristoc mu Kampala ebintu bingi ne bisaanawo wabula poliisi etuuse mangu n'etaasa omuliro guno gubadde gugenda okukwata amaduuka amalala. Tubaddewo Kampala Road nga bigenda mu maaso.
Ngibwa nti waggulu awo babadde balina holding gye bookyerawo then amasannyalaze ne gasparkinga ne gavaako omuliro kubadde balina renovation gye bali mu kukola waggulu awo. Waya z'ekizimbe kino zonna zonna ziri exposed ziri wabweru nga bw'okiraba kyonna kati kuvaako omuliro ne gusaasaanira ekizimbe kyonna. We bagezezaako okuguzikiza omukka ne gusaasaana paka eri emumanju ku bbata.
Bagenze okugiraawo nga balaba omukka guvaayo. Omuliro gwonna kino gukwata ne guba kati ekyo we tukubidde poliisi nejja negezaako oguzikiza.
And the property was also rescued as our normal duties of protecting life and property, and we have done it. So currently there is no fire.
Mu mawulire agavudde mu bitundu ebirala eby'eggwanga e Butambala omusajja asse musajja munne eyamutudde mu kifuba gwagamba nti yamusanze lubona ne mukyala we nga omukwano gubatembi. ono omusiguze yamukubye ennyondo yo emitiya n'abantu babiri bafiiridde mu kabenje.
Omusajja Butambala Bomali Mukasa ng'akola gwa bukinjaaji mu kabuga k'Ekibibi yakubye omusiguze abadde ne mukyala w'ennyondo emutiddewo bwamukutte lubona. Afudde ye Sande Kikomeko ng'ono abadde akolera mu kitongole ekikozi ky'oluguudo. Bomali bw'atuusiddwa ku poliisi ategeezezza ng'obusungu bwe bumutumye okukuba omusiguze kyokka tagenderedde kumutta.
Ngendo nasanga oluggi nga teruliko sitafuli nga sirusibe nensindika ngenda okulaba n'omukyala wange.
Yo omukyala avuddeko Kalumanywera agamba yali yawukana ne Bono.
N'olwokuba nti ye nagaana okumudya ate abasajja balankola ki mbagala lwaki ekintu zange yakitereka yenga ye.
Bomali wakugulako ogw'obutemu. Ate UNPG olutuula lwa kkooti enkulu egenda okuwulira emisango egy'amaanyi lugguddwawo. Emisango gya Naggomola 40 gye gigenda okuwulirwa. Ku gino kuliko 15 egy'okujjula ebitannajja, 12 nga gyakubbisa mmundu, 11 gya butemu, kuliko n'ogw'okukwata omukazi gumu, era ng'emisango gino gyonna gisuubirwa okumalirizibwa okuwulirwa mu bbanga lya mwezi gumu. Omulamuzi Helen Obura yaguddewo olutuula lwa kkooti luno. Emitiana abantu babiri bafiiridde mu kabenje n'omu n'addusibwa mu ddwaliro ng'ataawa. Emmotoka mwe babadde batambulira bwe wabye n'eyingira ekyuma ekibeera ebbali w'oluguudo. Abamu ku babaddewo ng'akabenje kano kagwa bagamba nti emmotoka ebadde ku misinde mingi. Emiramu nno gitwaliddwa ku ddwaliro ekkulu Emitiana.
Eddakiika zino ziweze 17 eziyise ku ssaawa emu. NTV Akawungeezi ekyagenda mu maaso. Bino bye bimu ku bye tulina mu kitundu ekyokubiri. Mu nsi n'ebyewuunyisa ogenda kulaba omusajja eyagaana okuwasa agamba motoka zimusingira abakazi. Ate mu mboozi ey'okwekulaakulanya tudda n'ekyama ekiri mu mata g'embuzi.
Landscape irrigation tips brought to you by
Come to Sireko for landscape irrigation system.
Landscape irrigation tips were brought to you by Sirako.
For landscape irrigation systems, call us on 0392 175 835.
Kiki kyolowooza ku ssaawa emu n'eddakiika 21. Nalese mbuuziza nti olala otuna obutadda ku bukulembeze bwa UPC kiriko engeri gye kiyinza okunafuya oba okutwala ekibiina mu maaso. Kantandike ne Andrew. Kituufu nnyo kubanga bonna abali mu UPC temuli ayinza kukulembera kibiina, so naawagira olala otunu yandisigaddewo. Stephen Nsubuga webale ekirowoozo nakyeyu n'ekibiina kyagwa dda. Bukenya agenda alime katusembyeyo Vincent bambi awumule ebiseera byebyo kati n'ebirala biweebale nnyo byoyongeddeko. N'omulala wano amuwadde amagezi ag'okulima emmwanyi. Mwongere okubaganya y'ebirowoozo ku Facebook. Ebimu biyitawo wansi awo mpola mpola, ebirala tujja kubiddira mu maaso awo gye bujjako.
Samona Hair Relaxer ne Samona Hair Food asangibwa wonna. Jukira endabikayo ky'ekitiibwa kyo.
NTV Akawungeezi. Mu kanyomero kaffe ak'ensi n'ebyewuunyisa olwo omuvubuka wa myaka 28 wano ebyokuwasa akyabiganye. Agamba teri kintu kyasinga kwagala mu nsi nga mmotoka gwe tugenda okulaba.